the subreddit, but Brendan Schaub watching a clip of Brendan Schaub watching the subreddit.
Oh, so that's like years in the making.
They should watching this clip.
Mm-hmm. And then how they reacted to the redacted shit they said then.
Yeah, dude.
I will fuck you up.
Guys, you are terrible. You're terrible people. It's good for you. Word out.
What is that? It'd be funnier if I was out of shape.
Oh, he said big. That's so funny.
Shape, though. Brendan Schaub.
That'd be funny if you were that out of shape. You were, dude.
Yeah, you got kind of fat, bro.
Yeah.
Career mode deals. But if you hit play when it's on, this is genius, man. What does his shirt say? 145 champ, Mac Hollywood. It's Cody Garrett, Fassbetter. It's the truth by John Africa. And John Africa. It's Zaylee Way. Francis Gano. What? Dan O'Joy. Evil Chinese man. Asian as shit. We get it. UFC tonight, folks. You're not racist. See, I'm not black. Yeah, well, we get it. That's fucking my love. Guys.
This shit on this shoot.
Yeah, he didn't like say anything about it.
Well, they're not pausing like we do.
Right, but he doesn't comment really at all. He just laughs. He laughs like a trained seal, you know? Oh, I'm supposed to laugh.
What the fuck?
Not that great.
I mean, he goes to, what's his name, Turbo or something that taught him how to shoot the bow and arrow?
Yeah.
It's like talking about he has a lot of good teachers, and now that he's on this venture of Timos, why doesn't he talk to the guys that...
That's a good point, dude.
You know what I mean? He should be making parody songs about himself. And opening up, looking at the Reddit with that.
That would be funny, dude. If he, okay. And they do it, dude. They should do a song. I'm surprised he hasn't. He already kind of did do some songs with Will Brow. Do some songs yourself, though.
Dude, yeah.
Fam.
Talk about plug walk, or what is it, drug walk?
Yeah.
I need a fucking tater tot once a week.
Dude, that's so aggressive. You really want that tater tot, dude. What if that's how he found out that he's drank out of a straw? He sees that and he's like, what the fuck?
Dude, that's Photoshop.
Dude, that's not real. Straws are gay.
Yeah, dude, what? Photoshop?
Crazy artwork. It's a lot of editing.
Good job.
Oh, yeah, well. Oh, yeah, he's out. Fight the invisible man. I don't like the fight.
I don't know why I paused it. I thought you were talking. I swear to God, that's why I paused it.
Except because, like, you get in the ring, bitch. Well, here's the thing. You fucking are the only dude who could do, like, the fact that you're able to go in there with fucking heavyweights and you can take a joke about afterwards is crazy. Yeah, I mean, you can't take it too serious. It's also, like, if that came from, like, DC or, like, somebody from the fraternity, then it's different. Yeah. But it's from fans or people, you know, they're not playing the same game. Yeah. So you got knocked out by
pedestrians. That's pretty cool of Brendan Schaub to say that. I mean, hopefully he sticks to that word, but, yeah, we're not part of the fraternity. We can make fun of him.
Yeah, he can't hurt us. Yeah, because you said that since we didn't do UFC, that you can't fight us. I agree with that.
Yes.
I like the idea of Daniel Cormier or Cormier making a video like that.
Doing Timos?
Or yeah, like is he suggesting that he would edit a fucking 5-minute video making fun of Brendan Schaub? That's crazy. Yeah, that would be fucked up. That'd be much stranger than me and you doing it. We, like Joe Rogan said, we got nothing else to do. Yeah, Cormier is like a rich fucking UFC guy.
Yeah, we're sad people in my mom's basement, dude.
Yeah, I'm sad. This is the only thing that makes me happy. You know, if I wouldn't, I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
I'd much rather be fucking.
You gotta be doing something if you
I am wide as shit down.
Roy fucking Nelson, who is a world champion, like
Roy Nelson was INFL champion.
unbelievable fighter. You've been fighting for exactly 20 months. With the names, like, dude, and Jin knows this. Can I ask you a question? You know, who the fuck? How'd you get John Africa?
I don't know.
Where did John Africa come
Oh,
from?
no, you know what it was? I think because we were talking about Francis fighting Africa, and I'm
Fighting all of Africa.
We were doing the thing where it's like 100 Cameroonians versus one Francis Ngannou.
Let's see.
I was saying John in Africa.
John in Africa.
I think I left out the in because I was gonna say you need to fight John in Africa, and I just said John Africa, so then it seemed like us saying instead of John Jones, John Africa. Dude, I've been doing this over a decade. There's gonna be a ton of mistakes.
Oh, yeah.
But also, when it comes to these fighters' names, what fucks me is why when I get upset, not upset, but it bothers me that there's not more American stars. Because when you're getting Dagestan, fucking Chechnya, Afghanistan, Iran, all this shit. When you
This is his last name. I didn't even
Davashvili,
I know it's Davashvili.
Isn't there clips of him saying like, "I don't give a fuck what they're doing"?
Probably. I mean, Jingaling is not trying. I'll stand by that.
It's not trying.
That's crazy to say that about an Asian person. Jingaling was your attempt? Those are keys. Jingaling is keys. Jingling is Christmas, man. You know, like that Christmas Asian guy, whatever. You know, Merry Christmas. What's his name? Santa Claus.
Yeah. Jingling is a cat's collar, dude.
I feel like we've said all this before. Jingling is a classic. Sometimes you just gotta go back and relive it, dude.
Fassbender.
Fassbender. Yeah, like Michael Fassbender, but.
And like what the explanation he's giving is like a person that fucked up one name. You know what I mean? He's like, I gotta know all. You don't know any of them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You're not messing just like a couple. You're messing up all the names that aren't John Smith.
Every name, every night, you're messing it up. And you would mess up John Smith too, you fucking dumbass. You're redacted as hell. Your brain doesn't work. That's what you should say.
Yeah.
The excuse was kind of good, though, honestly. The John Africa one, I was like, okay, I'm redacted because I fuck with that one. That sounds right, dude. Daddy.
That's social media. This isn't real.
Daddy.
Let me finish this. We're on a tangent, so finish it. But when it comes to those names, there's nobody worse. It's also why I don't work for the UFC. Here's the other thing. Did I say Alex Pierre, whatever it is? I honestly don't give a fuck.
Yeah, you said it in this one.
Yeah.
I don't give a. What do you mean you don't care what someone's name is?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I do like that though that he said that because I cannot wait for him to try to say my name. He said Geronimo, and I'm like, that's as close as you'll get to my name.
I wonder what he would think what Gerardo is. Alarcon? Yeah.
Good luck.
Yeah, no chance.
He's probably gonna say Jingling.
You're not fine.
If I did, trust me, I would put the effort into it and do it. I literally don't give a fuck. If you understand what I'm talking about, I'm good with it.
Pierre is my favorite one. He sounds like a French cat.
Yeah. So, but also, dude, this has been an issue. I mean, basically my entire career. Because when I auditioned, when UFC first went to Fox, they were doing auditions. There was 3 of us. They were looking at being like the co-anchor with fucking Jail. It was Dominic Cruz, Karen Bryant, and I was gonna be like that 4th chair. It was a big deal being on Fox, dude. And they have us come in and do a test read. For whatever reason, like Dom's going, Jail's going, and they have all the American names. I get up there, and we have to break down. It was a random UFC fight night in Brazil.
I don't know what he's saying right now, but question: how many chicks do you fuck? Just kidding. Your homie walks in to your apartment or your house wearing this, dude.
Yeah.
And maybe he's been like, and okay, is it worse that he just got into trucks, or is it worse that he does nothing with trucks? It's worse that he just got into trucks, right? And he's dressing like that.
Yeah, I mean, it's very bad to be dressed like this, for sure.
In general.
Unless you work on trucks, there's no reason to dress like that.
Yeah.
It would be like it would be if I really like trains and I showed up like a conductor here. I got a conductor's outfit.
Exactly.
You'd be worried about
I would call your doctor for you.
it. Yeah, you'd be like, he's gonna buy it. He showed up like he says the astronaut costume he bought from Spirit Halloween is what he wants to wear to work. That's how they count it.
He just bought a telescope.
He's a man. But no, yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's bad. Let's see.
All the names were based in Portuguese. I went, as soon as they brought up the car, I went, oh, fuck. So, and no one's telling me how to say the names, so I gotta, they're recording, but it's not live. It was just like a pre-season trial run.
So, none of this is true, right? There's no chance he's smart enough to see the names and know that they're going to be a problem before they start recording.
No.
He's realizing after he fucks the names up, and he's like, well, nobody told me. You got to get the names right. Before he's drinking big gulps. You know what I mean?
Right.
He's going to piss in the sink. That's what he does. Taking kratom, baddies, texting baddies. There's so many other things he's doing other than worrying about saying Pierre's name right.
No, he does no pre-work whatsoever. We know that well. He's doing, if anything, he might be doing a vlog beforehand where he's messing up more names.
Yeah.
Right before it turns on.
Let's see.
Dude, I obliterated his names, and Jill starts laughing, and they go, all right, break, and they go, thanks, Brennan, and Jill goes, fuck, that was tough, man. And I go, some would say the toughest. I go, somebody's fucking me back there.
Some would say the toughest, and he said that non-ironically.
I know, it's crazy how he doesn't know that that's like a thing. How could he not know?
Some would say the toughest. Oh, that's great, dude. This guy's having a great time.
He probably realizes that that just happened. He's the only one in the room that realizes that Brennan just said that.
I said, Dom got fucking Ronda Rousey and Brock Lesnar, and I got the fucking Brazilian card? It was somebody's fucking chillers, big time. I was literally, and the funniest thing, you love this, all my agents from the CA are watching it, and we're done, I go, okay, not your best. Oh, yeah, no shit. But yeah, I'm very clear.
Yeah, I want to have some agents real bad. Who are they? Where are they now? I wish I knew. They got to come on the show. At least one of Brendan Schaub's agents needs to come on TiVo's. Open invite for you.
And we don't allow people on our show unless they make a song for us, and then we have to approve the song.
Do a show, a song with one of those agents.
All right, this one's posted by Caterpillar Hot 7539. It's been a hot week at Chang's, dude. I'm sorry, we're going a little long right now, dude.
It's all good.
Let's see. Never heard of it. I mean, with titles like that, dude. Let's see here.
Yeah, no, this is a big brand though. This brand blew up. And dude,
Nah, never heard of it.
you're not cool, I guess. I don't know.
Nah, I got my ear to the ground, never heard of it.
Definitely not if you haven't heard of Hellstar, but
Ear to the ground, never heard of it.
they sponsor a bunch of sports stuff too, which is weird. You don't know about it.
Alice later.
Really? What? Wait, is that real?
I think so. But it's really, if he's wearing it after, is that really a big deal? If he was wearing it before,
Oh, yeah.
that's
the shots.
that would be fucking.
Does that make sense?
Yes, I think that's the whole
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Sick. Alrighty. What do we got here? This is reheated original dish for the record. I called the move to Austin back in February. Be posted by that Ninja 11. It feels like they've been there their whole lives.
Yeah.
Brendan Schaub be like, oops, why did my mouse is
B, I'm telling you, I see where you're going with this, but you're off on this. I'm telling you, Africa is a country. I've been there. I sell out Africa every time I go there. This other day, I take my dog outside to walk him, and he got dog walk. Oh yeah, that's Christopher Walken. My North Star. That's Adam Sandler. My North Star. You're talking about Joe Montana. My North Star. Everybody's moving to Austin now, B. For what? I'm actually thinking about moving the fam to Austin. Oh, you in Texas this weekend? Love Texas. Got it tatted on my arm. Oh, you in Cleveland this weekend? Love Cleveland. Got it tatted in between my toes. Oh, you in Montpelier this weekend? Love Montpelier. Got it tatted under my right armpit. Oh, you in Afghanistan this weekend? Love Afghanistan. I got it tatted on my lower back. Every time I go to Afghanistan, I sell out. No, not tickets. bottles of water. I bring bottles of water, sell out every time. They love it. Oh, you in Antarctica this weekend? Love Antarctica. Got it tatted on the roof of my mouth. I sell out Antarctica every time for years. Yeah, cool story. I've been fighting since I was 6 years old, dude. I've been playing football since I was 6 years old, dude. Very cool. I've been doing comedy since I was 6 years old, dude.
Wow.
Is it?
Bow hunting at 6 years old.
Yeah, it's all 6. A lot happened. That was a big year for Brendan.
Yeah.
6 was formative.
That's when his precortical, what is it called?
I know what you're trying to say, but I don't know.
Prefrontal syntax.
Prefrontal
Cortex.
Cortex. Yeah.
Pre-lobe lobotomy. That's when he got a lobotomy.
Prefrontal lobe cortex.
That's when it developed.
Story. I've been lifting weights since I was 6 years old, dude. I've been driving trucks since I was 6 years old, dude. I've been fucking chicks since I was 6 years old, dude. Very cool. I've been working in coal mines since I was 6 years old, dude. What are we doing? Cool story. I've been making stained glass windows since I was 6 years old, dude. What? Saw Megan Fox at Starbucks. It was just us two. She was like, oh, you're that funny guy that fights too much. True story. I saw Bill Clinton at Chick-fil-A. It was just us two. He's like, oh, you're that badass that podcast too much. I saw the Pope at Diddy's house. It was just us two. And he was like, oh, you're that truck guy that walks too much. True story. Saw Kobe Bryant at the GTA 6 release party. It was just us two. He was like, oh, you're that white boy that dog walks too much. So you have a TV show called Hunting Hitler. Did you ever find him? So you have a TV show called Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Did you ever catch him? So you have a new movie out called Finding Nemo. Did you ever find him?
Very good.
I like it. I like the commitment to the bit. But the dog walking thing is what really got me. Like, because that's both clever and stupid. And that's the my favorite is when it's like so dumb, but then so fucking funny. I was walking my dog the other day. That could have been the clip itself, and I would have been very happy with that. I will remember that for a long time. Thank you. Thank you.
Oh, here.
Dog walk. That's so fucking funny.
All right, let's see here. Papa now says prepubescent sports don't matter. I think this is a huge development, very important to include in the show. Posted by Dandy Kaufman, too. I mean, if you guys aren't aware, let's just catch him up really quick. He takes his... Go for it.
I can't.
Fuck yeah! Oh, dude, I drive my kid to baseball practice. Oh, I got it. No.
It's Vito, man.
There you go.
Practice.
Just to let you guys know, I don't know if you guys are keeping aware or anything, but he does go to baseball a lot with his son.
Yeah, this is the first time talking about that.
Here's the thing.
He's been driving his son to baseball practice since he was 6 years old.
Even if your kid's a baller, dude, under 40, until they hit
No, yeah.
it doesn't matter.
No, you never know.
It's great that he's balling, but until they're like 15, 16, it's tough to tell. Like, most of the guys that go pro aren't just dominating until they hit puberty.
Yeah.
So it really don't matter.
Well, but that you should know though.
But the one thing I don't co-sign with people, it's just a game. It's just a game to you. To me, it's life. To me, it's a way of making a living. And they have the genetics where they can make a living doing whatever sport they choose if they put in the effort. They can do that. That's the gift we were given.
What are you doing, bro?
So, well, if your son thinks it's a game and he's when you lose your draw, he's excited to ice cream, we're gonna run circles around you. You're not gonna be able to compete.
Yeah, at least they're able to compete.
Yeah, some would say that.
Yeah. That's pretty good. Let's see here. Let's go. I want to try to get... Okay, so here we go, finally. Caterpillar Hot 7539, loser yourself. I don't think he posted all this. Look, if you had, one shot, one opportunity. This shows you the road that you like the same thing. Once you capture it, just let it slip me. As you can see, he's got his sick-ass rig, dude.
That is a crazy ass looking thing, dude. That kind of looks like Batman.
I will say, Papa's looking good. He's got skinny as fuck, dude.
Could you imagine if you saw Papa, like, he'd be, oh no, he's very serious right now.
Yeah.
This seems like Bob, maybe this really is, Papa has been doing bow hunting. This is the one thing that's true.
Yeah.
That he's ever said.
It's great form.
He fits. This one fits. Trucks didn't really make sense. Fish, No, he doesn't give a shit about his family.
Yeah.
But that bow hunting, he might actually be pretty good at that.
Yeah.
I'm ready to believe.
And you know, it'd be terrifying, dude. Is if somebody, if it was this outside of my apartment, dude. That's fucking terrifying, dude.
I definitely would like to be killed by a bow and arrow by Brendan Shaw. Because if he's gonna try and kill me, I think that would be pretty goddamn funny. I'm walking my dog and then an arrow goes through my leg.
You just
All right, let's see. Crystalia trolling Bop on post by Minimum Sky 2305. I know this poster. Keep your eyes on the hands, dude. That's what he does.
got choked unconscious.
Oh, okay.
I jumped on top of the octagon. I was on the front cover of Toronto News.
Okay.
Not a big deal.
Okay, well, yeah, that's
This
that's
is the story
not
of
what it's about,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
okay.
Okay,
I
that
do
wasn't
appreciate
my
you
question,
bragging,
but
though.
all right.
I like that.
It also happened on the night of John Jones versus Alexander Gustafsson, which is the greatest light heavyweight fight of all time.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
They still give me a bonus, though.
Okay, again, making it about you, which I appreciate, but it's just...
So I told the UFC, I turned down their initial offer. I was like, I'm going to win this one, then renegotiate. So all my sponsors were up after this fight. My UFC contract was up at this fight. So if I would have lost, I'd been fucked. So when I won, that's the happiest I've ever been.
Damn. So that's money after that. And that's how you became a billionaire. The first UFC billionaire.
Why do we like this right now?
I don't know. They're both kind of funny because Shab is doing this weird thing where he doesn't make eye contact. He's sort of lazy, like, and then Billy is just sort of annoyed, I guess, or I don't know, trolling him. But yeah, no, I would watch the whole thing of Billy and trolling Shab.
Oh, same. Pretty funny. And I like the editing too because it's showing that like Shab is innocent and just getting trolled, but you know he's probably being an asshole too.
No, I mean, Dilly is in hell. We've talked about that quite a bit.
This poster is Mike Redbar tears when you accidentally turn to the front camera. Nothing better than an IV and chatting hunting with Adam Greentree ways too well. When was this posted? 3 days ago. Damn, he's 3 days into the drifting.
So yeah, very boring content. Just a picture of your face.
Nothing better than that though, dude. Of the albino deer, is this the same thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. But is there any take on it? Oh, probably. Oh shit. Who's it? Posted by Toxoplasmosis. Oh, is there audio? Oh, who the hell?
There's another influencer.
Is that Tank? That's Tank. Oh shit, Tank!
Oh wow. Oh yeah, that is
Justice
Tank.
for
Probably.
Tank.
Wow, Tank was a dog.
Tank's like, I normally it takes me about 50 arrows. But Jason, you actually got 5.
Oh yeah. Give me.
Yeah, we all know what he's thinking.
Hell yeah, dude. Hey, you know what?
I am white as shit, Dallas.
That's me stepping
More power to him, dude.
Jeffrey
You know what I
Epstein's
mean?
private island to St. James, one of the most
This one is
restricted places
posted
in the
by
world.
Sweet Honey J,
Conspiracies,
Fashion Icon.
investigations,
Homeless
and
chick.
unanswered questions.
Or homeless sheep.
I don't know why she. But that, I mean, does she posted that? That's, yeah. That's close. She's gonna be in the Reddit.
She knows
She's sending out comments.
Let's see, can two of these? Okay, this is the last one for the day. Oh, Patreon post. We can't watch that. No, can't do that. You guys gotta subscribe to this. Subscribe to their Patreon, dude. You can't get their free content on here, dude. This is the last one. Air Pumper posted this one, how it started, how it's going. Okay, let's not watch this. It's commissioning his wife. His wife's giving a blow into the desk. And then you guys heard that. Or took this. Yeah, we're not gonna watch that. Okay, so this is the last one. So Mark Maron was one of Papa's heroes at one point. Interest. Posted by Different Report 123. Let's see here.
Oh, who came on who I was shocked was Mark Maron. You said you're a fan of his.
Huge fan. We have my father the kid, one of my favorite.
Was he Cillian?
What?
He's a fucking cook. Fancy yourself a fisticuffs.
Mark, he's not funny at all.
He said that?
Yeah.
Damn. Switch it up on him.
Gotta keep up with Joe.
Yeah, I mean, pretty silly, yeah.
Yeah, because he got so silly on mine, and it was so much fun. I mean, it's my own projection for thinking he wouldn't get that way, but
Me too. I told Brian, like, Mark's usually pretty serious. Doesn't get really silly now. I don't know if it's going to be a fit. I was like, I love him though, and I listen to his podcast all the time. I've always been a fan. Talked to him a few times at the Comedy Store, but I kind of avoid him because they say never meet your heroes. Like, I've always avoided him, and then he came out and was great.
Hero. Bro, he just got done calling Sylvester Stallone his hero. Who else? Tony Montana or something like this.
Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Schwarzenegger.
And then, Mark Maron fits right in that.
Yeah, he's. I love his podcast too. Him and Dax Shepard and
Chair expert.
yeah, and incidentally,
Oh man, I feel bad. I don't like this era of Papa, dude. It's just not for me.
Just agree and everything.
Don't wear yellow ever again, dude.
Never suit him.
Yeah. Well, that's it for this week.
I don't want that.
Yeah, man. Join the Patreon if you want early access to these episodes. Other than that, have a great week.
Listen, I know some bald dudes are slinging out there. Look at Dana White, Rogan. That's it.
Views gone down, I'm exaggerating. It's the time to take it off. What is hard to do was the truth. No one seems to watch. Sitting in this song called Time. You picture my power. Look at the Drugged up till I almost died. Don't make no sense at all. The cans are raining inside my studio. Sink around my wall, but my second don't like my cubby space. All my time has traveled on. It's a sad thing. Living in a state, didn't understand.
Dear Joe, I'll open trouble to Austin. I left my intern when I let Anthony barbecue was awesome. I caught 2 comics cuts for hating me, he must not have saw it. There probably was a scientist wanted to speak to you about something. It's fine on my business, there's no stopping when you're pod. But anyways, fuck it, wasn't enough, Joe? How's your TRX? My podcast is great too. You wanna be a guest? Come on, brother, don't be like that. Are we best friends? I call you daddy. I stopped reading the comics from the monster toxin. A bunch of homeless cats that don't wanna have sex in their mom's basement. They just start red gripping every day, but I don't give a damn. I just bought a new truck for my sick giveaway scam. I got a story with some chance truck and magic man. I'm really loving the music, man, this shit is dope. Anyways, what are we doing? And I hope that you call. Please, this shop. You still ain't got the drinks? Come on, brother. Man, Brian's mad, and he thinks you fuck you have. If you don't want to talk about it on the podcast, you didn't have to. You could have walked merch to get some more views. That's marketing genius, man. You're trying to get let go. We say good life, job go. We pod for 4 hours and then we drink at home. You looking shitty, man. You're like a skinny Kreischer. You talking about depression, man. You're like him more than I am. This ain't that sad, though. I just don't mind living in Austin. Remember when I lived in Denver? We ate barbecue and football pads. See, I drink like you those days. I sold comics in my mama's closet. One man would come through, man. It was awesome. I can relate to how you're drinking off the pod, but when I have a shitty day, I drive Tiger to play baseball, because I don't really got shit else, so that shit helps when I'm depressed. Don't make me wrestle you again and rip your fucking neck. Sometimes I wish they would call me a big old pussy. It's like adrenaline. The views I get are such a rush for me. See, reading comments aren't even real, and I read them because I'm jealous. A spicy Mexican's buying shit without me 24/7. But she don't call like me and you, Chin. No one does. She don't know what it was like for teams that keep on fucking up. I get back on Rogan, man, or the mothership will be good too. Sincerely yours, Shot. P.S. We should drink out of a shoe.
I took out with my almost died. Don't make no sense at all. There's a rain inside my studio. Speaker on my wall. But this kid don't like my curvy face. But my son can travel on. Stop the
Dear Papa tried me, will he surprise us today? You better act jail. Watch 10 minutes of shop.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On this week's Patreon, we did an extra episode. Ever heard of it? So if you want to see us, even more of us, Danny.
I am white as shit.
I picked a random one. We got a new soundboard. But if you want to see more of us, subscribe to the Patreon.
Also, if you want early access of Timo's, go to the Patreon, dude.
Oh, yeah. We don't want to sleep on that, dude. You know,
I don't think they did tater tots, though, dude.
tater tots here is early access. No, they're not, though. They're not here for this. They're not here for the soundboard. They're not even here for the dolphin bottle, which isn't even here. They're here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop, so start the timer.
Oh, look at you, dude. You got a timer on the iPad right here, dude.
Oh, shit. Look at the chain clip.
You dumb fuck, dude. There's an iPad in front of you.
Let's do that.
Alright, let's see what we got here. Khabib time posted this. It's called RIP to Bapa's hamstrings again. Those are definitely the strides of a former UFC NFL D1 football player. Looks like he's racing his wife. Okay, as you can see, that's the narrative she makes. See that? That's spicy. Let's see if I can outright my UFC NFL Division 1 football player. What did you put NFL instead of Division 1? Like, why would you put Division 1?
Yeah, just to say all the accolades. I think she should say, you know, against my podcasting hilarious food truck marketing truck genie, marketing genius guy. Those are my favorite posts these days.
He looks like he's trying to do a Korean impression, dude. They know how to do the hearts like this, but he's so redacted to do it like that. Yeah. You don't know about that?
No.
There's a heart like that.
Oh,
Yeah, Korean people are like that.
you learn something new every day.
Squiggles and Joe.
He's like thinking about your face.
And why is it bad?
Yeah, he's a bad boy, dude.
Okay, that's bad.
Yeah, he's got a couple of demons with him. There is a song playing, but as you can see, he chases her down, beats her up, and throws her to the ground, walks away, all happy. Now they're creating the couple scene.
Oh, a new thing. I like that. Okay.
We thought it was going to be bringing back the pizza game thing, but no, it's a couple games now, dude.
You can never predict what's next. I'll give them that. Did you see that coming? They were going to do this couple thing?
Only when they posted the first video. That first video of them, like, doing some sort of activities together, I'm like, oh, this is going to get likes, they're going to keep on doing it.
It kind of makes sense, though, because remember when they were moving to Texas, they did some sort of kind of moving it. They both had things that were like, one of them was like, can't believe moving to Texas. Then they'd be like, oh, I'm moving to Texas. I got to get my cowboy hat. And it's like, I got to get camo pants for him. They both saw each other's posts and were like, what if we both did this, dude?
That's social media. This isn't real.
I have a feeling that's going to start meaning that you're done talking about the clip whenever you push this out.
It could be, dude.
All right, this one's posted by Dandy Kaufman, too. It's called Papa Wants to Assault Mark Maron.
Oh,
Let's see here.
It looks like you're a bitter bitch. But here's the thing. The way it works in the world I come from is Mark Maron, with all the shit talk he's talking about, with all the Rogan verse, and you guys aren't going to condone this, he needs to get fucking punched in the face. That's how this should go.
Well, behind a mic,
If you're going
it's
to talk all this shit,
behind a mic.
and you get physically assaulted, you're going to stop. I will snap his fucking neck.
What is Chris D'Elia saying? Like, he's going to get fucked up.
yeah, is Chris D'Elia not fucking being the voice of reason here? Is he not gonna? He's not gonna tell him not to hit Mark Maron? What's going on? No, I think he's right. Can you imagine if D'Elia's like, you might be right. He's gone completely insane.
100%, puppy.
Eric's like, oh yeah, I guess you're right. We gotta fuck him up. The next time we go to the comedy store, we see Maron getting beat up by Eric and one of the door guys.
Should go.
Well, behind a mic,
If you're
it's
going to talk all this shit,
behind a mic.
and you get physically assaulted, you're going to stop.
Right.
You fucking cuck. Go
Cluck. He said cluck.
Why is Maron a cut? What does Bappa think cuck means? That's what I feel like I've said this before, but I truly want to know.
Yeah.
Define it.
Yeah.
You gotta define it.
Is that him when he sees you? He's like, I was just kidding, dude. You know? Is he scared of you?
I mean, this makes it sound like he wants to fuck me up.
Oh yeah.
Maybe he's scared of me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's funny. He's such a bitch that I meet him and he's like, "Whoa, dude, it was all talk." He says that to me. I don't say, "I was just joking." He goes, "Oh, dude, papi," and he tells me he was joking. That would be something.
Yeah.
I go, "Dude, don't worry about it. You got a gun?"
I love you, dude.
I'm a people.
Dude, I bought your chairs.
Yeah, dude.
What are you gonna do, Nate? Volume punch me,
What are
motherfucker?
you gonna do, Brandon?
Go complain to your cats.
I want
Go
to
to
go
your
to
shit fucking cuck.
clout.
What the fuck?
You might have created a word. Like somebody that cucks out for clout. A clout.
Oh, ooh.
Yeah.
Okay, you're cooking on that
You
one.
could have given me a little dolphin noise or something.
That makes sense.
It made sense, dude. There we go. Daddy.
Go complain to your cats. Go to your shitty comedy and go back into your dungeon.
Oh man, hey, Papa. Throwing glass at a stone house is not a good idea. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Dude, that's well said. And dungeon, dude, your house maybe is like a storage facility, or at least your podcast thing is.
Yeah.
We don't know if it's not the same thing.
Well, I was talking about him calling the comedy shitty. It's like,
Oh, that's even crazier. I
Yeah.
just fucking know.
What? That's go to your shitty comedy.
it's shitty comedy.
Yeah, I think that's crazy for a shop to say for sure. Yeah.
That's hilarious. If there was a crowd in front of them, they'd be like, oh.
Yeah, dude.
And go back into your dungeon.
Well, see, this is
Fuck that, dude. I'm done being nice to him, and I was a fan of Mark.
I don't think so.
When were you ever nice to him?
Yeah. He's a big fan.
Yeah.
Shaw was a comedy nerd. He was listening to WTF all the time.
Oh, I get it, dude. I understand. I get.
I mean, I think we gotta kill him. He's got to step up. I think he's gotta go.
He sounds a lot more like a dolphin now.
I understand.
Well,
Yeah, I
dolphins do
get-
fuck people.
Underage people. Let's see. What else do we got here? Anything else on that one? This one is posted by Flashover962. Calabasas gal surviving in the hard streets of Austin, Texas. This is a little skits and bits she put on her Instagram. My husband didn't fill my car up with gas, so here I am risking my life at 9 a.m.
And wait, I remember watching this on the live. I think we were debating. You obviously point out it's the kid doing it, but now that we know they're doing the couples narrative,
Yeah.
it's kind of just it's part of the show. It's a meme that goes along with. He'll have a thing about being at the gas station.
Keeping up with the rattlesnakes. Yeah, you like that?
They could have a great reality show. I'm surprised they don't pitch that, dude.
Yeah.
Wiggles and Joe.
All right, this is
You bitch.
you got that button too.
No, I just wanted to say it.
It's Vito, bitch.
This is posted by Original Standard 42. This is not AI.
Yeah.
That's wild, dude.
If the tongue is the thick boy thing, where if it's not 3 C's, it's not real.
Yeah.
There's a lot of stuff without 3 C's, but if the tongue's not out, it
Yeah.
might be AI.
Yeah. Yeah, if he was eating normally, I'd be like, this might be AI. All right, let's see what else.
He loves to take pictures of himself eating.
Yeah.
Do you think we'll ever get to the way we do?
I've had exes that like take pictures of me eating, and it bugs the fuck out of me.
Diane?
My mom likes to do it. My mom will take a picture of me while I'm eating. And she does it to my dad whenever they're like traveling in the group chat. She'll just put a picture of my dad with like about to devour a sandwich. It's like, you're all at Subway. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's in Madrid, but dude, at least get something nice to eat before you take pictures of people.
The Subway in Madrid.
Yeah.
It's the best Subway, dude.
Give me Nate.
This is posted by Clint Puller of Chips. This is why Papa had to leave the podcast early. Tucker Carlson's Christmas party. Gang, buzz, buzz.
Wow.
You know what's funny is that I'm sure if we pull up any pictures of Theo Vaughn with fans, that's the exact same face he does. There's no like, I'm going to be like cheesing with my friend Shaw.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, he's another fan.
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's got the cowboy hat on. It's a shop assembly. Does Crocker? I mean, you may not know the answers. Does he live in Austin?
I'm pretty sure he lives in some sort of remote area.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
okay.
That makes sense.
That makes sense. Can you do me a favor, dude? Can you be in shops? I know. Listen, I made a parody song for today's episode.
Nice.
And it hurts to be in Shop Said for too long.
That's facts.
You know what I mean? But can you do me like at least 5 seconds and speak for Shop really quick? What he's thinking?
I'm gonna help out my boy. Cause Theo's been going through a lot. Like, I'm gonna take a picture with him, you know, and like post it for the fans so they can know he's okay. Cause I talked with Theo, and he's not doing as good as me. He's doing pretty good. So and then people will see that he's doing good when they have a picture of me and my hat looks nice. I have a good hat.
I thought you were just gonna go straight for this, dude. Where's it at?
I will fuck you up.
You think he's gonna fuck people up with that?
Yeah, because they gotta stop fucking with Theo and they gotta fuck with him.
Oh, that's right. You have to go through shop first.
Yeah.
That's true.
Best brains beat. Let's see what else we got here. Another Dandy Kaufman post is I guess they had a hot episode of Tiger Thick. What's that? Whatever. I guarantee it ain't going down like that when it already went down like that. Oh wow. Danny Kaufman getting spicy. Let's see.
The dude that's almost a billionaire doesn't need defense. You know?
Yeah, I get
I
that.
disagree. No, it's not about money. You're missing it. It's not about money.
Yeah, no, I
It's
agree.
about being a good friend.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I guarantee if I go on a podcast, they talk shit about Chris, Brian, you, Jeff Dye.
Bean cheese.
What's this in reference to?
I don't know, but he was talking for a long time about how people wouldn't stand up for Rogan, like Bert Kreischer wouldn't stand up for Rogan on some podcast.
Yeah. That's your narrative.
Like
That's the narrative.
Chris, Brian, you, Jeff Dye, my Rogan.
Oh, fuck, dude.
What?
Jeff Dye really is that bad, huh? And he just accepts it, dude. Jeff Dye is like best friends with Brendan Schaub. That's how you know he's terrible at stand-up comedy.
Yeah.
It's like, Jeff Dye really thinks that we want Brendan Schaub to come back to stand-up. He's like, yeah, just give me your jokes. And that's why it's so bad now.
Jeff Dye doesn't want him to come back because he has Schaub jokes now.
Yeah.
They're the guys that at open mic that hang out together that are both bad.
Yeah.
They both think they're good.
Whoa, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I always think it.
Recently, I found myself in a hot tub with about 8 to 10 12-year-old girls.
Found myself. That's funny way to put it. Chris D'Elia. I'm gonna look bad. Chris D'Elia. I'm gonna look bad.
Instead of standing up for Chris D'Elia, you make a Chris D'Elia joke, and Brandon looks at you and he smiles and goes, "You didn't stand up for shit."
Yeah. And then, but he also already admitted that part. He was just like, this is your platform. I'm just not gonna say anything.
Yeah.
But on other shows, he's like, I would fuck everyone up. I don't give a fuck who you are. I'll fuck you up. I'll rip your fucking neck off.
Especially if you're a cuck. He hates cucks.
Oh yeah, not only a cuck but a cluck. Dude, don't even get started on that, daddy. This one here, we got Caterpillar Hot 7539 posting this one. Holly sent a Gen 3 RAM high manifold. YouTube mechanic install. Brendan Schaub, a Holly performance. With help from my boy Trey. If the mechanic has a face like this when you drop the car off, dude, I'm gonna be like, I'll get a second quote, dude. You know what I mean? This is the last thing you want to see. This is a messed out mechanic right here.
I wonder if, no, definitely not. I wonder if Brendan asked Trey, hey, should I make a face? I feel like Brendan is the guy that asked that.
Yeah.
Or maybe he does. He's just too much of a professional. He's like, all right, Trey, thanks for hooking up the car, fam. Now take the picture. He just does that. No, he took a picture. Well, I made my funny face.
Why dude, you can teach a whole geometry class on his lips, dude.
Yeah, it's weird looking.
That's a parallelogram, I'm pretty sure, right?
Parallel. It looks like some kind of weird cartoon from the 90s, like Rocco's Modern Life or
Brainiac, or what is it called? Animaniacs?
Yeah, definitely. I see that. Pinky in the brain.
Just so unnecessary. We were already not going to click on whatever the fuck your face is on. Now you just make yourself look stupid as hell. You know what I mean? Why?
Also, I think Trey probably did all the work too.
Nice.
How dare you, duties? Oh my god, it gets worse when you get out of the lips, dude.
He's got a kind of Mr. Clean thing going on a little bit, you know?
Yeah. He just cleaned up after Trey. Dog, what are you gonna do with that, dude?
Yeah, the job's done.
Yeah. That looks like a kid's power drill. It looks like tiny as his hand.
Well, they gotta give him something to keep him busy.
Yeah. He's working on Legos in the corner of the mechanic shop. He's making an engine out of Legos. Anyways,
They tried to hire me. And I was like, I can't, dude. I have a podcast.
Holly. Who's Holly? Of course, it's just like other.
Just ads.
Yeah, it's just other partnerships. He's got Holly Performance, Lethal Performance of Texas. Do you think it's them just like on the Tweeties episode, we were talking about buying a Chipotle for your house and stuff like that? Is it them just like blowing money? They're just like, oh, dude, we got to work with Shop and we hilarious.
What did they get out of it is a good question.
Yeah.
What is it exactly?
Should I ask ChatGPT?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I think probably what happened is like Shab essentially goes there and he's like threatening them to make them do ads with him. They have no choice. They're doing this against their will. Like all he wants to do is pose and tag us. I guess that's fine. What's the alternative? He beats us up. He sounds crazy.
I'm asking right now.
Yeah, like what they get out of it.
Yeah, and it's on thinking mode, so we'll get a good answer.
Oh,
Just
good.
let it sit there for a second. Anyways, you want to hit a sound on the soundboard real quick?
I don't want that.
Okay.
That's social media. This isn't real.
All right, this one's posted by Moonwalker. It's called Always Been Into Cosplay B. Always Been Into Cosplay B. Wow.
I was a man that literally and figuratively wears a lot of hats.
So first of all, let's tackle this 2021 review. And because the Papa narrative continues to what?
Transform, transcend,
Be painted.
Yeah, right, of course.
So, keep up, dude. And what was he doing?
That's the narrative.
What was he doing in circa 2021, dude?
I guess he was trying to be like an LA hipster guy or make fun of them.
You're looking at a picture right now. You're not using your brain, daddy.
Oh,
What was he doing in LA 2021?
stand up.
Wrong. He was going to coffee shops and threatening to fight security guards.
That too.
Dressed like that.
They don't know who he is. They don't know Brendan Schaub. They're describing him to the police. He was in a really tight shirt and he had a Gucci fanny pack and he was wearing one of those hats that women wear in Starbucks in Silver Lake. And he had tight pants. He kept saying he's part of Thick Butt Bike Club.
He had a scooter with blue brake lights.
He made someone take a picture of him outside on the scooter.
Texas 2025. I mean, honestly, the Republican glow up is real.
Zoot, I have a question for you, and it's a very serious question. Are you ready to lose? How was your day, Pimp? What up, baby?
Have you read any of the Jeffrey Epstein emails?
Perhaps.
Have you used Gmail?
Perhaps. Have you accepted my invitation?
Rabbi.
Yes, Zoot. That's going in the water. I just want you to know that's definitely going in the water. No doubt it's going in the water. There's no doubt your ball is going in the water. Oh, just oogly. But this is
a
not.
very hard shot.
It is a very hard shot. It is a very, very hard shot. Those arrows really make it difficult. That's going in the water for sure. No doubt. No doubt in the water. No doubt in the water.
This is going in the water.
Are you serious?
Are you ready for the greatest shot of all time?
It's not that. It's going in the water, dog. No doubt. Oh,
I can still make it.
there's no way you make that shot. That's one of the most difficult shots in the history of the world. That's a miss. Big time miss.
It was closer than Rabbi.
Yeah, baby.
What's the worst you've ever been sunburned?
What's the worst I've ever been sunburned?
Yeah.
When I was a kid, our neighbors took us out on their boat. The day before my school started, and I got so sunburned, it hurt very badly. And
Do you think in the sunburn you are is different from a sunburn in Australia?
oh no, I mean Australia's sun's pretty strong. The desert sun's very strong as well, and I think it makes it worse when you're on water because water reflects everything, so you get it like even more intensely. So, but I mean, I'm not doubting that Australia, you can't get a bad sunburn there, but you could get a bad sunburn certainly in California, certainly in Arizona, or you could even get a bad sunburn in New York.
You have to make the shot.
Yeah, and I'm going to, and I just did. Oh, are you fucking serious, dude? Dude, are you fucking serious?
Who gets to go first now?
I do.
Why?
I don't know. I'm guessing. But look how good this shot is, dude. Dude, that's an absolute perfectly played shot. It could not be any better. Just don't hit my ball and everything will be great.
It's not good. It's not as good as this shot.
Dude, that's one of the most dog shit shots I've ever seen. I like how you have. I like how you have. I like how you have a chlamydia email or a gonorrhea email, and you never got tested for it, and then you went to a fucking glory hole, and now that lady's got fucking gonorrhea in her mouth and her hands. That bitch has gonorrhea hands. You're a super spreader. You're spreading STDs all over Southern Australia. Pretty soon, fucking Chelsea's gonna have fucking chlamydia hands, and she's not even gonna know how she got fucking gonorrhea hands. Oh no way, Zoot. Dude, fuck that. That was bullshit, and you know it.
Do you think Jeffrey Epstein will be pissed that people are going through his emails after his death?
That's not for me to determine, dog. Don't hit my ball. Just whatever you do. Don't hit my ball. Wow, that was good. Zoo, you need one of the best shots you've ever had. And you got it. That was a great shot. Dude, I just had one of the best shots I could have ever had, though. You need one of the best shots you've ever had. And if you screw it up, it's going to hurt you majorly. This might be one of the biggest mess ups ever. That's a mess up. Dude, that is devastating. Devastating. Oh, that was bad. There's no way, Zoot, you make this comeback. You need one of the best shots ever here, and then you need another excellent shot. Zoot, you're done. It's over for you, boy. Son, it's over for you. Look how good that shot is. Zoot, it's impossible for you to get the ball there. You should just give up. Zoot should just give up. If I were Zoot, I'd give up. Oh, no, not this hole. Anything can happen on this hole, Zoot. I'll take that shot all day long. That's one of the greatest shots in the history of humankind. You need one of the best shots ever. Well, not terrible. That was a terrible shot. Oh, make it. What a great shot. One of the greatest shots in the history of humankind. In the history of humankind, there have been some good shots, but perhaps none better than that shot. Zoot, do you want to be interviewed on your loss?
No, I'm good.
Okay. All right. I'm going to let you choose the next game. What do you want to play? Zoot. Zoot, you're the... Yeah, I already chose something. What do you want to play? Go fish? We'll play that. We'll play that after this. That's not what you wanted. That's not what you wanted. Zoot.
How bad did I do?
It's not that bad.
You gonna go? What are you gonna do it? Rabbi, you gonna go?
Dog, I went and I took the lead. That's
You ready for the most creative of all time?
Yep.
Fuck, that's not good.
Hey, Zoot, do you know what this new social media platform is called? It's called like Upcycle or something. It's from Australia.
Upcycle?
What? It's something like that.
It's not gonna work.
Okay, what's it called?
I don't know. Whatever it is, it's not gonna work.
Okay, so you have no idea about it.
No one will talk about it in 6 months.
All right.
Do you know why?
Because it's Australian?
Yes. And Australia banned under 16s, and that's like the demographic you need to build big social media apps.
Okay, that makes sense. Usually the shit that you say doesn't make any sense, but that does make sense. Dude, if you get that 333, that would be devastating. Devastating, Zoot. Devastating. Zoot just fucking won. Oh, Zoot. Zoot just played. Got 600 points. Oh, wow. I need to get this. And I did. And I won. What an amazing comeback. Dude, I got 1,000 points in a round. That's a lot. All right, Zoot wants to play Go Fish. We're going to play Go Fish with Zoot. And then we're going to take a break.
Australia's answer to everything is we just ban things. It's like,
Okay.
You sent me Uno, not Go Fish.
Oh, you're right. You are absolutely right. Zoot, apologies.
Play Uno first.
We'll play Uno first, then we'll play Go Fish. Oh, what the fuck was that, dog?
Not from the edge of the primary city, but from the hut. That's working. Moving versus my working. What is it working? Sukkos shows and Shomri Hagler. So it's a sukkah, that's a hut. That's a watchman would often go ahead and set up. Ve'ino Dara Kavua. Looking at the English over here, that's London is able to see was something that was not really sensitive.
Rabbi, the Australian government had to forget about the children. They were doing more with the foster care system, the foster care system, fucking birthday.
Okay. Dude, my cards are terrible.
Here's what Rabbi said. Number one, the din of working does not apply to Baba, which means that in Baba you have a city. The home of that city is measured from the edge of the city. And even if you have a hut,
Oh, you douche.
2/3 compass of the edge of the city, the home is not measured by the hut, but the home is measured by the edge of the city. Below, Hasibiros, the Kofars. And also, furthermore, there's no din of Hasibiros, of course, that's really fascinating. The din of Hasibiros of the Jew Mudin is only in Eretz Yisrael.
Oh, fuck.
So what's the logic?
Yeah, baby.
Why does the din of working not apply to Baba? The Shlichi did. Because Baba, interestingly enough, apparently is subject to flooding, flash flooding. So because of that, working
That was bullshit. That was bullshit. All right.
Go ahead and extend with so look at Rashi in just a moment. It's really incredible. So Rashi extends that Rashi says to the bubble.
You didn't forget how to play Go Fish.
And therefore, halacha l'maaseh, you can't rely that the organism is going to be there. Therefore, the din of organism doesn't apply to Baba.
I have the best Go Fish cards in the history of the game. Are you gonna go?
No.
Go Fish, dog.
Because literally there are no yeshivas there. Now, what is that? Look at Rashi. Those speaking the six stuff is really quite amazing. Those Talmudim hold in the year in the year. Almost Torah. So it says that Chutz La'aretz, we didn't really have a situation of going city to city to learn. So Masevi Rose,
Zoot has 4s and 5s. Zoot has 4s and 5s.
It allows you to control water for your livestock, and it's under two circumstances for you when you were in Kular Mitzvah, like in a mitzvah journey. So the pragmatic example of the Asian planet was only regardless. But the idea was anytime you're traveling over the course of Shabbos, the Soda Mitzvah, Chazal allowed you to use these Hasidic routes. Interestingly enough, in Chutz La'aretz, I want to point something out. Chutz La'aretz is outside of Eretz Yisrael and Baba. Interestingly enough, because Baba was not called Chutz La'aretz. You see that because Baba was reckoned separate field trip, which makes sense. Because in Baba there were yeshivas. So in Eretz Yisrael and in Baba, where you could potentially be traveling over the course of Shabbos for the Mitzvah, you could use Hasidic routes. Outside of Eretz Yisrael and Baba, where there were no yeshivas, you definitely use Hasidic routes. It was really incredible. About Ibcha Amino. I will say, but the opposite, of course, the opposite is true. In other words, the Halakha L'maisa, there are Hasidic routes in Baba, and the din of working in applies in Chutz La'aretz.
Why did you go off me for that?
The din of working in look like
There you have it.
I have a jack.
Man, you haven't had a single card for which I've asked, basically. You haven't had a single card for which I've asked.
That's funny.
All right, well, why don't you go, baby?
I know you have this card. Oh, wow. How do you know how to do it?
Why not, baby? Oh no. You're just doing all my shit. F off, dog. Yo, baby. 1, 2, 3. That's what I'm talking about. I knew you had those sixes, baby. I knew you had those sixes. Go fish, man. Dude, F you, man. This is a good game. No, you got that 10. Zoot. Oh, man. Are you serious? Zoot, are you serious? Yeah, baby. Big dog.
Your turn.
I know it's my turn. And I just got one of the greatest cards in the history of cards. Maybe the greatest card ever. Oh,
The one that I just thought.
dog, that wasn't cool. Give it to me. It's coming down to this, baby. Oh, baby. I take the lead. My first lead of the day. Big dog.
With
Big dog. Oh no, it's not my first aid. Give it to me. Fuck you.
Oh yeah. Fuck yeah.
And I will say so again, 3 qualifications. Number 1,
Oh, that sucks. That was the worst. That was the worst, dude. Dog, nobody thought that was cool. Dude, that was awful. And you know it. Dude. 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 Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Miss Aquarius's grandfather just died. So if you see her, just be nice. You don't have to say anything, but I'm just making you aware. Dude, I have a question for you. When are you going to see Chelsea? Dude, did you know that Chelsea is going to be the biggest female comic in the history of Australia? Zoot, I'm going to ask you this again. Did you know that Chelsea is going to be the biggest female comedian in the history of Australia? Zoot. Okay.
Literally, again, for every goal, for every conclusion, I've seen an end. The problem with mitzvahs are very expensive. So we'll say the kashtos, what Rabbi Rothschild is saying is like this: everything else in the world is finite. Everything else in the world is finite. The mitzvahs for the Torah is infinite. So David is on the David of Persia. So David Adam said this for giving space. Amar Eov of Persia. Eov said it in giving space. Amar Yecheskel of Persia. Yecheskel said it in giving space.
So what's on your agenda for today?
Amar David of Persia. David said what he did in Persia. Every goal was different. From every goal.
Zoo. Zoo, the shittiest, the absolute shittiest communicator in the history of communication. Just the worst communicator. You are the worst communicator.
What is supposed to say? So literally it means by your phones also spread it open in front of you. It is written on the back and on the front. The concept around and it says in it Kinim, is like this. Lamentations, the Hega, rejoicing, they and woe. What is that? Kinim, Zuparos and Shaltadik of
Zoo, the worst communicator in the history of communication. Perhaps. Zoo, normally I play with you more, but I'm working on a project. A sick project. Maybe one of the sickest projects ever. Zoo, do you know who Brendan Schaub is? Yeah, but you know how you always ask me who's the worst comedian on earth?
And ultimately, again, when it was unfolded, it was Esrim the Esrim. It was 20 by 20. And it says that it was written on the front and on the back. And if you were to peel back, so also it was written on the front and the back. So what the same imagery is, it was written on the front and the back. If you were to peel apart the front and the back and place them side by side, how much would that be? Arba'in be'esrim, 40 anos by 20 anos. Siv, mima dad b'shalamayim b'shamayim b'zeres nachim. Nimtza, kol ha'olam kulam achos b'shloshes alafim u'masayim b'kar. So what's that? If you do all of the math, the Gemara says it turns out that the world is 1/3200 of the size of the Torah. So what's that? Obviously, in the metaphorical point, Gemara is trying to paint this image of this massive scroll that totally eclipses the size of the world and highlight to us the dramatic expansiveness of Torah. When we speak about Torah, we say you can quantify Torah. Torah is Tanakh, Torah is Torah Shabbat, Torah Shabbat. So it looks like Torah, remember how Chazal referred to the Yam Shel Kabbalah. They refer to the sea of Gemara. The metaphor is imagery is an expansiveness. You stand on the banks of the ocean, you look out into the ocean, it looks like it's Nine Shane of salt, it has no end. So the idea that the depth and profundity of Torah is so much that it even eclipses the size of that's the image as how I put here. Rabbi Chisda, Darish, Mori, Barmai, B'Sir, B'nei Shnei Tuda Eiteinim, Muad L'Fnei Hashem. So it's actually quite beautiful. You might recall that that's from Yirmiyahu. So it says over here, that there were two literally baskets, two baskets of figs prepared before the Heichal Hashem. One of the baskets contained good figs, doubles, smoked. Like the early figs. Suppose it just use something that's happening over here. If you have the Torah or the Gemara, you can see that what's actually over here is kind of splices together two different pieces. There again, they're both from Yirmiyahu, Parashat Bel, Pasuk Aleph, keeping all of the days, but it's just taking different parts of it. So what they said, the image that Yirmiyahu had up is, I don't know if it's quite beautiful, is two baskets of figs. One basket is figs, doubles, smoked. Kita'ina Bachoros on the days, got good echad, and the second basket, Kita'ina Ra'o small, on bad figs, after those say echad they go. That could not be eaten because they were so bad. So I was like, look at the two baskets of figs representing beautiful. I told Abel said you could continue. The figs, those represent that you could continue. Taking Haro, figs. Abel was shut. This refers ultimately again to the Shem Kumira. That was the Leviticus Gemara. The Shema Tomer. So maybe you'll say the basket of bad things, which represents the Shem Kumira. Shema Tomer. Avad Sidra. Ubando Sikura. Maybe you'll say there's no hope. There's no hope. There's no possibility of redemption. Whether Shem Kumira Shabudomar, have to go in. Moshe says that both of the baskets of figs give forth a beautiful aroma. So it's like even the figs which can't be consumed, right? Even the things which were bad, right? Even the human drummings still give forth a beautiful aroma. Even the hero, I see they both baskets of figs have the ability to give forth a beautiful aroma. So just understand the power of that Gemara. That's what the attention to lush. The Gemara says over here that the basket once the basket of toothpicks, Tzadikim Kibor. The Gemara doesn't just use Russian over here of Tzadikim and Shah. That's use Russian of Tzadikim Kimurim, Shah Kimurim. The Russian of Kimurim represents that person can be a Rasha, could be like a recreational Rasha, right? Because the Rasha means so. Right? So they're the way they try to be good, or vice versa. The Shah Kimurim, like the Rasha, like the Rasha, and usually Tzaddik Gomer, like I should say, usually about Shuvah Kimurim, the Rambam says. So the Lashon of Gomer represents a Lashon of finality and totality.
That's the prince. I have different aspects of my identity. Gomer means this is the totality of my identity. What the Gemara is saying? You might have thought that the shut in Gemurim, Alpha Sidra Mufat Sikri. You might have thought that a Russia Gomer, that's it. A Russia Gomer is down and out. Does anyone want to talk about a Russia Gomer? No. Even the Russia Gomer, I will say it's incredible. Even Russia Gomer has gotten lost in it. What's incredible Gemara. Even if a person is a Russia Gomer, the beautiful scent of holiness is always there. The beautiful scent of loveliness never goes away. Even when your nice and when your identity is so fundamentally compromised, the scent of holiness is incredible. Incredible. It's one of those like not a shovel. My says, have you got enough for that? What does it mean when it says that you've got it? First, that's interesting. The first time we see you got it is, of course, the story by Raphael. So there is interesting that you got it as translated as magic. That's often called the English or the here in this context, it's interesting that it actually translated as violence. Okay, so you got it just there. You got it gave their self. What's the root? This is so beautiful. Elu Bakure Yisrael, Shalom Tamis Hanti. We'll say, so the violence that you got in their self. This refers to young Jewish men who never tasted the taste of sin. So what is that? The Marshal comments on this. The Marshal says this backbone in the realm of our eyes. The realm of our eyes. It's referring to the same exception in context, and just a little bit as well. This is hopefully about young men who are careful to guard themselves from the government. No person, I will say, no person can get it in every case of the case of sin, or every case of the case of sin, we all see. But when I say a person, especially a young person, when passions are strongest, who is careful to guard himself from immorality, that's the important thing. That ultimately, again, is the violence who makes such a beautiful sin. And the obvious thing will come the garden, and at the entrance, there are all types of beautiful food. Who is that? Elu B'nos Yisrael, this refers to the Jewish women. Shemakidos Yisraelis B'Ba'alei. So it literally says they tell their openings to the husband. So actually, for example, here, this refers to Rashi. Actually, yeah, we'll see. Rashi will go over that a little bit. So I think Yisrael B'Ba'alei means they tell their husbands and they become a them. That the wife tells her husband should be continued on, that a husband shouldn't be whatever transgress with her. Rosh Hashanah, you know that possibility. Sha'ol goes to Spain with our lady. Literally, it goes their opening security is now underway. The atrocity, the riches, this woman, and she maintains her objectives. Security lines Kadosh and man trying to go to the again. Literally, you and old, my beloved, I will require this down to you. I'm looking at this as well. Looking at this well. This is so beautiful. Probably so what they sort of point out. This notion of it so much. The last couple of them, regarding the immorality and how versus people conquer immorality. There is the greatest power that a person has, the greatest power that a person has, and the power that a person has. What does it mean that young person, right? So we're all young. Young person is able to resist immorality. It's almost like that the violence is off scent. So listen, the concept of scent, what does it mean that your scent is beautiful? If you overcome immorality, your scent is something that just exists by itself. In other words, you don't do anything. The scent is just a part of your being. Something has a beautiful, pleasing scent. It's just a part of their gestalt. It's a part of what they are. They can't be.
Oh my gosh. You should know.
There are certain things that I do that gives me great devotion. There's a holiness. There are certain things that I do that just fundamentally change who I am. I admit, like a reaction, I admit to be able able to overcome the pull overcame around you, not just the chance that I'm holding, that I'm good, that I'm present in the moment. It's like I emit a different scent.
There she is. How you doing,
I'm
kid?
okay. I'm problematic. I'm okay.
Alrighty, ma'am.
I'm sorry. I had everybody calling, everybody coming over.
Miss Aquarius.
You know, I didn't see him go out. I didn't want to see him go out. I already didn't see him. So.
Don't you apologize for anything. I'm so glad to hear that you are in strong spirits. That's amazing. You're a strong woman.
Yeah, I don't did my little crying, but I'm still going there sometimes. I should do my little crying. And, I did cry when, he died, but we'll be all right. It's going to take some time, Rabbi.
That's right, Miss Aquarius. 100%, but you'll be strong. And you got it.
You being strong for me. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You got that right. Just one moment. I'll send you an invitation.
Okay.
It sounds like things that were given earlier, things that were given later.
Put some on.
Each generation legislates new laws
Wash my hands.
for the purpose of keeping them.
Oh, they got a daily quiz that you go win Corona. That's you right there.
I'm here. What'd you say?
They got a daily quiz win that game. What's the called? Carol? There you go. There go your game.
There you go. All right. Just one moment.
You can win your Corona. I don't need them no more. The hospital no more.
That's right.
Granddad, was that you trying to knock this down? All right, Granddad, I'm fine. There we go. We'll be all right. I love you. Knock that tower down.
How's your auntie doing?
She's doing okay. She's gonna lay down and go to bed. I know she's gonna do some crying, but hey, mother has to cry because she cried with me, and I'm gonna console her too, but she can cry, but let her cry. You gotta get it out.
Yeah, you're already strong.
Yeah, we are, but we still gonna have our moments.
Oh, I know that.
I done cried. And I just got through crying too, talking to my best friend. So,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna be all right. I'm gonna be fine. Just we gotta get used to. That's all.
Yes.
We've been in here for a long time. Been living here for a long time.
Yes, ma'am. Okay. I'm about to send you an invitation. And you should get it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Brr.
Here we go. Yay. Right.
There you go.
Go, Rabbi. Come on, Rabbi.
Give me it.
There you go.
What a tough spare.
Yeah. Yeah.
Rabbis are just adding on layers to
I gotta watch this.
I'll keep the Doraisas, that's all I need. So you see Hazal coming along and saying, there is no condition I could have. There is no way of life without the Torah.
There we go.
There we go.
Just how to take the Doraisas, make them applicable and sustainable in the real world. So you see something like this, that if you want to disparage the Rabbanon, you're going to burn
Rabbi. Okay, Rabbi. Go. Strike it. You don't even strike.
Split it. There we go. Whoa, what a tough spare.
It's only a matter of time. It takes years or maybe up to generations. But at the end of the day, it's absolutely true. Asking a lot of does it say lad, disparage? Lad, there's lad. Looks like now the way Gemara was kind of interpreting the concept was the word is lahad.
Oh, that's gotta go. Yeah, he might be coming back. I hope.
I think so.
We've never heard me say that.
Gimme. No.
No.
It wasn't like shot with that. That if you study Gemara, you're studying the Rabbanon. So it's like you have to do this. This is something beautiful. He says, just like when you, how do you feel after a mistake? How do you feel after a mistake? You're satisfied. How do you feel?
Okay. Come on, Rabbi.
Satisfied. You know what I'm saying?
Give me this.
So the truth is, to make that to your level, a good meal, a good steak, gives us the track. You feel good after it. It says, like the world is good. There's like, if you have a good steak, a good steak and a glass of wine, and those cherries on it. Right, but it's better. A good taste and a good glass of wine.
Get it, Miss Aquarius.
So again, the universe is in equilibrium. Right? Life is perfect. The only thing I'm missing in that moment is Mashiach. Maybe even feels like a little bit like
Right.
in all seriousness, where else do you replicate like that? When do you have a feeling in life that like the world is good? The world is good and everything is perfect. That's where good luck you are. That's what I'm saying. No, you have a doc like this. You have a doc like this. You're gonna walk out, and there's gonna be like a wave of satisfaction that sweeps over you. Have more like this. That's the Gemara says. When you learn a lot, when you learn a good piece of Torah.
All right, let's reload it.
Yes, it's just like having a good steak. Just like a good satisfaction. It's just like a satisfaction. So I will say, listen to this incredible story. Incredible story. I said Rabbi Akiva. Sheikh Hamushi says, we'll say, such a dramatic story. There was a Rabbi Akiva was incarcerated in jail. But then Yada again, right? So they said, where was Rabbi Akiva in jail? This was the end of his life. This was Rabbi Akiva dies a brutal death at the hands of the Romans. This question skipped from the
Tough split.
This is the story. This is the story.
Get it. Okay. Give me this.
I'll fill in parts as you go on. He was incarcerated.
All right, give me this one. No.
Was his attendant. Was like his shop. This was taking care of him. And I will say, what is Garci? I will say, this is what we did Rashi. Rashi says Garci is Shane Makam. It's the name of his place. That's where he lived. That's where he lived. Otherwise, Rashi says, I will say, this is incredible. The Shnachino, Shen Tochen Yurisim. Tochen Yurisim. He used to go ahead and grind lentils. I just want to point something out. I often say this. To me, one of the most incredible things you find in the Gemara is when you find these incredible tzaddikim who had jobs. They had jobs. Not only did they have jobs, they will say, but what? But they were labor.
There we go.
Like there was a guy who ground up lentils. Sometimes in life we think that the fact that I have to work for a living hinders from becoming a tzaddik. It exempts from becoming a talmud. You know, listen, to become a talmud or a tzaddik, that's the purview of like people who get to live their lives because they say, I have to go out to work. So if I have to go out to work, I could be a good balabas. Like that's like the ceiling of it. It's not true. Everybody has the capacity to be a tzaddik. Everybody has the capacity to be a tzaddik. Everybody has the capacity to be the greatest of the great.
Bye-bye.
Yes, ma'am. Can't go yet.
Go.
Now I can.
Go. Go.
Okay.
You're doing it.
Give me it. Give me it. Oh, man. Mr. Chris had a nice spare.
Now, remind me the meat that I will say mean as follows. We bring Rabbi Akiva enough water for the tiras yadayim and for drinking.
Look at you. Big time strike.
So we'll say one day that we should have jail with water.
Ooh, that's a tough split.
So the guard becomes suspicious of Yeshua Garci. Today,
Not what we wanted.
A lot more water. Shema Lachtar Beisasun Akosar. So
Oh.
Right? Because how do you think it's all right? You pour water on the ground.
How's your split doing your knee? It's been better?
Yeah, thankfully. Appreciate you asking. Do my best not to re-injure it. Wow, you got a big score, Miss Aquarius. Nobody's touching your score. Miss Aquarius, we've got to play one more game for Papa and see if you get your 200th win.
Right.
199. Here we go, folks.
Yeah,
We got one more for Papa. That's right. All right, Miss Aquarius. You have an invitation.
So he said, okay, the water for hand wash. There's barely enough water in there.
Get it. That's a good start. Get it. Great spare. Oh.
So, finger snap.
Yes, ma'am. Get it. Oh, that's a big score. Get it. All right, all right. Give me this. Oh. I'll get this. Give me this. All right. Get it.
Oh, whatever.
That was pretty good.
Yeah.
You're welcome. Oh, get it.
Right.
What a spare. You've gotten 3 spares in a row.
Hey, come on.
I'm trying. 3 spares in a row.
Yeah, right.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Get it.
Oh, I can write that one down.
All right. This is time for your fourth spare.
Good stuff, one. Nope, I knew I wasn't going to get it. It's too tough. You got it. Come on, Rabbi.
This is not a modeling for us in halacha of nice.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You got a bunch. This is a big score. Oh, yeah. She's going to cruise into number 200.
All right, Rabbi, let's see.
Give me it. All right. All right, all right. Miss Aquarius, 200 wins, girl. Good job. Miss Aquarius with her 200th win. 200th win. Absolutely.
That was for you, Papa. How to do it again for you. We ain't never forget that. That's a memorable.
Absolutely. 100%. All right, Miss Aquarius. It is time for you to get some sleep. I know you've had a long day.
It's too late. It's too early.
Okay, yeah, it probably is a little early. That's right. Okay. We'll just keep you company. Yes, ma'am.
Chill out.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do your class today, Rabbi?
Yes, I did.
Good. Now that's why you was definitely.
Is that why I was what?
Definitely.
Yeah, it was.
My son, if your heart is wise, my heart will rejoice gamani, me as well. Omer, Chacham, beneath the Samachili, Bashili, Harfi, Gamani. So let's just do one more line on this time. Dora Shrava might see just plug those in the answer. Now, we know the foreign national products. Mira, Harka Hagafen, Hasak Hasmadar, Inatsu Harimogi. Sham Etin as Doti, Sham Eta as Doti. What's this? What's the what does it mean? What does it mean? Come on, come, my beloved. This God is your so again. This passage is from Shiashi. It's not clear who is the man and who is the woman. So I like that sometimes sometimes it's male, sometimes it's Shiashi. So the male and female personality switch back and forth. So what does it mean when it says the Chadal Dinitza? So come my brother. Chazal says to Hashem, how do you do not judge us like those who dwell in the cities? Sheish Rabbi Gezel, Ra'arayis, Shashab, Shashab. So let's see, the cities. So you have all the devices. Like all of the devices exist.
You want to do your daily press to run? Rabbi, so you can win it? Because I don't know how to.
Don't think of us like
Yeah, just give me a moment.
That Quran thing, you can get that Quran.
Sure.
Quran. That Quran, get the day. They don't do that, Chris. You don't have to do it. I'll just make you learn.
No, you're good. We'll do it. Just one moment.
So we're not like those who dwell in the cities who engage in all
I'm so glad about that. Yeah. And then you get 75 points.
There
They say play any game. I don't know if we can play together, huh?
Let us sleep in the villages. I'll take
If you
you
get it.
We'll see.
I'll show your Ozim Shishmatam Tova.
All right, what are the rules?
You shower so much good. And
See the
yes,
David Chris?
they go ahead and fundamentally don't believe in you. But us, but we believe in you. Yashkuma to come in, go ahead and
Win one game.
in the vineyards.
What does it
Play
say?
every day, but I don't know if you play with me. I don't know.
And then you get a Lithuania something? All right, Mr. Aquarius, I'm sending you an invite to Karam.
And there's play good on me. See?
You want to see again, you want to see my greatest color? I'll show you my sons and my
That's me.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
You want to get the black ones in.
Yeah, I got to get the black. Yeah. Okay, there you go.
We're not finished.
Yes, ma'am.
There you go.
Where, Joe?
Zoom, everyone have a wonderful day. Today, I want to begin by thanking our sponsors, to thank Ed and Faith Wolf for being our Torah sponsors for the month of Elul, in memory of beloved father, grandfather, great-grandfather Cyrus, Shalom, and Tzvi Hirsch, Zichron Lebracha. We thank our week of learning sponsor, Joe and Dahlia Barrett.
Oh, it's such a white one in there. That's what it does.
Anniversary, Hashem, and their successful Aliyah 3.5 years ago. We also thank Howard
Okay, you building.
dedicating the shiur this morning in memory of Howard's father.
Okay, you can get in there. Yeah.
With that, let us begin. It's a beautiful day ahead of us today. Today, that's of our 21.
All right, now's your chance to get a bunch of them in.
Yeah, try. That's what I'm doing.
I'm going to get started by Ada. The reason why Ada says as follows.
Almost.
Just the person
Yeah.
to find a little bit of the halachos of Hasididos. Remember again.
Oh, but I put one of yours in.
I know, by accident.
Regarding drawing water on Shabbos, that although the water itself is technically categorized as such it has the requisite dimensions of 10, 12, 15, 20, 12, and wide, and we're dealing with wells which are
Oh, man, how did you get mine in?
drawing water on Shabbos would constitute a significant issue.
I don't know.
This content of the Pasei Midos or the King of how do you think things position have more corners? So that's not
Yeah, but I've got to get this white one in. If I don't get the white one in, then the red one comes back. And I just put a bunch of yours in. And watch, the red one came back. That red one's known as the queen.
I don't win anyway. Okay, if I get the last one.
I have to get the queen in first.
Yeah, you go right.
No, I didn't. I have to get the queen in first.
Oh.
Yeah, that's why the red one's special.
Yeah. You got one? Okay.
What it means is as follows: that a person has to be older, like a Rizak Shavuos Sukkos. And so again, as you're traveling, obviously you require water. Person's going to be traveling.
Get that black one that's right next to you.
Right there?
Yeah, it's like, oh, no.
Nope, can't get it.
I just hit one of yours in.
I remember that there.
Which one is it? Is it for the only rebellion? Or is it
Oh,
Come
almost.
on now. I don't know. Right?
What does it mean when Hasseviros or the Havis? It means for the animals or the only rebellion. Behemoths or the rebellion. אבל אדם אפילו only rebellion of which you live in the shtos.
No, right? Right.
It's just a moment. But again, what the Gemara is quoting right now will say is as follows.
Let's see if we can get fancy.
So the Pashtos is not just you, but your
Yeah.
All right, now I have to put this white one in, or the red one comes back. And I did.
Yeah.
No, but the thing I scratched, so it's all back.
Watch this. Was not made for people. This school was not made for people. Because what should people do? This is wild. About Adam, top of Chafalif, about Adam, Mitapes,
we can get that one.
It's another answer for a person. What's an answer for a person? Just go into the well. Just go into the well. Like you can go ahead and lower yourself in the well. You can drink from the well to the Now again, obviously, if you go into the well, then of course
there you go.
There's no issue of any kind of rishuyos. Yeah. There's no issue of any kind of transfer of rishuyos because you're going into the well. But look at Rashi. This is really wild. Habab Kafalet, Mitapes, Ochins beyond the rod, not big solemn. Nichnas, beyond seeing Mitapes. What is the mercy? What should you do if you want to drink water from all the How do you lower yourself into the well? You go ahead and you just climb down the well. Like you put your arms and your legs by the side of the well, go down the street, come back up. It's incredible. There's one thing over here that the hazard of possibly hazard of wanted for the animals. But people, you don't need to rely on a kingdom like this. But rather, you can actually go into the well.
Hey, I'll get that. You got it.
Yes, ma'am. All right.
Yeah, did you get it? See if you got your daily credit.
I did 75 coins. And
Yay.
the flag. Yeah.
Good job. All right.
Thank you, ma'am. Hope you
You're
don't.
welcome. Yay.
Yeah, it's right.
I will play one day and get it. I get it one day. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, madam.
You're welcome. Now, hey, that was pretty good, huh? It reminds me of that what's it called? The ping pong, you know, the one you go and you put in the hole?
Yes, ma'am.
But I have to thing, yeah.
I'll be right back.
Because then that's portable water. It's drinkable water. But when I say it's for animals, what does it make a difference what type of water source it is? To which the Gemara says, well, you don't need to be causing the other. You require something ultimately that is suitable for a person. That is suitable for a person. So the idea being that although the Hefter Pasiri Rose was only for animals, nevertheless it only worked for a more chashuv water source. What's the definition of a chashuv water source? The type of water source that would be used by people as well. So the Gemara says, about which, as we just said, that the hectare passing wells is only for behaviors. But for people, if you need water, go into the well. I think how you recover. Well, what if the well was very wide, so that a person couldn't successfully navigate in and out of the well? Then how you recover, you will the other. If the well is too wide, so that a person can't get in and out of it, then means that a person can go out and use the head of the possibility as well. Furthermore, below Yimale, A person should not go ahead and fill up water and place it before his animal on Shabbos. About this Jimmer, you're utilizing the musty rows. You should not go ahead and fill up a container and put it in front of the animal. The show faith is made to him, though. You can deliver a set. You can pour it in front of the animal. The show seme is out, and ultimately the animal can drink on its own. Not skip the Rabbanan indicate how evil Masiri rose. If that's the case, then what? How does it not gonna Masiri rose help? Maho evil, the Maros man. What do you mean, how did it help? It helped you to draw water from the well. Elama Hoyel Rosha Vaduba Shapala. And I will say, if that's the case, then again, why Chazal have to create a minimum size of enclosure enough for the head of the majority of the body of the para? Suppose it was just yesterday's Rabbi, how come I ask? The evils are only Rosh Hashanah. We're talking about a trough that is standing in Rosh Hashanah. Gavoa Asara, 10 fucking high. Rochi Barba'a, the Rosho Nichnas Odein HaPasr. So we'll say, so again, that's the continuation. That's just the restating of yesterday's discussion. So we'll say, what comes out of here is something very important. So what comes out of this sugya is the Gemara telling us that the Dina Fasili Rose was actually instituted for the Hamas only go. But ideally, Fasili Rose is not used for people. If you want to drink from the well, go into the well. Go into the well. Go into the well. However, since the well is too wide, that you can't navigate inside of the well, Enoch Nami wants to go ahead and utilize the well. One could go ahead and draw water for their own drinking purposes from Pasivi Roses. And I will say this is indeed how the Rambam Paskins. So the Rambam says, since it will Shabbos part of the Zion. Actually, you'll see. Fine. The truth is, we'll read this Rambam. Let's just do the next few lines because it's going to be a little bit more halakha together. Just all together. So the Gemara goes like that. The Gemara says, I'm going to be about Amara. So just keep this in mind. Number one, we've seen that Pasiri Ra'os is primarily for animals. People, if they want to drink from the well, should go into the well, drink water from inside the well. But yet it seems to be that even a person can use the heter of Pasiri Ra'os if the well is too wide, so that a person can't scale down the well. What's interesting? See them here again. Sometimes tools are good, but sometimes a person's knowledge should try to avoid using it because, the use of a kula is important under extreme circumstances, but sometimes the use of too many kulas too often sometimes fundamentally undermines and erodes a person's developing halacha. Like if you think about it, what a crazy thing. I want to drink up water on Shabbos as well. So I'm going to scale a well. It's like, can you imagine if I've never heard of such a thing? I've never heard of something like this. I'm going to scale the well. But you see over here that, again, if I need to use the kula, I'll use the kula. But if there's only enough to better than it works. Not because the golden light is not good. But the golden light is the key to sensitivity and development of each halacha. And sometimes, again, we use up too many kulas too often. Fundamentally undermine that relationship. So I'll say two more pieces or two more qualifications. I'm going to hear me about Abba Amra. A working below. This is fascinating. Below Hasib Yiraos. So we'll say really fascinating. There's no thing of working. So what is working? Second of the short of Rashi. Working below from the water.
Mexico 2029. I'll be there for that, dude.
Oh, yeah. Whoa. He should lean into his Mexican side.
Yeah. We all know it's true. Puerto Rican church that. His face, he does look like he's gotten a little older, too. Always more white hair.
Remember that Trump song? It's like, Donald Trump is Brandon Trump.
But that one that goes,
oh my God, I will vote for Brandon Trump.
Yeah, you could become the Mexican fucking president, dude. They voted a lady in.
Yeah, I mean, look, stranger things have happened. Season 5.
And there's hot shit. Let's see what this is about. A lot of video posts this week, dude. I'm excited. This one's posted by Busy Middle 8108. It's called Papa's First Hunting Kill. Shot a very rare white albino.
What you doing, Rabbi?
Of course.
Creating an Instagram account.
Want to brag about it? Don't you want to like preserve an albino?
Creating an Instagram account.
Yeah, I don't know what that is. Never heard of it, but I assume so.
I thought you had one.
Oh, Mr. Chris, I have one.
He's He's like,
200 of them.
He's like, I shot at Baldy.
Right, then you just want to have a lot of them.
No, on my first truck.
I need to have one
Everybody was like, dude, what are you
specifically
doing? Bro, listen,
because
bro.
it logged me out of one of my others, and I don't want to use one of the 200 that I have. I want to create a new one, so
I'll fuck you up.
that's
They're
what I'm
like, it's
doing.
an endangered species. Like, I was like, does that make sense?
Let's see.
And there's access there, access there, right? Oh wow. Yeah. So there's all these access there, and he goes, and I go, well, you guys know hunting. Which one? He goes, that white one. I'm like, oh, the white one. That's cute as fuck. He goes, well, dude, that white one.
Very fast deer.
Fast, so I shoot him, right? And he's like, and they were telling me like, your adrenaline's me going. There's all this shit. And I'm like, great. Like, I shoot that white one. He's like, yeah, because you want to hit him right above the shoulder, so it hits him in the heart, so he doesn't struggle. I'm like, right. So I shoot him.
Oh my god, dude. That's so funny. They're like all serious with him, telling him, he's like, oh yeah, buddy. All right, cool.
Can you imagine how much you had
Oh
not
my
think
God,
that he
there was
understood what he said?
just crying in my
Instructions, he
life.
goes, all right.
I'm sure.
That we're
One
not
thing
hitting
that
it,
always helps
no
in,
chance.
to know is time heals all wounds, Miss
He's
Aquarius.
probably on his phone. All right. He's haven't got anywhere near.
With my scope right above the shoulder. Good. Right.
There he is.
He takes off like, oh fuck, I missed. Boom, falls on like, oh shit.
Okay, how
They're
are
like,
you?
yeah, hit me high
I'm good,
five.
just making
I
dinner.
thought I'd have
Ooh,
like
what
this
are you making?
adrenaline rush. Nothing.
Fries, curly fries, and tequila.
He's a psychopath.
A man after my own heart.
Wait a minute, clarify the
You weren't excited or nothing?
And
That's
Skittles.
crazy, dude. That's the craziest thing he's ever said.
It's Tito, bitch.
And then Brian's like, oh, he's just like me. Yeah, there's nothing going on. There's nothing going inside. Nothing inside.
You're back.
Man.
Okie dokie.
You're done.
Nothing, like, I didn't have the adrenaline, like, I was high-fiving and stuff, but, like, my nerves were fine. I was like,
That's the title of this episode. Brennan Chop feels nothing after killing deer.
He should put it, yeah, it feels nothing after killing albino deer. Brennan Chop feels nothing after killing endangered species. Not that particular one is. It's probably factually accurate.
It's so funny, dude.
You drink enough rain, you stop feeling shit. Same kid.
Yeah, dude, shout out to the new table we got right between us. Rains all day, daddy.
but, like, my nerves were fine. I was like, that thing, boom. And then,
Oh, y'all must have forgot, dude.
Oh, that's so good, dude.
dude, give me an 8.
Oh, what are your thoughts on that, dude?
I mean, probably not true. Could be, I guess. Very funny though. Yeah.
If you were shot, how do you make sure that the lies you tell on your podcast don't come back to haunt you? Like, do you threaten, because you're so big and buffy and beefy and all this stuff, do you threaten the people that you're hunting with, like, dog, I'm going to say I killed the most rare thing of all time, you're going to fucking go with it?
Yeah, it's hard to tell whether he's dumb enough because both are dumb. Like if he was just like, dude, I'm gonna say I killed somebody, so just don't say anything as part of the show. But and with the flip side of that is like also stupid, where he's like, I'll kill you if you say it. I don't know. I'm not sure. What do you think?
Thank you for asking. What's it called? I think that, like, people find out you have a podcast, people find out you do stand-up comedy, so they'll say something and be like, oh, you could use that. Brennan Chop is like the guy that uses all of it. He just acts like it's all him.
Yeah. His life is a movie.
So he goes on these hunting trips, or whatever this hunting trip was, and they killed the actual albino deer. And they're like, you should talk about that on your podcast. And then Chop's eyes just get big, and he's like the Jack Nicholson thing.
Yeah. But it becomes him. Yeah, that makes sense.
And then they're like, Doc, we say you use it, but don't say that you did it. What the fuck?
He doesn't say their names, who they are. He's like, I actually taught them a lot. They said I was a natural.
They actually walked away with a better hunting ability than they're working with me. Let's see what we got here, dude. One more sound real quick.
Dude, giving Nate.
Alright. This one's posted by, I said really quick and it was very slow, but Appropriate Duty posted this on Appropriate Duty 930. Jesus can return as AI. So they want to see it, Baba. Let's see.
I've seen this one or heard it.
Jesus was born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer?
That guy just saying shit. Like that's a deep. He says it as if he was expecting it, or it's an interesting tangent that they can discuss, but not what it is, which is like, what the fuck are you talking about? But play it again.
Jesus was born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer?
Actually, maybe I'm reading it wrong. That is kind of being like, what the fuck are you talking about? Play that again. I like this guy.
Jesus was born out of a virgin mother. What's more virgin than a computer?
I can't do that. This guy's funny. This is how are you supposed to respond to that? What do you mean? What's more virgin than a computer?
Let's see what he says.
If Jesus does return, even if Jesus was a physical person in the past, you don't think that he can return as artificial intelligence?
Oh my God!
Artificial intelligence.
He busted in that right now. He said, "Oh my God, I'm gonna come, Joe."
What's up? What's up?
Could absolutely return as Jesus. Not just return as Jesus, but return as Jesus with all the powers of Jesus.
Combine Tesla's Optimus robot and the best foundational artificial intelligence model or whatever.
It reads your mind and it loves you and it wants you. It doesn't
Are you
kill
in a
it because it's gonna just go be with God again.
Am I on a stage?
I don't even understand what he's trying to say.
You're in space?
Yeah, I'm in a
Says
space.
who is to
I heard that
thank or
name.
blame for the state of comedy. Yeah, it's this guy with thoughts like that.
Yeah.
It's fucking.
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. No one's been more supportive.
He's what are you talking about? Why is he doing the religious thing now too? Everything that sucks can be tied back directly to Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
I think.
Well, I mean, honestly, everything that sucks can be tied back directly to Catholicism.
That's true.
And this is just an extension of that. You're giving Joe Rogan too much credit.
What if? Okay, or do you have more to say about that?
Yeah, and then the Unitarian, what is your thing called?
Unitarian Universalist.
And don't get me started on that.
Okay. What if? Stay with me, okay? Don't kill me. What if AI could come back as Joe Rogan? Dude, right? So it's like AI teaches you all about aliens and talks a lot about Traeger grills. What's more powerful than Joe Rogan?
Right.
And then an AI.
Here's my thing, dude. I'm Joe Rogan, right? Dude, I'm not talking about AI, dude.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be like, Jesus is gonna come back and be the fucking middleweight champ of the UFC, dude.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that. That's what I think is gonna happen. Do you don't think Jesus is gonna come down here, choke a fool out, and then pray for him? That's what he's gonna do.
I think I'll take that.
No striking.
He has this, and he's Darth Vader, Jesus. I think Jesus comes back. He's coming back as a comedian. I think Jesus already did come back as Joe Rogan. That's when you know that Joe Rogan's really lost it. It's when he says that. What if Jesus is here right now? His name's Brendan Schaub. I wish he had said that, dude. If he had said that, it would have gone so fucking viral. I mean, this went viral too. But this fucking idiot. Stand up for yourself. Have some fucking respect for yourself, you cuck. That's a cuck. This is a cuck. This guy on the right.
Oh, my bad. I put the joke.
That's, yeah, wow, it's Tesla. You suck. You suck ass. You're horrible. You know, and you have a great set.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's on a spaceship.
That's what I was about to say. Right? So can you do me a favor?
Sure.
Can you see what Joe Rogan said to start this clip real quick?
What if AI came back as God?
I'm like, dog, you know you're in a spaceship right now, right? Dude, you know how much fucking money this costs? And you're gonna say some stupid fucking shit like that, dude? Dog, you're in my spaceship. I don't even want you in here anymore. That's the fucking most stupid thing I've ever heard. I wanted to say another word, but this is YouTube, you know?
I get it, yeah. I like that. The guy's mad because like Joe Rogan has disgraced his amazing set. Yeah. I think that's funny. That's a great. But I also said, what if AI comes back as God? AI, like AI left, not Jesus. No, you're right. This guy he put on a great show, and Rogan comes in and says some really stupid shit, some heinously stupid shit.
You think I'm doing this for the views, Rogan? Fucking go back outside and put your brain on, dude. What the hell is this?
How dare you sit in our burnt orange chairs and say some shit like that? Fuck you.
Oh shit, we got another Rogan? I wanted to watch this episode too. I haven't seen it yet, but this one's posted by Appropriate Duty 930. Christianity is real because people are nice.
The scripture to me is what's interesting. It's fascinating.
This is a religious podcast.
Wow, I think it's a UFO podcast.
So why is your Rogan is so annoying that he comes on and just whatever he wants to talk about is what you're talking about. It's a fucking space podcast in a spaceship, and Rogan starts talking about scripture. He's like, dude, I fucking love church right now. And you gotta go with it because he's Joe Rogan. You go, oh, yeah, I was gonna talk about space and spaceships.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I do. It's like poker.
What are you fucking babbling about, you fucking billionaire psycho?
Yeah, dude. Fuck. Let's see the rest.
That is what, and also that Christianity, at least, is the only thing I have experience with. It works.
People, I can't stop.
Christianity works. Okay, good. I got Joe Rogan on my podcast. So what are you talking about? He was talking about Christianity works really well. Okay. I didn't know I had him on because I have a spaceship set and I wanted to talk about aliens, but we ended up talking about going to church on Sunday.
Dude, Joe Rogan sucks.
Yeah. He talked for an hour about the collection bowl. He said the pastor, he actually knows more than the pastor about God.
Yeah, but Joe Rogan's cool, right? He got you a gift. Yeah, he bought me a nativity scene. I put it in my spaceship.
Yeah, he bought me a Bible signed by him.
With the crown of thorns, Joe with the crown of thorns. We should change that out, but we'll never get rid of the neck.
Oh yeah, we should put a crown of thorns on it.
You're right, we should do it to the neck.
And the neck would probably be, if she came here, she'd probably be super duper Christian.
Paul C, dude, get on it, dude. Can we get a crown of thorns on the neck real quick?
Yeah, who else has to sacrifice?
Yeah. You know what I got a problem with, dude? Listen, this is 10 minutes to shop, but we got to talk about Christianity once a week. Okay. You know what I got?
That's the narrative.
That's what I'm saying. The narrative, dude. Why do they like celebrate his death? Like the most brutal way of killing him. That's what like symbolizes him. Everyone's like, oh yeah, they just fucking made this motherfucker bleed on the cross, dude. And then everyone's like, oh, the cross is beautiful. It's like, no, dude, that fool died on the cross.
Yeah, that's a good criticism for sure.
What the fuck? What kind of crazy fucking ritual is this? Where we're like praising the death of some prophet.
You know what that's like? Us watching Girl Popping. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to Brennan Shop.
Yeah.
That's like a cross necklace.
Well, I want to get that on my neck. Get the Green Poppy poster, right?
The Dallas skyline.
Yeah.
What's up, Dallas?
And yeah, you push a button that says what's up, Dallas.
People that are Christians, that go to this church that I go to, that I meet, that are Christian, they are the nicest fucking people you will ever meet. They're really kind, and
You have $1 billion. You know, if Cooney had more money than he has now, I'd be a lot nicer.
Oh yeah, god damn. Of course they're nice to you. You're fucking Joe Rogan. Yeah. He's so stupid.
That's like saying, like, the open mic scene in Austin, dude, the kindest people.
Yeah,
It's like the most cutthroat place. You got like 30 spots that millions of comics really get. But Joe Rogan comes around and they're like, we will suck your dick.
yeah, they're gonna be nice to you, Joe. You're a famous person.
We know you're gay. We will suck your dick.
Like, I went to this fucking mosque and they hated me there. I went to this fucking Buddhist place and they were like, fuck you. Fuck your mother. No, you're fucking Joe Rogan and rich and famous.
Yeah.
You should be. He has no idea the amount of yes men around him. No one has told you you're not funny. There you go. Anyone that tells you're good at stand-up, you know they're not telling you the truth right there.
That's a problem.
It's probably a problem.
they are even more nice at a church. When you leave the church parking lot, everybody lets you go in front of them. Everybody's beat. There's no one honking in the church parking lot. It's it works.
Damn. I mean, I would honk in the church parking lot, but I'm different.
You changed my mind, dude. I'm tired of motherfuckers honking at me when I go to Wendy's, dude. You know? I'm in the Lucky Boy parking lot getting honked at once a week.
I don't really honk in the parking lots, really.
I honked today, though. I did honk at somebody today.
Oh, yeah?
They were taking too long. And I felt bad. And then I realized how much I honked. I wasn't even that bad. I just wanted to honk hard. Like, I hadn't honked in a while.
You gotta get that honk out.
Yeah.
Driving my son to baseball practice.
And where in the fucking Bible does it say I can't honk my horn, dude?
Nowhere, dude.
You go to a fucked up church in Joe Rogan. They tell you you're fucking 6'2". They don't even check for your height over here at my church, dude. All right, let's see what this one's about. This is posted by Danny Kaufman 2. It's called Papa Leaves Early. Ruins the audio, blows some lovely exhaust for his guest. What? So he's Papa being Papa again. That sounds like exactly what he did.
Six and stuff. What I was doing, I was copying.
You gotta get on a private jet.
Yeah.
I go to a party. See you, pal.
Have pleasure meeting you. Likewise. Thank you.
Hell yeah.
This is good signs for us, dude. Sorry for pausing so early. This is amazing signs for us. You know what I'm seeing? What? Baba's getting a little bit of his fucking get back. You know what I mean? He's getting a little bit of his pep in his step and shit, dude. Yeah. He's back to that ego starting to get a little fed. You feel good. Yeah, I mean, yes. He's leaving early on a pod. He wants to leave early on a pod, dude. Yeah. And he's gonna start fucking.
I think so. I think you're right. You know, a little bit of attention goes a long way from Bob.
Yeah.
He didn't used to get invited to Tucker Carlson's birthday party or whatever it is, but now he's flying out on a private jet, hanging out with Theo Von and Tucker Carlson. It's a good sign. It's different. Yeah, people like him, dude. He's important on the scene. All right. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
That's social media. This isn't real.
Do I see you again?
Yes, sir. Please come back.
Oh, we will.
I got a great
In what fucking sense?
I thought story when you guys are done. You know, just like any subject. That, well, you guys talking about the moon? I've got a great moon story. Whoa. Look at that, eh? Oh, that's Sean's truck, everybody. That's the Seanster's truck.
Was that thing got a heli?
Yeah.
Who is this? Not good.
Dude, you know what podcast you're on?
Yeah, you don't know shit about trucks, but
What are you talking about? A Hemi?
bro, we're talking about blowers and fucking exhaust and shit.
What kind of Kivitek is a Hemi?
This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He's fucking not a truck guy.
And then he goes online and he sees Papa with his little tiny power drill and he's like, oh my god, why did I say that? This guy knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, he's not anything about transmissions.
Yeah, he wouldn't know a tire if he hit it.
Probably like the doors on a truck.
Yeah, dude. Oh, that's hilarious. You want?
Yeah,
I've never seen that, dude.
Are you a truck guy?
Are you a truck guy?
What are you doing?
Are you a truck guy?
Are you a truck guy? No, truck guy left. Truck guy leaves studio now. Truck guy, big truck with big exhaust Hemi. The fuck cavemen they have on their podcast. What happened to having like comedians on?
Who is this? His neighbor?
Why the fuck aren't we on there, dude?
I know, this guy, nobody knows who this guy is, dude.
I will say that I am looking for new chairs. I'm gonna take a picture picture of this one real quick. Yeah, seriously. Looks badass. Thanks.
Are you a truck guy? No, I'm not a car guy. Are you a car guy? Oh, really? I know I'm a bicycle guy. We need a different studio.
Right. Bicycle. Well, what's that up to? Is it a heaty?
Dude, they got a guy that doesn't even have a car on the podcast.
It's crazy.
This guy rides a bicycle.
And we both have trucks that we've never been on. Was that makes in what sense?
Yeah.
In what fucking sense?
Dude, I'm just getting more pissed right now. This is posted by Sacred Pomegranate 84. How long until Papa is a fan of Bradley? Oh man, of that guy right there. This guy.
I wonder. I don't see it.
I will say, I've never seen Nick Fuentes and Matan in the same group together.
You're saying they're the same guy?
I didn't say that, dude. You want me to die? Dude, if that secret gets out there, then I'm screwed. But
I would watch a
I will say, it's just never seen it happen before. It looks the same height to me. Anyways,
I would watch a podcast if it was Matan and Nick Fuentes interviewing Papa. The both of them?
Yeah.
That might be pretty good.
Yeah, but I would need, and I don't want this to happen, but I'm trying to think of the perfect scenario, just like you are right now. Papa needs to relapse, drink a little bit, take some Addies, and then head into that studio on fire, dude. Because then, you know, Matan and Nick Fuentes they're in their prime of their fires, dude. They're out here spitting on a mic and fucking wiping it down, spitting again. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And so all four of them shooting on all 8 cylinders. You feel me? Like that's what I want, dude.
That's the narrative?
Yeah, dude, that's the narrative. Alrighty, let's see what else we got here. This is posted by Frederick Bastiat, 1801. Pronunciation is very hard, part 9. Oh, shit. Let's see what this is all about.
Happens, you just go, all right, if I was in the government, this would be, I wouldn't lie about this.
Yeah.
I would want people to be healthy.
That's what you want to think.
That's what you want to think. And then you think,
He also believes in the land mooning.
the what?
The land mooning.
Land mooning.
The mooning, the landing on the moon. Jesus Christ, all this Diet Coke's fucking on my
Land
mind.
mooning. Moon landing. Like Foghorn Leghorn. Land moon and land moon. They're way ahead of this.
They're right. This is a blip on the radar. They're doing
Clip on this. That would be so big. I know we probably put a blimp on the radar. It's like it's so funny when the wrong word is the exact opposite. A blimp versus a blimp. If it was a blimp, you'd be like, damn, we gotta shoot down this blimp. It's so easy. What were they thinking? Trying to sneak in a blimp. That's what you hope for as a radar technician, that someone tries to use a blimp to sneak in. Like, got him.
How was work today? Real easy. It was a real blip on the radar.
Fucking, I said,
pull the fuck up.
even at blimps.
Hey, you missed it though. Cross the I's, dot the T's. Pretty good, dude. Oh, fuck. I mean, it's the same thing, honestly.
I feel like I've done that one many times.
Let's see.
Hey, give them the money. Now remember,
Top their books and they can move forward.
now remember, must you forget his original lawsuit.
He's putting on a clinic right now. He's the Babe Ruth of saying things wrong. Must you forget now? There's a blimp on the radar. Cross your I's, dot your T's. Ever heard of it?
Oh, I bet Mr. Whole Foods.
Yeah, he's Will Chamberlain putting up 100 right now, dude.
Oh yeah.
What's up, fam? If you ever joined the Patreon, this would be a good reason to Jen and me just shot a little over you.
Shot a little over you. What was that?
Cum shots. Let's see.
Over you. It's part 1 of all my whips in the shop right now. I give a pretty detailed overview of the cars I got in the shop. It's part 1, because I got more cars.
Such a big ghetto.
Archipelago. 10:30.
He's just having fun there.
Yes.
a.m. I mean p.m. p.m. Then I do Bloomington.
It's funny because isn't it Bloomingdale's is the name of the shop, right?
Isn't that like a...
Is it Bloomingdale or Bloomingdale's? It's a luxury. It's like Nordstrom's.
Oh, okay.
But it's funny to say because he's trying to say Bloomington, right?
Yeah.
But he says the name of the shop also wrong, I think. Because I think it's Bloomingdale's. I could be wrong. I ain't got much.
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends.
You know that one's long.
I know. It's just fun. It's so random that it works with like I think everything. But
Yeah.
I guess that makes me a big old pussy.
Can you hit me some jelly roll really quick?
Oh hell yeah!
Daddy, you're a little older now. We might have to just get that thing cut off. Because I'm like a kangaroo with a pouch above my back. I'm like a soda in a pouch above my back. March 21, 22.
All right, kids, that's it. Tune into the Fight Companion myself, Joseph Rogan, but
And I go to Bloomington, Minnesota.
God, you do a tank and you didn't do it the proper way and let this nitrogen cycle run its course before you add fish. You run into some problems. Ichthyologist. I don't know how to pronounce that. Ichthyologist.
Dude, how many people do you think it takes to put like that word in front of you? Where it's like there's one guy that's like, no, I'm not gonna. They all want him to say long words, and he's like, guys, we get one this week. It's like it's ichthyologist.
The writers.
Yeah.
Which word should we choose? He's so like hungover and like I'm tired to say work, but he's like this is the morning, you know. His face, this is old chop. And he's doing that. Tank, you gotta make sure fish are. And I'm an apologist. What happened the night before? What were you doing? You knew you had to do 5 shows.
I picture There'll Be Blood. You know what I mean? Daniel Plainview in the house by himself, shooting in the hallway, drinking alcohol nonstop, waking up, chugging water, dude.
I am Brendan Shaw. I'm a podcaster.
You said if I say I'm a podcaster, would you believe me?
Okay, this is my son, Austin. I have a pouch in my mouth. I have a pouch inside me. My mouth.
Yeah.
There's an oil tiger thick under our feet.
Ichthyologist, gotta be on the list. Do that. You're a fucking praying mantis barking at a tiger walking through the fucking jungle.
That's legit creative.
Yeah.
I don't care what anyone says.
Yeah, you know he really wants to fuck Nate up. Saying some shit like that, I would get scared if I was Nate.
You're a fucking white deer in the woods of Austin, in the scope of a Brendan Shaw.
Yeah.
Okay? Never forget that.
You're a kiwi in the aisle of the grocery store with Gerardo walking towards you.
That's facts.
Yeah.
Don't make me stop and twist your fucking neck off.
Please.
That's what's great about that culture. Like,
Black culture?
yeah, like even R. Kelly could sell a Madison Square Garden.
Messy Square Garden.
Well, because they've been burnt by the system so many times. Even though the video of Diddy beating up,
Yes.
Homegirl came out,
Yeah.
they still go, yeah, that's terrible, but he's still our guy, and also he still made great music.
And he got railroaded.
Do you guys like your freedom? You like have an opinion, your freedom? Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome.
That's so awkward.
He said, thank him and you're welcome. It's so funny, dude.
They don't know what to say. I think part of my favorite part of the clip is just Chappelle and Malik don't have any. They're they would look so ridiculous if they faked a picture. You know?
They're like, well, we also haven't been paid for 3 weeks, so should I thank them for it?
They're not allowed to talk about race at all. And he's like, thank those white soldiers.
The whole thing. Fire your manager.
No, but here's the thing.
Figure it out, dude. But again, these managers are so, I don't know who their managers are. Their managers are so scared to say anything to the UFC. To say anything. Yes, master. Yes.
Oh my God.
Oh, is it dude? Maybe Graham Stoker's trapped.
Oh, is that you? Are we live right now, dude? I was like, yo.
Acura, check please. wait, push it on 30 minutes.
Yeah,
Check please.
yeah, I did it too.
Check please. That's why it's exhausting when you're constantly fighting. Check please.
Not good at that.
Did you see the kid? I'm sorry, you're talking once again. Yes, you did.
That's why it's exhausting when you're constantly fighting. Yeah, check
I'm
please.
not good at it. I don't know how to do it.
Yeah, check please.
Oh my God.
So there it is.
Dude, even Brian's like, I get it now. People hate this guy for a reason.
It's just, he just, we gotta put some words in that he can, whatever we want him to say, find out a way to see if we can get him to say it.
Yeah.
We gotta think of that. I don't know how we get it in there.
Sleep with the enemy. That'll be figured out.
So they ride with their bike off in the ocean.
It's like they ride with their bike off in the ocean.
Yeah, I don't know. That one is,
I think he's talking about riding towards the sunset, like Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade type thing.
oh yeah. Yeah.
But you got it really wrong.
They ride off into the sunset.
Yeah.
And he said,
They ride off their bike into the ocean.
that sounds like they're murdering, they're killing them.
This is the blip on the radar. Let's see.
Like Denzel Washington, I'm in the hotel room and you got a bar there.
Yeah.
I go to Charleston, you got tits everywhere. We all know I'm trying to walk a straight line.
And by the way, let the sun go down and let the drink start flowing. Because if you don't think there's a drink and a drug in Charleston,
I'm a werewolf. I'm a Charlton werewolf. Oh, he's reading the comments. I've been confirmed that the wrestler Stuart Smith, aka Skyco Stu, is awake and stable. Brought to However, Roger Jackson knocked the person out. Renamed Skyo Stu. I followed up with a lot of heavy punches in this Skyo Stu. Psycho? That's how you spell psycho.
It's just I like how he gets arrogant too. It's like, nice.
I would have thought it was sicko.
Yeah.
But no, dude. You know what? Some of the ways he was saying that, the names, they kind of started to sound like cool rapper names. Cool rappers just, they give Brennan Schaub a bunch of words and they're like, you'd say this, and then you got a new rapper, Skyo Steve, or whatever. Yeah, Skyo Steve, what's up, dude? Double XL freestyle rapper.
Cisco Stu. Got a hot style right now, dude.
Funny, weird way of doing it. Okay, Psycho Stu. Change it in. Which one? They show Sean Penn now? Oh, buddy. He's losing this fight 10-8. The fight is close. 10-8.
yeah, he's old. I don't think. I mean, how old is he though? That's what an old guy looks like.
I'm sorry. Is he Native American? Is he Geronimo?
That's the closest we'll get.
Yeah, Geronimo's too close. It's almost not funny, but it's still funny.
I might put that on the soundboard just because it sounds like my name, dude.
Go to how old he is.
Good for him.
Because unless your face is always in the wind, don't look like
I
that.
think he looks cool. That's pretty good, actually. Unless your face is always in the wind, don't look like that.
It's kind of funny, but I don't know if it works for Sean Penn.
Also, it might just because it's 1 in the morning right now.
Yeah.
Finding anything funny.
He might live on a farm or something. He's always getting hit.
It's hot, it's fair, it's all about the beauty beholder.
I haven't.
I have the beauty beholder, dude.
That makes me want to ride out my bike into
the ocean.
I'm hungry. I've just not been eating much, and I love when I get to see somebody in LA and they go, "Man, you lost 10 pounds, huh? You look skinny as shit." I'm like, I guess I do. Yeah.
Weathering away, pal.
Yeah. I stopped drinking.
I'm Jim King digging sometimes like withering, dude.
Take a little break from just chatting about this crazy world on our boy Kurt Wagner. Alright?
We haven't got any of those clips yet. What the hell?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember him saying Kurt Baxter.
That's a Metzger.
Metzger. Metzger.
Kurt Metzger.
Listen, it's Kurt Metzger.
You know what I think? I'm going to say this when I read about this. Like, I'm a flawed human being. You're a flawed human being. But you know what we are not? We're actually good people.
Yeah.
There's certainly.
Dude, what have you done that's good? It's not even that there's obviously plenty of people saying that they've done bad things, right? But what is it exactly that you've done that's good? Do they do charity or anything?
Maybe if they had money, they would do charity.
If they don't have enough money, then
No, not a chance.
have you ever heard someone go, "Oh yeah, Brian Callen really helped me out"?
No. I've heard friends of Shaw be like, "Oh, I want a truck."
Yeah. Not a chance. That's random. Friends of Shaw. He got me a truck. I mean, I want a truck. I don't know.
I don't. I promise I don't know. Is this you with him in 6th grade?
Wow.
No, that's an apple. Let's see.
There are certain things.
Wow. You're talking about getting involved with the law. And, I don't think the law's against me. I love that she's the head of HR. That's the best part. Yeah, she resigned right away and he got fired shortly after. But he still has all his jobs.
He owns the company, so he resigned.
No, he resigned. She got fired.
I guess there's just a minute left. Let's see.
So I said,
So I said,
Tanning, what's his name? Tanning Tatum? Channing Tatum. Yeah. Channing Tatum. Yeah, of course. Yeah. Besides that, and his looks are better, and he's more shredded. Whatever. I think it's a huge black belt as far as knowledge rolling with you guys, but as far as competition goes,
man, his brain is just like, you can do this stuff, and then you try it, and it's like, Brandon can't do this.
Yeah, something is working faster than something else.
Yeah.
Maybe part of the brain, there's one part of his brain that's going really fast and one that's slow. It's kind of trying to catch up, and then that's how you get knowledge. Which is funny because it kind of sounds like New England.
Yeah. It's like he has an Apple laptop, you know what I mean? Yeah. But he's on the Intel chip. He's not on the UMC.
Oh, right. Yeah, he's not even on an M.
Yeah.
He's on an M1.
No, not even. He's on
i5.
Intel. He's on
Intel. Okay. Yeah. No, I remember that. He's fucking. That'd be funny if he gets really stupid or if he just starts doing a Massville accent. That'd be cool. Brendan Shaw, Massville. Spicy. Fucking cack.
like is he executing it against other guys? Like besides,
He doesn't compete. He has no aspirations.
We're cool. Breeze is an incredible functional beverage company revolutionizing how we drink these days. They're not charged at the officers. Well, they were subdued and put them in handcuffs. I'm sure they met it's possible overdose.
Yeah, you don't want to charge
There's research on it that shows that kids that do marijuana before the age of 21, it makes you so much more stupider.
See it?
Damn. That's great.
He's the greatest ever to do it, dude.
Let's see if there's one more. We got this by Icy Staff 1036. LA tire prices got me like. You want to see top brand tires at low prices on fixed. This is a promotion, dude.
Oh, fuck.
Damn, yeah, it took me a while to see that. I saw a cat. I thought for sure it was almost cats.
Yeah, they're getting smarter, these advertisements.
Caught a little something on the Chin apartment video posted by Gandhi with my pimp. Let's see here.
This is the studio. This is where I make music. This is where me and Brown's recorded most of our album.
Oh my god.
I think we've seen there. You don't remember that?
No, I was way back.
At
this, let's see. It was in front of it.
This looks like a classic.
Yeah. If you want a classic fight, I'm your Huckabee, but at the end of the day, it's not an option.
Great title from Andy Kaufman.
Andy Kaufman, let's see.
Had this dude go bad on me, right? This Steve will do it. I made a mistake on the shop show, and I just apologized to him and kept going bad on me. And fans were like, oh, this would be so good for views, roast them. You guys should fight each other. I was like, it's just not what I do. I get what you guys are saying. I went, my bad, dude. I fucked up. I assumed something I shouldn't have. He talked all this shit. I get you're angry. You know, you're not gonna fight me. That's not even an option.
Right.
So if I fucked up, dog, my bad. And then he can keep going, but you're not gonna get anything from me. It's just, I would have such a bigger career if I engaged in all.
Yeah, but
I've had some feuds through the years, and I just never engage in them. It's just not what I do.
Right.
Because at the end of the
You call Mark Maron a cuck. You literally want to fight Mark Maron. Yeah, you said that he should be punched in the face.
You threatened Bobby his career.
That's true. They did that too.
You trying to sue Trash Tuesday?
Yeah, Trash Tuesday's unique. And he like copyright strike stuff, or he ended up getting tater tot once a week. He should be eating a tater tot and chilling out. This, if he really was like that, might be better off.
Maybe he's not cute.
day, there's tough guys online, and then in real life, that's where I live. So if you,
I mean, fucking.
it's Dino, bitch! Pull the fuck up!
Bounce my DNA.
You're so upset you want to fight. I'm your Huckleberry. I'm so fucking down. But it's never fair, so it's not an option for me with these guys.
It is though.
I guess that makes me a big old
It's so funny when it's not showing it because it sounds like he's saying it. I like how Chris is trying to be like, stop talking. He's like, yeah, though, because all I heard was like, oh, y'all bitches, and I'll kick your ass. True.
That's how I feel.
Right. Yeah, I don't fucking do.
That's social media. This isn't real.
Is there anything else you want to tell the audience before we get out of here, like on the board?
I mean, on the board, maybe.
Driving my son to baseball practice.
I'm always driving my son to baseball practice because I got violence in the DNA in my back. So I mean, look, you guys can play around all you want. I'm not gonna fight you. It's just not realistic that the Navy would. I would kill you easily. So it's like, I'm not gonna fight you. If you want to, just pull up.
Pull the fuck up. Let us know what you think of the new setup here, the chairs. We're thinking about getting some more rain cans in here. For sure, we're missing out on some of those. So funny. And then Magic Mind, hit us up. We're trying to do a Magic Mind advertisement.
Yeah, dude.
Also, Black Buffalo nicotine. We're trying to get one of those neon signs in here, something like that. Kimbo Slice, a little behind me right here, something like this, you know?
If you're watching Pico de Gallo, hit us up. I'm trying to get some more Pico de Gallo.
Yeah, he needs a Pico de Gallo connect, dude. But yeah, anything else? Great.
Check us out next week.
Vocês, what does it mean? Because of the mediação. What does it mean? Come, my beloved, let's go out into the field. So I'll say, remember again, this concept is from Shiashi.
That doesn't matter, Daddy.
Back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. And this week on Patreon, we did an extra episode where we talked a lot about some inflammatory things. So if you want to see that, join the Patreon. We think we maybe are going to move towards extra episodes instead of stand-up specials, because stand-up specials are killing us slowly inside. Yes. They're funny, but I think you guys probably, the people that are interested in Patreon, probably want to hear us talk more than just watching Nate Jackson talk about. I don't even remember what he said. It was horrible. But anyways, that's not why they're here, right? No. They're here to watch Timothy. You're here. You did it. You're not roster of white dudes. You're here to watch Timothy's job. So start the timer. Play the jingle.
Alrighty, so before we get started, I apologize if you notice here our good friend.
We thank our Week of Learning sponsor, Joe and Daria Berry, in honor of their 43rd anniversary, Hashem, and their successful Aliyah 3.5 years ago. We also thank Howard and Aileen Friedman for dedicating the shir this morning in memory of Howard's father.
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, please join the Patreon, join the Discord, join the Reddit. Tater Talk once a week, guys. Big cheese. If you join the Patreon, you get to see the show early. Don't you want to do that? We got a good song coming up. You know what I mean? And that's not why you're here, though. You're here to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. So start the timer. Play the cheat clip.
Oh, shit. 1 second, dude.
Dude, puppy, how you doing, bro?
All right, bro.
That's my favorite one, I think.
Let's get this going, dude. Alrighty. Wow. We got Mark Harley during the Super Bowl before GTA 6, posted by ERED19. We got Mark Harley last year on the Super Bowl, dude.
2 years in a row, 2 Super Bowl commercials in a row. Has anyone ever done that before?
Usually, like the A-list celebrity. He might be A-list now, dude.
He's getting there.
Yeah.
It's just it was ad nauseum. It's what happens when successful people leave Thick Boy. They become even more successful. Just a fact.
Global superstar, someone say.
Tiger fact. He's watch the rise, fellas. Ever heard of it?
And also leave a comment below if you were with your family watching the Super Bowl and you go, oh, when you see this half-naked guy on the screen. Because that's what I did, and everyone was like, what the hell?
It's kind of like when you did this, I thought that is hilarious that you did that for your family, but it's the Leonardo DiCaprio meme. That's what all of the cats. I'm surprised. Is that not a post? That's got to be a cat's post. Mark's on the thing, and then it's the thing from one of the greatest movies I've ever seen.
Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Yeah, shout out to you, Mark. Hell yeah, dude. I'm going to send you a text in here, swear to God. This is a bunch of comments. Let's see. What else we got? Joe Camel couldn't find a clean suit, it seems. Posted by DavOz66.
Suit's dirty or just what's dirty? Just wrinkled and big.
You know, people back in the day, Billy Bob Thornton and Angelina Jolie were like, we were just fucking in the car. But now we can't do that, dude?
Yeah, he's just a guy living his life, man.
The only thing dirty is that tongue right there, dude. What the hell is that all about?
It's always out. Maybe, wait, when you scroll in there, is that like dirt on it or something? I can't really tell, dude.
Looks a little wrinkled for sure, yeah.
It's wrinkled, yeah. Oh, fuck. Damn, dude.
Well, he was definitely modding a truck while wearing that blazer.
That would be so worrisome if you saw a guy working a truck in a blazer. You'd be like, damn. Especially Shab, his brain's broken.
Damn, dude. Sometimes, you just can't write this shit, dude.
What do you think happened?
For sure, his life is falling apart. Like, what do you want me to say?
Oh, damn, I don't know.
Everything's going bad, dude.
I was Adderall. I didn't even think about that. It's cocaine. Hilarious. So much cocaine that it's on his back. Just a bunch of powder. He's going crazy. I was thinking, he's a slob, and he didn't have a suit until the very last minute. He's like, hey, George, give me your suit. Some guy he knows named George. And he's like, do you have a suit? Because we're about the same size. Or he pulls it out of his closet and he ate like a donut or something.
He's a donut, dude.
Yeah, like a powder donut.
Oh, this is Jelly. It's powder. And the next thing you know, he's on the red carpet, dude.
Or, he could be so many things. He's such a piece of shit that he could be a witch. A witch cast a spell on him because he hit a witch's car and tried to drive off, or he did something bad to a witch, and the witch was like, and blew this on his back, and now he's cursed. There's 3 fucking things he has to do, or 3 bad things happen to him.
Here's my thing, dude. Have you followed Jay Moore at all or no?
That fucking white guy. I know a little bit about him. What about him?
Jeannie Buss's
husband, right? Or husband, boyfriend.
Situationship.
Yeah, they own the ice house. Never heard of that.
He went to rehab for Adderall use. You know that?
Recently?
No. This is like 5 years ago.
Dude, puppy, what are you doing, bro?
Yeah, 5 years ago he went to Adderall. He went to rehab for Adderall use.
He went to Adderall for Adderall use.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
Well, that's what I'm trying to say here, dude. He disappeared for 3.5 years.
Wow.
And then came back and was like, I changed my life. We have never got that from Shab.
Yeah, he's never really addressed. He's Teflon when it comes to drugs and alcohol. So we've heard. Right? He is addicted, or he does it for a while, and then he just stops. He doesn't need to go to rehab or give a speech about, I'm done with it. He just quits when he wants.
Dude, when you're doing the amount of patties that makes you like on the pod, you know what I mean? Like the weird faces he's done and stuff like that.
Right.
Remember we've seen that off the podcast where he's like making those weird faces with Callum talking.
Yeah, that's from drugs, you think?
Yeah, dude. No, that's from Too Much Donuts. It's from drugs.
I feel like we make those kind of faces sometimes, but I don't think it's from the vibe.
So I probably make those faces for sure.
But you're not on drugs.
Right. I'm on sober mocktails, dude, but
Listen, that's social media. This isn't real.
Where there's white powder, there's addies, dude.
Yeah, I mean, dirty clothes on a nice suit. Dirty shit on a nice suit. And it's worrisome someone, I guess.
Pray for Shab, dude.
Not to start a narrative. Allegedly.
It was totally normal to see 15, 16-year-old girls at the club with 40-year-old men in the 90s. Brian Callen posted my hater 990 V-Bar. Did you see this brain dead take he's at?
No, I didn't. We don't even want to say that, even if it just sounds so bad.
Wait till you see the clip, Chin.
Okay.
Oh my god, it's bad.
That picture is so funny. That's the face he made after he saw the Elephant Graveyard video.
Comedy czar.
The hat is crazy, man. Like, listen, I get it. I'm a bald guy, right? Have I ever wanted to wear a newsboy cap? Goddamn right. Have I thought about it endlessly throughout my life? Can I pull off the newsboy cap, fedora, etc.? Yes, I've considered it. But I don't do it because I know I look like that. I don't want to look like that.
You got this too, Drive Fast All Cast, Eddie.
That's true. I have better hats like this one and this one. We both have great hats.
Yeah.
We don't need fucking. I mean, what the fuck does he think? It's like he's in Peaky Blinders. Peaky Blinders sounds like a show about him because it sounds like a small person. Peaky Blinders. Peek out of their fucking short hole.
Oh, little Joe.
Little Joe, drinking his little Peroni.
Alrighty, let's see this. Working Toe 855. How many votes for no more slow Joe content unless it directly involves brain dead? I like that.
Yeah, I do too, because we try and stay away from the fans. You know what I mean? Yeah. I don't really want to talk about Slow Joe.
Yeah.
She seems like a nice person, I guess. I don't really want to get into it.
bitch!
As long as she's keto.
Alrighty, let's see. Let's move away from slow Joe here, dude. Let's practice what we preach. She farts a lot, though.
The farting stuff is kind of funny, but I can do without it.
That'd be cool if you put just no more slow Joe unless it's farting or brain dead. You know?
I mean, it's kind of mean to make it seem like she farts, but then it's obvious she's not farting. Everyone farts. Yeah, but you know, if there's a subreddit, would you want your wife on there just constantly farting?
Oh man, if you would have made it about me, I would have been like, yeah. But if it was my wife, I don't want that.
No, none of that. You don't want your family. You want to be attacked yourself and your family. You know, that's why I attack my family before others.
Let's see here. Posted by Khabib Time. Papa married. Just kidding. Papa married to a Mexican, but he gets triggered when the family speaks Spanish because he's too dumb to learn.
That sounds like a show.
Who the fuck is Marshall? Don't just say that. I don't know that fucking
Last night I popped off because Joanna's aunt's staying with us.
Yeah, her English isn't great, but it's not terrible. How's your Spanish?
Awful. I speak no Spanish. We're all the kids are the wrong.
You've been no speak Spanish. You'll never. You just gave them.
What am I gonna pick it up at 30?
Well, yeah, but
Wait a minute. Bro, you are not mid-30s. We've established that Chop was older than us, right?
Right, I'm in my early 30s.
Yeah. And Chop is like, what?
40.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
There's no way that Chop is. I'm not older than Chop, am I? I know we've looked this up before, but I get scared.
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends. Bobby talked about
Just
this.
scared
No one.
me. I can't be.
42 years old. That makes sense.
He's way older.
He's 42.
Mid-30s. He doesn't even know how old he is.
Oh my god.
We were watching. We're going to be on the Nuremberg trials, dude. We're bad people for watching this and laughing at him.
I don't feel great, but it's fine.
Am I gonna pick it up in my mid-30s?
What am I gonna pick it up in my mid-30s?
Wow. They're when we're on trial. So you're laughing at him because he didn't know how old he was. He didn't think that could be serious brain. That's not a serious thing to you. And you're like, Curtis, jail. You're going to jail. You should have saved this guy from Brian Callen.
Well, yeah, but no, I'm in America. I speak English, right? So we're around the dinner table and they're talking for an hour. The entire conversation in Spanish. I'm just staring at the wall and finally go, well, fuck me. Well, I'm just gonna sit here and stare at the fucking wall while you guys have a great dinner. Yeah. And you just Spanish. I'm like, after 45 minutes, I'm like, I feel disrespectful.
a little bit, right?
A little bit.
You're just
I have no clue what I'm talking about.
left out.
Nothing. So I'm like, I should go eat in another room.
What I'm gonna do is
Are we enjoying the food I bought?
You're gonna go figure out a way to pay for your house and hold the bills.
And y'all can't speak the only language I speak? Is that not crazy?
Dude, so from the Bronx.
You know what's crazy and sad about that is that if it was in English, you wouldn't understand it either. Almost no difference, really. Unless they really dumb it down for him, he's not going to get it. Eat it. So I don't understand the
That's
issue.
social media. This isn't real.
Because that makes me a big old
I guess
pussy.
that makes me a big
Shut
old
the fuck up, Shot. What are you going to give to the... I'm starting to like Brian. What are you going to give to the conversation? It's like impossible not to do anything. But really, what are you going to give to the conversation? Not much.
Yeah.
You're going to say something really stupid. People are going to have to be... all right, and then move on as if you didn't embarrass your wife.
Also, you just go and watch TV. Like, you're so easily entertained. You just put on Blackfish again or something.
Yeah, nobody will notice if you leave the table. They're like, okay, Shop's gone.
Gracias a Dios.
It's no Spanish yet? Okay.
No, he thinks he's in his mid-30s.
Yeah, he doesn't even know who doesn't know Spanish. He doesn't know how old he is. So, Spanish is something that is way down the line. We're trying to get him to know his ages.
Oh, this one was 5 days ago. This one was huge on the subreddit. You saw this?
I saw what you made with us. Pretty funny.
Oh yeah. Me mechanic beep time. Let's see here. So weird.
Dude. All he just this is filming himself taking out a screw.
2 screws, Daddy.
2 screws. Sorry, I didn't mean to shortchange him. Anybody can do this. I'm a moron. I can do that.
I literally did this on the bug this last weekend.
Really?
Yeah.
Today I work, and I don't talk about work at all, but one of the lights was blinking, and it's one of the lights that turns on automatically when you come in, right? And it's doing like this weird, it looks weird.
Yeah.
And I know our contractor is going to be in. So I text him. I say, when you're here, can you look at this? And he's like, it's just a light, man. Like, but I go up there and I'm looking at it, and I take a ChatGPT picture of it, because I try and twist it out because it's got all these weird bulbs in it, and you just gotta pull it out. ChatGPT says. So I go up there and I pulled it out, and I said, the admin person, find this on Amazon. Get a new one. I'll put it in myself. Toontown. That's an episode of Toontown. I could film myself doing that and make $1 million. I almost fell off the ladder. And when I put the ladder, I had to go like this, because I put the ladder in the wrong way. Go like that. I couldn't even see. The staff was like, I kept burning my hands, and they didn't know how to turn off the light. That's the whole thing. Yeah, I'm not chopped. Not there yet.
100% not chopped. Oh, what happens next? Another one from Icarus Lives. Let's see what this one is. Part 17. Let's see.
Long story short, I've been really into country. Like, I've always been into country, but what music? What country music guy are you like? What's your...
You know all of it.
That's gonna, yeah.
I mean, really, all of it. I just put it on Spotify, and it's just when you heart things, it gets like an algorithm. Anybody in particular you like? I mean, of course, Morgan Wallen is huge right now. What's your favorite song of his?
Is this guy homeless?
It's aggressive.
He's great. He's like grilling it, man. It's like, whoa, dude.
He might have been a slow week at Chinks. He's like, we need something on the
Because I like him, but I can't even remember the name of the song. I probably, if you asked me, I would just start singing it. That's what I would do. But like, you know that song, and I'd start singing it.
But here's, you gotta start at the beginning here, Daddy.
Okay.
Papa, don't kill it. But
sure.
What's your favorite kind of music?
And I'll say country.
No, see, like, this is what I'm saying.
I wouldn't say country.
What exactly? What's your favorite kind of music?
Is that what he said? What's your favorite?
I think so. That's all I can. Why would you say country?
Oh my God! I wouldn't use Morgan Wallen. I'd use somebody that I could rattle off a few songs.
Yeah, that's true.
George Strait or something.
Yeah. You're allowed to feel ashamed, but you have to be honest.
You should pick, if you can't name a single country thing, but you just listen to Spotify, like which one, this is something that needs to be taught to Shop, like basic reasoning. It's kind of how Mark was telling us about how Shop doesn't understand the fundamentals and ideas of comedy. He thinks comedy is just like, you say that person is fat to them. Joke. Whereas it requires a little bit of you don't go to A to C every time or whatever it is, A to B, A to C or whatever it is. Start playing the clip, goddamn it. Just play the clip.
Okay. Candy was on.
Oh man, I can't name you the song. Yeah, dude, Basti, he's been obsessed with he's been obsessed with bats. He doesn't know there's bats in Austin, so we walked to get bats. Some dude, whatever knew I was around town, came up and was like, hey man.
He's almost the cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Welcome to Austin, give me a cowboy hat.
Oh, come on.
Don't you kind of want to give him a cowboy hat if you see him?
Oh,
I almost want to carry on a cowboy hat, but he wouldn't know who we are, probably.
Yeah.
Penis hat.
I would give it to somebody to give to him so that I felt good.
Every state, yeah. Every state that he's in, whatever the state is associated with that thing, you're there and hey man,
Yeah.
like
Welcome to Wisconsin. Here's some cheese curds. Put your name on them. Welcome to New York. Here's some pizza.
dude, please do that. If you ever see shop and you're in a specific state that has something, give it to him, dude.
Yeah.
I'm so dumb, I don't know anything. Vegas, here's some chips. Like poker chips. There you go. Welcome to Las Vegas.
Colorado, here's some skis.
Yes, these big ass skis. Shop's like, okay, carrying around giant skis.
Dude, you're not gonna believe it.
You will not believe what just happened.
How great is my name on it? What?
Dude, I don't know. Don't get that. You already got all these cars, big cars. You got the green one, the mostly green one.
Yeah, but it only goes straight.
I remember that.
Yeah, but only go straight. You can only go straight. I gotta take corners and shit. If I have to go left or right, I'm fucked.
That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. That's the stupidest fucking. If you want to look stupid in a car, why not buy a stupid car? Probably easy when you get to your destination to just do a George Michael.
I love Top Gear, dude.
I knew what it was, but I've never seen it.
Oh, really?
No, I've never watched Top Gear.
Grew up watching Top Gear, dude. Always been a truck guy. Alrighty, let's see here. Posted by the Way I Am 313, we have What the Fuck Is This latest episode? And I think we're gonna have more clips about this. But
the Ben's one, yeah.
Ben. No, not that. Not Jerry. This is TFK. Yeah.
Okay.
Callan just spent 2 hours downplaying and normalizing everything in the Epstein files. He said he talked to Rogan about the Ben's episode, then goes on to stick to a key few points the entire episode. Reading between the obvious lines here, these are clear marching orders because it was similar shit that Rogan and Ben's stuck to on the other episode. Callan kept going back to it basically being a bunch of rich dudes cheating on their wives, and that he doesn't care about that, including Peter Adia in what he didn't care about. He also tried to minimize it by chalking it up to a bunch of socialite NYC models hanging around rich dudes. Just typical stuff in the 90s. He ignored the trafficking part and said it was probably barely any guys that were into children. So again, just a regular thing that with rich dudes in New York partying with young hot models. Rogan propagated this too, although not to the level Callan did. And he went on and on with these and other points. He's a piece of shit, but these aren't just his organic thoughts. He also stood firm on defending Woody Allen. Yeah.
Did you see that tweet about Woody Allen where the guy was like, I refuse to believe that Woody Allen cheated on his daughter?
I did see that. Yeah. It's probably one of our mutuals.
I don't know who he was. Never heard of great guy though.
Let's see here. BGL naming the waters after his Super Bowl commercial appearance, no matter the occasion, Big Papa taking L after L. What's up, Dallas? A lot of ladies in the crowd. This is Whole Foods. What's podcast your studio your life? Mr. Shaw, you ain't never run again. Damn, shout out to BGL, dude.
He's got some great comments.
Yeah. Brendan the Big Ol' Pussy Shot, posted by Matt Ball.
Oh, I heard about this too. It's like KG is calling him out or something.
Oh, for talking shit?
Yeah, okay, there you go. That's what I read about this.
This is old though.
Oh, really?
Below the belt.
You're never gonna say, one day I'm gonna show you, you're never gonna say I'm sloppy again.
I didn't say you're sloppy. I think
you said throw caution to the wind. That's coming out.
100%. You do throw caution. Early in your fights,
no, you said it about this fight.
I didn't say that after the fact. Going into it, I did.
No, you said it after.
Right here?
Yeah, I saw your interview yesterday. If you were trying, you didn't need to, but you said,
It's a trigger for you to say that you're kind of reckless.
well, no, I just
It's a little bit of a trigger.
It's very, very Austin to say that.
Yeah, he's getting it from Rogan.
I know you put a lot of hard work
makes
in.
me mad because
you did this. You've done it. You did it for a long time, and you have the ability to if you like took the time and actually like tried to like understand what I was doing, I know you would get it. Yeah. But you don't, because I've shown, because with the human eye, it's just fucking chaos. Like, that's all that's doing.
He's trying to come up with an excuse for Shab. He's trying to explain, what is the fault here with Shab. But Shab's not going to understand it. No. He's being actually pretty nice here. He's also standing business. Right? He's right to his face. He's like, no, listen. You do this all the time. You don't think about what you say. You don't even try and understand what other people are doing. You just say stupid shit that other people have told you to say or that you stole from someone else. Yeah. Or at least that's what I get.
100%. Brendan's a big old pussy shot. Here we go. You'd be surprised. Posted by Unusual 4460. Comedians keep defending the worst people. I don't know. I didn't see the Bill Burr part of this. I didn't finish the whole video yet. Okay. But I don't know why he got Bill Burr in there.
Probably the Riyadh stuff, I guess.
No, it has to do with Epstein. This is all Epstein stuff.
There's no way Bill Burr is like, yeah, the files, they're not real.
That's what I'm saying. I want to know that. I think I'm halfway through this video, though.
They went to Ireland. They just had a good time. They went to the island. Okay? I'm getting tired of all these people saying that, like, you're on a plane. The guy who's been convicted of some horrible crimes. I mean, listen, planes are fun. Because there's no way that he said that. But podcast cringe, no offense to him. He's a
narrative painter.
Yeah, narrative painter. Thank you for saying painter. I had nothing. I was really gonna just hang in there and be like,
that's the narrative.
I saw nothing. Yeah, see, I didn't finish it yet. So let's see what he says about Bill Burr. I think this is important. Here,
you're gonna search like the
little
trick thing.
Yeah,
with Bill Burr.
Okay, Bill Burr still hasn't recovered from the backlash.
Free speech. Bill Burr still hasn't recovered from the backlash, and I honestly don't think he ever will. And when you stop and take a step back to take
you realize all he said. See, I don't like that. He's putting Bill Burr into this Epstein thing. He hasn't said shit about it yet. Clickbait, cringe.
We don't do that.
Yeah, we don't do that at all, ever. Not once.
Yeah, I mean, come on. Don't put Bill Burr in this shit. Yeah. He's not part of that.
10 minutes of cringe, dude.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Safe ask 1344. I am breathing like Jeff died today because I have bad allergies. BGL continues to name the waters. Oh, shit. Dude. Hey, be real quick. You blockbuster now? SNL the Super Bowl had 10-7 over Papa. XJ. That's social media. That's humiliating, dude. I'm telling
that's social media. This isn't real.
Me and Boxy Coffee comments because neither of us can read. We live in the real world. We go to the zoo, look at the giraffes, avoid the big lines, too trickery. That's facts. Oh, yeah.
Spicy.
Shout out to BGL, dude.
I like how he keeps it fun online.
Yeah.
Makes it entertaining.
Women have a primal biological desire to be R-worded. Brian Callen, Hater990VR. I mean, I've never seen this username before. Now he's out here just taking shots at Callen, dude. Look at this. Not good.
But, you could put anything in quotation marks that sounds weird and say Callen said it. I'm like, did he say that?
He did say that.
That's crazy.
Yeah, he said that with the Whitney Cummings episode.
Oh, what are we talking about when he's in her car jacking off?
Yeah, or, I think the same episode, yeah. But,
it sounds familiar. It's tough to remember all of them, especially when you have grapes.
Yeah. This is the one I posted.
This is I like this a lot. It's so funny.
I saw it right away. I was just like, oh yeah, that's it. That's it right there.
Your brain different.
Yeah. And then somebody douched me by saying we have the actual video of somebody making it. And I'm like, oh shit, they do.
This is better.
Yes.
I even mad up, dude.
My bad, Mr. Wholesome.
Posted by Unusual 4460. Meet all Super Bowl party handing out directions to my troll. Let's see here. Yep, right there. This is the little video. It's right there. So strange. I like how he disappears back into the crowd. Very funny. Let's see. Oh, whoops. Have you seen this one? No. Ashamed off his cleverness, dude. Shout out.
Half of Shab's life is just it's like constant. Welcome to Gensu Holiday or whatever.
Yeah.
That's his whole thing.
Roby 1994 posted this former first-round draft pick beat the Ultimate Fighter Season 10. Throwback, just a young kid with a dream, but to achieve that dream was a 6'7", 265-pound monster and former first-round draft pick in the NFL. First-round draft pick. Was it?
No. Wait, read it one more time.
Just a young kid with a dream, but to achieve that dream was a 6'7". Why?
Bro, I don't know. You might have to read the comments to understand what's going on there. I have no idea.
He needs a hand.
That don't make sense.
Well, here's the thing. Typo, Daddy.
Oh, right. Okay.
Just a young kid with a dream, but to achieve that dream, we're good. Right up to that point.
Okay.
But what comes after that doesn't make sense.
Facts.
So let's just start with I was a 6'7", 265-pound monster and former first-round draft pick in the NFL. Just a young kid with a dream to achieve that dream was a 6. I don't understand it, dude.
I don't know. I see crystally. I liked it.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good.
That was the worst post of all time. Let's see. Kona, let's go to hot. I want to get some fucking video shits in here, dude. Okay. Minimum Sky 2305 posted this. Papa might fight to save the podcast. Oh, my nose.
Shirt says donuts.
Looks like Paramount.
All right, next one is Anthony Joshua. It's one of my favorite fights of the year. It's Fluffy Hernandez and Sean Strickland. It's an amazing fight. My cousin, like Lana. He punches he's just speaking hypothetically. Let's look at it. Let's say outside of Tom Aspinall, you could probably wreck a good chunk of the heavyweight division right now, right? If you really trained hard. Why don't you do it, man? Just put my life on hold. Yeah, no, and then freaking the podcast, they blow up even more. God, that might be the only thing that saves now fighter than the kid. But that would be dope, though. Oh my god. Oh, that fight.
Yeah. He's talking about saving it like it's dying, Daddy.
That sucks. Hopefully not. But what would save the podcast more?
Us.
Yeah, obviously us. He's not. He's not down. I would say he goes and does fighting again. Standing or standing. Which one's better for the body?
Standing.
Yeah. Fighting can really fuck him up.
You could die from fighting.
Yeah. Stand up, he can't die. He comes out with something like the Gringo Poppy, but worse, dude.
Yeah.
If he can make a worse stand-up special than the Gringo Poppy, that would be amazing.
He needs to do stand-up again. Get a handler and listen to the handler. And the handler gives him Addies, but on a regimented diet. And then, he stays working out all the time. He stays fit, makes jokes, and do your comedy. Like, fuck everyone in the crowd type shit, He needs to become like a Matt Rife type comedian.
Yeah.
That's what I say, dude.
Like crowd work or like hot guy?
100% crowd work. Or 50% hot guy, 100% crowd work.
He tries to be like Rife. He dresses like him. He started doing that act. He tries to do a Rife accent.
Yeah.
That'd be funny.
That'd be funny if he goes, listen, Joanna, I've done a lot of shit. Stuff you're not going to be happy about. But I'm going to go on that stage right now. I'm going to talk about something for everything. And then accept what comes out. Because I'm going to make you a lot of money. He becomes Matt Rife. I'm pretty chop.
Because Rife, when he's doing stand-up, he has that stance. He's like, he's so confident, Oh, okay. What do you do? But Shab doing that would be great. They're like, I'm a pilot. Shab. Oh, okay. So, want to get a pilot in his ass? They're like, what do you mean?
I think there's this weird chemistry that he has with the audience already that everyone thinks.
here in this context, it's interesting that it's actually translated as violence. Okay? So the guy in Nasrullah, so the guy gave consent. What's it mean? So people, every Bachur Yisrael should have come and they say so the violence that the guy gave consent. This is the first young Jewish man who never tasted the taste of sin. What's it? So what is that? Mashah coming from this. The Mashah says it's that God and the God of Arias. The God of Arias. And you see, it makes sense from the context. Just a little bit as well. This is talking about young men who are careful to guard themselves from evil. No person, I was no person can say that they never tasted the taste of sin. Everybody tastes the taste of sin. We all sin. But when I say a person, especially a young person, when passions are strongest, who is careful to guard himself from immorality, that's the going. That ultimately, again, is the violent key that makes it such a beautiful sin. So they obviously something will come together, and that's the entrance to all types of beautiful food that. So the movement of Israel, this refers to the Jewish women, Shematidos Tisreyen L'Ba'alei. So it says, they tell their openings to their husbands. So Rashi put it down over here. This refers to Rashi. Actually, now you can see. Rashi goes over that a little bit. So I think it's considered about it means they tell their husbands and they become a Nidam. That the wife tells the husband she becomes a Nidam, that a husband shouldn't inadvertently transgress with him. Rosh Nishnachi, none of the possibility. Sha'otos Tisreyen L'Ba'alei. Literally, they close their openings only for their husbands. They say, the Jewish woman is she maintains her obligations. Everything is only for her. Kadoshim Dan Shan Boni Tzachar. This is what it's doing again. Literally, new and old. My beloved, I await you. I look out for you. I'm looking at this Israel. The example is so beautiful. God, so it's like sort of the greatest title that a person has. The greatest title that a person has. At the end of the day, the scar that awaits a person is to overcome his most innate wants and desires. You don't put that and you have to say, what God says, that God is not right. Listen, what does it mean that the young person, right? We're all young. Young person is able to resist the Torah. There's you don't know that the violence is often set. So it'll say, well, content of scent. What does it mean that your scent is beautiful? If you're working in morality, scent is something that just exists by itself. In other words, you don't do anything for scent. It's just a part of your being. Something that's a beautiful scent. It's just a part of their dishnal. It's a part of what they are. Another thing is that when I'm able to overcome the desire for morality, it's not just a shot that I become a holy. It fundamentally changes who I am. I emit a different scent. I smell different. I am different. See, there are certain things that I do that can there's a holiness, there are certain things that I do that just fundamentally change who I am. I emit like a reaction.
Intruders. Visste du att du frosset? Nej. G'day. Intruders fjärde frostloffet. Och ingen spukhinder i frosset från konkurrensen. Ingen frost!
Today's guest is a comedian and an actor. You'll know him from everywhere, from Grown Ups, King of Queens, Chuck and Larry, Paul Blart. His new movie is out that's right now in theaters. It's called Solo Mio. And it's great if you want to go check it out. But right now, let's get to know Mr. Kevin James. That's my coffee cup right there. Con Dios todos es posible.
Posible. It is, yeah. What is the middle word?
Todo es.
Todo es. Todo es. Everything is? That's cool.
With God, everything is possible. What does yours say?
Mine's pretty I just have no answers. That's what it comes down to.
Oh, yours is one of those Mad Lib mugs, huh?
Each day it's something different.
That's not Italian, but that's sounds a little bit Italian, like your movie.
It does. It is very close. Dio.
Dio? Like Rodney James Dio, like Lock Up the Wolves?
Yes, but much different. Yeah.
Lock Up the Wolves. You ever listen to that?
I remember him. I mean, he was crazy, right?
Yeah, I'm sure he's yelling Lock Up the Wolves.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You can't not be crazy and yell Lock Up the Wolves.
God, that album. My brother used to beat me to his music.
It makes sense.
You remember your first concert ever? No.
Yeah, it was Kiss.
Oh.
I saw Kiss in, it was like, right after, I think, maybe after Kiss Alive. It was after that or Destroyed, but one of them early albums. And I went with my buddy. I remember my buddy broke his arm, and he wasn't going to be able to go, but we convinced him to go. He was in a cast, so I was there with my mother and his mother, and he was just rocking his cast the whole night to Kiss. It was fun.
God, it's good.
It's a good one.
There was nothing like that time when you were going to a freaking concert.
Oh, yeah.
When you were just a kid, and so, like, you got, like, air hit you, and it was dope, and it just hit you.
Everything was weird.
Everything was crazy.
What was your first concert?
I went to, Marilyn Manson. And it was, they had a guy in our town, and he took us over there, me and other young kid, dropped us off.
You were there
with me, my buddy. This guy dropped us off, this religious guy or whatever.
He dropped you off religious?
Yeah, he had a car.
Religion.
He had a car. I don't know. Last Baptist, I think. I had no idea what he was.
I don't know, man. He dropped you off at Marilyn Manson.
Nothing decent. Oh, dude,
Did he take off fast? Like, was he like, go?
Yeah, he drove in a convertible.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he dropped us off. He said he could get us tickets there, and we'd heard a couple of their songs, and we were into them, and we were underage when we got in, but it was like being in a concert when you were a kid and everything was going on. If you were young, it was kind of wild because you were kind of free in this place. There was music. Sometimes it was like pot in the air. There was just like a lot. People were like
going around. A lot of new stimulus, right? A lot of weird stuff that you're a little bit scared, right?
Yeah, you're a little bit scared, but you're excited.
Yes.
And then if you get, somebody passes you something, or your buddy brought something or whatever, then you get lifted. And now, dude, one time we ate something. I don't know what we had, or some, we caught a whiff of something. And we might have brought it with us and lit it up. But whatever it was, it got into us.
Not me.
And dude, I couldn't see anymore, right? And I was like, oh shit. But I still had to pee.
Okay.
That's one thing I noticed. If you can't see, you still have to
the one doesn't stop the other.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know, I never got lifted, but if I couldn't see and I had to pee, how did you do it? Did you just kind of walk out with a friend?
I remember the direction
where you were.
I remember the direction of the back of the venue, and I put my hands like this, right?
Oh wow.
And I was going back, and I remember feeling like a badge, and I was feeling like a cop.
I'm sure he liked that.
Oh, dude, I'm so glad he didn't recognize it. I wasn't doing well. Yeah.
So you were in a bad way, and he helped you.
And I went into the bathroom. I thought it was a raccoon, whatever.
Yeah.
That was a long night. Anyway, Kevin James, good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
Yeah.
Nice to be here. Thank you very much.
Thanks for coming, man. I appreciate it. Did you guys go? We saw each other last night at your. You showed me and Nate Bardazzi and some other friends here in Nashville your movie.
Yeah, we went out to dinner. We just hung out, had a good night.
Where'd y'all go?
Oh gosh, what was the name of that place? It was Gannon's in Nashville.
Is it on a lake?
I don't think it was on a lake. I mean, we didn't take a boat together, right? We didn't. It was.
Sounds nice.
Yeah, it was cool. It was a cool place. Yeah, it was nice. They gave us a little room, and we just had fun. It was prime rib. It was everything, man. It was good.
Did it have that white sauce with it?
It did. It did.
What is that?
It's like a tartar.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's got a W. What is it? Or a horseradish. Horseradish. Not a W. Where's the W coming from? But it's white. That's where it comes from. The W is white.
Yep.
And it's horseradish, and they give you the chunks of horseradish, which is like that's like the nucleus of it. That's the burning. You never. What are you talking about?
Now bring up the natural horseradish in its natural habitat.
Yes. Yeah.
and then they have a white like horseradish sauce that kind of blends. See, that's the stuff.
Yeah, God, that's good.
Yeah, and you spread that over your prime rib.
I love that. That thing, I never know what it is, but they have it, and I love it.
What's that? The horseradish.
Yeah, I know.
You've had it.
Oh yeah, but I just forgot.
What it is.
But I know you only see it with
shrimp cocktail. No, you see it with shrimp cocktail too.
Oh, that's the same.
Yes, it comes out the same way. Give you the chunks of the thing. You do shrimp cocktail?
Yeah, I do shrimp cocktails all the time. The shrimps are hanging out showing their legs or whatever on the end of the thing.
Yeah, you split them, you pop them, and you dip them in the thing.
Dude, I had no idea that was the same thing.
But that's the wasabi version of whatever it is for this stuff. It's like wasabi. It's like a spicy hit that you do that it's really to get you to forget the fact that you're eating fish.
Yeah, I guess because some of it doesn't taste great or whatever.
Yes.
Horseradish is a perennial plant of the family Brassicaceae. It's not a vegetable. It is a root vegetable cultivated and used worldwide as a spice and as a condiment. Yeah, dude, I like that, man. I like it when I just really, but I only see it with prime rib, and I guess it always, to me, that always looked more like a milkier sauce.
Yeah. Well, there's both. There's that. That's the there's like little chunks when you see that, and then they give you like it's like a Cool Whip, like a mayonnaise style that blends with that. You put them both together, and it gives you it's a good cover.
Maybe I'm not looking around when I see that.
Yeah,
but I love that you get to talk to the person, they cut it.
Yes, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah,
you know. It's a lot of fun. It was a good night, man. We had fun. We missed you, and thanks for coming.
Yeah, dude, it was great to come over there and see the film. Just see the. Have you seen it a bunch already?
I've seen it a few times. Yeah. I mean,
did you help edit it?
Oh gosh, yeah, I did everything. You know, we're helping them all on every step of the way. We've been, babying this thing for a while now. So it's. I'll keep seeing it. I'm going to see it again, and it's basically just your baby. You work it, and you just kind of try to bring it to everybody. You want it to be right. And I don't want to, I want everybody like you. I want people to see it, to see what they think, what they can change it. But now we're here.
We felt the magic of it yesterday, man. It felt good. It was a love. I don't want to give anything away. I mean, it's a love story.
Yeah.
It's got some sweet moments that were surprises, I thought.
Good.
It definitely made me think, like, dang, I got to get, you got to get into love, man. That's what it makes you feel hopeful that people are getting into love out there in Italy. And in Italy.
Yes. That it's, honestly, it's never too late. That it's like, it really, I found my wife later in life too. And it's one of those things where it's like, it's possible for all, like people, when they get older, they start gripping the bat too tight, getting worried that I'm not with anybody, so they don't know whether to make that decision, jump, or whatever. I'm just going to be alone. And I think when you loosen up and kind of relax and just give yourself up to, give it a shot, you do better. And,
Did you feel that ever?
Oh, yeah. I was definitely, I got married at 39, I think, yeah. And I had my first kid at 40. But,
do you still have your wife?
Yeah.
I met her last night.
Yeah, she was there.
Oh, yeah.
I kept
I hope that was her, otherwise she wouldn't be happy hearing about it.
No. That's her. And
she is.
Yeah, 21 and change now. 21 years. Yeah, it's great. 4 kids. It's fun.
And is your wife from another country, or parents might be?
Well, she's Filipino and a little bit Alaskan Indian.
Dude, I love Filipinos.
Yeah. You do?
Dude, are you kidding me? How are you not?
Right?
Dude, they're the smiling people.
Yes, very happy people. Very fun people. And they make lumpia.
And they make what?
Lumpia.
Oh, I've never even
Can you look up lumpia? Lumpia is just
like a dip or something?
It's like an egg roll from heaven. And you put it in the dip. And it's nothing like the horseradish one. It's a beautiful, sweetie. Spice. It can be a little spicy if you want, but it's a fun one. It wowed me.
I would feel one of those in my ass. I think Rosie's looking good, brother. I'll tell you that. But you brought one of those into prison, you can sell it for a lot.
I don't know what was going in. A lot went out of my ass. But Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
God, no, those look that good.
Yeah, they're good. They're very good.
There's not a lot of food you put in yet, you know what I'm saying? Because it's total reverse route. That's like you see somebody's driving up the interstate the wrong way. You're like, what are they doing?
How'd you get on this road? Yeah, it's really good.
God, that's nice. Yeah, see, I think if somebody tricked me enough with a, with some sort of fancy little Oriental baklava like that, they would they could get me to love them more.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? If somebody had a recipe of something that you just loved, I would give it more. But yeah, Filipinos, dude. I wish we were all Filipino.
Yeah. Sure.
Because I think it would be great.
It would be great.
Name 60 bad Filipinos.
I can't name one. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I really don't. I don't know one. I can't name one.
So, are your kids a little bit Filipino too?
They have to be. I hope. Because
that's so good.
Yeah, they're fun.
Oh, I can't even imagine.
Kids. You should see them. You like them.
Oh yeah, I'd love to see them sometime. But yeah, I would love to have it like a semi-Asian or half-Asian. I don't know exactly the terms of Filipino, but I would love to have a child.
It's a cute mix. It's fun, you know.
And they're so good. They seem like such good people. Yeah, that's beautiful, dude. I know that you grew up over in New York. Oh, dude, I forgot to tell you this. I saw the movie when I first saw your movie. Solo Mio, it's called.
Yes.
I thought it was Salamio. I thought it was a.
Oh, that would be an old
like a Marvel character.
By the way, I could do that one next.
Yeah.
That is not Salamio is a.
That's what I thought. I was like, dude, what is he doing?
I'm not doing Salamio. How did you guys not think of Salamio?
I just thought it was like, oh, this is his like superhero type of guy, you know?
Did you think it was like just one word and it was an Italian word, or did you think it was the meat?
Oh, I thought it was like the master, like
Salamio.
Yeah, like Salamio shows up and rescues like the Italian parade or something.
Right.
Something happened to the Italian parade.
But is the Italian meat involved, or is it you?
No, that's just his name.
Okay. Does he have a cape?
Yeah, he may have a cape. Yes, he has a cape, like maybe a fine prosciutto or whatever. Yeah.
Salamio is insane.
Yeah. So anyway, I thought that, but I had my glasses on when I saw it. So
yeah.
Salamio, that's crazy. I was like, but it's awesome, and it was like I could see it being super exciting.
You know, I'm regretting every choice we made now that we did not go with Salamio. It really is hitting me. Salamio is, I don't know.
I hope from the land of mortadella.
Yes.
Your backstory could have been sick, but when I got there and I saw the image, and it was like, oh, Salamio.
Yes.
And it was good.
Yeah.
It's cool, man. Yeah, it just made me, it made me think about love. It made me think about that kind of stuff, and like, yeah, just the choices that we make. I think I've watched a couple movies recently that kind of like got me in like certain.
So you're single now?
Yeah.
Okay. And are you looking, or you're just like I'm?
Yeah, I'm looking. You know, I got to get married at some point.
Right.
You
know, want kids?
Yeah, I think I want to have some children.
I love it.
Yeah. Did you always want to have them? You think? You did.
Yeah. I did. I always wanted kids. And again, I was getting worried. I was, 39. It was later for me, and then 4. But you have so much time. You can have, you're great. You can go as long as you can, and then you adopt or do whatever. It's amazing.
Yeah, some of the there's a lot of returns over there. You know what I'm saying? But no judgment. And some of those are Russian. But people know it. It's on a chart. But yeah, dude, I do think I know I would like to. You know, I think it's just making sure I can get into that place.
Go ahead.
Of myself and knowing, okay, I can do this, and I have to really like fine tune my behaviors and what I need to be doing and how I kind of put myself and take care of myself and everything. It's like, because this is going to be a thing,
Right. You want to stay in it, right? So you want to, are you putting yourself out there though to in the right place to see these people, to meet these people? Because now it's because you're so famous now. It's like it's a different take. You got to be careful, right? So
I guess. I still probably date the same types of gals as when I wasn't popular. I think so. That I don't know if that changes, but I wouldn't date somebody. I think I would know if somebody was like, You know,
You definitely would.
after me for my podcast outtakes or whatever, you know. So, but yeah, I thought it was a great movie. It was really sweet. It had some good surprises. So yeah, I'm glad that I left feeling glad that I went out and saw it.
That's good.
And it made me think about some things. That's when I noticed something's nice for me. Is if I leave and it makes me like, you know, kind of think about myself in certain situations or something.
Yeah, and hopefully uplifting. If you know what I'm saying, if it feels, you know, that you can, that there's possibility out there. You know.
Oh, dude, and the singing, the part where you guys were singing, dude, I thought it was gonna turn into one of those like at the crescendo.
Yeah.
I thought at the crescendo it's gonna be like. It was going to be one of those 4K theaters or whatever, like the 4D or whatever.
Yeah.
And it was just going to like a huge thing like pasta sauce was going to fucking hit us all in the back of the head. That's what I thought, dude. If that would happen, bro.
Dude, that Salamia? What's the thing?
Salamio.
Okay, so it's Salamio.
That's what I thought.
Oh, dude.
That's a guy.
How do we not do Salamio?
Bro, I'll tell you this.
I want the leg muscles.
Oh, you got those.
No, I don't, man. I'm losing them. When you get older, you start losing the leg muscles. Abs, obviously, you know I have the abs. And the biceps and all that stuff, but the leg muscles.
That's a lot of leg.
It is. Spotty Fat, he's got a lot of clogged arteries.
With the consumption of cut shit.
I like it though, man. I'm in with this guy.
I think he's just his only thing he does is just go to the doctor to get his levels checked.
Just barrels of blood.
Dude, those aren't even muscles. That's just a chunk of gout.
Yes, that's all gout. Cholesterol.
But no, dude, it was cool. So thank you so much for inviting me, man. It's enjoyable. It's a nice week. You can take your lady. You can take your lady. You go with your family. You go with almost anybody, really.
Right.
It was sweet.
Good.
It was sweet and good, man. Did you grew up in Mineola?
I was born in Mineola. I grew up out. Yeah, I bounced around Long Island for a little bit through Hyde Park. But you don't know this stuff.
We just had a fireman on. This is how I know this. We just had a fireman on. And he mentioned that you were from that area. Because I said, can we use my people on? He's like, oh, he's from Hyde Park.
Yeah.
And we had this guy, Tony Bonfiglio. There he is right there. He was a firefighter during 9/11. He did 22 years on Ladder 34.
Wow.
Which was Washington Heights. And he just had the best stories about growing up in New Hyde Park and where he went to like interview to be the fireman, and him and his buddies just screwing around in the area and just going to like different music clubs and listening to cover bands and stuff
I
like
love
that.
it. What a
He's from Mineola. It's great.
Yeah, that's a lot of good people from there. Really. Yeah, it's really cool experience.
It feels like that.
It is. It was fun growing up, man. But for me, like helped in stand up and helped and everything. I just had a good, fun childhood. It was really, really cool. Funny people.
Was your brother funny or something? You had a sister?
My brother was funny first. Yeah, we're all funny. Like it's all the dinner table stuff, and putting on little shows when relatives come over, that type of stuff. And then eventually, I was playing football in college. And, I realized the dream when you're not starting in Division III.
Were you at Oneonta?
No, I was at Cortland, and I never finished. I was drinking a lot. Like we were partying up there. It was crazy. It was crazy.
That's up there
by Syracuse and all that stuff. And
Cortland,
Ithaca.
It's in Ithaca, isn't it?
No, it's near Ithaca.
Oh, man.
Oh yeah, there I am. That was me playing football in I think that's high school. But yes, that was when I played. And then once I realized there was guys so much better than me, I go, I'm not going to do this anymore. What do I do?
Did you have a nickname on the team or not?
I think it was the Hydrant. I don't think it was because of what you think. I think it was just a different reason. I'm not sure the reason. Yeah, because I was low. I was low to the ground, and I wet myself a lot. So it was just a weird thing. But no, I mean, once I realized that wasn't going on anyway, I never finished Cortland, too. I got out of college.
And they give you an honorary thing like that in the mail or something?
They would give it to me now, but I don't want to go back now. I don't want to.
I'll get your degree, man.
Really? Should I go back?
I mean, I wouldn't say, I'm not going to tell you not to get your education.
Yeah, maybe I should, right? No, I should. For what? What am I going to use it for?
I don't know. I got urban planning. That's mine.
Did you finish
Yeah,
college?
I finished college for almost 11 years.
Where'd you go?
I went
11
offline.
years for college?
I went offline also.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I went to a lot of schools. I went to Arizona. I went to Santa Monica College. I went to University of New
Why
Orleans.
did you not finish at one?
LSU, College Charleston. I don't know why. I started doing comedy, so and I would hit the road. I'd be like, and then I'd have to pick back up and do a semester, and like it was just piecemeal.
Did you get into like through improv?
Granger knows that as an HVAC technician, the heat is on you every day. Your first call, an office building with a noisy AC unit. Time to put your experience to work. On site, your meters don't lie. The blower motor's failing. But Granger's easy-to-search website quickly helps you find what you need to keep the office and their HVAC running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
The video is so realistic, in fact, that the real only clear sign that you have that
Through improv or just right into stand-up?
Just got into stand-up. I was just like, I think the first Mark Gross, I think, was the first comedian maybe I ever saw. Bring him up.
What year did you start?
I started in 2005.
Oh, my goodness. That is so crazy.
Yep. I saw this guy perform, and I'd seen, like, Chris Rock's my favorite comedian growing up. I'd seen, like, I'd seen comedy, but I'd never seen it live.
Right.
And we went to college where it was like, at LSU, they'd call you and they'd be like, you got 30 free tickets tonight.
Right,
like,
right.
What? Because there's paper in the room, but you get so excited.
Yeah, you just get a gift. So you go.
And I went and I saw him, and I was like...
It changed you.
Yes, I was like, oh, this can really be like a thing.
That you wanted to do right away, or you thought?
I don't think I knew I wanted to do it, but I liked being funny, and then I was like, oh, this can... Like this is a real path. I just never connected the dots. I need like dot to dot to dot. I need dots between the dots to connect them, And yeah, so that made me like start to I think have the book, and then I got to LA, and then I started just going up,
Dude, I was in Vegas when I saw you and heard about you. You know how I heard about you or saw you? Your face was the whole side of the hotel.
Oh,
yeah. You remember? Did you see that? That was badass. I was like, "Who's this?" I was like, "My goodness!"
I know.
Check you out, dude. That was awesome. That's really cool, man.
That's crazy.
That's it.
Just to think that he saw that.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
Cool.
I was like, "Whoa! I don't get that. I never got that." That was big, man. No. I'm serious. That was cool.
Some of that stuff is pretty cool. It's like impossible to live up to that kind of hype.
That is, but it's still, man. That's cool.
Yeah, stuff like that's kind of interesting sometimes, I guess.
Yeah, there it is. See, it is.
Yeah.
Look at that, man. That's exactly what I saw. And I was like, whoa, this guy looks like Salomio.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that look, right? That's a hero.
I'm looking for the shooter from that shooting they had a few years ago.
That's right. That was rough.
Yeah, that was a surprise. Anyway, I forgot to really ruin that compliment you're giving me, but thank you.
That's true. It's true. I remember seeing that, being there in Vegas, and I was like, well, it's an instant bit of like, who's this guy? Like a little bit of fear. There's always like, oh my gosh, this new guy. I'm trying to fill this room. I hope I do well tonight. And this guy's got the side of a building. I'm like, good for him.
Because we needed that much advertising.
True.
We started small. We started on thimbles.
I love it. Just handing him out on guitar picks.
Yeah, that's a great idea. This episode is brought to you by Pepsi, and we've actually got their Super Bowl commercial that premiered last night. Let's take a look at it right here. Oh, blind taste test. My whole life's a blind taste test. This bear's in therapy or therapy, I think they call it. I don't even know. Whatever this is about, I'm in. Cheap furniture.
Tell me about your mother.
Oh, yeah. Mother longing. Is this me? Staring at women through windows. Yeah. Oh, that's sweet. That's nice. Let's go, Bear. With your lady at a concert. Oh, that's a pretty cool play right there. Me and this bear are really similar. Drinking games, therapy, cheap furniture, and longing for a woman through a pane of glass. Peeping Tommy, we call it. But I guess in the animal kingdom, it's more of like a acceptable pastime. All right, moving on. But actually kind of staying right here. Some of my friends bug me that I choose Pepsi over Coke. But there's actually been blind taste tests that prove that Pepsi Zero Sugar tastes better than Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. There's even a name for it. It's called the Pepsi Paradox. It's the idea that once bias and labels disappear, cola drinkers prefer the taste of Pepsi Zero Sugar. Yep. Pepsi first showed this 50 years ago with their iconic Pepsi Challenge, when they had people try Coke and Pepsi without the labels, and the results were clear. When you take labels out of the equation and you just focus on taste, people choose Pepsi. I mean, that's what the Super Bowl commercial was showing. There's a blindfolded, cola-loving polar bear, and he chooses Pepsi Zero Sugar. Dude, my freaking blind cousin chooses Pepsi. He just emailed me. How can he email? If he could Pepsi for a second. Hey, quiet down. Bad joke. It's the question that Pepsi's putting out there. Is your cola choice actually about taste? Because they redid the Pepsi Challenge in 2025. And guess what? 66% of people chose Pepsi Zero Sugar over Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. And it just makes you think, if nobody told you what you were supposed to like, what would you actually choose? The public has spoken. And Pepsi Zero Sugar tastes better than Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. If you're curious, go try Pepsi Zero Sugar. Let your taste decide. When your comedy first started, was it just something you wanted to do? Did you know it kind of? I know it's such an old question, but you and I don't really know each other.
I didn't know what I wanted to do. I knew when I got out of college, I left college. I didn't finish. I went home for the summer, and my brother started doing improv. And I was bouncing at the time, and I didn't know what I wanted to do. But I didn't want to do this. I just wanted to try something. And I always follow him into other things. So he'd be like, you're coming into, whatever it is, So I ended up doing a small community theater play. And I said, then I started doing an improv group with him and their buddies. And I fell in love with it. And then it just progressed into stand-up. Now, I did my first stand-up. The first night was in 1989, July 26, 1989. That's how long I've been doing it. And I loved it. I mean, and I crushed the first night I ever did it, which I'm thankful for. Yeah. Because the second night, I ate it so bad with the same material, and I didn't, and if I would have ate it first, I think I never would have done it again. But so I'm thankful that I did okay. And then, I love it, man. I love it. And then,
Was your brother weird about it that you came in and liked his thing?
No, you know what? I gotta say, he was really cool about it. He actually, he would tell me, you want to do this? Okay, if you want to do this, come and do it. And I would start to do it. And back then we would buy these calendars, completely empty. And I was working at Granger, and it was like my last day job. I was like, I wanted to get
the equipment.
Yes, that's what I did. I was in the back. It was hot as could be, and I had to fill orders, and I hated everything about it because it was miserable. I was just trying to work my way up to the air conditioning.
Yeah, it's hella mice in there too.
There's everything in there, So I'm just driving a forklift, and I'm working hard, and I'm trying to fill my calendar with these stand-up dates, and it would just be like once a week or whatever it is. And then my brother called me one night, and he goes, "What are you doing tonight?" And I go, "I'm staying home." He's like, "What?" Because you have to sign up for open mic nights.
Yeah, you got to sign up sometimes in advance, so that's sort of
exactly.
You got to get there early.
And I go, he's like, "Why aren't you at the club tonight?" And I go, I didn't get a spot." He's like, "That doesn't matter. So what? Why aren't you going out there making something happen? Go look, and somebody falls out, or you meet somebody, or talk to somebody." And I'm like, all right. And I went that night, and I met somebody, and I became like my first agent. And so he was right, man. He helped me, a lot. And that he was cool with helping me out.
And he was the funny one, you said?
Yes, he was. I mean, we're all funny. The whole family was funny. He was the first one to start it, to get going that direction.
Because it's interesting how that happens. And I was like, my brother was a funny guy, and so I think that's why, why I wanted
to be like that.
I think you just trying to
Did your brother do stand up?
No, he was just like probably just desperate for attention like me, but he was also, he was a funny guy.
Right. There are a lot of funny guys I knew in school that were
he didn't get a stand up. Oh, dude.
Right? That would be, I'm like,
the best.
You didn't,
That would be the best. I was so glad you didn't do it. Oh, dude, my friend Scott was like the funniest kid to me, and I'm like, some of the people are like, Dio, you're funny. I'm like, dude, there's so many people who just never really just went and did it.
Yeah, because I mean, honestly, being funny with your and making that leap to doing it in front of people and developing it is a different thing. It's like you've got to create it and kind of get used to. It's a different animal, right? When you're because I know my buddies are so funny. I got a buddy who's so funny, but when he does it, I go do that impression in front of someone else. He can't do it. He folds like a house, man. He's just it's rough, and I look bad.
Oh, dude, the worst is when sometimes you do look bad because of other people. Yes. I remember this. I dated this girl. She didn't know how to stand out of the way of where people were walking.
Oh, see, that would drive me. That would drive me nuts.
Bro, I would have to go hide in the bathroom.
No, that's brutal.
We'd be talking. She would like take a step back. I'm like, this is where all the people are walking, and it was like, and people bump into her, and then guys were like, and then it just like,
I dated a girl who would take 5 seconds before she would realize that a waiter is there asking her for like something, and every time, and I'd have to go. He's looking for you, and she'd just be like this in a daze every time, 5 seconds, and then she'd come out of it, and I'm like, I can't go on. I couldn't get married to that, so it's like there's no use of me being here.
It's the little things, dude. I dated a girl that I was in love with, and then we were like canoodling or snuggling, or whatever they used to call it. I think they don't. I don't know why they don't call it that, but we're canoodling, I guess now it's called. And then, but her head was really small. She had big hair. And her head was so small.
Yeah.
And I was like,
did you like that though, or it was a point where you go, I want to help her and be with her, or is it like that small, or like like how small though?
Like it was
like a
just
ballpoint pen, or are we talking like
when the day when you only knew about baseball, and then one day you're at PE and they show you softball.
Yes. Okay.
And you get that ball and you're like, what is this? And you're like, this is like a baseball with like intestinal issues or whatever.
Right.
Like
it's a baseball with inflammation and
yes, it's a baseball that has not had proper dieting.
My heart melts for people. The physical things more, but I dated a girl once who would just say the phrase "rattle your cage." Every time. She's like, hey, and I'm like, what are you doing? And she's like, I'm just calling to rattle your cage. And I'm like, I can't go on. That's a buddy of mine's joking. So.
Oh, it is? Oh.
Well, it happened to a buddy of mine, but that is a thing that I would literally get out of.
Yeah, but
so wouldn't that be something like that? She goes, hey, just calling to rattle your cage.
I would
No.
rattle my phone against the wall. I would rattle my freaking head out of it. Off about me. Dude, yes, I would. Oh, also, I dated a girl. We would be sleeping. She'd get up in the middle of the night, put a bunch of M&Ms and chocolate in her mouth, and come right back in the fucking bed. She said, like, sometimes I can't fall back asleep unless there's chocolate in my mouth, and I was like, that's crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with that.
But that was crazy, dude. I had a girl who made me roll her up in a blanket so she could go to bed at night. Like
Burrito style?
Yeah. Or like the lumpia. Yeah.
No way. It was like the lumpia.
Yeah. I had a girl I didn't even realize that till just now.
Did you have to unroll her in the morning, or you just left it? No? You just leave her?
Oh, dude, I didn't even know that well.
You can't get out.
Yeah.
Well, she get on your own. She doesn't have claustrophobic issues, though. You know that. So if you're ever stuck in an elevator with her, you're the one you want to be with.
She's dynamite. Yeah, you're right. I need to look at the other side of the coin.
Yes.
Like, definitely.
There's always a bright side.
Yeah. I sometimes get stuck on the other side. And I'm like, I know it's brighter over there, but
yes.
Let me mill around over here.
Yeah.
In the shadows, you know?
Look at both. I mean, little head, burrito girl. All these things can be, there is a positive side to it, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, dude, I mean, that was a lot for me. But then also, I'm like, I don't know. But there's a lot of things that I think it probably kept me kind of single over the years, you know?
Yeah.
Did you ever try one of those matchmaking services or no? Because I get approached by those all the time now.
I was before them, I think. Yeah, I don't know how, maybe they existed, but, I was before I think the internet and all that crap. I got married in 2000, what is it, 3 or 4? What was going on? 2004 I got married. Was that what was around then? I don't even know if anything was around, but I never used them anyway.
Yeah, how would you meet? What was loitering or whatever?
Yeah, it was we tried. I mean, I met my wife on a blind date. Someone set me up because Leah Remini, who was on my show with me, the King of Queens.
Yeah.
She saw that I had nobody, and she set me up with.
No, so it was one of her good friends.
No, it wasn't her. She set me up. She didn't set me up with a girl. Well, she did over the years. She tried to, but she set me up with a house decorator because she came to my. When we had the King of Queens, I got my first place in, and she saw how it was decorated, and it was terrible. I had like prong lamps and posters. Like I was living with my brother, and it was like she's like, no, you can't do this. You can't decorate a house. Yes. So she got a decorator for me, which I never knew about or anything like that. It wasn't me. And this decorator came into my life. She was a horrible decorator, but she set me. She really was. She wasn't great either. I didn't like it, but she saw that I was lonely and like I had nobody, and she set me up with somebody she knew, and then it was like it was amazing.
Did it change like that for you when you kind of realize like this is something? Because it's funny how people go from a moment. I have a friend. She's a comedian. She was like, I don't know what's gonna happen. You know, I'm gonna sell my eggs. I'm gonna bury them over here, or whatever. You know. And then out of the blue, one day I called her. She's like, "Yep, I'm moving to Florida. We're getting married." It's just like
you could turn on a dime.
That's the thing.
It can.
That's the thing you got to remember.
And by the way, I think it most of the time it does when you're not trying, right? I mean, the thing when you're not
looking,
what
they say,
right? I don't know. I think for me it did. I was just kind of lying. She was like, "Try," and I was like, "I'll give it a shot." Never thinking anything would come of it. And then I never left her. That was it.
Were you kind of a romantic guy? Are you kind of like that guy, or
no? I don't think so. I had to fake like she wanted to go out and we went to a sushi restaurant the first night, and I didn't. I never sushi. She's like, "You eat sushi?" I go, "Yeah." I lied right out of the gate, just because I wanted to make things smooth. And we got there, and it was just a rough. It was everything you don't want to eat at a sushi restaurant made an appearance. It was rough, and I had to fake it and get through it. But I was drinking a lot of beer to get through it and kind of take it. I was taking it like a pill, like I would take the sushi like a pill.
Yes.
And and I got through that night. I was lying about everything. She's like, "Do you jog in the morning?" I go, "I jog every morning." I never jogged. We started jogging, and I was like, "What the? I got to keep it up." And finally, we were close enough where I go, I got to tell you some things here. I don't do a lot of the stuff we've been doing. I sit a lot more than we have been sitting. And that was it. I was like, and she, I was in enough of the relationship though there where she was like good with it. You know what I'm saying? Like we knew each other. So she's like, okay. And then the active things kind of fell off, and it was fun.
That's cool, man.
Yeah. You gotta, I mean, how hard are you looking right now?
Right now, I'm actually trying.
I don't need to get back into it again. I know you don't want to.
Yeah, no, I'm actually just trying to take a step back right now, and I'm just gonna spend a little bit of time with myself and see what's kind of going on.
You working out? You taking care of yourself?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, man.
Sure
I'm fasting today, actually.
Cool. You fast? I fasted yesterday.
Did you?
Yes.
Let's go.
Let's go, baby.
Dude, yeah, I fasted today. Let me see. I did like 3 days last week. I just got into it this year. And so it's been interesting. I feel super dehydrated today.
Yeah.
But it's like some days that happens.
That's the biggest thing. You got to replace the water. And by the way, if you do fast, the next day you don't go to Nashville. It's just Nashville. I just went to the deli here and crushed it. It was great.
Yeah.
Well, that's the thing. Like I bounce back and forth. I can do a day fasting, and then the next day you should just kind of be good on your body because it's like it digests it, like it's feeling good, and you can't put crap back in. So I got to stop doing that. It's obviously the battle for me, the food, but that's awesome that you're fasting.
Yeah, I like it.
What do you fast for? You lose weight, so you're fasting for?
Just for health reasons, just because they say like autophagy your body gets into, and then it helps fight like cancer cells and things like that. Like your body starts taking care of itself. And because my brain gets clear, I have noticed, it's funny, I just noticed this the other day. I think I'm having dreams that seem more relevant to like direction in my life and like some sort of like information, not all the time, but a little bit more than just like dreaming that I'm like attacking somebody with a, fighting a neighbor,
exactly,
regular shit, or waiting in line or whatever.
Yes, yes.
But
you have dreams of waiting in line.
Oh yeah, Lou Ferrigno's in a lot of them.
No,
yeah.
You and Lou Ferrigno are waiting in a line.
Yeah, at the post office, and his wife's mad at him.
No, at him or you?
At him.
Are you in front of him or behind him?
I'm behind him.
Yes.
Yeah, and I
so
know
you see it going on.
Yeah.
You see the whole relationship, And then is the lady behind the counter going like next, or you never get there?
No.
Never get there.
We never get
Dude,
there.
that is the greatest dream of all time.
It took, dude. I probably had it 300 times where I finally was able. You ever had a dream so many times you're just on the edge?
Yeah.
You wake up, you're like, what?
Yeah.
I've had it so many times. What is it? You know? And you're like, it's horseradish.
Yes.
Dude, yeah, that's one of a big one for me.
I love it.
But recently I've just been getting a little more information. Anyway, I just think I feel clearer in a lot of ways. It's helping me feel a little bit more inspired. I think to take care of myself because I think it starts to show me that I'm willing to make some sacrifices, even in little ways.
Mm-hmm.
That's
what it is.
Yeah.
And that's.
Have you done it? Yeah,
I did fasting. Like I do it every once in a while. I'll do it, but I did a really long one, and it was great. And then I got fat again. I told Rogan this. I did 41 and a half days, just water, but honestly, I didn't rid myself of, like, I was doing it for, like, different, like, spiritual reasons. Like, I wanted to clear out everything, and because the whole journey, I was watching, like, pictures of food and going, this is what I'm going to eat when I'm done. I can't wait to get back there. I never really broke the habit of going, I don't need food, doesn't matter. I would feed. I would cook food for my kids, and the smell of food, I'd be like, hey, can I make you a sandwich? Because I was living through that, and I wouldn't eat it, and I was fine with that, but I needed to see the food and hold it. I'd smell it, and then I'd hand it off. And I didn't break the real bind, you know what I'm saying, the cord of being detached from stuff, and that's what I got to do in my life with everything, because I'm addicted guy. Like, I'll just be like, oh, I got to cut it off. That's it.
Yeah, I think that's what I'm doing, trying to do with dating right now. It's just like, let me take a break from, like, if I put myself into a moment over here, and I'm in this over here, and then I'm going on maybe a date that I'm not interested in, but maybe over here somebody I am interested in, but now I don't have time because I'm kind of dividing it up, and then I'm like, let me just see what's going on. Mm-hmm. That's you're the factory,
Yeah. By the way, I had a dream that I was on the ledge of a building and I'm falling. I've had this one a few times. I'm falling, but I never leave the ledge. I'm just yelling the whole time like I'm falling down. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, ah! But I never jumped. I'm just looking. Yeah. And then I wake up. That one comes back anyway. I just want to throw that in there.
I'd be so pissed if I'm down there. I'm like, what is this?
Yeah.
Look at this poser.
Yes, exactly. You're looking like, is he doing it?
Yeah.
He's just yelling. He's giving, he's got all the accoutrement, but no fall.
Dude, the weird guy at a suicide dump is the guy who's just waiting down there for the guy to jump.
Yes, they're just like this, not doing
Arrest
anything.
him.
Yeah, that's what you should do, because this guy's not either helping or pushing. Either one. He's not doing anything. Either run upstairs, do something, make a move, but he's just waiting. These are the people in life we don't need.
Eating, and the guy that's eating.
Eating. If you get nachos and you're pulling up and you're waiting for a guy to jump.
Yeah, like, hey.
No, I can't.
Give me 30 seconds. Let me grab this nachos. Yeah. Ledge. To dream of standing on a ledge represents being on the verge of something.
Is it? Yeah.
Someone else may be very close to finally making a big decision. You may be feeling tense or experiencing anxiety about a difficult change. Alternatively, a ledge may reflect how close you or someone else is close to going in a far situation.
Wow.
Shit, I messed up the sentence.
It's okay. It doesn't make, because you know what? It still kind of hits the area. You know what I'm saying? I kind of got the gist of it.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah,
Rogan's crazy. Have you been on his show before?
I did Joe's show. I've known Joe for gotta be 35, maybe more than 35 years. I didn't remember.
Wow.
What's 1990? No, maybe 34. 30, what is it? 1990s. 36 years, right? 26.
That's so wild.
Yeah. He's the one who got me. I mean, really, with my manager, and he's just he's always been the guy that's just like, go follow your own path. And he was the one who got me out of. Yeah, he got me out of.
Did he always seem so confident?
Yeah, he did. He just did. He was, the one who got me out of. Like, I was the stand-up comedian behind the mic with the sleeves pushed up and the bolo tie. I don't know if you remember these comics. These comics with the jackets, the funny jackets, the color. And he just wasn't that guy. He was just a half backwards guy, and just go out there. And he always tell me, like, I was always like so desperate to get laughs and trying so hard. And he was like, don't give them your jokes on the platter. Like, he was one who told me, like, basically, make them comfortable and knowing that whatever you say, is funny, and if they don't know, like they got to catch up, be part of it,
Right? Don't make it about the jokes, make it be you.
Yes. He was such an influence on.
So was he? Did other people see him? Did now people see him? I mean, and I certainly do. Like as a, I don't know if it's a pioneer as much, but like, I mean, he's the best in his space, like in podcasting. His stand-up is just, I mean, he's just a killer. Like,
he's always been,
he just was like,
he's super, super intense in anything he did. Like, once he locks on doing it,
he just seems so confident.
I told him, I think God's going to make him one of the greatest saints of the 21st century. I really do. I think this guy, and I keep saying, because God's going to use him. He's like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. He just goes and he seeks truth, and he's a guy that is just like, when he seeks it, he knows it's true. He's unrelenting. Like, he just doesn't stop. Yeah. And it's like, that's who, like, he'll go. He's crazy strong. Like, I knew it was martial arts. There's jiu-jitsu. We started jiu-jitsu together, by the way. I'm a blue belt. 30-something years. He's crazy black belt. He's beyond,
he's dark black belt.
Dude, he's
Cafe de Negro.
He is a badass. He is the real deal. He really is. And he was getting into the internet before anybody and just searching these things and truth and that. I mean, he was crazy about it. And I was just, I'm always behind the curve, way behind it.
Well, we need sleep, I think. He's like the kind of guy, it's like, I don't know, he always just seems to me like he's so, and he and I know each other pretty well now. But he's always go, and he's so curious, and he remembers everything. That's the craziest thing. You can't lie to him because he remembers everything.
Yes.
So you're about to lie, and you're like, oh, shit.
No, and he'll call you out. That's what I love about it. Like, even me, like, I'm there. I know him for 36 years now. Even doing his podcast, it's like, you got to be careful, because he'll be like, what? What do you mean? And it's like a dog, it's a dog that caught you, and you're like, and you got to come, But I love that, because there's such an innocence behind that. He just wants to know the truth. He's like, that's not true. You didn't say that, or you didn't do it. So you got to be careful.
He's kind of an oracle. Like, I don't know if it's an oracle, but he's kind of like a mirror of something. You know what I'm saying? There is something about that. I think it's super. I totally believe it. Some people give him a hard time, whatever, but to me, he's always seemed very altruistic as just to who he is, or trying to be the best of who he is.
That's it. It's not, everybody falls, everybody makes mistakes, and does things wrong, but I know this guy is searching for truth, and he's always just calling it out. And
he's an astronaut, man.
He's everything.
Dude, yeah, I was at the UFC the other day, and he brings these big bags of beef snacks, and it's just beef and salt that's dried out beef. And he brings...
Because he wants to get down from 2% to 1% body fat?
Yeah, he's doing something. Wow. He's always over there fucking, drinking fucking bat saliva or something, doing something, trying to get an upper.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, there it is, carnivore snacks. So he has 3 bags, and he gave one to Daniel Cormier, and then Daniel traded one of his, and
traded for what?
I had a tub of popcorn, and he couldn't keep away from it.
Oh, I love it.
He's like, my hand just keeps ending up in the
DC.
Yeah, but anyway, that was pretty great too. But I got to eat a whole bag of those beef snacks.
How are they?
You know what? They're really good. They're not too salty, so you don't get like chip fatigue.
Right? Yeah.
Chip fatigue.
Well, something's like you're chewing on the top of a shoe, and it's just tiring. It's exhausting for the teeth.
Ugh. And it's not like jerky. Jerky to me, sometimes at a certain point seems like, what are we doing here?
Yes, it's a give up. You give up.
Yeah, but this is nothing like that.
That's cool.
Yeah, and it feels kind of carnivorous, I guess, in a sense. Yeah, I enjoyed it.
Right.
But it's fun just seeing him over there with their snack. But sometimes you'll see Daniel Cormier over there. He'll have a thing of summer sauce.
Yeah.
And it's freaking February.
He dips.
And he's over there just slicing it off.
I love it. He's a good man. He's like me in that he loves his food. I golf with him. Yeah.
You golf with him?
I did golf with him and Chris Wyman. Chris Wyman loves you too, by the way.
Chris Wyman's a cool guy.
Yeah, he loves you. I know Chris from Long Island guy, so he's the greatest. Yeah, and
so whenever you were training, was he training too?
Always training with him in their group. Ray Longo and over there.
Dude, that's cool.
Yeah, they're fun. They're a fun group. Long Island is tough guys, man. There's a lot of good guys came out of Long Island.
Yeah.
So no, but it's fun. Him and DC, we all went out and golfed and had a blast. And does that mean next to Wyman? Yeah, Wyman.
You? Wyman is hilarious, dude. He's got the best energy, bro.
Yeah, he's a great guy. He's incredible, and yeah,
they have a great show now that they do too.
Yes, he was just telling me that they're doing more and more with him. And I said, man, I'm so happy that he stopped fighting. I don't want them all to stop fighting because I don't want anybody to get hurt. Like you get to know all these guys, like please don't fight anymore. I can't. That's why I stopped watching. I don't go anymore. I used to go all the time.
Oh, you did?
With Rogan. Oh, I wouldn't. Dude, there was no. Yeah, I would go to these fights before anybody was even there.
Oh wow!
I would hear, the stomping on the canvas. There'd be nobody there. Everybody
That's
waiting
when I go.
Yes, I love that.
I go.
It's quiet, and you hear a crack of a fist into a jaw or something, and I loved every moment of it. But I just couldn't do it anymore because I would get to know these fighters, and I was like, I couldn't. I'm Randy Couture and Chuck Liddell, those fights.
I just saw Chuck Liddell. I thought he passed away, and I was like, holy shit.
Yeah, no, I couldn't.
You're alive.
You are there early.
Oh, dude, I go early a lot.
Dude, I love that.
Last time I got there too early.
I love that, man. So you're not showing up at the main event, going in there, sitting there.
I think this is amazing. These are like these people that are doing the thing that they love the most.
Right.
And some of them in the earliest, they're coming out for the first time into this UFC, and they come out and nobody's there. It's like, but dude, sometimes you see some of the best fights early.
Yep.
Yeah, I love it, dude.
Good for you, man. Yeah, and that was it. And then I would start to know these fighters, and I couldn't watch them anymore. I was there with Rich Franklin when he got knocked out by Anderson Silva, and I was there with his wife, watching this, and just stunned. And I'm like, I can't do this anymore. So I stopped going. I couldn't do it. I don't want to see these guys. And I was telling him that I wanted to get Chris out of fighting because I was like, he's had so many surgeries, broken leg, all these things, and it's like, he's a good-looking guy, man. Get on TV, and he's funny, and he's personable. So I'm glad to see he's doing TV stuff.
Yeah, there's a lot of great guys over there. Angry Girls, it's been fun. Yeah, being associated with that whole thing has been just so exciting. Just to get to go watch it.
Mm-hmm.
Do
you train?
No, I trained for a little while, and then I just kept getting hurt.
Yeah, it's tough.
My ribs, and I'd be having some fucking huge guy would be rolling over on me or something, and it was a lot. So I think I'll do it again whenever I don't have so much responsibility.
I got to do it when they work out the smell. You know what I'm saying? The smell of the room.
Oh yeah.
I can't do it. Not at 60. Like when I was younger, I was like, hey, you got to be. It doesn't matter what it is. At 60, you go. I don't need to smell this anymore.
You at 60?
Yeah, it's 60. I believe that. Yes,
no,
dude.
not at all.
Yes, you're a baby. I'm telling you, I've been around a long time. So what I'm saying is, I don't need the smell of a jiu-jitsu room anymore.
Yeah.
I'll do it privately. I'll do it like that way for a while. And once, because a wet gi, I don't think there's much worse than that going up against a guy with a wet, right? And you're in there, and he's got your face, and he's cranking it, and all you got is like wet gi and chest hair, and
it's past gay. It's past a gay feeling. I think it's gay feeling.
It's not even.
It's beyond romance.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, it's a control thing, and it's just.
Yeah, some guys.
It's just not good.
And he got wet, and then got cold and wet.
Yes,
that's the thing. Somebody's warm and wet. At least you're like.
It's actually a bath. Yeah, that feels like a little bit more like a bath would feel. Cold and wet is just bad. And the smell.
Yeah, that's tough stuff, dude. Not my favorite.
Nope.
We've got another segment now brought to you by Pepsi. You saw the bear, the myth, the legend in the Super Bowl commercial where he chose Pepsi Zero Sugar, and now we've got him in studio here. What's up, Bear? First off, thanks for coming. I don't even know how you got here. Well, actually, we just had a huge freeze here, so you can't talk. Okay. I think what'll be easiest to get to know you, I think, is if I ask you questions and you just use these paddles, this or that. Does that make sense to you? Okay. Let's get started. Okay, I gotta ask you out the gate, big dog. This female polar bears or that thick raccoons? Female polar bears, huh? Okay. But if you get one of those snow racks going and short it, okay, let's keep it moving. This Polar Express or that Tokyo Drift? Tokyo Drift, really? Oh, yeah. But Tom Hanks narrated Polar Express. Yeah, you're right, kind of. Dude, this is just for me. Have you ever had penguin? How is it? I knew it. They won't let us have it. Dude, what's your stripper name, you think? What do you mean? You live at the North Pole. It's the biggest pole in the world. You never even thought about your stripper name? It's the last thing you ate in the street you grew up on. Yeah, I think so. Yours would probably be like Snow Way, Zero Sugar. Coming to the main glacier. I like it. Zero sugar. That's what I'm talking about. Get that sugar out of here, boy. Don't be crazy around me with that sugar. I don't want no sugar bear. I want my bear to be sugar free. Sugar free. Sorry, something took over me. Okay, that's not edible. Or you can. I don't care. I think we have another one. So this, the first sip, or that, the last sip. All sips. All right, this is the last one. This is a big one. This, Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, or that, Pepsi Zero Sugar. It's the truth. Pepsi Zero Sugar tastes better than Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. That's his take. That's my take. But let your taste decide. Hey. Yeah. Jeez, where are you going? Oh, wherever you want, I guess. Where does a polar bear sit? Wherever he wants. Yeah. Was it hard for you to adapt to married life once you got married?
No. Once I found her, like it was like I remember I went away. I was with her for a while. You know, it's like this is it. I knew this was it, and it wasn't because I got to get married or anything like that. I could tell because I just didn't want to be away from her, and I had to do I think a couple gigs or whatever. I was on the road for a while, and she couldn't go, and I just hated being away from her. I was calling her, and I was like, wow, I got to get back there, you know. And
you had that feeling in a long time.
I had. You know, not with who I was dating and going out with. So no, it wasn't that. It was totally different. You just click on so many different levels, and it's like it just becomes apparent. Like, man, I need this person in my life. This is, they make me better too. They're, what I'm saying? They were like, yeah, that's it. So she's amazing that way. So that was it. I was like, I'm done. I'm happy. Gosh.
Oh, that's a great thing to say.
Yeah. No, I am. It's amazing.
Yeah, when you get excited, when you see your wife, you get excited, you give her a hug.
Yeah, I'll give her a hug. I love, but sometimes, it's not, all the time. It's not crazy romantic all the time, It's life, you're tired. It's like, you just pass each other. Sometimes it's, it's a fist bump. It's like, all right, get out of it, whatever it is. But I miss her this morning. She left this morning. We were out last night, and then I was like, wow, it's you're gonna have all those feelings. It's all the emotions and everything, and all the cooking or this that the things that you love them so much about. It's a balance of them all. It's everything. It's the good. It's the bad. And you just realize overall, it's like I never want to be without them. Even in the worst moments, it's like so you know that it's real.
You think you can fall in like a different type of love when you're like in your late 30s or as you get older than you can when you're younger? You think?
First, for me, I think I've matured. I'm still not that mature. I'm 60 now. It's like so I still think like a kid, like an idiot. So for me, I'm glad it happened later. Some people are able to know what they want when they're younger and much more mature. I was not there.
Yeah, I think, and your career might not have happened the same.
Yeah, that's for sure. I needed to be kind of by myself and get it going. And
you would have left your family all the time to go work. It would have just been really different.
It would have been rough for sure. Yeah. So I'm glad I got the grind out. Now I take them with me if I'm, doing a movie. I'm never away from them for that long, which is good.
Do you miss some of those days, like the road days back in the day? Like, are there any of them that you kind of romanticize a little bit?
I still do. It's like the days.
I mean, like clubs that weren't just like, I'm talking about like,
staying in the condo and all that stuff.
Yeah. Like, did you ever stay in
Stay in
Mishawaka?
condos?
Oh, yeah, dude. You ever stay in Mishawaka over there?
Where's that? No.
Indiana, like right outside of Notre Dame's right there.
No.
Oh,
no,
yeah.
but I mean, crazy, crappy condos and stuff like that. But it was exciting. It was me, my brother, a couple other guys, comedians that we Rogan, but never went on the road with Rogan. Yeah, it was great. It was fun. You stayed at casino. Like I used to play the Tropicana in Vegas, and I never gambled. I'd never been to Vegas, and I remember losing my week. You go there for a week. You do 2 shows a night for 7 days, man.
You have to eat downstairs with the staff.
Yes, exactly.
And sometimes there's no food, and they're asking you for food.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It's rough, but you're excited to be there. It was like 103 degrees. I remember when when they were chasing OJ, I was in Vegas at the Tropicana, and we were drinking. You're staying in your hotel. I think you get maybe, I don't know how much money you get, but I lost. In the first night, I've lost my entire week's worth of money. I'm not kidding. So we got a case of Bud Light Ice, which was the beer that it was so good and frosty at a gas station.
I remember that beer.
Do you remember that?
They discontinued it. It was great.
Yes.
I liked it.
I did too. Bud Light Ice. And
I have a picture of it.
can you please? Something what it looked like?
And they had there was some dog at the same time. Another.
Oh yeah, Red Dog.
Red Dog.
Yes. I love that. You know that.
It was disgusting. It was supposed to be for like disabled.
Bud Light Ice. There you go. We got a case of that. We sat in my hotel room and we just pounded it, and it was like still 103 degrees at night. I remember that. OJ was being chased or whatever. It was just crazy.
Dude, I remember I would be in my hotel. I remember this one hotel I stayed at. I think it was outside of Syracuse, in like Liberty, New York, or something.
Mm-hmm.
And they gave you a cup of water, and it was filled up. And I got in the room, it was like a cup of water. I was like, it wasn't even like a bottle of water. And I was like,
that was for you in your hotel? Yeah.
Like, if you're thirsty, we poured you a cup of water and put it in there.
Did you stay in some rough places?
Yeah, just places where you would have to walk on the interstate to get there, whatever, like the highway to get there. Just some places that were a little bit like, what is going on here?
I drove 8 hours to a gig that I had to do. One gig, it was one night. I was making like no money. I get there early before the gig, and it's a crappy motel type thing. I pull the bed back because I'm tired. Just drove 8 hours. Gonna take a nap before the show.
Yeah.
There's a roach in the blanket. I mean, I don't even know what it was. This big. I literally just put the blanket back. I went to the show. Just sat in my car in the parking lot until the thing was ready. Did the show. Drove home 8 hours, man. So I'm not staying with a roach. Couldn't do it. There's some miserable places.
Yeah, dude. I remember we would to save like $100. You'd fly into a city that was like 4 hours of like you couldn't figure out the map.
Yes. And then drive here, get a ride.
Then you're like, I'll just finish the show. I'll drive and catch a flight out of Indianapolis at 5:08. It just like everything was like.
Did you have a buddy? Did you like a comic buddy that you go with, or you go by yourself?
I was out there, and I'd always pee in the bed, and I always pee on my cell phone once it came out, so I'd miss certain calls or wake up alarms.
Back that up. Wait a second. What did you say?
I would wet the bed.
You would wet the bed?
Yeah, I wet the bed.
Let's start with this one first, and then we'll back it in there. Why is your cell phone in the bed? Can
I
you
would
put
just
it on the
have
counter?
it.
No.
I'd fall
Put it on
asleep.
the counter. That's not that close. You shouldn't have that close to you anyway. Put that on there. By the way, you would pee on it then. But why are you wetting the bed?
I was wetting the bed.
Were you drunk or just letting it go?
I was drunk, and I wet the bed I wet the bed for a long time.
Okay.
I was in it.
Just because you got used to it when you were younger, and you're like, let's just keep going with this?
I can't remember, dude. I just think I just was always so nervous.
Yeah.
And whenever I was asleep, at some point, finally, I wasn't nervous, and my body's like, well, this is when we gotta urinate, you know?
You seem like a guy that operates from a place of fear, right? Everything, if you're like, I'm that way. I don't know about you, but I get worried about everything, or you're not worried about everything.
Oh, I would get worried. Like, if I'm with a girl and there's like a moment of silence, it makes me so fucking.
You gotta feel that.
I get so scared.
Yeah.
I'm like, I just don't want to give her room not to. Like, it was almost like,
from that way.
If there's any space here, she'll not like. I don't want to give her room not to.
So you gotta fill that space up.
Yeah.
And I would do it with one word, for the next set. So it's like if we were talking about, yeah, well, I went to the game with my brother and it was a lot of fun, and then it gets quiet, and I would go because. And I would say because
to give you a moment to start.
Yes, but I don't know what I'm saying. And she's like, "What do you mean?" And I'm like, "Because." And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, "Hey, because it has to follow. You got to follow with something. If you say because." So I was like, "Because we just like the team that was playing something," and then it's like dead again, and I'm like, "I do another one." So and it's just those little words like, "Just shut up, man. Sit in the pocket." I can't sit in the pocket.
I can't sit in the pocket. Dude, it's the same with baseball. I would get up there, I would swing 3 times before even coming through, and I would go sit down.
Yeah,
and if they had a problem with it,
I love it.
Going up. My mom would sit in the distance, she would be in the van, and she would honk. She's like, if you don't hit it, we're fucking leaving.
I love it.
Oh, dude. I never hit it.
Dude, I love that.
I never hit it, dude. But yeah, there's something about that moment where it's like, I just can't. It's like, especially if it's like looking at a woman in the eyes too. That's always been like super tough. It's just like something. It's like, yeah, I just always had a tough time with that. But I can't let there be a thing.
Well, I couldn't. If the woman didn't like in high school or even beyond, I had to know the girl. Like she had to come over to me. Like I could never be one of those guys to go up. I'd be like, ask my friend. She's like, she likes you. Go talk to her. I couldn't talk to her. I had to lock up.
Around her in a big circle.
Oh gosh, yes, that's funny. That's great though. That's
insane.
That's marking your territory, and you're trying to go in, and you don't even know how to do it. I would need her to come over, and I would need confirmation of yes, I like you.
Yes,
let's go out. I couldn't. I'd be like, you sure? I'd give her every out. Like, we don't have to do this if you don't want to go out.
Are you okay? That's what I always. If anybody hangs out with me a lot, I'm always like, are you okay?
Yeah.
I don't even do it on purpose. There's a part of me that just asks them that.
Yeah.
But yeah,
it's a sweetness, man. But it's a worry that you're not good enough, right? I mean,
I'm sure. I think it's not even on the front of my thoughts anymore. But it's still just this old thing that's just built in me, But that looking in the eyes, like, I couldn't look at one in the eye. Just like, I don't know what it is. I don't know what I'm afraid they're gonna see. They're just gonna see that something's wrong with me, probably, or something. Or I'm gonna see them. Here's what I think it is too. I'm gonna see them see that something's wrong.
Right.
Right.
You would look for signs, but she saw me just like she knows I'm weak.
Right. I'll know the look in her eyes.
Yes.
I'll know the look in her eyes when she sees that, when she realizes that there's something wrong with me. So. I don't know. So I don't want to lock eyes, something like that. I don't know what it is. Anyway, sorry for talking.
You don't want. No, it's the truth. I'm the same way. You don't want to give yourself the possibility of failing. So it's like you kill it before it happens.
Yeah.
You go out self-kill it before. Then I didn't fail. It just went down.
Yeah. Then life gets along. You're like, what theme park am I living in here with myself?
I'm gonna tell you, get out of it. I'm out of it now. I'm coming out of it. I really am. I don't let those things that scare me anymore. Like I don't care anymore. I do it, and it's been helping a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, yes.
Just doing.
Yeah. Figure it out. And go. No, I don't care. She said no. She said no. This one, this, whatever. I don't get this. It doesn't do well. I don't care. Moving on. What's next? Let's go. We know what we got. God is good. Go.
Stop so much on the thinking side.
Yeah. You gotta get out of your own way. I'm the same way.
Yeah. That's interesting, dude. But yeah, that would be a lot of it. God.
Yeah.
That would be a lot of it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that thing, I'll be like, what else is going on? I'll say that all the time.
Yeah.
If things get real quiet, that's a weird thing, huh? But I think that's what makes your brain is like, we got to come up with something.
Yes.
What are we doing here, boys?
Yes. Yeah. And I'm telling you, you look calm outside, but inside it's like there's a fire. What do we do next? Like she's not like it. I remember it all. I remember. It's over. It's cortisol shooting out of your face. It's like I don't know what to do. I can't control myself. It's just,
when you think back on it, it's so insane, too. That's a lot.
Nothing. It meant nothing. Don't worry. Just calm down. Sit in the pocket.
Yeah. Spade does a good job of that, man.
He's always been that guy, right? He's just very cool and I've never been the cool guy.
Yeah. My friend was the cool guy.
Yeah. All my friends were the cool guy. Like it was never me. I was never that guy.
But even the times when I thought I was that guy, I was like, that's insane that you thought that.
Yeah.
Because it just doesn't fit.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. And that worked for me to not be that guy. And it's like when you admit it, you're like,
once you realize, oh, I'm not,
Yeah.
once you're not trying to be something,
yeah, it feels better, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, it's all right. That's why it happened.
it makes things everything a little bit better. Did you feel like a little bit of like your character, Matt Taylor, that's the guy's name? Which is so funny because I know 3 Matt Taylors, but everybody does. Maybe that's why they picked the name.
There's a lot of them. There's a lot of them
How
out
many
there.
are there? Bring that up.
Please.
How many Matt Taylors are there? I know 3.
There's got to be 14 or more in the world.
I bet there's 140,000.
I'm joking.
Oh, sorry.
Matt Taylor.
Right. There's no precise global count for the name Matt Taylor. A comprehensive worldwide name database do not exist. Estimates can be derived from available national data and name frequency tools.
So if you have the public record about 3,700 times, that's it. Yeah, there's no way to figure it out.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them, though.
Matt, as a first name alone, has an estimated living population of 207,000. I bet it's more than that. 207,000 Matts. There was that Kyle meetup in Texas. Do you see that?
I did not.
Bring that up.
All Kyles?
All the Kyles met up.
Really?
Yeah, bro.
If we were to branch out now and like go to try to figure out how many Matt Taylors there are currently living in the world, what is the first step? Like the first step is do I go, okay, like if we just decided right now we're doing it, but would I say to my guy, like, all right, call his agent, like, we're going to do this thing. Like, what is the first step? Do we book a hotel and we say we're going to talk about it? Or, like, we need a first meeting of how we're going to go about the thing? Is that it?
The first step, probably agreeing that we're going to do it together.
Right. That would take some time, though, right? Because we'd be like, are we really doing this? And then it's like, well, we got to talk it out, this thing, and the logistics of it, like, how would we do it? Okay, so then
getting uniforms, too.
Searching for Matt Taylor uniforms. Every Matt, that would be sick. Would it be a jumpsuit or is it like 2 pieces?
Every Matt Taylor. I think it's a onesie.
Oh,
it's a one piece, like a Carhartt. It's hard work.
Yes.
Dude, you know how many Matt Taylors are hard? At least 207,000.
I love it. Okay.
Searching for like the best Matt Taylor. Like, what are we
the uniform would be probably the first thing we're working on.
What are we looking for him for? Maybe we got a piece of mail for him.
Yeah, just something like we can, or just to give them a pat on the back for being being part of the team.
Yeah, being in the army, that's a militia. That it is. Bring up that meeting of the Kyles again. What did they do too? Somebody said that.
That is cool. They're all Kyles.
Yeah, those were all Kyles. And Sugar Ray performed. I heard.
Oh, I love it.
706 people named Kyle got together in Texas, but it wasn't
enough for a world record. Oh, how sad is that? First of all, let me tell you something. These guys put together, 706 of these people had the dream of becoming a world record breaker with the most Kyles in a certain area, and they missed it. Look at that. By the way, as bad as we feel about everything that happened in our lives, if I had that one, that would tip it.
It'd be tough to leave.
Come on. No, you're second place for most Kyles?
Second place for most Kyles. The crown is currently held by a town in Bosnia. They got 235 people named Ivan. In 2017.
So it's any name. It's not just Kyle's. So it's like just a certain name.
But this is, I think, one of the largest groupings. What did it say about Kyle? Did it say anything else? Go back to the original article.
How does that start? Where's that first meeting?
Oh, Kyle. Well, it's right here. It's not the first time the Kyles have come gunning for the Ivans. Last year, the official count at what has become known as the Gathering of the Kyles clocked in at 1,490 in the fast-growing Texas city that is about 37 miles of Austin. Oh, the city's called Kyle.
So they
did it in Kyle, Texas.
But are they named Kyle?
They're all named Kyle. That's got to be crazy, dude, when you see who all the other freaking Kyles really are. And you see,
go door to door. Are you knocking and going?
I'm sure they met. I'm sure there was something online that announced it.
Okay.
And then they all showed up. I guess you have to register.
Yeah, that would seem a lot more efficient.
Oh, dude, that'd be so crazy. You look around and everybody's a Kyle, and you see some, you're like, whoa. Or they put one person out there that's not a Kyle, and the whole day.
Do you think there's anybody in that group of 706 that's not a Kyle? Really? That's like Kyle was his nickname. It wasn't even his real name. And he knows it. He's there. It's not on his birth certificate. And he's kind of like getting around, like not wanting to get caught. And people are looking around. And other Kyles know if you're not a Kyle. So they're just kind of like, and you're like, what's your name? And you're like, I'm Kyle too. And they're like, I don't know if he, and they're like, hey, they go to get his buddy. Like, I want to check you out. And then he leaves. He's like, I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be back. And he just goes to a different area of the field. It's so stupid.
It's so crazy.
I love it, man.
To be a fake Kyle there, just to fit in.
People have nothing to do. Look at what they're doing.
They're just trying.
I love it, man. I love it.
Desperate for connection.
Yes.
This is how it's getting.
By the way, this is beautiful to me. This is.
But the worst part is, though, imagine it's all dudes. You go there hoping you can meet a chick. There's some chicks named Kyle.
Oh, do you think so? Is that?
There's a couple. Met a couple.
Okay.
I met a couple for sure.
Who performed?
Who performed? I think Sugar Ray.
But that's a missed opportunity. Shouldn't they get a Kyle? Isn't there a Kyle performer?
Kyle Kinane could have.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a missed opportunity, man.
It won't try to break the same name gathering record this year. Okay, so Kyle's out.
Oh, so they're switching names. By the way, why don't you go with a Bob or something like, you know what I'm saying? It's
because the city of Kyle, Texas put it on. It looks
all right, we'll find a better name.
The city has been hosting the gathering since 2017. When you look back at this movie, what was different about making this movie than some of the others? Did you find it that it's easier? Do you have a different like ownership of this film?
It was something that it came together really quick, but it's the first movie that like I'm really like proud of, that with everybody who worked on it was just amazing, and it was just different than any other movie I've done. And the story's not that, it's not even that crazy different or anything like that. It's not, but it's a classic. We hit every mark that we wanted to hit in doing this in a different way. I hired, like, we got the best cast, the best crew. And again, it's not me, it was them, and it was everything coming together in Italy that just made it, I just couldn't believe how great it came out. And it was like, I think, honestly, for the rest of my life, this would probably be the best movie I've done, for me. It's the best I've done so far, yes, without a doubt.
The best you've done, like, even in your acting, you think? Or
yeah. Because, well, it's most where I'm real to, you do different movies for different reasons, right? Like, when I did Mall Cop, I'm doing it for families and kids, and you're being goofy and broad and this and that. And a lot of stuff you're getting that, that's your kind of what they expect from you. But this was one where I was able to still comedy, but I don't hold the comedy as much as like Kim Coates and Jonathan Rumi, these guys, and Allison Hannigan.
Yeah, Jonathan was great.
Yeah. Which allowed me to kind of play more of a real guy, which is fun for me to do.
Jules, what was that guy's name?
Kim Coates, Sons of Anarchy. I've known him for 35 years. Like I did a movie with him and Ray Romano called Grilled. Yeah, and it never went anywhere. We were meat salesmen, and I met him, and he is the greatest. He's an insanely intense actor. I don't even know what he's going to do. But that's what I want him for comedy. Wow. Like, he looks at you, and he's just going to go a certain way, and you're going to go with him. And he was the perfect guy to play that role.
Yeah, that was great, dude. He was really, he was a good,
nice.
Yeah, his comedy was right on.
He's incredible, man. He crushes it.
Whenever you what's another favorite, like, just take me through one more favorite film that you, like, an experience that you had.
I mean, Hitch. I mean, all the stuff with Sandler, that stuff.
No question.
No. I mean, it's like doing stuff with Sandler's the best always.
What about like a Hitch reboot today? Would that work? You think?
I mean, I don't know how you do it with me, but yeah, I guess you could do it. I think so. I think it was great. Well, that was my first movie, so I was thankful for that one. I started out like I had like one line or something. That was like a very small part, and then Will and I just connected, and he was so nice and giving me, some freedom to be funny and kind of try different things.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, and then it made everything for me. So I was really excited about that.
There's a lot of pressure when you just have that much of a part to try to make it perfect in some way.
And Hitch, coming in, Will was a massive, movie star.
Yeah, he's been one of the biggest.
And movie stars were different then. It was just the theaters. It was like they were special. You didn't see them much, And I remember we were doing a big table read in New York, and he walked in with his crew, and I'm like, whoa, my eyes like, whoa, that's him. It's like one of those things, and just happy to be there. Trying to pitch things, but don't want to get thrown out of the room. Trying, timing and stuff like that. But he was great. Like, we would write after in his trailer and go come back, and we'd work on some material, and and rewrite it as we were doing it. And I was just in it. It was a dream for me. It was really great. And it had that special feeling that I have in this movie, honestly, where you feel things are coming together. Because I've done a ton of movies where you go, man, this is just not working. You know, it's like, you just feel like you're muscling through it. You're pushing the comedy too hard. This one felt so real to me. And it was just so much fun to be a part of.
Do you have other projects that you already have on the docket, Kevin?
Yes. Yeah, we're working on one with Jelly Roll that I'm going to be. It's actually a drama, country music drama that we're working together. And
you see that video of him the other night at the Grammys? Were you there?
Yeah, no, I wasn't there. He is amazing. Yeah, he's just. I got a shirt. I bought a shirt at Walmart before coming here, and I already stained it up a little bit. But yeah, let's go, Jelly.
He sent me a pair of those shoes. They're like hats. They're like, I don't know what they're called.
Oh yes, yeah. The boots that he wears.
Yeah, they're something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, they're great. He's an amazing human being, man. I'm so proud of him and so excited to do this. And in this drama, here's the thing: he goes, hey, if we're gonna do this, we got to get into like prison shit because we go to prison. We're both in prison in the movie, and it's real.
Where at? What city?
In Nashville.
Oh, nice.
So
I haven't been in prison here.
Yeah, it's a whole thing about getting to the Opry, and it's a cool story, and there's a lot of drama in it, and that's exciting. But we said, okay, we're going to commit now to doing this. And he went out and lost like 300 pounds, and I am up 7. I got to get down.
You're up 7 pounds right now?
Yes, he's down like 300. I'm up 7.
That's a great spread.
So yeah, it's a big spread. We went the wrong way.
And you already shoot?
No, we didn't shoot anything. We shoot like we're hoping to do 7-8 months. We're gonna be ready to shoot. So
do you think you can get to that?
I know I can. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm literally after I promote this movie, which I'm doing, I'm shutting down from everything else, and I'm going into training mode like never before. I'm gonna work out. I'm gonna change everything. I'm gonna be unrecognizable. I have to say it. If I don't say it, I'll never be accountable.
What will you do? Like, what do you have?
I know what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm gonna do everything. Like, well, I'm gonna go easy though. You know, it's like that's the one thing. I'm very eclectic when I work out. Like I do, you know, I'll do a little bit of jiu-jitsu and stuff like that. Light stuff though now, and boxing and then stretching and a little bit of stuff, bike riding, things like that. Pool is insane.
Swimming?
Not swimming. I'm not a swimmer. But just getting in a pool and stretching and moving a little bit, if you can do that, you have access to that. But it's also like
a lot of calories,
and it's therapeutic because the water holds you. So it's like your body feels good stretching and moving. So doing a lot of that, and no, I gotta get on it though. He's lived up to his part of the bargain.
Are you gonna have a trainer? Like, what else do you do?
I do, but trainers get annoying to me. I gotta be honest. Like after a while, and you know what? If I'm being completely honest, I've done it before. I know what to do. I know what to eat. I know what But I am using Dolce. You know Mike Dolce? He's got the Dolce diet. He's trained all these UFC athletes.
Oh wait, I have met him before.
Yeah, he's awesome. He's gonna help me. Yes, he's a badass. He's a really good.
He's gonna help.
He is gonna help. He's frustrated with me because I haven't been doing. He knows I haven't been doing it.
Hey, you're up 7.
Yeah. So I don't think he knew that. I guess he's gonna know that now. All right. Sorry, Dolce. I'm up 7, but I didn't lock in yet. When I lock in, I promise you, it's going to be 6 months. I'm going to be a different person. So,
what would be the hardest thing for you to give up, you think?
Food-wise or just,
probably food-wise, yeah. Or is it a beer-wise or what is it?
No, it's not drinking. I'm not a big drinker. It's just food, and it's just amounts of food. Like, I can eat constantly if you change the food, like a shark. Like, I would just keep swimming. Like, I would just keep...
Yeah.
I don't get full, real, It's scary. It's something in me that, I need to stop. But are you a big eater? You look great, man.
I like to eat some, but I don't care that much. I like beef quesadillas and I like smoothie.
Okay, but so you're not... That's a great combo.
Yeah, those are the 2 things I eat every single day.
Do you really?
Yeah, if I'm eating, that's what I eat. It's easy. That. We have 7 ingredients.
But you don't think about it. See, look at your face. You're kind of like, that's your face when, that's not my face with food.
But I think it's lame to not care about food sometimes. I think, like, dude, get some zest in your world.
No, I think we should do
about
it.
fucking
No.
sauce or something.
No, I think I would rather be like that because, why am I so concerned about what I'm eating for lunch? Like, I'm thinking about it constantly. I'm looking at you right now, but I'm thinking tonight where, like, you don't want to make a mistake. You don't want to go.
That's a good point.
Right?
Nothing's worse than making a mistake.
Especially when you're like, we're in Nashville now.
Oh, dude,
so we got to pop.
You got to find something. Dude, I ordered a steak from this place, STK, last night.
Oh, STK's great.
This was not, dude.
Oh, really? STK missed? Didn't they have a place in the city? They have a few of them, right? They're a chain?
Yeah. But
not a.
Oh, it still makes me sick. It tastes like, I don't even know.
Oh, STK. Sorry. I'm out then. I'm out. If you had a bad one.
Oh, it tasted like.
No, I'm done. Wow. Okay. If they had one in LA, I think I went to it.
1400s or whatever. Like Game of.
Really?
Gross, dude. It was horrible. Game of. Oh, dude, I had one bite and I was like, oh, maybe I got a bad.
Wait, what was wrong with
it or whatever?
It tasted bad or just
it
tough?
It tasted bad and it just had this like aroma or
odor
or whatever with it. And dude, that odor hit me, and I was like,
wait, what is that odor? Oh, you seen the odor?
Odor?
Yes.
It hit me, dude. My knees shook a little. I was like, God.
But I think it was like just bad tasting, or it was bad, like you're gonna get sick.
I couldn't tell, dude. But I had one more bite because I was like,
back?
I was like, dude, I was treating myself to something, you know?
Yeah.
I hadn't really eaten all day, and I was coming over, and I was like, I'm gonna treat myself to something tonight. I'm gonna order a steak because I was tough to work. I was gonna try to go somewhere to eat, but it was so late.
Yeah.
And I was like, and they sent it, and I was like, oh,
no, you can't.
Look, you do that shit, like you turn into your own chiropractor and shit.
See, I wouldn't get upset. Like once it was bad, I have no problem switching foods. Like I would go right to peanut butter and jelly, and I would make a massive sandwich.
Those are good. But I guess they're as good when you're a kid, but I just quit eating them years ago.
What?
Peanut butter jelly. You still eat them?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. What is your ratio of peanut butter to jelly?
Oh, I used to think. Oh, I think I go thick on both, and I'll put, if I'm really going to have one, I haven't had one in years, but I would put butter on the jelly side as well. Butter, jelly, and then the other bread has peanut butter on it. My grandmother used to do that.
Toast?
No, some of my mom used to grill them with bananas in them, though.
That's insane. I'm stuck on butter right now. Like my mind is going like a beautiful mind right now. It's seeing all the equations of like why I didn't do it. But I gotta tell you, first of all, I go much thicker peanut butter. Like I thick it up.
Oh, really? It's a lot.
Yeah.
You can choke a little.
Yeah, that's fine. I get it down. And then it's worth it though. And I get a little jelly in there just to get that sweet going. But it's a big one. And I'll do toast sometimes, but if you do too hot of a toast, I know this is a little bit too much information, but then you get the wet peanut, like it melts and it comes right out, squeezes out the side.
How'd you feel when peanut butter started doing that thing a few years ago where it was like they put just 2 parts of peanut butter into a jar? It's like the oil and the part they
No, I can't stand that.
That's insane.
Yeah, I can't stand that.
What is that?
I don't do it. Like I don't want to do the skippy. Yeah, there you go. That's the drip. There you go. That drip is good, but if it goes out of the sandwich, it's useless. You lose it. It's like that could have been in me.
Yeah.
I don't like that at all.
Like that.
I don't like that at all.
I do miss those kid foods, those
Lunchables. Why did you stop? I mean, when you say kid foods, like,
I forgot about
they're foods. They don't. I mean, macaroni and cheese with the Kraft, like the powder, it never stops. What do you go? What age is it appropriate to go? I'm not eating the powdered cheese.
Something happened to me. I guess I don't know. I just started. You know what? I just like working so much. I just don't think about food that much. But maybe this will start. You know. Maybe I'll start falling in love with some new things, you know?
I would like to go the other way. I would love to be like that. I wish I had that where I wasn't thinking about it so much.
What's going to be the toughest part for you with this coming up change? I know you got to get out of here. What's going to be your toughest part?
It's just going to be the food. It is. It's going to be cutting that out. But once I get into a groove, it's routine. Routine and discipline, man. That's all it ever is, right? So if you do it a little bit, you do it enough, and you know, you don't need it perfect every day, but that's the other thing too. I let the perfect be the enemy of the good, which means if I'm not perfect that day, I go screw it and I eat like crazy that night and I blow it. And if I get a flat tire, wife always says, you always, if you get one flat, you just pop the other 3 tires. Like you don't just fix that one. I do. Like so, if I go off my diet a little bit, I go out that night, I'm eating, drinking, having a blast, and I'm like, I'll start tomorrow because it's a fresh start that I'm looking for. Always, I love that starting fresh because I've always been that guy. I've always been the guy to never do the homework, before when I should. It's Monday morning, I get it done, and then I get it. It's like because I can do it.
That's insane. Dude, yeah, I was always the guy who wrote every answer on my finger in there.
Yes.
Like that.
Yeah.
Many words on there.
Yeah.
Cheating. Well, dude, thanks so much for Solomio, man. Thanks for all the entertainment of the year. Sorry, I was a little bit tired today.
No, I'm sorry. I'm a little weak too, and I said a lot of things that I rambled for a while. That if you want to cut out, you can cut out because I was a little bouncy.
Dude, I don't know. I just feel like I didn't have a lot of gasoline in me today. But sometimes that's the day.
Yeah. It was great. You were great.
But I'm grateful that we got to spend some time together, man. I really am. And thanks for all the entertainment over the years. And
thank you for Salomio, right? Salamio.
But thank you.
It's Salamio.
Thank you for Solomio.
Yes. Okay. There, that's even.
And there's a musical ensemble. You wouldn't even imagine that this happened in this movie. That's great.
Yeah.
And that guy's blind. You know it?
Yeah.
I didn't know. Finally, I'm looking at him like this guy's fucking nonchalant. About everything. And then I'm like, oh, this guy's fucking blind or whatever. My friend's blind.
You have a friend that's blind?
Yeah.
How blind? Like completely?
Nothing. It's all.
But has he always been that way?
Yeah. He's always been blind since he was. Yeah. I mean, he could maybe have vision when he was very young, but he's always been blind.
Wow.
As long as I've known him, he's been blind. I thought it was amazing. Anytime I met somebody with like a deficiency, I always admired it so much in some way.
My sister lost her sight. But she just, she was born with sight. She was fine, and now, she's got retinitis pigmentosa, where it's like it goes away. It's. I'm wondering if it's like more difficult to have seen or to never have, and just know it's just, my heart goes out to all of them.
We had a blind girl on here one time, and she was talking about how she learns things it's almost like a video game. Mm-hmm. It's that's how she kind of remembers things and where to go and different and so she can slowly build spaces to walk in and things like that. She said, and then she said the worst animal that she's petted all kinds of animals except a snake doesn't give any energy back to the blind. That's what she said.
Yeah, it doesn't give any back to the seeing either.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Right?
Yeah, 100%. Tanja.
Yeah.
Right there. Long person.
Wow, that's cool, man. You can feel it.
She's awesome. I gotta check back in with her. But yeah, guys, go see Solomio. You'll enjoy it. Take your lady.
Yeah.
Take your man. Take whoever you got. Take your son. Take your stepson. That's who needs to.
Yes.
Take your
stepson.
Take your freaking stepson.
Take your stepson. That's all I want. Stepson's in free. We should do the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
Right? Stepsons get in free. I wonder if Angel could work that out.
And blinds get in free.
Sure. Absolutely. Let's do it. I appreciate you, man.
Yeah, you too, man. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Now I'm just floating on the breeze, and I feel I'm falling like these leaves I must be cornerstone. Oh, but when I reach that ground, I'll share this peace of mind I found. I can feel it in my bones. Good as gold to me.
Parameters of business that can also post themselves must become time, must be more fucking what's the part of the sea, or fucking white wheels, or fucking with the first section of your head, right? Section of the other stuff must be fucking hard, or fucking wide, with only a maximum of 10 pebbles. Things which means of the house is first. It makes the area as large as the round. But you want to pick up the area as long as you want long as. And you have to get things that are very more than 10 plus. So once you move along the area, additional coast in between the ocean coast, but realize without components. But certainly, they must be global connections, which are additional does not reflect the global connection. Why not? Sandwell. Hosts of Singapore, they have a Sayara, because we live in a Raisa, to make possible about that hustle part of work. is what our Mishnah is right here. Now, right, our Mishnah is called the Pasim, the board. We only call it the right because we make Pasim for a bar. Big Kabbalah but for a other than you have to use ropes. And we'll say this will spoke about the last time, right, about using ropes that are situated less than 3 buckets from each other. Right, law says anything within 3 buckets of each other is considered to be attached. Now, look like something says, Kalanya says, Kabbalah the bar, about no possible. Also listen to this, cows and trucks. We're going to switch over a little bit over here to a bar versus a be'er. So remember again, a be'er is a well. So a well is something that constantly replenishes itself. It's an underground spring, as opposed to a bar. Look at that here, a bar. Signing of the Yosef, the Adi, the Pasuk. So say, what's a bar? A bar is a system. So I said the bar is a hole in the ground which collects any water. That's what happens. So again, there's no underground spring that's that is just simply again water is flowing into it from rain. So it collects there. Now look at that. Minus the bar, minus the Adi, so often again, a bar often goes dry. So how does the bar go dry? It doesn't rain. It doesn't rain. I throw water in the bar. So that's what you should ask Kananya. You see the passing Nanya or passing the pizzas. But on which you passing it out, tell them if they end up in your mouth, tell them about how you go. Go say, listen to this. So interesting enough, Kananya comes along and says that convenience of what we call the partners, they're only by the air, not by bars. Because photos often dry up, right? They're not a reliable water source. They're not a reliable water source. Ultimately, again, Chazal said if you want to throw water from a bar, use regular pieces, or at least have all the go. But mud in the constant only work for that. I mean, that's what it's very important. That's what they're like. That why this has out because the thing is going to be better. The thing is that in the coming days, with the notion that when people be over right now, people come right come to Shanai, they start to do it. So here we go. So the animals with them, you needed a water source for animals. So they were fucking wells, well known over the times when you were camping somewhere for Shabbos, and you needed water for your animals. Having direct regular pieces was an incredible hardship. So Chazal insisted this for those who are early. Again, we'll see this in later death. The Mishnah clearly doesn't reflect the view of Kanasha, because the idea holds that all will be again. Constant don't work for a bond. Which is why the if you take a Kanasha, or what was the elephant? No. Our Mishnah can reflect the view of Kanasha. Why? Because the most Kanasha was not by a bar. By a bar, constant don't work. But by the air, what the Mishnah was talking about, constant double boards to work. Take it out. Look at the Kanani over it. Have all the bar and constant of the air. Others see like this. In fact, the Kanani didn't say that you have to use rope for the bar and constant for the air. They love the Kanani of the bar for the air. Have all the in constant. So say others say look, from a single reading of Kanani. Kanani does not distinguish between a bar and the air. And therefore, it could very well be that Kanani holds that work just like a bar needs to have all these ropes to eat the rubber pizza. So to eat the air requires ropes to create the rubber pizza. And passing boards of muddy does not work. To which the Gemara says, they must work Kanani. And they should then really that reflects the view of Kanani. To which the Gemara says, Kanani. The Bible covers Harakama, we'll say it's possible that when Kanani is currently in the right side, Kanani only comments on the bar, ultimately again because that was what Harakama was talking about. But you don't see from the right side what Kanani's position would be like that in there. Okay, they will not use those that Pakusha does not reflect the view of the house of this time. After the air Harabi, or Harabi, with the air Hayahi. Also, about more Hayafi, also Pizza, Gabo Asar, the Radia. We'll say, remember, Rabbi Akiva is a record and as follows. Whether you have the air that belongs to the public or the bar that belongs to the public, that belongs to an individual. For all of those cases, this must use the words. However, bar, consistent with the whole rainwater that belongs to an individual, that requires a regular case. These are the ViralRabbi, the Viral, the power was that when it speaks about boards or in the air, you can only use passing or Rabbi, right? The L-shaped enclosure. You only use more of the air. The arrows in the lower slope. You like that. You don't understand the chance that ViralRabbi has the L show. The air is tiny. The single those smells that those so let's say when it comes to the air, right, has a spring, the air is where the halacha is precisely, that's ultimately again where we make no distinction between the air owned by the public or the air owned by the individual. Everyone agrees in those circumstances that halacha the myself use the constitution the board for so or the local which will say does not stem from a spring, rather just collected water. The local and the halacha is not included. Ultimately, again, is not included. Very much you look at the household. This is not a little of the owner. Air Harabi, feel bad. And what's included in that said, the old boards to enclose of the air that belongs to the public. We will hardly have coming with those, both in the rabbi and such a and I will say, look at our Mishnah, our Mishnah would not make a distinction between of the air owned by the public or the air owned by individuals. Any of the air being controlled by the public. General wealth, general wealth is seen in this context as what? Public wealth. Public wealth, don't say, we are the meaning of the issue is that the wealth that we are talking about is only wealth, someone who should have that. But rather, again, general wealth is what public wealth. So finally, try to highlight what a solution is that the best of the different things. But in fact, that's not the case. It's actually an intersect all the right, what is the rate of budget to the other? Two pillars. And those are London parking out is or contraction. But it's not that let's say here it's incredibly beautiful. It's very hard to do all that. As she shows that she knows like that so far nothing's understanding of it. Right? The concept of the element is from still a solid could be true. We go back. She said to it, Coach Spring had to do it. So let's say, see this here's a little bit of the back. She says, we need to aim and go. Let's do that side. The hate. The dogs in the Kashali Amar they sent us to this the concept of the night that with the Kakarat Hazal, that if you buy focus from an Amoretz, you must go ahead and fight. Why? Because the extra, took proper cards for them. It's interesting enough, I want to benefit over here. Let's say, what's the case? Why would it have Amoretz? Go ahead and fight focus. So I got this study on how interesting enough, the part doesn't seem to that issue. Usually what the real thing is that the Amoretz doesn't want to lose money. Remember again, tithing plus produce. The Amoretz doesn't want to lose money. So because he doesn't want to lose money, therefore he doesn't go out and tithe. What's it very interesting? She's included. She's in the inferior phase. So because they are inferior phase, we assume the Amoretz does tithe. Why? Because if they're inferior, it doesn't feel like they're losing anything by tithing them. What's that good for? the exception of the Yukro. Apparently, Yukro was a better type of pig, so that we have an article that pigs more reluctant to science. So you want to my view, what Lula said this is the type of pigs where the tree produces 2 crops a year. So Dio was it brought down is because you brought in 2, right? Two boards, 2 planks, and we use other examples of other things that have no identity. So the Yukra is the type of pig where the tree produces pigs twice a year. I'm going to be Rabbi Rothschild. Once this is now to go and get against some beautiful identity. So it's beautiful identity. So I'm going to be Rabbi Rothschild. You'll hear some fun of how you remember other rituals. Other rituals that was created with literally 2 faces. 2 faces. The other ritual was created most man-made. Afar the Kedem Sartan, which is more of a culture classic.
Partial government shutdown is
Goes
now
again from the front, from the back. You have
and the late night
Sid, like even after Sid, like even after it's also so before you go on, you want to change the ritual that the first human being of the ritual was created with two parts of the front, or one part was the man, and the back was the other part, the other side was woman, and after the part was split the two into 2 things. Sid, there's the consequence, like even after they have the consequence also says that Hashem broke off the rib, which sounds like, again, half a woman comes from the rib of man, right? Which will have Amar. Here took Amar's son. Was it Moses Rabbi Shmuel? One says that ultimately, again, woman was already built with man. Here took also means that there was an image. There was an image for the first human being. The first person was a 2-sided scheme. On one side, it looked like man, on the other side, it looked like woman, but they were all one entity, and that's part of where the head and subsequently split them up. The other thing is that he saw was that under the tail, I would say tail doesn't really tail. Tail just means rather some type of traditional heritage that was then removed from Adam and built up into what built up in the Kaaba. So Rishma Malamanda appears in Benedict said Afro-American Titanic. So according to the opinion that says that there was literally an additional color side. Right, that there was an additional, that woman was the actual side of the first human being. That makes sense because Abraham says you have 4 feet on the front and on the back. I don't know myself, but according to the opinion that says that it was a tail. That it was a tail. My thought of it was what's the meaning of that phrase? You have 4 feet from the front and the back. You said, I mean, that I said it was just because of the man was the last part of creation, yet the first to be punished. So he was more than I said gracious. If we had knowledge of I would say that man was the last thing to be born because he wasn't created until Erev Shabbos. Allah, because of the Haranos. So what does it mean that he was the first? Ultimately, again, to be punished. Like, what's exactly he was the first to be punished? But he was dealing which is Slava. If we say ultimately again, it's because the person who was the first entity, the first being, to be the first in the aftermath of the eight and the eight that's Novara, that's not true. Even here, the Gemara says, even to this color, not Hash Nasai. How the Tila is Kala Nakash, will the Vasok is Kala Lakama, will the Vasok is Kala Ada. When it came to punishment, first, the snake was first, then Kala was first, and that Adam is first all the way at the end. Hello, the Nab, and when it says he was the first to be punished, the mention of Nab would sin. Yama Hashem, Yama has come to him, Hashab, Me'adama, others, if I don't have a Hashem face, everything goes on the earth, from man until man. So man is the first thing to be punished by the powers. So we show them the Omar, I think it's like this is their tree. It's like pretty big thing he says that the first human being was really able to say, imagine, it's hard to imagine, you can imagine that it was 2 beings essentially fused into one. One side man, one side woman, and then each part of the ultimately again split them all to be two independent beings. So one of the beings said that's how it makes sense when you sit like that, crazy. That's why it says the word Gaitza that fashion Adam is two words. Two words representing two different aspects of creation. In the first human being, there are things full of that. There are two beings in one. And the Madonna is all applied by each other. It's incredible. Incredible. A whole shot is listening to this next line. But according to the opinion who says that it was just an additional appendage that Adam was created with, and that appendage was never moved. And both of us have a wide two words, they go Shem and Hazi. Shem and Hazi. I will go. Shem and Hazi, they will say, there's one mantra that captures the entirety of the struggle of life. I will go to me because of my nature, because of my inclination, because of my wants, my desires, my proclivities. I will go to me. And go to me because of my freedom. They will say, we are locked in a constant struggle between the Yetzer and the Yotzer, between the inclination and the Creator. My Creator wants me to do one thing, and my Yetzer wants me to do another thing. And if I make my Yotzer, if I make my Creator happy, then my Yetzer is angry at me. And if I make my Yetzer happy, then my Yotzer is unhappy with me. Let's say life is marked by this constant struggle between the Yetzer and the Yotzer. This is actually, I think you can see, my Yetzer makes me miserable. If I try to fulfill the will of my Creator, I will be the Yotzer, and answer us and vote me for my Creator. If I call prayer, if I fulfill the will of my Yetzer. I will say, isn't this incredible? I think this sum up the entirety of the human condition. I will be the Yotzer. The double Yotz. The double Yotz are embedded in the very condition of other conditions. Because in the moment that we are born is the moment the struggle begins. And it only ends when we take our last breath and leave this world. Struggle from the Yetzer, the Yotzer, the struggle. Rishon and Amdana Kirshon, I need to sit Zachar and the Caleb out. There was like one thing that says, there was a Kirshon, so literally again, there was a full image of a woman and man in one body. This is what it was said, Zachar and the Caleb, Zachar and the Eva. Male and female. And my God was out by Zachar and the Caleb. But according to the it says it was an appendage that was then removed and built up into the Kabbal. So what does it mean? Saying that now it's female. But it's Rabbi Abel, and Rabbi says, Zachar and the Caleb said on one hand that the created them now it's female. But 67 of the Gemara also listed this. The Tefillah also Lachshavah, the Baros Shai. So the Masal for Nibra Elah. So it means to say this follows. In the beginning, Hashem thought, you know what, I will create two human beings simultaneously. I'll first create man, now I'll create man and woman together, right? Two separate beings simultaneously. But then Hashem decided to ultimately create them as one. When that one being had two facades, two sides, or that one being had the extra appendage, was that the idea of what Ashkat was and what we want to create for us is an incredible result and paradigm in marriage. This notion of husband and wife view themselves as one entity. The fact that Adam and Chava from one body, it tells us that it's so ultimately in union between man and woman. It's not two people coexisting, but rather two people behind the box of effort. It's two people, let's think about it. That's the place that's going to marry. How can you have the people, as a double, behind the box of effort, will become one entity. And if why does one become one entity, right? Both get along, as long as you bring this flow. So noticing what is all of marriage? All of marriage is striving to get back to that point of under the Chava, of what is. That's the essence of marriage. Getting back to what the original being was. The 12 things, paradigm. The original thing is a paradigm. Under the Chava, husband and wife, as one entity, as one group. So a human cluster effort. Marriage, husband and wife getting back to what marriage is supposed to be. It's incredible. We're talking about our Facebook, how you would see life, but on the back better. The right thing says that it was a virtue, another facade. That's why it says that groceries have all sealed off Adam's flesh. Element of our son of my baby's come up with that. But if we're just going to tell you what is anyone that says that he closed off the flesh of the fish, I'm going to teach you what it's kind of like a product. It means the earth is not we took a lid, it means actually took the lid, sealed off the stage. Someone goes, oh, what if you think that there was an appendage? It seems like Eden. That's a deposit sense by Eden that shed filled the cover. That Russian makes sense that there was a lid. Took a lid, and so direct the cover from that lid. So the Gemara says, there appeared some lightning, but according to being the sense that it appeared some. Decide what is in the focus. We do the same answer. That's the dark is showing the answer. But even after looking at Saksara, Hashem goes to live, which we should have the policies. The Lamin should feel like the Torah of the Tava. The emotional with the form of the Torah of the Tava for other emotions. He braided her hair. Braided her hair. The Akil Adoration. And then she brought her to Adoration. She came to cracking a young Poland and she lost something in that because in a distant land they called raiding skills. So to take that Shem skills her, raided one habit of beautiful, like she first met Adam. So that he almost the older raided so when she comes to the English that little chunks braided her hair. Let's say, he raised the hair of a little girl. The mother, the makes sometimes also. Yeah, how much love Shem has for us. So then we're looking at the Shparov, the Melech Lachim, this great king, in the rooms of his illustrious here, meanwhile, up the whole boat, he raises her hair. Like a loving father, he wants to love us so much, and cares for us, and just wants to be with us, and literally, just wants to take care of us, just like a parent wants to take care of his child. Never after the even at all in under the least of a season kind of a loving that we start with the how the okay other things to me in a more physiological sense. And if we borrow this build Kava like a storehouse, what does this mean? The Kava giving an oath how many days? Now oaths are there, walk up to the mantle. The cards under the floor. Just like a storehouse is wider at the bottom and thinner at the top. Why? To be like Kabbalah Samir, a storehouse needs to store produce. So therefore the bottom is wider than the top. I'm having shut the cover in the mantle, starting in the mantle to be like Kabbalah Samir. So there's a term built from the way structured woman is that she's wider at the bottom and thinner at the top. The excellent and the evil to be seen and to carry light. Incredible. So you want to say there, Ella Adam. Doesn't have the opposite that the Baruch brought Abbas Adam. The Rabbi says that the Baruch is the Venus Validation. It shows that the Baruch also made all of the wedding arrangements for Adam. He was supposed to be Shivyacho to the Olo Shaola was Adoration best man. He was Uzzah's best man. He made Uzzah to what happened to the castle. He took care of all the the God of Yasser Shakti was the Pasha. The Alvira was supposed to give that great place to take care of the wedding arrangements, even for someone who was at a lower station. The Prophet took care of all the casting arrangements for us to show the community to be able to help someone else. If they're casting and help them get married, they'll have a beautiful celebration. It has that quote-unquote lower than you. Should not be something like the Corinthian thing. What's this Corinthian thing? It says that the other than Kava were two beings speaking to one. One side Kava. Listen to this. Hey, now we start the who walked in front? Who walked in front? In the important time, right? Who was the front? Who was the back? Or rather, by Yitzhak, stand up. There's a circulation. It must be at the snail's side, walking in front. Why? The word says why. Yisrael, so the Yahweh's other authority should have done. A man should not walk behind a woman on the road, that he was even to behind his own wife. I will say that, what the shot this year. Look at that. Actually, for the people who don't looking at a Muslim tradition, the concern of walking behind a woman is the concern of ViralRabbi, the man walks behind the woman, he makes it simple. And again, now Rashi points out that it's interesting enough that this concept applies to marriage. With a married woman, of course, is the Arab. It's interesting that he applies it to a married woman. Others actually understand this even in the context of a single woman. The idea that a man should not be considered to bring into a pure thought. So therefore, the earth, even one's own wife. First of all, everybody knows who your wife is. That's number one. And number two, a person just accustom himself to conduct himself in a moral fashion. So it's incredible. So we're not going to must have been that the male side walk first. Because the female side walk first, now the male side is walking behind her. And therefore, again, a man walking behind the woman, by definition, is a fundamental breach of the choice. Fundamental breach of morality. So the Gemara says, is down the law like Esher? What happens if a man is walking behind the woman on a bridge? He's out here, which doesn't ultimately he's trying to pass her. The idea was like, so again, Chazal understood that one of the strongest drives we have is drive for morality. One of the strongest nice before Yom, that great people make terrible mistakes because of this desire, because of this so nice sounds a little bit dramatic. Your own wife, that's all who you're talking about. My wife has to be saying that we are not subject to temptation. That has our soul is subject to is exactly what that again solves whatever that's the unnecessary trouble. So that's the one behind woman. What behind woman does is good. Like that, it comes out understood how it works. And at the end of the day, something that's saying that not being walking behind someone, spark what people want to end up in a really bad place. But when the back woman said the man, anyone who walks behind the woman in the river, the one says, what's happening in the river? That takes into the river, and then crossing the river, and walking with stuff and clothing. In order to teach them that, in order that the children can get wet. So ultimately, again, if he's walking behind a woman crossing the river, he'll see a race for clothing. Ain't no feeling for it. A person like this has no fortune in the world. I will say, that's a very dramatic statement. What is it? Yeah, so yeah, I was saying, it's not really saying that if you go, if you walk by a woman, actually it means that it isn't a lifestyle. You accustom yourself to it. If you're not careful what you look at, if you're not careful what you say no, if you're not careful where you are, then it will lead you to do things which will deprive you of a portion of the world. I mean, the act of walking behind the woman that you trust everybody not good. Does that one act deprive you of the cover? No, we'll say that idolatry is like this. That thing, right, simple acts, don't just appear from nowhere. They're often a combination of the result of smaller acts. Smaller is discretion. That when I use it, it's something much bigger. So if I'm not careful when I look at it, if I'm not careful with what I watch my heart, at some point in time, unfortunately, that'll lead me down the road to the condition of a serious idea, which is to be tied to us all the time. You want to go back, they will say, along with the kind of on a Kamerachem Ma'oz Shem Yadov Yadov, Yadov Yadov, only Yadov Yadov, they should she is back with us. What's used to this? If a person loses money, meaning a person engages in a financial transaction with a woman, just in order to gaze upon her. So let's say, so again, he's doing business, but again, he's doing something just with the intention because he wants to look at it. And he's not doing anything else with it. He's just, he had intention. לא מהמקום שהאדרים שכתיבו תורם מהסיני, בו ינוקם מדינו שלהם. Also, you get this all, so the man goes and goes out of his way to intentionally look at a woman. Even if he, and again, I'm not in a possible fashion. Even if he is as great as Moshe Rabbeinu, who received Torah from her Sinai, will not be saved from there. I wasn't even up saying, but when sin is beyond, does it mean that this is something to get to know what Chazal are teaching us? The little things we do. What's wrong with gazing at a woman while okay, so maybe it's the most assumed very neighbors. Okay, it could be a lot of right? So Is it a lie? Is it just, just look, here's a lifestyle that started and just usually ends up with something more simple. Life is all about creating a type of lifestyle. There's very simple because so many times in life that you try to figure out is fucking simple. Listen, look here with us. If it's not us, then I'm gonna do it. Right? Listen, it doesn't work that way. Listen, look that way. This is fucking your lifestyle of push-up. Listen, my lifestyle is not moving to push-up. I'm gonna end up in it's just the way that it is. It's not because it's because I don't structure the right kind of lifestyle. It's end up in all the wrong places. Mama kasım onlar geldi kanka da oynadı yaşadı. Ona da manoa ama öğretmen. Manoa fazla bir şey. Bazı ama öğretmen var. Ayakta da yine manoa öğretmen. Manoa was fazla şey walk behind his right. The fact that manoa walk behind his right. That's the reason why that's what I'm saying. So on the outside. Rabbi, open up the Samayian, open up so but it says that open on the father of Shmuel, walk behind his right hand. He goes, so Gabi Elisha that says, by Yosef Eliab Hachayah, if the person by Elisha also says that Elisha walk behind his right hand. They're also going to say, Emma, Achari to validate something. And they're going to say, those contexts for the news is that Elisha followed after the counsel of Elisha, or that opened up followed the counsel of his wife. After the rabbi, so Noah, it did not mean that he actually walked after, rather mean that he followed the counsel of Elisha. Like the Oren, according to the Venus, is that Manoah was really a Oren. You look at that, that's how big this is an hour. So, although that looks like the practice how you saw it. The Rivka's coming back, what does the Muslim say? Rivka and Shanine got up, they went on the camels, and followed the they walked behind the people, and the Ish did not walk behind them. Once they were finished with this, Allah Yokran, Akari, Ali, Allah Akari, was using out this Gemara. It's better to walk behind the and not walk behind a woman. George, it's better to place yourself in the danger than to place yourself in the spiritual danger. Akari, Inshallah, I have all the comments. It's interesting, I should say, better to place yourself in physical danger than to place yourself in moral danger. Again, Akari, Inshallah, I have all the comments. Better to place yourself in moral danger than to place yourself in spiritual danger. Akari, I have all the comments. Akari, they say, what are we concerned about? But if you walk behind the idol, you hold this right down. But better to walk behind the idol than to walk behind the shul and the time they go down. Because it will take to walk behind the shul, the time they go down, and not to walk in. It looks like you're actively repudiating all that time. So better to go ahead and walk behind the idol. And don't disrespect the whole idolatry. When they come to walk behind the shul, the time they go down, we'll go establish here. Let's do the podcast tomorrow as well. So then, I think tomorrow morning we're going to start at 5:45. We'll start with a little bit of the audio and then start on the dot. I'll put it down to the WhatsApp. But yeah,
Don't enunciate when you say it sounds to me like Maryland words. Like I have my Aunt Marilyn. So, we went with Lux. That is not because I think I was from top Illinois. You know, in fact, think about Brooks and Dunn sang all the songs. Brooks only sang a couple of credits. Dunn sang like 95%. But Brooks got Coach Bill on this, whatever his name is. That's the same thing here. Lux and Maryland inspired by Brooks and Dunn. Hey, Michael, I still hope that you guys will be a little tougher on the city council, supervisors, mayor, AG, governor,
Because these people want to charge us an extra 0.5% of sales tax. Why don't we take 25% of their income?
Certainly tough questions. I think we're going to focus on news. We're going to focus on commentary also. There's going to be similar topics that you said here. One thing that I do want to talk about is stuff outside of LA. Back in Orange County, and talk about what's going on there in a smart, important way. Riverside, San Bernardino, Ventura, other counties across California, statewide issues. That's the feedback that they're going to get. These are the types of tips we want radio. Tell you all our social media, our how you set up, shoots messages, shoots emails, not on the air, to let us know what you're doing, and the type of questions that you want radio to the show that I smart, but also informative. We're going to need help. Thank you, Lisa Cat. It's always great to hear from you. Thanks for the message. And I'm Tennessee. It's very important. Not easy. All right, one more. I think
Great show. Congratulations on the show. I've been listening to KFI since 1969. And there are a few people be successful, which I can be happy to see.
Thank you so much for that great message. I appreciate that. And special thank you here at KFI. We show such a historic station. There aren't many stations across the country that only have callers. It's the older ones that do. And this is an old station, about 50 years old. And the past 35 years or so, it's been primarily talk and news, and it's been much area networks as well. I carry that for sure. And I was humbled to be in this position. For me, I worked hard and even harder. So we should do something really special. We'll get some more comments to wrap up the show next. We're going to go into this tour this afternoon. And I talked to message stuff that are often Cole's Fresh and downtown restaurant Wishwater has off those dates months after now towards the January, but now they have market tours. We had one of these hotel process so they're very excited about that. They actually do tours. It's called this tour. Also tour to this on this afternoon. You don't get to see Victorian architecture out here like we do. Or Eastern cities. If you've not been on a walking tour of Adrian Heights, which is architecture in California, we have classic Victorian. Don't see much of it. So check out this Victorian restaurant. RIC. They're always doing very good. This one today presents specific rates for radio history. Houses. I recommend just talking about it. Get on the marketplace every time. Old houses and buildings like I do back then, so that is the neighborhood to check out this was. Up next, more of your comments about things on odd things. Stories from the week. Drop it after this update.
Here's the latest. Another storm is on the horizon. Our areas are gearing up for possible evacuations tomorrow night. Investigators near Nancy Guthrie's Tucson home to take the woman into custody overnight as the FBI continues searching for the missing 84-year-old. And the Department of Homeland Security is now shut down after lawmakers failed mass funding. We're going to check the freeways when we get back.
A venue that defied segregation. Mysterious man became a local legend and a community endowed by music. Join host Ricky Sek for a podcast exploring Charlie's Place, a club that was about so much more than music. Music, dance, lyrics, creation. More than any, he judges your county. Rock racist. Listen to Charlie's Place on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Charlie's Place and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
The podcast that brings you inside the world of a healer who is worshipped across the globe and the darkness that's around you. An investigation into faith, power, and the people who face failure to uncover the truth. Open the free iHeartRadio app, search for Two-Face, John of God, and we'll see that.
Took down working for China's state security. This podcast is the story of the working how one man's ambition listen to the Six Hero podcast. America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow the Six Hero. Start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Online from 18-year-old Bobby Goldbright compounded by the racial politics of bygone era, sent innocent Julia Hudson to prison for 2 decades. Podcast Burden of Guilt explores that injustice and the unlikely friendship more than truth emerges.
Tell the truth. You might see my picture on the front page of the New York Times as this horrible monster.
Listen to Burden of Guilt on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Burden of Guilt and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
145.
1-800-111 heart attack, cardiac arrest, pancreas stroke.
Blood pressure numbers could change your life. Lowering your blood pressure could save you from a heart attack or stroke. Start your treatment. Restart it. Talk to your doctor. Start taking good steps. Now, I'm trying to get better. Not too many American Association and Medical Association.
$1,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you already buy. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up. I've already earned $300.
Gas in your car, why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for our vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code TODAY to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. And you can cash out anytime right through Bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code TODAY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code TODAY for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Those are called amoebas, and you can only see them in a microscope.
Today, students are tomorrow's great thinkers and innovators. But right now, there's a funding crisis in public schools. Donors chooses a nonprofit that lets you support students and teachers in your community and beyond. You could provide pencils and paper, help you use a classified guitar, or even a science project in a classroom like mine. Learn more at donorshoes.org.
The official audio home of NBC's coverage of the Milan Classic, the 2026 Winter Olympics, Fox Sports Radio, ESPN, KCW Sports Betting Network, and iHeart is the home of the NFL podcast.
One important taxpayer whose lifelong your identity has been stolen with things that guaranteed her your money back. And last year, billions in refunds were stolen. Could be from your salary, overtime, or second job gone. This year, you don't need to stay because this tax season, fraud paying American is something no American should have. Save up to 40% on our first year over what you'll bet. Visit lifelock.com. More stimulating talk. As we wrap up this final episode, I'd like to welcome you all to so thrilled to host this every Saturday night with you. We're excited to see you going up to the meetings on Tuesday. If you host it there,
One of the things
every weekday. Alongside Chris Merrill, changes at the range on 3 to 6. Today, junior post 6 to 10. Take an hour from Gary Shannon. The next morning, I see it's on Gary Shannon. 4-hour show, just 3 hours. I also love Gary Shannon and the Gary Shannon show. So, I'm bringing people to a position on Saturday that has resulted in one of those hours to seating house and line. I would very supportive of site as well. So it all starts on Tuesday, 5 a.m. Call, indicating 6 to 9, middle handle is Pedro. And then 9 to 12, Gary and Shannon, 12 to 13, Monks and Merrill, 3 to 6, John Kobe, 6 to 10, all starts on Tuesday, February 17th. I mentioned before to bring the bags. I told you lights. And it was just breathtaking to see all of this architecture, gorgeous houses that I used to see. Obviously, I'm surrounded by this architecture. Cincinnati is a ton of this. Louisville has a ton of this. A lot of the cities in the Western part of which are relatively relatively to LA. As opposed to American. There are dense populations in LA. We don't see this little pocket of regional heights is so interesting. But as you walk around a neighborhood like that, or even in my dream neighborhood, this type of architecture, this beautiful sprawling homes, play effort gets that. These homes are so expensive, ridiculously expensive. Obviously, you're paying for access to the beach, the mountains, the desert walls, geographic things, but you're also paying for these taxes. Safety net programs. There is something interesting. I was thinking this being suggested at home before the kids and everyone has insurance was as we were going slightly upward in California, borrowing cost and allow more Californians to qualify for mortgages. The California Association of Realtors, they now say 18% of California households are able to purchase a $169,200 median price home in the fourth quarter of 2025. That is up from 17% in the third quarter of last year and 16% at the same time last year. Just so that you understand what we're talking about, this is the study use California Association of Realtors here. Basically, the median price for a home across California is $869,000. And the California Association of Realtors says they have 18% of households in California.
normally there's
But it is more than the 16% of people in
Shabbos,
higher than 17%.
that
It became months. Now here in LA, actually,
that rules and a lot of other stuff, the identity of
households
the
are reported
solidified.
in LA County as a
Big
whole.
dog up to the record
The
stuff.
number was just 14%, but that was up from 12% a year ago. Orange County saw its number increase to 14% of households that care for their immediate home. That's a
Usher, she did her son in state before that. What
National
happened
Heart
to the
Association workers estimate the average monthly fall payment in taxes
Biden?
and insurance in LA County
If
was $1,760.
below some folder,
Requiring a minimum of 400 income
photo
to $230,000.
ideally
More than
is
the
had a hunter, or a scientist, or a property, which were properly constructed and
qualifying
and the traffic began to carry in this home. The Mabui had a left yard for property, and what happened? Something changed in the traffic, there's an additional breach of the wall of the hunter.
And then you hear these
The
types of reports.
a breach of the home is no longer enforced. The left of the association was in both places. See what's happening? I started Shabbos one way, and I started Shabbos. Almost the areas were properly adjusted so as to allow for carriage to Shabbos. Something now changes over the course of Shabbos.
It is good
What
news
was
that
that hope was that you
the
had to
fuel
carry
price has gone up.
Cargo of Shabbos got full of He says,
That's right.
carrying these areas for the duration of Shabbos was
Look out there. These are the types of stuff, these are the types of stories that we'll be talking about starting next week. Mondays and Merrill, which debuts on Tuesday, from 12 entering the first generation being TV magazine. Every single Saturday night, it's next to you. It's my pleasure to welcome you. That's Jesse Blackwood, thank you so much for your help.
It's here, what's happening with the that a local level, Shabbos forever, the identity of a particular state is solidified in Shabbos mindset. And even if something is focused on Shabbos, the identity of that couple does not change.
That's been fun. This is fun. Saturday night has a
You look, you can see it, you have to look at the area, so it wasn't just simple. It's very nice and buses, if you had a soda, or less, buy your mother if you have this is that less or colder than more.
again.
Remember again, what happened? Start shopping. People are in Shayara, Canada. Canada is in the roads of this area. And what they do, divided that Canada, these are so we have moving guys. Now, what's the site? Now, let's say together, they enclose 7 states, 7 states stuff. That's really what they're allowed to do. They only be allowed to say stuff. So what's the status of we go there with Shabbos? So the people go to Shabbos forever. Nope. Once the identity of the cohort is established of the Shabbos commandments versus the second law of the husband so you don't want to keep that label, that's who we're going to do. The fool will say like that, and the people will say like that. Other than that, can even go with that. Why is that?
Los Angeles,
Possible mudslides. I appreciate it. I can see online. 24 hour
City leaders have issued an evacuation warning due to an upcoming storm. The warning includes the Palisades, Hurst, and Sunset fire car zones ahead of a powerful storm bringing heavy rain starting tomorrow night. The LA Fire Department says the evacuation warning runs from 9 p.m. through 9 a.m. Tuesday. Lack of vegetation required to hold a hillside in place means heavy rain can trigger mudslides. Residents are being urged to prepare for possible evacuation orders. Andy Gonzalez, KFIU. Multiple proposals have been offered to fix LA's street lighting.
Thousands of lights on the show will be to color wire that handles maintenance problems. Individuals from the business readiness as the needs has to change. Expensive cycle instead of prevention. She suggests solar lights to river council members so that teams appointed property owners may cascade more for streetlights under her proposal. Michael Brooks,
Investigators in the neighborhood near Nancy Governor's home can take the woman into custody from a car overnight. ABC's Eric Tersi says the FBI and other law enforcement agencies are still tracking down suspects searching for evidence.
This is just the kind of neighborhood near where Nancy Guthrie lives, where investigators have been asking residents to check their home security cameras to monitor video of anything suspicious for more than 4 Nancy Guthrie standing until February 2nd, the day after the incident.
DHS is now shut down after lobbying investigators into massive funding. TSA officers at airports are now working without pay. Security lines will start backing up with more call out. Air traffic controllers are still getting paid, so widespread flight cancellations are not expected. But travel groups that want to type in this jam up trips right around the corner. Nearly 11,000 workers are back on the job today after the agents ABC's Marcus Solis says it was the longest and largest strike in the city's history.
A 3-year deal was struck between the management of Huntsville Hospital and Mount Sinai West and Mount Sinai North side. That deal gives nurses a 12% raise over 3 years, increases staffing levels, and keeps their health cost contributions flat.
4,200 nurses at New York Presbyterian have rejected the deal and are still on the picket line. The strike started January 12th. A shocking upset for U.S. Speaker India validated favor to be ruled. India's national cases fell twice in yesterday's Fed didn't make the total.
First, and still only speaker watching vaccine competition. Named after successful competition
peer pressure was too much to handle. Following weather from KFI tonight, Sunday was 56 degrees in Irvine, 55 in Cypress, Inglewood, 54 in Calabasas. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, Rashida Beckson. Racial politics in the bygone era. Sam Kinison has been in prison for 2 decades. The podcast Burden of Guilt explores that injustice and the unlikely friendship born when the truth emerged. Listen to Burden of Guilt on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Burden of Guilt and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today. An investigation into faith, power, and hopelessness and open the free iHeartRadio app, search 2 things, John of God, and the
when I have to be careful. Because we know the first thing is that I have all the license.
Listen to Charlie's Place on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Charlie's Place and Starbucks on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. There's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Just ask Google Assistant for your favorite radio station. iHeartRadio will be there for you.
No, we're not going to
Nest Hub, Nest Mini, Android TV, any device that uses your Google Assistant can convenience play all your favorites hands-free. Just say, okay, Google, play today's favorite AM FM stations from iHeartRadio, iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home and office through your Google Home, Nest Hub Mini, Nest Mini, Android TV, and any device that is Google Assistant powered. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
All about the Air Podcast Network, beginning to free operation American Mission Windows and
Our most important customer, there are 4 things that come out that are not required. Four things you don't have.
Radio station that nice strangeness, the hills of the Colorado Rockies. It is time for full disclosure of the topics that are obviously off limits. Well, hello there, I'm Kathy Lewis. It's supposed to Thursday. Tonight, happy Valentine's Day. Hope you're enjoying that. And because of that, we have for the love of Bigfoot and marketing tonight. And also, the songs by Heart. Join me for another interesting evening of conversation, lunch, meeting, and education, and the chance to find a little closer to the truth of what works amongst us, and they do, and what is beyond our colors. And this is Coast to Coast. Real people, real stories.
Go ahead
President Trump said, I like Newsmax. You like it too. It's true. Millions of Americans agree with President Trump, and they're switching to Newsmax. News they can trust. You're watching great shows with Greta, and and more. If you're tired of paying TV, start watching Newsmax. It's free to start. Go to newsmaxplus.com for immediate access. Get all of President Trump's most important events live. Imagine watching Mike Huckabee's Israel special, our Melania documentary, Betty Swap, Charlie Kirk specials, even the book Jesus of Nazareth by Frank Joseph Warren. Once you start Newsmax Plus, you won't stop. So try it for free. Go to newsmaxplus.com, then download the app. It's It's easy. So make the switch to Newsmax Plus today.
I own forest land because there's people often don't stuff. So because of that, if I allow my animals to forest land, I'm not going to. And therefore, number one, I
Even Bigfoot gets a little loud tonight. I've already had you guys write me like crazy. I'm glad you guys like that. I understand it. I get it. I don't know much about Mothman. I know probably about as much as most people do. So I'm looking forward to that. Everybody knows what you think of Mothman. You care about Mothman. That's about all we know. And the brain is right. And the statue. So looking forward to learning more about that. Her here, though, here right now, we be talking about Bigfoot. Love of Bigfoot. How can you not love Sasquatch? Well, no, you've never been around one. You've never been close to one. Love is something once you see one of these, you can't stop.
I'm going to keep it as a
I talk about a lot of creepy hotspots and mountains. You know, down your friends like 4 days, 3 nights, live investigation. And when that comes up along my shows, you know, I'll tell you about it. All this stuff comes. Everybody's kind of got their own way. How they do it, just how it happens. And I was lucky enough, you know, along the way, growing up, there was ghosts in the house, and then it was UFOs, and it led into aliens, and led into all these other things. And the last thing is, I think all of these things is the Sasquatch, and along the way, I got to talk to a lot of people already know me because they've been doing it for a long time. And one of those people became a friend of mine. A lot of them became friends of mine. But one of them is who we had here tonight. Metro North. When I met him, what happened is I left the very first time I ever and Pat Rance was out alive. Something that happened to a guy. And then I was at coming out of there's a lot of people. That many people walked in the hallway. Literally, as I walked out, this guy was right into I don't know if that Ron Smith is wrong. He said something. Said something. Sorry, excuse me. But that's how we met. And I said, oh, that's how I got to remember it. And I just remember I know who you are. And it was he's also been on Toy Story. So he's always been a friend throughout ever since then. And here he is again talking tonight. So put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. You can find out more about him at broadmore.com. Also, just search Bigfoot's out. he's going to come up. He's going to come up regularly. So Ron, welcome back to Coast to Coast. How are you today? That's, I'm so glad you got on because at one point I was told that was just too late. Right now, back on the West Coast. I know that's funny because a lot of people like research tonight. And what did you do when you were researching? You just go to bed and you're like, yeah, I don't know. The older I get, I guess the more I just go I'll see the footprints of the water, I'll see the handprint, and I'll see the sounds. That's you taught me a lot of things along the way. One of the other people that you probably learned from as well. I was going to see if you have an update on him, which is Tomcat. I call him Tomcat. He's got so many lives. How's he doing? Yeah, he was talking. He's got a wedding on the inside. But you know that story? That's right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You know, it went like that. I said, now he knows that all the things I've seen, you know, and that's all the way to Italy. She's like, no, I haven't seen all those things. I mean, how long have you been doing it? Did you ever come down with a severe sound like
I'm Rabbi Rothschild, my son. They have to watch. I'm not just supposed to be good. Why? That I'm not saying about actually not of the microphone. Why is that general sex? The microphone is open. What happened? Go ahead and give more people. What was saying about I spent that
That's your look. I like it though. I like it. It suits you well. You know, just real quick before well, you know, we'll take a break. I'll ask you when we come back. Because I got something to tell you tonight too. All right? Hang in there. We've got songs by Hearts on my block Heart. It's happy, you know, it's Valentine's Day. So happy Valentine's Day to you, Rod. And happy Valentine's Day guys to say what this work down here on Coast to Coast.
Left off 7 lines from 5. So the topic that we were discussing is the question of if you have a what happens if they're exactly even? The physical barriers are equal inside the space with the open area. So once we're all up in there, we know that it's hard to move all over the place, more open than it's possible, more open, more closed than open. It's possible. What if it's exactly even? Instead of something that is fine, but that's valid for Lisa, and the way to rule it that it's not. Okay, so we're going back and forth with some things here. That's the part. Then we're talking about us not. The entire puzzle about who's a Lisa, but someone covered this stuff up with this stuff on Sukkot. Talking about they covered it with like or Arufah are the posts of the bed. And the problem with those are that there's nothing so much we know that a Kaylee that capable of being a Kabbalah is not eligible for fashion. So that's the Gemara. What's the Allah? So in Rabbi say name for both bones, if there's enough open space between invalid Caleb, bedposts, for example, we say if there's enough open space, and in that open space, you put buffer stock and so that needs to be supporting that but obviously a stock that all up and apply similar to a offering it in this case instead of open space it's invalid. So we see that if, as long as there's enough equal space to put buffer stock as there is for bubble stock, so that's a tell us that I love to look at Papa. That part is called it. If it's used then it's okay. Or it does no Papa my Akina is the answer. We're going to rely on the number 10 here. What are we talking about here? The significance of the outfit. That what it's saying is when it says even, it doesn't really mean even. It means if you have these bedposts, let's say, and then there's enough space to put the equivalent number of bedposts easily. You put it in and take it out. Right? But if you could do it equally, then that means that the open space that you equally allow the equal number can be a little bit bigger. Because if it was exact, it would be very tight. You'd have to squeeze it in. And for the fact that you don't put it in easily, that's what it means by even. As Rabbi said, and that makes sense because
if my mother played a role in this, I don't think she should die thinking that she got away with it.
He is a serial killer, I believe.
I ask her, what are you doing here? She looks at me and says,
because ain't Derek with something from God. Rashi is we're going to read the question in a minute, but that's not how people work in order to know every exact thing. You're able to put it in relatively easily, but you're able to put it easily means that actually the open space is a little more than the puzzle stock. So therefore, but that's answering the part. This is not a case of part of homemade where the standing is equal to the open, or in this case, the puzzle stock is equal to the puzzle stock, which means that the puzzle stock doesn't able to go between the strips actually a little bit more than the puzzle stock. So then you have a case of homemade move a la part. It's not a finish. So we're saying it's not a raya one way or another. With Papa Aspen Marv, I actually something. So wait a second. The Rashi explained that's not the way to do it. It wasn't in there for something, but that's not how people do it. So it makes sense to say that it's definitely outside. But then when I asked, wait a second. The truth is, you could exactly do it. You could make the exact space that you have with these bedposts. You would put Custer stock, and Rashi says the Constitution that it would be here. You can do that. for them, we don't say, ain't there a fact that it's not the way to do it exactly. So it would seem that if you can, it's hard to actually exactly precisely measure and have an equal amount of stock structure so that you can capable of doing that. Therefore, we should do that. Where it says, Rabbi says, I disagree with the premise of your question. It doesn't matter whether people can make an exact test. The reality is that when the Gemara says you have to put an equal number of equal amount of stock, it means equal amount of stock that you can put in relatively easily, which means the stock portion is slightly larger than the bedpost portion, and therefore it's not relevant to the question of part of the Rabbi Omar says a different answer about why the stock is covering even if you have the exact even if the open space that's not occupied by bedposts is exactly the same as the space that's occupied by bedposts. But at the end of the day, there should be a lot more stock because Rabbi says the highest in the highest in orange, no one shall be testing on the orange. So what Rabbi is saying is when you're going to place the stock down, you're going to have there's a stock has to rest on something. So Rabbi points out it's going to rest on the other value of people. I'm sorry, that's even if the open space is not larger than the closed space, people stock cover today. There's more stock cover than there are bedposts. Why? Even the nuts are orange, but if the stock was going this way, and I'm sorry, the bedposts are going this way, the stock going that way, the extra llama never came over after the about the how is it going to enter the bedposts are going this way? How is the stock go that way? Only the rest on top of each of the fifths can be bedposts. So therefore, you're going to have a scenario where even if the bedposts are exactly equal to the open space, but the stock not only covers the open space, the stock has to rest on top of it in order to defend it. So therefore, you're ending up with a scenario where while the spaces are even, there's the same more stock than there is. So that's the first answer is saying, no, there's actually more open space than stock. And that's why the second one is saying, even if it's equal space, there's more actual stock. But that's the space, and therefore it's considered a cluster cook-up. But either way, it doesn't relate to the question that we're dealing with. That's my question. The urge that comes to the pickle. You had a caravan that was resting in a valley. We said this yesterday that it's a carmelit, and they can't carry in a carmelit. What do they want to do? They want to establish a rudimentary area. They go to the knowledge, so they surround themselves, similar to what we like in the Mitzvah, they surround themselves with various things in order to make a way. They surround themselves with pollen, with donkeys, or puppets, with saddle, beef, because that's a pillow that goes under the horse and camel. Sleeping is not good because carry a bundle, come in, you have branches, cocoa, because those are those vegetables, kind of whatever you got there, you kind of put it up, I love it, your household, the local carry it in, last below your head, double, as long as the camel, there is not a space equal to another camel. We've been open, but between saddle, you can't have the size of a saddle. We've been open, pillow, you cannot have something the size of a pillow. So the question is very clear that if you were to have a camel, and then you have the space that's equal to a camel, it would be possible. It's not a group of things that's supposed to be established. So that seems to be like a group of nothing to us. So my answer is, no, and it says you can't have the space for a camel next to a camel. You can't have space where a camel could easily go into the Rabbi. There would be projects where we're talking about the fact that it can easily go in. And it means you have to be careful that you don't have a scenario where the opening that another camel could go is slightly larger than the space occupied by your current camel that's very easy. But if in fact it would be exactly even, it would be okay. That's the word by line down on the guy in the middle. This is a halacha that we learn as professional client, and this is talking about exactly we talked about this a little bit ago. The idea that client you can't plant different kinds of together and you can't plant carrier, you can't implant grain, let's say, in the big garden. But the halacha is there needs to be a person that has about how much distance is worth in the area. But what happens if you have a wall? So the halacha is if you have a wall there, you go right up to the wall. It's not considered right. And one of the reasons you should know the fact that the Torah looks at it, the Torah says that if it's a wall, then it's a wall, no matter what, and therefore, we'll see later cases, and we've dealt with before, cases where it doesn't seem like a traditional wall, it's not a halachic wall, but nonetheless, to plant right up against the wall. So we're going to deal with a series of cases about the it doesn't find that there are three measurements or three precedents that have to make by the first one that follows all of these also close up anytime you have the open space is less than I'm sorry, with a field space, the whole thing, the actual physical size of the pizza are less than 3. Then, certainly, that was that flow chart that you need just make sure that the spaces between them are not greater than 3. So therefore, your doctor has to even not go so that a little goat can't go in, the last road, head first. So basically, what does it say? It's saying that if your standing part is less than Gimel bucket, no matter what size, one step up, it's a half a step up. If your standing is less than 3 buckets, so then you have to make sure that each of those you don't have any more than 3 buckets. Why? Because if you have a half a step up here, and you have 2 half buckets open, and a half a step up standing, you're fine. Even though in that scenario I just mentioned, you have 2 and a half of open, you have half of closed, and 1 step up closed, but in March you have lava. The lava work literally has been closed. So we don't count Taurus. We don't count it as Taurus if you're using lava to close. If you have homemade that's less than 3, you need to just make sure that you can apply lava. Up to 3 you're fine, even if the approvals are very thin. But as long as it's 3 of them, you say lava. Continues to pick up. Also, anytime you have in homemade, you have to that is 3 buckets. When you give a lot of dollars, and anywhere up to 4, but not including 4, that's why I'm involved. That anywhere from 3 to number 4, so then we have to say as follows. Law, you have to make sure that there isn't your boards have gained between 3 and up on the 4, cannot have open space that's equivalent to it, and therefore it's part of the only, so that it shouldn't appear like it shouldn't have an equivalent amount of open space and closed space. And obviously, this is going to be the critical point, and initially in the price of the United States, that part of the only does not work. So we have to make sure you don't have part of the only. We'll address that, but continue to discuss that. If I have part of the only, but if you would have part of the only, then after making an only utter, then what would happen? That once you have more parts than only, the whole thing is no good, right? So therefore, and that would, therefore, it would not close up. It would not close up it wouldn't consider them stuck in, and therefore, we would not have a balance. And when it says I'm going to get home and after, well, that'll make more sense. So that continues to discuss. $2 an hour, that's $1, $2, $3 bucket, from $1 crossing all the way up to $10. Starting you hit the sales section law, you have to make sure that you don't have open space that's equivalent to your closed space, so you hit part of the space, so you don't have more, you don't have the equivalent amount of open space and closed space. Again, obviously saying like we're saying like we're that part of it is continues the discussion. The entire particle mate. What would happen if in fact you have particle mate? That's a problem, as we just said, because you say particle mate is a problem. So then the halakha would be as follows: the negative homer putter, the negative negative part is also. That opposite, the obey is mutter, and opposite the part is also. So what this is saying is, how this case is different than the case before it, is in this case, you have pieces of wall that are greater than 4 tefachim, 4 tefachim or more. Now, 4 tefachim or more is already a substantial, so therefore, meaning it's a sufficient size, and we're going to look at it as a standalone pizza. So we do not have, because we have parts all made, exactly what that means, but because we have at least the equal amount of open space that we have closed space, so therefore the entire thing is not considered a pizza that you can carry in, or in this case, you can't plant twice everywhere. If you have more homemade than parts, then we look at the entire pizza and plants everywhere. But in this case, we have parts homemade, where we have again, what we think is an equivalent amount of open space and closed space, and that's no good. So therefore, where can you plant twice? Up to in front of the pieces that are 4 tefachim or greater, because those pieces themselves are meaningful, and therefore they constitute a pizza. But they cannot combine with the others to allow you to plant across the open space. So now the what we said before makes more sense. If we're dealing with pieces that are from 3 buckets, not under 4, if you have 4 seemingly equivalent parts of homemade, then the halacha is nothing here. So you cannot plant twine anywhere because there's part equal to a maruba homemade, and therefore it's not a valid plant around in this area. And the actual pieces that are homemade independently do not qualify as the pieces of the less than 4 buckets. You can't plant anywhere. In the third scenario, the writer is saying if your pieces are greater, which are full-size pieces, as far as it's homemade, so then we're not going to look at the entire wall as if the open parts are closed, and we're not going to treat the entire thing as an open spot, but we will treat the individual boards that are 4 tefachim or greater because they constitute looking somewhere else, so therefore you'll have this scenario where you can plant up to the wall over here, then you're going to have to not plant up to the wall because of the kind of get. Okay, continue to do that. Well, if your homemade, if your standing part is greater than your open part, option I can have part filter. That's what we just said. That's not just the general rule. This is not going on that last page. In general, as I just said, if you're going to say, if you have homemade merubah apart, that makes it a pizza. So that even though, let's just take this wall that you're trying to plant, it looks like close, open, close, open, close, open. You can plant up to even in front of the open part. Why? Because as long as it's open merubah apart, that's about the pizza. Once it's about the pizza, you can plant up to it. Continues to write down. Different stuff we go to the answer. Let's say you have open merubah apart. You have enough standing things. But one of the openings is 10 helmets, or 10 helmets or more. After, then it becomes after again. Rashi learns that the whole thing becomes other, which is the south street. Okay, that says no, only the parts that are open, that are not connected, or whatever. The point is continues by yourself, kind of at the front. Actually, that was the case a little bit ago. We learned it on the album page that if you had these poles to the front of them, they come to a they come to a point to stick these posts into the ground relatively straight. Put in these posts. The other one has tail no malo. Put a vine that's flying, a twisted vine on top, right? So basically, we talk about this, that creates a certain method. So if you have, because what do you have? You have 2 poles, you have a vine going across the top, so that's a sort of type of. The ultimate has to look. So then even more than that, it's looker. God, that's not a good because we learned that in our Mishnah, although there was an opinion that was not to learn the Mishnah another way, but the way we learned the Mishnah was, a third of that helps for greater than 10 opposites. That works in quiet for sure. We talked about the fact whether it was for Shabbos, but the way our Mishnah, the way we share the other Mishnah, that even for Shabbos it works, that as long as you have a certain kata, that is considered a closed because it's greater than 10 opposites, and therefore you would be able to plant in this scenario all the way up to the wall, including the open area where the method because the method is considered a, however, this is the case I was telling you before, you have a very large opening here, and only a small pole. Nonetheless, we're treating that they can plant right up to the edge, and even though the plantings will come very close to each other, person, a lot of people in the pizza, we treat that person who is playing as being two separate deals. Okay, so that's the conclusion of the concept. Right now we're going to analyze. Okay, so says the Miha, ratio. We learned this is actually the second case. The first case we talked about be careful if you have less than 3 fucking pieces to not have more than 2 fucking because then you can apply love. The second case says we give all the $1. It's from 3 fucking up to just under $. Because as long as between these pieces that are between 3 fucking and just under 4 fucking, as long as you don't have between them open spaces equal to them, for them, then it's going to be something where we said that that's considered a valid machine, so you'll be able to rise up to it. So ask Gemara, the Otzur Papa. That's the Otzur Papa, because it's saying that if you have equivalent open space to the space where lava doesn't apply, because we're talking where obviously the equivalent space of force that are 3 or greater up to just under 4 means the space is going to be greater or bigger. Therefore, lava doesn't apply, but only parts would apply. And here the word the saying that if it's even, it's no good. So that's what you have to go. So everyone I hope you get the answer. I'm going to put a couple of things to remind you of the rule. What does it mean when it says equivalent open space to the board you have? That means just as the open is both in and out easily. Which means that the open space is actually a little bit bigger than the closed space. And if the open space is a little bit bigger than the closed space, then technically we're dealing with a case where part rule where the open part is greater than the closed part, and then everyone knows that part rule is not a valid machine. Yeah, but now continue the part. We're going to turn it upside down on the test. But now we're going to say that actually this explanation we just made that when it says that the rule means different to Yosef, where it's a little bit bigger, actually makes sense. It doesn't make sense. So let me just help you outline and then we'll see how the Gemara phrases it. So basically, you look at the case in about 8 lines down, when you want to mostly Gimel, Yadal, anything from the 3 under 4. First, you have to make sure it doesn't have equal amounts of open space. Today, so you have part of the so it shouldn't be part of the right? So that's what we're saying, not like a papa, although we just answered a couple of necessarily. But then continues the concept that says the entire part of the always, but because if the part would be more than the always, then actually I get always also that because these are even against the homemade you have to implant anywhere. But if you notice, it says that the part is more than the homemade. So the implication would be that when is it a problem? When the part is greater than the homemade. The implication would be that if it's even, then it would be okay. So basically, what the Gemara is going to find here is it actually makes sense to say like we're talking about that the first part is that it's even. If the problem is talking about the technical, but otherwise, within the very statement of the right, so we have to on the one hand, it says even is a problem. On the other hand, it says if the part is more than the whole thing, then the problem would seem to imply that it would be even with the okay. It says talking on the it actually makes sense how we're coupled answer. It's funny because you learn if higher part is the always, because after we finish saying even if a problem, we then said, and if the part is more than the whole how can I get over that? They can't anywhere against the wall, even against the standing forces, so they're not more talking. The implication would be also always quicker. That would seem to imply that if it's always it's quicker. So we in fact understand that it makes sense what we're saying with the papa. Because now the way we're explaining the right is as follows. It says that if you have pieces, standing pieces that are from the given spot to jump under a full spot, so the halacha is as follows. Make sure you don't have rule that you don't have open that is equal to it. But what does that equal mean? It means different the other thing. It means actually slightly more, not exactly equal. So therefore, make sure you don't have slightly more open space than closed space. And then continue right because if you were to have part of Rubala Homemade would have slightly more open space than closed space, then the entire area would be usher closed in the open area as well as across the closed area, so those closed areas are less and more common. So it's saying it makes sense to explain it like a couple. The beginning of this second scenario was talking about where it wasn't exactly true, but the open was slightly more, because otherwise, within this very statement, we have an inconsistency, because the beginning seems to say, even is a problem, whereas the end of the same statement seems to be saying, when is it a problem? Only if particle is greater than omit, but if omit and particle be equal, it's not a problem. So therefore, the way Rav explains it is great, because in the beginning, when we say even if the problem doesn't mean really even, it means it's just slightly more open space than closed space. That's the problem as the price of the something that you can say, because more open than closed would mean we wouldn't be able to parse anywhere here. So the Gemara says, good point, this in fact implies that there's a couple of good answers. So now, once we have the price that seems to have internal inconsistency, and that internal inconsistency is best explained, like what Papa did, we're saying, what does it mean when it means slightly more open space? The labor coming to us is a remove break over to. So now let's turn it upside down and say, well, now this price once it's been explained by our Papa, leads to support our Papa, and we said that the internal logic of it seems to support our Papa. So let's say that this Papa, the Kasha on the remove break over to, says that even is a problem, and we're saying here that even the problem only is even is a little bit more open. So you're a little bit sure about the other thought that what you think this conductor so good for you. Well, Karmei, according to you, Amos say, well, let's look at the end of the conductor, or the part after the first thing that said after the three cases, which said in the Haya Open to Ruba Aparat, that if you have a scenario, this is the general halacha, that if Omid is the standing part is greater than the open part, after negative part is slicker. So then the entire wall that is in the pizza, even the open part, because you have open for Ruba Aparat. But that's saying that when we look at this as the valid for pizza, only if the standing portion is greater than the open portion of the part, but it would be even. The implication is other. That the implication would be that doesn't work, and that's like we're going to break every sure. So therefore, we're going to break every sure is answering. You're telling me from the second stage, there was cases 1 through 3, then there's a step out of 2 rules. So you're telling me the couple would say that case number 2 supports G. We're going to break every sure saying, but that's okay because rule number 1 that comes after the 3 cases supports G. That's in the word. Safe account for Papa. That the safe that the first rule, the first of the 3 rules is account for Papa. Safe account for the rule and the safe of the second case of the 3 cases is account for the rule. So therefore, the rule breaker that don't be so fast to give this some second. As a contrast, I can tell you. So that's the word can answer. Either way, and it's really the same answer, but the strong is correct. So it doesn't matter last fifth line. Well, there are a couple of comments. So the fact that at the end that it said that if it's only the Ruba Aparat that is slicker, even to negative Aparat, and that implies even is a problem because that's not precise. I need to rate the first Ruba only. We needed to learn the ratio. To say part of Rubal because that was his explanation of the case. He said, even if the problem then it's slightly more. So therefore, he needs to rate to say the case we're talking about is part of Rubal. So once you use that language, part of Rubal, so then on the Sefer, when we were learning the Sefer, we said Omen Rubal Aparat was really what it meant is whether it's Omen Rubal Aparat or even Omen Tip Aparat. Either way, it's going to be okay. So the couple will tell you that the ratio was precise, the one that supported him, and the ratio, the first of the 3 rules, was phrased a little imprecisely because we wanted to have symmetry in the language between how it's different and happens many times. The reason why the suffix might have slight imprecision just to match the symmetry because they need to do this for every single person on that. So they have to give mechanisms to remember it well. Okay, so basically the Papa said the ratio is the one that was the ratio was a little loose in this language, just to get a pilot system. Okay, now Rachel is good. Rachel is still about Kata. And what about the fact that the Rachel means the second to the Rachel means the sort of couple go against your primary result? That's not a problem. There is not a problem. I can avoid the state law. The state one is the state law. And the state law is telling us that only you allow our put your against the second firewall becomes the valid. Since the state law was correct, and we wanted to learn open for Ruba all correct, so therefore on the Rachel was part of Ruba all open. We learned the similar language. Really, even if it was E, but if it was E, even, so the rate that hard to move all of it is a problem. The implication would be that it's even not a problem. They know that was imprecise. The ratio was imprecise in the language. It also meant even as a problem, it only moved that language as hard to move all of it. So we should have stylistic symmetry with the state law, which says that a lot that he wanted to do. So most of them have been able to answer up. They said that, different parts of this right support you, and then another part of the question on you. So let me say, the part that supports me is right, the part that supports my decision is imprecise and is just done to create stylistic symmetry. Thank you, Mark. This one will pop off. You can up the article if you're going to okay, let's we're going to have to see that Mars dealt with three scenarios in this three cases. The first one was where your only pieces are less than 3 buckets. That was case number 1. Case number 2 was 3 and up to jump on the 4. And then case number 3 was 4 and greater. So in this case, in this second case, 3 was lumped together with greater than 3. The Gemara is going to answer solve. If you very much will couple, and what is the first arrangement said that if you have pieces that are left, make sure your gap is not 3 or greater, because then you don't have love. So what you're saying now is the first couple, it makes sense like 3 gets 1 greater than 3. Because the arrangement telling you less than 3, make sure you don't get up to 3 for 3 to be a problem. Once you get to 3, if according to Papa, if the wall would be 3 and the opening would be 3, you'd be fine. As far as the footnote. So therefore, the ratio which says 3 buckets is a problem, according to Papa, it's perfect now like 3 and together is 3. Because according to him, 3 where equal to 3 would be fine. So therefore, he didn't want to put it in the ratio. The ratio is saying you have a problem with 3 situation. But because of like this one, little Papa, according to Papa works well. Because Papa will argue that's why we didn't find 3 in the first one. However, if we ratio is 2, but first ratio is 2, there are dinner words there. Why not make the first case say as follows? Hold to Papa flows up, this flows up, so put 3 in the first case, not in the second case. Start to where anything tells that. So you need to make sure that there isn't a gap of 3. So if the halacha is the same, basically less than 3, you have to make sure you don't have 3 because otherwise you can't apply level if you're going to have partial level. And even if you have 3, you also have to make sure that you don't have open space of 3 because according to the rate that we do, partial level is other. So you put them in 2 and 3 the case of 3 is a ratio, and then the halacha that says make sure you don't have a ratio of 3 would be accurate. So according to Papa, makes sense like 3 ended up in the second case. But according to the rate that we do, 3 could have been in the first case. Where it says, no, we could have been in the first case. Because what don't do with the ratio, because while it's true that the halacha is correct, that whether it's less than 3 or 3, you need to make sure that you don't have an opening of 3. The reason for that is different. Do with the ratio today, so you got that. The reason the ratio does make sure you don't have 3 is because the ratio is probably only got 3 bit board, less than 3 for the next board. But if you would allow there to be 3 buckets between them, that would be a feature going through, which destroys the love. The love wouldn't work. So that's why if the opening of 3 would be a big problem for lovers. Still is the case of the case of Shalom, it's true that the halacha also is you cannot have an opening of 3. But the reason is that the way a part of Shalom, because we want to make sure that you don't have, when you have a opening, when you have a only of 3, reason it's telling you to make sure you don't have an opening of 3 is because if you assume that it's part of it and not the other, so that the first one is a love and halacha, is what we're going to answer. The first case is a love and halacha, the second case is a mechitza halacha, and therefore the case of 3 that I'm talking about, the 3 needs to make sure it doesn't have 3 of opening. That's a mechitza halacha, therefore belongs to the second case. Sorry if I didn't explain it well enough. That's the smart. Public control money. Rabbanan needs only public control money and love it. So the first case said, if you have 12 pieces, make sure that the gap between them is not greater than 3 because we want to be able to say love it. So who says that 3 is love it? That's the Rabbanan. We can't do that many times. The Rabbanan is going to have an argument. It's 3 or 4. So we say, public control that money and love it, plus the law means love it. And therefore, we want to organize the number 3 because the Rabbanan holds less than 3. They love it 3 or 4 goes to that. But they must take more, but the container goes to the and up until right under 4 on the day, it's real. That's what the real. That was talking about the love it. He says, the second one says that less than 4. Well, the 3 Rabbanan is supposed to have goes to the Arba Kadu. Right? Because if we were going with the Rabbanan, they would hold, why should you have a separate case of 3 and 4? 3 and 4 are the same. What's going on? So the ratio says, be careful you don't have a gap of 3 possible because we're up on it, because law will only say less than 3. But what the Gemara's passing is the following. That the Gemara's distinguishing between case number 2 and 3. What's the difference between case 2 and 3? It's just what's the size of the piece. In the first case we say the 3 is just up on the 4. You cannot plant anywhere. The whole thing is under because there's no more piece here. If it's 4, but it's still part of our homemade, so then you can plant across from the pieces that are 4, but not across from the pieces that are open, right? So the only distinction was less than 4 is not talking considering the piece. More than 4 or more is considering the piece. So therefore, there's a distinction in our law. After tomorrow, if it doesn't say that there's a difference between less than 4 and 4 in terms of being a pizza, that's what it's real. Because our brother would say that this number is between less than 3 and 3. So they should say that anything that's across the screen should be able to plant. And why would 3 and 4 why is there any distinction at all between 3 and 4 for our brother? The question is not real as well, because he holds Daled, which costs you the same number. Up to Daled, you're going to say love. More than Daled and 1, you don't say love. So the question is, Rabbanan, you see in going like, why is there a distinction between 3.5 and 4? They're both pluses. The plus cross 3 is go out of the category of love and you're into the category of distinction. So the Gemara says it seems that there's an inconsistency here. The nature is the Rabbanan and the Satan is doing the The Gemara says, Rabbi and the nature of Rabbanan is taking Rabbanan. No, they're both going to Rabbanan. Well, the Rabbanan is saying this is the whole thing. This is the next one. We have a question about pluses. No, pluses. He's saying, you connected, you're thinking that the Rabbanan holds that once they reach the category of love, meaning once it is 3 and there's no more love, it's automatically now a fucking plus that is over the pizza. Says the Gemara says the buyer, no, those are 2 different halachas. Love goes up to 3, halacha goes up to 59. When does something become a plus of the pizza that on its own is considered a pizza? So it's plus you try to live those laws and assume that once you get out of love, and you reach the process that our body will say now it's a plus of the pizza on its own, those are 2 different halachas. One is love, one is the pizza, one runs out at 3, the other starts at 4. That's why we need the second case of the subject. Continue, our Rabbi on the other side, I'll give you an answer that says that is all really sitting on the real. So maybe the whole thing is sitting on the real. So it makes sense why at 4 we switch to a plus of the pizza. So then the question is, well, wait a second, and then why don't we say love it up to 4? Why did we say love it only up to 3? So it says, if you have a real, and we didn't love it, why did everything on the real say that we say love it even up to 4? I mean, we were Mila, although not the opposite. It's like saying multiple. Well, we didn't love it. If we were introduced to this concept before on Dr. Daled Elevate, the idea that Landers are sitting on Leo say that love and work even up to 4 is only by something that's not talking about reaching the ground. For example, if you had a Korah and it was short of the wall, on one side it was attached, on one side it was short of the wall, we said it was less than $1. That's okay, because we're not worried about museums. The Torah is up 10 customers or 5 5 hours, whatever it is. So we're not worried about it because he walks through. But going through on the ground, from the go from a fourth bucket and down to say levels, even though theoretically levels can work, Shimon Gamliel agrees that we don't say levels are going down because the can go through is destroy the ability to say levels. And so therefore, the case we're dealing with here is if we leave the gap. So the question was, why did you say levels? You have to make sure the gap less than 3, why not less than 4? Because you say if it's less than 4, even though levels should apply according to Shimon Gamliel, in fact, like the Jews can just walk through, destroys levels. So therefore, we're saying the entire thing is Shimon Gamliel. And that's why the people become a Muslim on its own only when it's more talking. But, so then why doesn't love and work up before talking? Because Shimon Gamliel agrees that we're dealing with a scenario where the Museum can walk through, we only say up to 3. The whole thing is the Shimon Gamliel. Okay, that's tomorrow. That's my first wide line. The Mana Talalu, we had this case also before. Mana Talalu is usually talking about Halono Slutta. So we said it's the hand walls that are primarily composed of boards and windows. What is that? And then we say Paras. We say that has a lot of opening, a lot of Paras. So we say Slutta. So that's that, and it's rule of stuff. That public the majority, even most of the majority of Paras, it says Slutta. And continues, hey, what is all apart? As long as the Omed is more than the part. So the Gemara says, how could it be these are contradictory cases? You say if you have majority windows and doors, majority paras, you get quicker. But then we say as long as you don't have more paras than Omed, in which case of the outside, so which is it? I said, Ella, you have to read it to legal that stuff. It has a lot of windows and doors. Quicker, it's okay if you have a lot of openings in a wall, but it will not be like, hey, open the roof all apart. As long as you don't have, as long as you have more standing parts and open parts. So lots of open parts are fine. You can still have the people say that stop it, as long as the opening is more than the part. What says the Gemara? If it says as long as the opening is more than the part, that applies to the part, but if the opening is equal to the part, we say other. So the implication of that is that it's other. You're papa. So we say Kiyoko. So that's in fact a valid question or a couple because this is very clear that it's only you need open roof all parts and there's your problem. And continues to Gemara to help you have the problem. After Gemara has dealt with this before, you have to say with the right of the Kia, the whole thing just finished telling you that you have proof against the public and everything that walk about it. I think it's actually proof about it. Because her Mishnah implies like him. Now this actually interesting. Yesterday we learned before the Gemara asked how to remind Mishnah. They're looking right to the Jewish side. The answer is they said Pasha. The Gemara is now saying because her Mishnah implies even though maybe you're a Muslim, so they say you're an answer, because our Mishnah implies like the Papa, we're going to pass it that way even against the price. Even though you have to do the price, we're going to rely more on our Mishnah because we learn what we there's also you have to make sure that the openings are not greater than the built up part. Okay, the implication will be, but if the open part was equal to the built up part, it will be quicker. So therefore, our Mishnah implies like for Papa, and so therefore we're going to pass it for Papa, even though there's a price and it's imply not like a Papa because if I was looking for my Mishnah, the price don't take our Mishnah over the price. That's what it is. Keeping close to home, well, how is that? Because actually, it has come very close to here. Okay, so what we're dealing with here is a follow. So I think that's thank you. So this here is system number 1. And the basic idea here is with 3 rows, it's pretty much creating a pizza. Once you stick on a hole, and you stick the bottom row slightly above the ground, just under 2 pockets. Then you do the next one just under 2 pockets, and the next one just under 3 pockets. So basically what you have is you have 3 panels of water, and if you add up to 10 pockets. Now obviously, if I can put less than 3 less than 3, it's a little less than 9, so we're not at 10 yet. So that's what the Mishnah says. Well, Kabbalah and Wisdom, that's our Peppa, they say, hey, I call a 3rd pocket. So the most we can add up in the aggregate to a little bit more than a Peppa. So you have a little less than 9 pockets of bubble, and you have 1 Peppa and a little bit of both. And so in the aggregate, you end up with a feature. All you need is 3 rows of poles, and you have a valid Similarly, this was talking about horizontal level. Now we're going to talk about vertical level because you can surround your camp with poles or branches. That as long as you don't have more than 3 prophets between each of these poles, that would be okay. So that's the case that we're dealing with. Okay, fine. But that's basically a vertical version. You have a pole as long as the next one is less than 3 prophets. You create by just putting poles that are spaced less than 3 prophets. So now, with respect to what this says, so we're going to read the next one, and the Martin takes what it means. The Shiara Dibru, the Dibru of Yehuda. Yehuda says, randomly allow people to rely on these kind of tools only when we're dealing with a caravan, but not when we're dealing with an individual person. A caravan is 3 of them. No, they call it a Shiara because that's typically who we see because they're traveling on the way and they need to make a good pieces so it's easy for them to be told on the road. But even if an individual is doing it, all to be fine. Then that's the second opinion. So Rabbi Yehuda says only works with Shiara. Martin says works by both. Now a third opinion. Look, at the end of the day, the way we're going to understand it is at the end of the day, this is going horizontal or it's going vertical, but it's not too close. That's not a valid thing. So they have to be required either one. You either have vertical or you either have horizontal or vertical. Tomorrow we're going to deal with what's the difference between the two versions that are coming. But in any event, we have a focus. Hopefully today we'll get to discuss it. Okay, that's the Gemara. Amr Rab. The Hamluna said the name of Rab. Are Amru, they said, Omen Ruba Apart, Kashi, have a Omen. So they said that if you have Omen Ruba Apart, that is going this way, vertical, that's Omen. So everyone, we've answered that many times. That's the guy who exactly had that in the Mishnah, where it said if you put the opium apart from each other, as long as there's 3, if you put the opium there, as long as it's open rubal apart, or maybe even like a couple of tip parts, that works vertically. What would be the halacha does? Now again, we know for sure that love would work from like horizontally, from the bottom up. We just dedication, from the bottom to the first row to love, from the second row to love, to the third row to love. The second here is the following. The question of holding the move all apart, are we going to apply the same rule in the gap in the horizontal opening? Why should that be any different? Because when it's vertical, we say that those openings in the wall that look like this, those are sockets, those are doors. But if you have a wall and then there's an opening in the middle, that's not a tap-up. Maybe the halacha is not the same. That's what we're going to do that. Where it says, Rabbi, come here from our Mishnah. Tashma, here from our Ethel. Our Mishnah said, Shir Kabbalah, we have to have the hey, I call it that problem. He said, you needed to create a scenario. If you wanted to create a scenario with 3 ropes and some poles, you needed to have a rope that added up to a little bit more than a tapa. So now he says, if you can say, open room apart work, even horizontally, I don't need a case where the ropes have to be a tapa. I can do it even with thread, something much thinner. If it's true that you can say, open room apart work horizontally, normally get a tapa. Why do I need get a tapa? Why not do the following? The other topic is also the double mashu, topic is also the double mashu. So he said as follows. If you say open rule parts work horizontally, why do I need the case where it's 3, 3, and 3 and then the ropes need to add up to a fair amount? Why not say 3, 3, and 4? So the 2 3s become lavud. So now you have just under 6 clutches of homemade. And then you're going to have an opening of 4. So granted, lavud won't work. But at that point, it's 6 to 4. There's more open than turret. So why not say it? So he says, the fact that our position doesn't say it, we seem to imply that open rule all parts does not work with a horizontal opening. Where it says that this one, you think that makes sense? I talked to my Arab about the way. If you're telling me that our business could have done that, explain to me exactly where you were going to put that opening of dollars. Because it's all if you're going to say that it's going to be in this picture 119. If you're going to say that from the floor to the first row, there's nothing with fourth bucket. Then three. The problem is, I would like to repeat that like you do in broken ball. That's the case of more than from the floor to the impediment, which is the rope, is going to be up on the fourth bucket, but the team are going to be able to go under that, and we know that doesn't work. The systems don't work. Okay, so we can't put the opening of 4 on the bottom. This is the right Eloy. Maybe we should put the opening of 4 on the top of the picture 120. So then the problem is, how the here the high about the lake. Because now you have a scenario where you don't have lovers that would treat that as close. So what do you have? You have open space between the top rope on one side. Meaning you have open space above and beneath the top rope. Because in this scenario, in our Mishnah, we don't say that here is the high because since the top third is closed with lovers, that's considered only, not hard. But now that we're saying the top part, fourth bucket, so there's no lovers, we're just trying to rely on only the Ruba current. But the problem is that we learned in the case of the lovers, where he puts the different pieces that us out here, the high says about the way, it doesn't work. The Gemara says, equal to what you see. So maybe you'll tell me that I'm going to have 3, an opening of 3, an opening of 4, opening of 3. So then what happens? I have it says if it's homemade to the bottom 3 and homemade to the top 3. So then I have only the middle part is open, and I should say that open remove all parts. So the Gemara says, I will open remove all parts. We say look. But that, in order to make the opening more than the parts, you're going to need to add together the 3 from the top and the 3 from the bottom. And we learned previously, so we said, learn from this, not only rule out parts, how they only, what you're trying to say, you have to add up the 2 pieces, 3 plus 3 to get over 4, that is an omit, but we learned that also that's not an omit. So therefore, we dealt with that focus previously. So therefore, saying this scenario you saw, maybe instead of doing 2, 3, and 3, and then I take ropes, I could have done 3, 3, and 4, and 10 ropes, and been able to make a balance with less, with more space and less rope. But it doesn't work. It doesn't work. Because wherever you put the opening of 4, it's not being closed. If you put it at the bottom, it is the go. If you put it at the middle, you require both the bottom and top to open it. And if you put it at the top, it doesn't be the high to the high to the bottom. Ella, you have Hamuna toilet. Rather, when the Hamuna ends, if they're horizontal, I will report from here to the stuff.
Wow, the ones I hear up in the Rockies too, they don't sound like that. I've not heard that. I tell you, when I say it, it's like syllables when you hear it. I visualize these syllables. It's almost like a block in some other weird shape and then another weird shape, but they all stay connected on each other. It's very strange how I visualize it. That's the element made of the grapple of the question of if you have a lesson that seems to be there by itself. They didn't prepare it specifically to be a lesson. So Maya Omer They have their own personality.
Maya said, later the okay. Because below something, so the more is gonna make an assumption now. We'll see that a little bit later. We'll question the assumption. The more is based on below something, I'm a little freaky, so I'll be left. Then if the way Rashi understands it means that if you did not, before Shabbos starts, and that this lefty serves as the lefty that's being matter the Torah, then three almost 20 beloved lefty, everyone will agree that that's not a lefty. Now the question is, though, when do they argue? If it's something that I may ask much, where Shabbos is going to start, and you're saying, this is my lefty, but the reality is that lefty, you didn't instruct it, you didn't put it there, it just happened to be there. And later, for example, a case of a tree planted right by the edge of the small bush, and you rely on something like that. So that's what they argue about. They argue where you, in the end, you use it as your lefty, but you put it up as your lefty. So by Amar, the lefty does something of a man that you will rely on it yesterday. Rabbi Rothschild says, I don't want to make car love at night. You didn't make it from the beginning, you didn't make it with this in mind. Love is lefty, it's not a lefty. Now, what the Gemara later on will describe, will explain why they hold it, why they have to continue. But that's what we're taking about. So look at the structure of tomorrow. Tomorrow's going to give us, again, tomorrow says, about the guy dog. Initially, the tomorrow's going to think, if it's going to go out to speaking out of the tomorrow's going to make something, we will say that just like they argue about a lefty, that if you have a lefty that you didn't actually construct for the purpose of a lefty, just there, if that counts, we assume that we have the same argument with the stuff. So the part of the new is the series of proofs to try and establish what the Rabbi Rothschild give the case of the pizza, with the assumption that would also relate to a lefty. Ultimately, the margin decides that those are not necessarily the same case, and then we'll go to a series of cases to try and understand the cases relating not related to the lefty itself, to see if to bring a proof to a bio or a very smart. Hashma. So again, we're going to look at some cases of the pizza with the thought that those would be informative for purposes of the law. That's also, they know he's on oath. That if someone makes a sukkah in an area where there are trees, the owner is on the wall, and those trees serve as the wall, then that's acceptable. You can have a sukkah whose walls are made of standing trees. So, so that seems to say, one would imagine that these trees weren't planted for that purpose, and yet you see there are trees that happen to be in a state that allows them to rely on those walls of the sukkah, and it doesn't cover it. So a wall of the sukkah, we know are and it means that even though it may be there by itself, for that purpose, it's still contribution to the sukkah. When it says, what are we talking about here? That it could be that we're talking about a case where he planted those trees, he planted them close to, to plant bushes, to create a wall, he planted a tree or a bush for the purpose of making that a wall of the sukkah, but there's no proof as to what the halacha would be if he came along and found, came along and found the trees there to use them for sukkah. Or says, okay, if you're going to tell me that he planted them for that purpose, you help me with the so that's obvious. Like anything, if you construct walls, well, this is construct the walls out of the street or anything else, what would be your assault? What would be the halacha that you cannot use that's not a valid construction? Said, well, we made my I'm an assault. As we know, the Val were very particular and basically didn't like to do anything with the tree on Shabbos. You can climb a tree, you can eat on a tree. Generally speaking, you can't do why because the Val was concerned that someone was going to come up onto the full of branch off the tree, and that would be problematic from the perspective of what we got. So, therefore, I might have thought that even though he's planting the trees to be the wall of his sukkah, then maybe the Bible say no, that doesn't work because we don't want you to come to a scenario where you might come to utilize sukkahs towards that by making them your walls Because that fits within the data of not utilizing the tree. So therefore, that's smart. My plan, that was the point of the Mishnah, telling us that those walls are cutter was in order to teach us that despite the fact that you're utilizing the tree, it doesn't matter, and nonetheless, that is a cutter wall of the system. Next case, touch not. Other terms, Elon, together, there has to be, or if there was a tree, or a fence, or a piece that's cunning is basically a piece of cunning of trees, the branches are thick, so there's some kind of blockage there. These don't should be open. That it's judged to be a deal. We can happen at many times, but we haven't called it by that term. So the Yumed is those same things we talked about Patrick Road, in the picture that she has. Patrick Road, we talked about where the Ole were going. We're going up, and we want to create a place in which to happen. We're going to fabricate the raw water, so we rely on the tools or else they are conditioned to create this yucca in what otherwise you wouldn't figure out because you'd be able to draw water from the pit, which is the yucca, up to the ground level, which you can only do at the ground level. And we talked about that, that's hot to be rolled. The hot, we call them hot boards of a bar, now we're referring to them as yomed, which comes from omed, that is a double sport, understanding, basically these elevations. The second part, so if you had a tree or a gate or this a grand fence, you could use these under some geometry. So that means to say that a geometry is so like any other, if it's like this, that you have a tree there or a fence happens to be there, you can rely on it. You see that even if it's built for that purpose, nonetheless, it's a valid system. You're also taking answer what we're talking about, that you made it for that purpose. That when you set up this fence or you set up this grand wall, it was for the purpose of making a geometry for Patrick Road. And I said, the optimized path one. And what's the minute? In order to be stuck up this gate, the purpose of the Omed, was put to work. My son and the minute here is the specific case of that kind of where you have those branches. And what's the case? Kind of the question is because we're relying on when you have branches put together, those branches put together perfectly created. There's gaps, but we don't worry about those gaps because as we know, we apply the halacha of water. Anything less than 3 buckets, no less than 3 buckets. But the thought would be that the buddy may have Rabba. We're going to see later on that if I ask Rabba, the question and the thought would be, presumably because we're dealing with Patrick Road. As we know, Patrick Road is already a very big city because we're saying you can have a little wall on each corner, and we discussed that allows somewhere between 10 and 13 and a third envelopes of space. And we'll talk later today also that if it's hard to move all of it, more open space and floor space, generally speaking, that doesn't work. But Patrick Road, because I'll say, we're going to make a special exception. Therefore, I might think that Bubba doesn't apply. You have to give it by telling the people that are running. When you have these branches that are creating a pizza which have gaps in them, spaces, you have to rely on Bubba. But can I rely on Bubba in the same case where I am relying on the floor, that even though there's more open space, nonetheless, you can see that later on, a buyer asks throughout the discussion, this price that my son is improving Bubba is even in conjunction with Patrick Road. We'll see another example of this later. Bubba is different a lot than some of the other things. Bubba is literally looked at as one people by Bubba is literally looked at as a wall. Next case, Elon Asa Kalahara. The Mitchell deal with later is that you have a tree that's spread over the land, over the grass. And you have a really, bigger, really big tree, but you have a big tree, and the branches, as Roger said, start from their source at the trunk of the tree, start higher than 10 feet, and then it comes down and basically creates this overhang that creates a space that's covered by these leaves. Now, obviously, you'll see we're relying on it, so you need those leaves to be somewhat substantial, and in fact, they have to be a little more substantial because the blocking does, as we discussed in the past, that in order to develop the pizza, you can't flap around.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app, number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
Over the ground of the tree. Okay, any noble developing earth is a button as long as the leaves don't end higher than 3 buttons on the ground, i.e., the leaves go down and hit 3 buttons on the ground. We know that is within 3 buttons on the ground, it's within the ground, so therefore it's also a trap button. So what do you have? You have a mezquita, you have this canopy over here of trees, and it's constantly and yet, presumably you didn't plan for that purpose. But the branch is more about the trap we're talking about, where the canopy is in order to create this where it says, alpha the football. Then you should be able to carry, it was a tree that was created for something that you should be able to carry under the entirety of this tree, of this canopy. And a lot of them are before, but why would they do this? Because you can say in the alpha or basic science that you cannot carry under the tree except for the area of basic science. This is basic science is the amount that you saw of wheat being planted. The tablet is basically you saw 50 by 50, so this is the area of 100 by 50 ounces. It's a very big area. We're saying you couldn't carry beyond, it would not work that the tree, if you think that it covers greater than basic science. Not this way. That
4109. The first time caller line is 818.
Okay, so they can tell the boy, hey, people, this is basic science, you cut everything. That is the heck yes. The overhang of the tree would be more than the here they're not going to come with both hectare companies. The both hectare companies is the way you because anytime you have a mosquito that is there, but it's not a perfect mosquito, mosquito came by Sepsi, by Orange, by Hyperco, where you have a mosquito that relies on bubbles, but it doesn't have if you have a that's not set up for someone to reside in. Often you say, hey, look, looking for stuff. They're all blah, blah, you have to see everything. They say the if you hold everything but now if you have something that's open Me'eva, so if we're talking about a tree that happens to grow this big canopy, it would make perfect sense why you can dry this tree. They can only carry in basic science, because basic science is something that when you're dealing with a substandard mosquito of some sort, it's not an ideal mosquito. So Chazal, when we're stocking, so you shouldn't care that mosquito to cover an area greater than 50 by 100 or 5,000 square miles, right? So if the tree was not planted to mosquito, it makes perfect sense. But you have this like somewhat substandard and it makes sense why Chazal say only straw is the area you carry. But actually, Gemara telling you that this was just answering you that this is but if so, why is this substandard? Because it was not just a tree that happened to be there, but something you planted for that purpose. It could be a perfectly valid mosquito. Where it says no, because even if you planted it for that purpose, you don't have a here so that you flower, and it tells them about elevator site. Which is that this is not a substandard mosquito, but it's a different reason why Chazal say you can't carry under the canopy greater than 2 jobs. Why? say Mira, the residence that out here, that is purpose to the outside. What's that? So Rashi claims that we're dealing with when we're someone who's relying on the under tree, if they're out in the field or wherever it is and they're watching over the field or they're watching over the animal, right? So Rashi says it's a case where well, it's against the drill. So when someone takes the house, they go to the city, they want to be on this block, that block, then it's a regular zero. But if you go out to the field, where you have to watch those fields, you have to watch the animals, where you're that it's not so much for the inside, while you're there for the outside. So what it opens up to, so when you're dealing with, even though valid at the end of the day, that's all I can say, this is also likely substandard to understand that you didn't pick this place. You have to be there for some external purpose. Without that, only create pieces that cover a big site, that cover that area of 5,000 square hours. Now it's not this far up, where the first wide line Shabbat, Tel, say as follows, that if we know that we have the halacha of the book, so someone has basically the area they're in, either in plus 2,000 hours in every direction. So that's determined by where you are when Shabbat starts. That's where you have Shabbat, that's where you have Pisa, and that's where the 2,000 hours is established. Now we know if you're in some broader area, for example, we're in the city, so then your 2,000 hours doesn't start from the house, it starts from the edge of the city. But now we're talking about if someone was resting, he had his feet up, that's where he wasn't sitting about it. He was on a tail. A tail is some kind of raised natural surface that is at least 10 bucks tall and runs. Count one, 10 bucks height. What is doing good optics, and therefore the walls go up. And we're dealing with a case where it's Arba Amas until they get by it. And that's why did we start Arba Amas? Because if this tail is less than Arba Amas, it's complicated all this. Because even if I was sitting in the middle of the field, like you said, I have the Daled Amas around, so that I get Daled Amas, my 2,000 Amas starts from 4 Amas, I don't need to be on a tail for that purpose. That's anywhere, that's on the field. But if the tail helps me, because if the tail is 200 Amas in each direction, then I rest there for the evening of Shabbos. It means that my 2,000 Amas starts from the edge of the 200 Amas of the tail. Okay, so we have this tail, this raised surface that has and it is you can rely on that tail to say this is that my 2,000 ounces of will start from the edge of the tail as long as it's not the basic science. Continues to work, but in the neck of your almacadar, so too you have an indentation in the rock that is at least 10 centimeters. You have a natural rock, you have bedrock, and there's at least 10 buckets of depth to this indentation. They are that they design additionally for Amas, and you saw the amount of space the plant itself. Similarly, the Kabbalah, that is where you have a coming to Surah is you have wheat that was cut and it's presumably some kind of pile or bundle or rollers that you have grain that's still growing. So basically, either the mound of cut grain or the standing grain is creating a mistake. Mahalach and Shua will put the law by Rabbis. In all of these cases, we're going to consider that the is there on the entire tail or in the entire indentation or within the entire area of the field that's surrounded by either standing or cut grain. So you see that even though these are purpose, we're treating it as Mahita, that your feet cover that entire area, and your 2,000 Amas only starts at the end of it. And even though these things are not created to be a Mahita, nonetheless they're valid as a Mahita. wait, I got the hang of it. You answered my question by saying, well, no, it's created for that purpose. So now we ran out of that answer because you know what I said. And if you're going to tell me how the animal you're going to tell me that he knows he created those things to give the pizza. That's why they're valid for pizza. Because tomorrow, that this one on the right, they says that okay, the case of the standing lead or even the bundled lead is okay. You might have noticed and touched the wheat in a way that created for the pizza, or you might have bundled the wheat and created for the pizza. But it'll tail the mecca, right in the neighbor. But when we talk about this natural mound, this raised surface, or we talk about this indentation in the rock, clearly the guy didn't create the ground rock, he didn't create this raised ground surface. So you can no longer say you ran out of answers to say, you know, maybe it was a bit of a stretch. They planted the tree for that. He planted it. But you can't obviously create rock or raised ground surfaces. Therefore, as I said before, and I'm going to present by saying something I said, you know, we're going to conclude elements of pizza, we have no complete rather, in the pizza, we were trying to learn from the pizza lucky. The pizzas are different than lucky. Pizza, in the reality, you have a pizza there, then halachic is going to be pizza. It doesn't matter whether you put it there, planted it there, or whether it's there from the beginning. But that doesn't necessarily resolve our question between buying the rubber that Alethi owns the halo. You have a Alethi that came to by itself, but completely. When do they argue the Alethi? A bio and time A. Now we're going to give the answers, as I said before, the explanation for why the bio and rubber holds the hole. A bio and time A, this is part to discuss where we saw that a bio said this. Right now, the Amra left in the Chico. Details in the halo in the Chico. A buyer of the opinion that the purpose of election, that what election does that is a pizza, and as we just established, the pizza as there by itself is to be considered a valid pizza. Relative to Christian to Rama left from Hecker, the left from Hecker. So remember on top of your days, there were days that we talked about the question. We said that election from the pizza according to Hecker. Rabbi said that, and then we said the Rabbi said that both Torah and Latin, the purpose of that is Hecker. So therefore, he had to be a guy and have a Hecker. So that the Rabbi would say that if someone drafted a Latin for the purpose of being a Latin, then that's a valid election. He's elected. He's low have a Hecker. But it's not a Hecker. Why? Because if someone, we actually earlier, we talked about it around milestone, which was the decorative thing on the top that said that kind of Torah, it has a pole. People hear about it. It's so true. The lefty, if you put up the lefty, the way Rabbi would understand, if you put up the lefty, people hear about it. Maybe not in the next town, but the people carrying that public. So they know, oh, that's in the lefty. So therefore, it is a hacker. But if you just put up the lefty, then if the lefty is just be there by itself, people wouldn't know that it's there to function as that purpose. Like imagine, as I mentioned before, in case where there was three right by the edge of the public, Rabbi would say, it doesn't help because if I didn't put it there, people don't realize that it's there to be left. Where the buyer would say that it's in the future. So, that is the pizza. So now, the part that we talk a lot, once we say it's in the pizza, that a lucky over nailed in the pizza according to a buyer. And the question is, at the beginning, we said that both the buyer and Rabbi agree that you require, that you have to be something you're relying on for 4 tablets. Or the part of that if a buyer says the reason for a lucky is doesn't be set up for that purpose, and who cares whether you had in mind before Sabbath? So the question goes away. The Shoemaker says that even when you hold it to the pizza, there's still an element of hecker there. So here he discusses the idea that unless he theoretically something insubstantial item that it needs the added aspect of I know otherwise it might be considered something that's meaningless. So by having in mind that you're going to be relying on it, that's that we rely on it. So there's still some element that even though it's a little bit of a different piece, and therefore you require that kind of thing. Okay, so as I said before, the structure. We tried to, the question we're dealing with is, if you have a lefty that stands by itself, and what you put into this purpose, is that a valid lefty or not a valid lefty? The bias that's a valid lefty, is not a valid lefty. We tried to prove from a bunch of cases of the pizza, and answer what we said, and then we got the one that we couldn't answer, and then, okay, clearly a buyer and rubber are not arguing by the pizza because we saw this case where it couldn't be said that it's on purpose. And now we're saying, okay, so therefore we're not going to run from the pizza, and we're left with just lefty. We want to know lefty on the Ela, the bias that's good, brothers are not good. We're trying to bring some new question tomorrow. Tomorrow, that 8 line down to the white line. I say gather, I go to gather, well, close to out there, says, well, you have the stones of a gate that come out from the gate. So we're actually, this guy just before, like the road thing, talked about it in the concept, but it's basically, it's like this, that you have brickwork. And if you pull out some of the bricks, you're going to have like indentations every other one. So it's going to look like this, right? So that's how they get their yoga together. Well, as you do something, that if the height of from one brick that's sticking out to the brick beneath it, and all of those are less than 3 bottom of height, insert lefty outer, then you don't need a different lefty. Why? Because rubber would treat this entire vertical area that has these bricks coming out as if they're connected to each other. Once they're connected to each other, it's like a wall that's coming out into the edge of the bubble. And like any lefty, that's what a lefty is. But if the vertical height between the bricks is greater than 3, then they're not considered connected. And you don't have a wall sticking out. You don't have a lefty, so that's lefty out there. Then you need another one. Now, as far as this is, presumably you didn't build the wall not in the middle. Presumably that was there. You didn't do that for the purpose of the lefty. You make the lefty that way. You pick up a little stick. You built this wall in the middle, and you left it that way where it had these bricks sticking out. That the opposite stuff. So then if you built a brick city, even though you built a body sticking out every other brick, but that's just a short piece of pizza. Why do you even tell them? Now again, we're answering a rubble hecker. So if you need bricks in every other one in and out, so what does that look like? It looks like maybe I'm in the middle building a wall, and I just haven't gone further in. But people aren't going to know that they can rely on it for a lefty. Am I saying yes, it's a valid lefty because at the end of the day, it creates that lefty. Coming in to your deal. Learn as well. So taught as well. Both of them, Tito and Caballero. So we dealt with this case before. So this means that a wall that was somewhat indented from its friend, and what happened from the other wall, and what happened. So a simple scenario would be that if you're going from the inside, and then you have a wall this big, and then the wall becomes narrower on the outside part. So if you're standing inside, you no longer see that narrow part that's sticking out because it's not in the same plane, because the wall basically comes up. It looks like you don't see the left, but from the outside, when you're looking, you see that there's a piece that extends on the left width of this wall if you're facing the muzzle. Or you have a muzzle where from the outside it all looks flat, but the wall itself goes a little bit into the muzzle, so there's kind of like a little indentation behind the wall that you can only see inside and not outside. So we said if the wall happens to be built in this way, make sure you're up with something like this, whether you see it from outside, but it's from the inside it looks flush. The engineers and stuff in, from inside you see it, but we're telling you about, look, from outside it looks like a flush wall. In all those cases, even with some lefty, if you're lefty, now the question is, probably I didn't build the wall this way. It just happens to be that it covers the bubble and stuff of it. Where they go, that you dig it on purpose here. As far as the optimized one, if you built the No, this is the very point to tell you. As we debated, about theft, about whether you have a lefty that you can only see from the outside, but from the inside you don't realize that's the lefty, you got a valid lefty. We have a focus. So the purpose of this right though is to tell you, Christy is coming to tell you that you're not the something of this, and you're the lefty. We dealt with that specifically. Okay, that's what I was talking about. That's where it cuts out. The Rav, now we're going to, this is going to be the end of the road. Almost, we say, cuts out the Rav, Rav is sitting in a certain public. Kamei was sitting in front of Rav. Unrelated, Kamei, the Rav said to his servant, was helping him. I see the fire, see a picture of water. At the Asa, Knuckle left go. But while the guy went to get the water, the lefty, that is what enabled carrying the muffler, he fell down. So now you no longer have a lefty, so you can't carry anymore. So after the other, so God saw the guy coming back with the glass of water, and he said, hold up. I showed it with his hand. The guy was just standing there, but he didn't want to carry anymore because the lefty was there. They want to carry the route over the south. Earlier, Huna was sitting in front of Rav, said, the Governor Omar, this was a big look. So, Rav, the Huna said to Rav, it's true that lefty fell down. And it's true there's a tree that's standing right next to the wall. That could cover the lefty. So the Rav said, back to Huna, Omar, he said, Double hand there, a bunch of parties in the night. This Rav over here is like this. No one explained to him what's going on, what the discussion was. We something in 11 Esmo. Did we rely on it from yesterday? It's true. It seems to say that we're going to say in a second. The stream might be able to get the swim at the left. But as we said at the very beginning of our Gemara, that if people didn't rely on it, if you weren't planning to come in, use it as a lefty, then everyone agreed that that's not going to be a valid lefty. So then, what is it we're talking about? Because obviously changing the tree, because when Shabbos started, people were planning to rely on the regular lefty. Then that lefty fell down on Shabbos. No one was planning to rely on the tree at the beginning of Shabbos. And therefore, Rav said, sorry, that doesn't work. But now, that's tomorrow. I'm going to look at Tina. Rav's answer was, what was the problem with relying on the tree? That when Shabbos started, we didn't rely on the tree. But if we would have relied on the tree, if we relied on the tree before Shabbos, having lefty, that would have been about lefty. That the problem with the lefty was not that it wasn't planted or erected for the purpose. The problem was that when Shabbos started, we were relying on it. Immediately after Shabbos, they said, you know what, the other lefty fell, we'll rely on the tree. Seemingly, Robin, be fine with that. So what do you see? The lefty also made, also the lefty that you didn't erect for that purpose, you didn't plant the tree for that purpose, could be a valid lefty. So ultimately, that's going to be the proof that we have that is support the opinion of a buyer. And in fact, the halacha is like a buyer, which is, as you would know, it stands out a little bit because normally it's Rabbi the buyer, the halacha is Rabbi, but you know that the galaxy ground is I know the places where they like a buyer says, not all of the green Rashi goes up for the one of the outcomes. But now, Martha says, wait a second, maybe let's revisit an assumption we dealt with at the beginning of the March. At the beginning, Martha said, we're assuming that if we didn't rely on this lefty at the beginning of Shabbos, everyone would have been out of our left. Well, what just happened? We just had a theory. Rav had a thought that maybe you could rely on it. Now this Martha says, blame on Rabbi Rothschild, there was some clear lesson. Maybe a buyer Rebbe only argued with you did not have in mind yours before, but maybe in the opposite, maybe everyone agrees that if before Shabbos you were planning to use this thing of your lefty for the buyer Rebbe and say that that's about lefty, even though you didn't establish it for this purpose, you let the old Bela. And maybe they only argue in the case that you didn't rely on it before Shabbos, that a buyer then would be saying, even if you didn't rely on it before Shabbos, the left Bela is the left. And Rabbi would say, no, it's not election. Now, what's interesting about that? But if that's true, then what Rav argues, where he told us no, Rav was saying, in this case, it doesn't work. So then he would be saying, instead of the position that he was saying like a bias, which is that it's only if you're nomophobic. And the bias was saying, good, and the bias saying, you're not nomophobic. Rav was saying, sorry, you can't be nomophobic. So then he would be saying, like Rabba and not like Abaya. So then if you switch what Rabba and Abaya are arguing about, it turns out that the story with Rav would now support Rabba because Rabba's the one who said, yes, I agree that if you relied on it yesterday, you didn't rely on it, you can't use it. And in fact, Rav said, if you didn't rely on this tree, you can't use it. So now we would switch what Rabba and Abaya are arguing about. It turns out that the story with Rav supports Rabba instead of Abaya. When I said, well, but that's a specific that's the argument. Yeah, so Barca, the Barca, says there was a port, or something like a port. The Habib Bay Bar Coffee, that there was a port by Bay Coffee. Basically, the idea was the port was held up by some kind of port, and that port was positioned in such a way that it could be used as the levee of a neighboring area which was a public. To have the levee on the Nahela because it was built to hold up the port. It wasn't built to be a levee, but it could serve as a levee. Now, the police about by the rubber tonight that Abaya and Rabbi, that's what they argue about. All of their years, they argue about the case. Well, what's the point? But clearly, this is the case where even if you were so much on it, why? Because this is the first week that they figured that was Shabbos. Okay, so they said we didn't plan to use it there next week, right? They could say they planned to use it. But if Abaya and Rabbi agree, if everyone agrees that if you plan to use it and you're someone on it, that makes it a valid levy, then everyone would agree. Then everyone would accept Abaya and Rabbi will both agree that it's a valid levy. Yes, they argue all their years. Clearly, they're arguing in a case where that clearly is what they initially thought. That we're not have the money for it. Everyone would agree to everything. The question is, if you have the money to use it, and you need a levy on the Nahela, Abaya says yes, Rabbi says no, and Allah says Abaya. Says tomorrow, the co-host and the Yayin and the that levy can be made of anything. It can even be a living animal. It can be a living animal at the edge. Presumably have the chamber there at the edge of the public to go on your left. The mayor holds the 10 acres of both. And I'm not going to say that because the pizza that relies on Ruach Hayim, like a living spirit, is not considered a valid. Continues the Mishnah with Tommy Golo that the Tanakh holds that it has a living animal that and the Golo Rashi the Golo is covering of the prophet. Whenever you bury someone in, the animal as a cover. And others learn that it's talking about the Mateva, the grave cloak. In any event, the Tanakh Golo that a living animal, even though animals normally don't cause tumor, and in this case they're going to cause tumor with maga, with touching, whatever the point is, you can have a living animal and a big tumor if it's serving as the cover of a coffin or a grave cloak. Rabbi Meir retired. Rabbi Meir says no, it's not because Rabbi Meir was opinion like a pizza, and you cannot have a living animal. Nothing. And the Tanakh said, if you have a living animal, you can write a death for a woman on the animal and give her the animal. That would be a valid death. But if you have the agreement, no, that doesn't work. Okay, that's the word. Tanya, learn that right. The mayor said, some of the people who are right, also, that mayor has he holds anything that is living, that's a living item. You can't make it a wall for a football. You can't make it a lefty for bubble. You can't make it for the L-tape bracket for the road. You can't make it as a cover for a coffin or a trade card. So all of those are there. So we already learned that. Why can't you write it yet on the animal? Torah says by right her a sefer of pieces, and that proves from the Indian that sefer means a block, a part. Mainly our sefer, so I only know that you can write it on the block. And now you're Robert says, how do I know that I should be able to write again on any surface? Now, the law, you write it for her, so as long as you write it, it doesn't matter what you write it on. Now, as many people know, when we got that was the reason we get on Sabbath, the public law is where we know the spot. Point out there's places where there's no public law. So if a Matabalamer is safer, so he says, okay, so if it's the public law comes to write in any place, then why did it say safer, which is the only class? The Lama law that comes to tell you not safer, never take more than a time, and also that just like a safer, just like a flap is something that has no spirit to it. And it's not food. I've told other people they'll cut that also that those food forget anything that doesn't have good spirit and it's not food. But you would have to use an animal. So that's why the Yosef Leon says safer, even though self-fulfilling stuff to write it anywhere, but it says safer in order to tell you that you cannot put the animal for again. The Rabbanim. So what are the Rabbanim doing the fact that it's safer? Why don't they learn now that you can't write again on an animal? So he says safer because didn't write Russell law Risus Bad safer, which is clearly they can write it in a block. Safer tip, it just says safer Risus. So that implies by the fact that I wrote safer Risus Bad safer tells you the spirit part of the Hammer that the point is safer Risus just means a safer like a recounting or a retelling or a restating of the facts and moving forward. That's all it is. But I'm sorry, not say the matters that you need in order to create the separation from husband and wife. It does not mean a flop, and therefore I'm not stuck saying that you cannot write on an animal. Rabbanan had a fucking law my Darcy Bay. Okay, so you're the needed a custom law because he understood that safer you might think on a flop. How do I know you can write on anything else? So there, of course, there's a custom law all cases, but since the Rabbanan don't rely on safer to say you like a flop, they don't need the custom law to extend it to other things. So what do they do with the custom law? It's probably like they needed to that they needed it to say that it has to be a safer, I'm sorry, the custom law that has to be written because they didn't want you to think they wanted you to realize that you have to write again give money, for example, in order to come to court. Now, why would you think that you could just give money to come to court? So I'm going to talk about the issue of Feel Havaya, that this compare in the Pasuk where it's talking about the woman who's leaving her husband's house and getting remarried. So Ma Havaya was getting married when she got remarried as her first marriage. She could do it. Only after she gave a ketchup and so too. When you end the marriage, you can do a ketchup. So I needed to write the Pasuk law to tell you that the manner in which you divorce a woman is by writing a get, not by giving her money. There's no clearly. I swear, so okay, if a Joseph really can't use the custom law to say that you can write on anything, where does he know the idea that you have to divorce a woman in writing and not by giving her money? You say not to let the safer priesthood, safer cartel, safer or not her cartel. So the fact that the Torah goes to write safer and priesthood together, it tells you that even though we're using safer to tell you wow, and then the Bible expanded, but the fact that I wrote safer next to priesthood tells you safer part of the Maraka part of the writing that he put in this block or as the Bible tells you any other form of writing, that's what tells you that the writing is what separates the marriage, nothing else, for example, money. Rabbanan high safer priesthood, what do they do with safer priesthood? They're not using it to say, they don't need it to say that you need for divorce, because they know that the law, so what are they doing? They know that they need it to explain that it gets to something that actually definitively severs the relationship between husband and wife, which is funny, like the one right now, they think I'm not going to the guy in the map was testing the thing, hold on, ain't that true? So someone gives his wife a gat and says, here, this is your gat, but as long as you never drink wine, you never go to your father's house. Either of those things retroactively, the gat will be disqualified. So then she basically attached to him for life because at any point if she was to drink wine or go to her father's house, the gat would be undone. So that's something separate. But if he says it's 30 days, so then it has the ability to again that is important, so then everything is valid. That's what they want to say for treatment. Oh, to tell you that it needs to be written and not money, where does he learn that there has to be something that's separated? So we not like the party. He says because nothing could have written the talk about things instead of so therefore I want to add an element that it needs to be something that actually divides. They don't touch it, they don't see their being therefore they don't see that as a Rafa. Now explain because of your thing, we need the fucking tell me they can't eat an animal, Rabbanan said it, and we walk all the earth, the country, the pickup, the Kula, believe that Hitler, they had a caravan that was traveling and they got to some Picca or valley, which is a conrad, and they wanted to rest there for Sabbath. So what they do, they rather than camp, they play the Hitler with saddles and stuff like that. So the council was called, you can carry that as a development. So they get the car outside fucking. As long as these things put up are 10 fucking tall, well, you need to go to the as we've been discussing, you can't have parts of the own. You can't have more space than you have standing things, these animals. Hope here says, hey, they need to enter. I'm going to correct. They see Kepesa. So that any opening that is 10 hours or less is butchered because it's like a Pesach and Rashi point that. As long as in the aggregate you have only the Ruba Aparat, where you have more standing than you say up to 10 hours is not a problem. As long as in the aggregate you have only the Ruba Aparat, but you have to be kind of more than 10 hours upper, as Rashi points out, even if the entire rest of the area would be a solid wall, you have an opening greater than 10 hours. That destroys the what would happen if you had equal amount of animal interference with open space? So it's not hard to move all of it, but it's not less than all of it. Why? Because the whole thing is don't have the majority of the open air is the majority, right? So therefore, you would say that the Republic would say, but half and half, it would the Republic would don't have more than half, but half and half would be fine. The winner better be sure that after the coffee operator of majority. What would that mean? That if you do it even then you have to spend the majority, and therefore that would not be a valid position. So ask the Gemara, then I missed one. There's our opinion. You can't have the opening greater than the closest part. But that implies up the business that it will be even, it will be quicker. So that seems to imply like we're where they go, hey, up the opinion, quicker, don't make that inference. They will be like the opinion of quicker, so there's a little bit of a funny. Normally we would say if you say the majority can't be part of, that would mean even is okay. We say no. The opposite implication is when is it mutter if the majority of if the homemade, if the built-up part is greater than the tier. So a little bit of a tough explanation, but that's how we would answer. Of a opinion, but if it would be, if it doesn't matter, opinion, let's say it would be perfectly equal, so that will be Asar. So where I said that's what you're telling us. And this is trying to tell me that even as the couple would say, you're trying to tell me that even as Asar, he happy is so literally lo yehei Christmas opinion. Then why not say instead of saying lo yehei Christmas, the ultimate opinion to be more than the hit, say the Christmas should not be like the opinion, which is telling you the case of even, which is where this comes. As we know, lots of comes up many times. Consciously, there is an answer, it's a little bit of a tough answer. It doesn't necessarily tell us what the answer is, but we haven't yet disproven the opinion of the Rabbi Rothschild, and so therefore we're going to pick up on this tomorrow with different sources to try and prove it, that the Kappa says that if you have even standing and hoping, that is a valid
it wasn't necessarily meant to be Carolyn lost her son in the first month of the Sloan Bridge disaster on December 15th of 1967, which really put us in a place of reverence, knowing that this was a wonderful, wonderful lady said she passed away before we had a chance to bury her. She was the inspiration for the research I wanted to do.
So, tell me about, okay. Yeah. I just remember, okay, I remember about this bridge. This was a part of the bridge. Some people didn't think it was a part of the bridge thing, but other people said, no, absolutely it was. So I just want to hear the whole story of it. I'm just going to trust you to throw it at me because I don't know enough to even ask about it. I know there's a statue, right? You go to visit the statue all the time. Tons of pictures of that. I get those sent to me all the time. But the whole story itself, what is it? What do you think they are from what you've learned along the way?
The traditional story is written by John Keel, author of the Promise of the book. Really, he begins the book traveling and then his car breaking down on their road in West Virginia. And he walked up to farmhouse, knocked on the door, and the folks didn't want to let him in because he was first dressed all black and wearing a suit. He's in rural West Virginia, and he's just kind of trying to find his way to go back to his car breaks down. But what was happening in the Point Pleasant area was that prior to December, November 15th of 1966, there had been some sightings of this black creature. The very first sighting took place a few days before the traditional Strawberry Event episode in Point Pleasant, which I'll go into in a moment, but there were grave diggers in the suburb of Charleston, West Virginia, which is about an hour away from Point Pleasant. And they were doing their job. They were in a cemetery and they caught sight of this green creature that was over the cemetery staring at the death. So that was the first sighting of what would become known as what really happened on November 15th, 1966 was Julia married up inside the house of Roger. Very valid. They were all 18 years old, two married couples, and they were driving down some that was just outside of the area called Chapel. But then it was known as the TNT area. It was called the TNT area because that World War II, there were conditions that were manufactured and stored in concrete throughout the area. So that's it became known as the TNT area that was decommissioned after World War II. But fast forward back to November of 1966, they're riding around through this area, just hanging out in this black wing type of thing. And they caught sight of this black wing creature, half of them took off in their car. It was a 1957 Chevy, and they raced down the Ohio River on a twisted road, which is they hit speeds of about 100 miles an hour on a really scary road. They were terrified. They arrived back in Point Pleasant. We went straight to the police department. This creature was following them back its track at 100 miles an hour. Finally, they told me we have it.
Could you imagine? I mean, Bill, could you imagine? I mean, come on. That's why we're interested, right? Really, you can't imagine.
That was the very, yes, absolutely. That was the very first sighting in Point Pleasant. But for the next 13 months, there were all kinds of encounters. People saw this little creature again. They were getting psychic visions of planetary presence. There were odd phone calls before experiences distortion on the line of people that poltergeist
exactly right. That's exactly right.
We just made it out together, mutual friends, and built a relationship. I think it was about 3 years. And before we really started realizing how much we had in common from a paranormal perspective. So that's what it's like.
And that's nice. And it's still that way because instead of going out on Valentine's Day, you guys are happy just being on Ghost of Ghost telling your stories. So I like that. That's true. Couple like get together talking about these things. It is a rare thing. I've seen people, totally divorced because one was into it and the other was not. So I get that. So how did you guys come together with PRP? How did that work out? Maybe tell us more about that.
Well, thank you for that question. It's a real passion of ours. So what happened was I graduated college a little bit late. I've always been late. And my first degree is in English. And then I got into the technology stage. I was doing that professionally for a long time. And Jack and I got together in 2004. We met on September the 6th. But now one of the reasons that we have time to talk about all the things that have happened in our lives and parallels, which is why we're proud to say for September 6th. September 6th, 2004. It was about 12 years later that we decided to take that first trip to Point Pleasant. So in 2016, I decided to go back to school. I was taking one class per quarter, working on advanced psychology degrees. So by 16, I was about halfway through, maybe a little more than that, with my doctoral studies in psychology. And she said, you know what, I'm working full-time, you're working full-time. We're raising our granddaughter. We don't have any time for each other. We need to take a trip. So we decided to go to Point Pleasant. And in going to Point Pleasant, getting connected to the community there, talking to people about the bridge disaster and Mothman and all that, really started percolating the idea of working on projects where we could write books about the similar around the world where children were going on kind of studying the concept of post-traumatic growth, which is an offshoot of positive psychology movement, which focuses on not necessarily mental health issues, but positive events in our lives to be able to live their life. And so we started focusing on post-traumatic growth. My dissertation was about that topic. And then one after I graduated in 2021, I kicked off the research plan for both Bridging the Tragedy, and the idea was to investigate post-traumatic growth as it manifested because of the Silver Bridge disaster and because of the paranormal occurrences in Point Pleasant in 66 and 67. And that's how the whole thing started.
Oh my goodness. And then, so really it's like Mothman was the thing for you guys to all these different parallels. That's 2023. I want to know more about the Diamond Star. Get a little bit of it too. You mentioned the Mothman Festival. And, is that an annual thing?
It is. Jeff Wapner started the Mothman Festival right after came out that featured Richard Gere. As this thing kicked off, and then it's now turned into a festival of, we first presented Bridging the Tragedy at the Mothman Festival in 2023. After the festival was shut down for 2 years because of COVID, there were 30,000 people there. It was a wonderful atmosphere. We talked about that was the presentation that we gave there. And we're talking about that for about a half hour. So probably stop there.
No, keep grabbing that. That's funny. Where do you guys live? Where do you guys?
Well, we are in Illinois, about 45 miles south of the Wisconsin border, 60 miles west of Chicago.
Oh, okay. That's not Freeport, is it?
No, Freeport is about 70 miles away from me. It takes me an hour and 15 to get there.
Okay. I just, so that's the guy who said, hey, here's the guy you got to talk to. The one that said, you got to know just watching it. I was like, oh, I want to do Mothman. I've always wanted to do Mothman. So we'll come back and talk more Mothman. And at one point, we'll take some phone calls too. Stay with us. Learn about his book as well. Go to arp.org. Maybe check out French Tragedy, Silver Linings, Mysterious Island Valley. More to come. Hearts. Most people say, happy Valentine's
Listen to the 6th Bureau from Bloomberg Podcast, America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow the 6th Bureau and start listening to the free iHeart Radio. A venue that defies segregation, a mysterious man who became a local legend, and a community bound by music. Join host Reed Beeson for a podcast exploring Charlie's Place, a club that was about so much more than music. Music, dance, lyrics, creation, more than any. Judges, gallery, brought the races together. Listen to Charlie's Place on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Charlie's Place and Starbucks on the free iHeart Radio app today.
One line from 18-year-old Bobby Guthrie called out the racial politics of the bygone era. Sent in a century and in prison for 2 decades. The podcast Burden of Guilt explores that injustice and the unlikely friendship born when the truth emerged.
I just told him I was going to tell the truth. Like, see my picture on the front page of the New York Times. It's this horrible monster.
Listen to Burden of Guilt on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Burden of Guilt and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today. People didn't do what I wanted them to do. This is just Jonathan, a podcast celebrating inside the world of a hero who was worshipped across the world and the darkness of tyranny. An investigation into faith, power, and the people who listen everything to uncover the truth. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search for Two-Face, John of God, and listen. U.S. senators want their chamber to quickly take up a resolution passed this week in the House to roll back some of President Trump's tariffs. Oregon Congresswoman Andrea Salinas voted for the legislation, saying wineries of her district have suffered lasting damage. My district is home to some of the best wineries in the world. In Canada, it is our single largest foreign market. But after Trump imposed his tariffs, Canada responded with their own tariffs. The lasted for months. The votes seem to be largely symbolic. Even if the Senate passes the resolution, the president is expected. Amazon is canceling a planned partnership between industry doorbell cameras and flock safety and law enforcement. The plan would have allowed customers to share doorbell video with police through a program called Community Request. A similar program unrelated to Flock is called Search Party, which will let users share video with others. It was advertised during the Super Bowl as the way to find lost dogs, but it has strong criticism from privacy advocates, saying tech could be used to track people. Amazon said the Flock partnership was scrapped because it would take more time and resources than initially anticipated. And after last year's massive spike in electricity rates around New Jersey, most homeowners and businesses are on track to pay about the same this year. We won't cut anymore. Well, romance is in the air, and so are romance scams. Tim Trujillo, the scammers may have a reason to fake romance relationships online. And then you did say to me, does money in the project accounts the federal trade commission reported on the $12 billion in scam-related losses in 2024 before investing money in anything. Shell's venture, research and future everything is legitimate. Consumer increases.
Possibility of getting what I need. You look down and smile. I said, no, never know your child. See, dog and butterfly. Dog and butterfly. She had to try. She broke my down.
Your Networks presents Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Connie Willis.
Valentine's night is on Coast to Coast AM. First week of the Mothman. We'll get deeper into that. That's what I call romance, right? Coast to Coast AM got those here. Songs by Martin. Dog in the Butterfly, 1979. That was inspired by Nancy. She watched a dog try to catch a butterfly for real. She's been watching this for a long time. Of course, the dog's trying. I would have been like, don't catch it. That would have been the end of that butterfly. But then it became like this metaphor for chasing something beautiful, but innocent. It goes back to the Bigfoot, doesn't it? It all goes back to the Bigfoot. What's going on? Oh, mercy. Well, I can continue that with Project Creepy Hotspots. That's one of my shows and live investigations. They are a lot of fun. Learn something. You always see something that you shouldn't see. Back in Dallas, look at that. I've got another one that's coming up soon. It will be high up in the mountains, anywhere from 7,500 to 12,000 feet. It will be 4 days, 3 nights, a live investigation. It's a show that I put together. It's been going on for a while. We have a blast. Bigfoot, strange lights, UFO activity, and a few things I cannot explain yet. I don't know. Just know it. I see you're the light man. We've got some good stuff up there. You are part of that good thing. So if you're interested in doing something like that at one point, sign up will happen soon enough. I'll let you know the details. You can always check it out at my website.
Are you a fraud-paying American? It's a fact that 1 in 4 honest, hard-working, tax-paying Americans has been a victim of identity theft. Lifelong identity theft protection, though, if your identity is stolen, fix it, guaranteed, and you get your money back. Last year, the IRS flagged over $16 billion in refunds for identity fraud. That's billions of dollars that can come from your salary, overtime, or some job. And this year, you don't need to stay a victim. LifeLock monitors billions of data points per second for your personal information and alerts you to threats you can easily miss on your own. If your information does fall into the wrong hands, then LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists who are backed by the $1 million protection package. Because this tax season, fraud-paying American is something no American should have to claim. Save up to 40% your first year with promo code George at LifeLock.com. That's 40% off with promo code George at LifeLock.com.
What goes better with bacon and Heartland Steakhouse? They take your bacon serious on their double smoked hickory to their hot jalapeno, which brings
sweet and spicy together. Perfect combination to their own bacon flavors like whiskey peppercorn with its smoky richness, to their apple and double smoked bacon and smoked apple chips, to their own bourbon bacon, which brings out the subtle notes of bacon, bourbon, rich taste. Heartland Steak Co. has your bacon, USDA Midwestern beef, ready to ship and delivered straight to your door. Don't wait, order today for yourself, or a friend, or anyone who loves that true Midwest taste. Ordering is easy at heartlandsteakco.com. And right now, you spend $199.99 or more, and free shipping plus 2 pounds of bacon. Promo code BACON. Don't get your bacon. heartlandsteakco.com. That's heartlandsteakco.com. Promo code BACON. Heartland Steaks. It's Coast to Coast AM that you're listening to on Valentine's Night. Still happening for a lot of people. Happy Valentine's Day. I hope things worked out for you. You've been having a good time, enjoying the romance. If you know what it is, you know it's like Valentine's Day every day. Let's just go to the romance all the time. Lots of things to say with that. We're going back to the call today. We are going to talk about ViralRabbi.org. You can go there, you can learn more about our guest tonight and what he's been up to, what he does. You do everything. Oh my goodness. I don't know why I didn't know that before. And I love the VRB, by the way. It's a tough one for somebody that's had braces before in their life, because their little tongue doesn't always work as well. But common knowledge, research professional. They would listen to professionals. Anyway, I love the name. Tell me about how that came up and give me your best ridiculous. By the way, I'm looking at all the following. I'm looking right now also on Facebook. I'm looking at your following there. And I know all these people are like, so anyway, here you go. Can you had Ian too?
Yeah, it's funny that you say that because I like directing that to coast to coast interview that Art Bell did with John Keel. He's the exact same thing to Keel. I'm not bring myself to John Keel. He was amazing. But
well, in that parallel, I was art. So that's cool. That's cool.
It was still in the so it's just 6 degrees of separation. And now I'm trying to Mr. Madison was able to bring us together and thankful for that.
Well, I've always been a fan of Walkman. I've never understood it. I've heard people talk about it and describe that Walkman had this like seal, like a seal skin, dolphin skin. And that, they were winging, but it wasn't all just the bridge, even though that came up later. Somebody said that they wanted when they saw the bridge, it was a bad luck thing. These were not good. These were all bad, and they caused a lot of trouble. What do you got about this? Good, bad, or I want to know your opinion. I just studied it all. A lot of the stuff you read is somebody else's theories, but you've been roaming around and really investigating.
Correct. So I would say that based upon the research that we've done, and as I mentioned, John Keel's name released a half a dozen times already. He's a huge influence on me. The way that Keel approached it, that he thought Walkman was his first one, the Thunderbird. And I'm using the term Thunderbird because that's one that is, I think, a little bit more, really a lot more than people are culturally aware of. But in the Eastern tradition, there is a very similar concept to the Thunderbird, which is the American tradition. And that's what they call it. And that's like the deity that will kind of serve as something that can keep the balances if things are going wrong. So that being said, my thoughts about Walkman is that at worst, I think that it's a neutral energy. And that's the
it's a positive or perhaps even angelic entity. I don't see it as a demonic thing, as it's that kind of position. I mean, shared sounds right, so we always want to negative. This deep red eyes, these black wings, and all this, and this unknown is certainly very scary, but often there's physically harm people during all these encounters that happen. So it seems like there's some powerful entity, but it never directly harmed anybody. And I honestly believe that the Mothman caused the Silver Bridge to collapse. I think the Silver Bridge collapsed because it was built in 1928 for horse and buggy, foot traffic, and multi-force, not we understand that £500,000 that were on that bridge when it went down. There was also a manufacturing defect in the bridge that nobody could see because it was in a basement in the high bar, and it was a small centimeter type crack, and it gave way to the whole environment with all the weight that was on the bridge. So I don't think Mothman was really negative. I think it was energy that was there to warn that there was something that was going to be disastrous, but it never really, like you said, hey, the bridge is going to fall. I mean, people have visions of the presence floating on the water. They didn't know that until after this happened. So it was Christmas time when the bridge went down, so companies were falling down the river. Unfortunately, when that happened.
Oh, that's right. That's right. But why did people think that? Why did they say it was a curse and it was them that they did it? And if you go to the positive side of it, it was a warning. Why was it just floating there in the sky, looking at people, and they thought, oh, they were warning us about it, or that's why they cursed it? That's what I don't understand. Why would they even incorporate the Mothman into that story? Why would it be floating around, flying around? Was it watching what happened? Maybe? Where did all that come from?
And I see it in the people that I've talked to and the things that I've studied. I see it more as an entity that was observing and trying to communicate with the people that something was going to happen. That there were people back in the 60s and used the term psychic or precognitive or things like that. But they talk about a lady by the name of Virginia who had second sight. The term second sight, she was getting messages that she was interpreting as warnings or something was going to happen. And obviously, there's like a black entity with red eyes. And if I saw that, I'd be terrified and I would think it was her lots of harm. I think that it's natural to fear the unknown, especially something as pronounced as Mothman was. But again, I think that the fear came from the unknown. And I believe if anything, it was trying to communicate to warn people that things were going to happen, that were going to be impacting them in a negative way.
I've seen pictures, like people have drawn pictures, and this doesn't show it that way, so that's the only way I've seen it. And those were really cool. But it's interesting how theories come from all this, right? When we're talking about the presence and stuff, it's amazing how all these other stories come out. Is the Mothman only been seen around this time? Or do people? I saw something once in Tennessee, and it looked like a Mothman, Thunderbird kind of thing. And that's what the owner of the home is. It's Sandy Nelson, the Paranormal Palace. And he's got a book coming out again, so we're going to bring it back on. And I was at his place. We were doing a creepy hotspot, and I saw something fly by. And I said, yeah, it looks like a Mothman kind of thing. And he said, Thunderbird. We say Thunderbird. So I've never heard that. That's been. I've said before that. Yeah, I would think two different things, but I guess some people look at it and see the same thing.
It has been seen. There have been reports of it really all over the globe. And I know for the last, since 2011, there have been all kinds of reports that have come through the area that I live in. Now, I've never witnessed Mothman. I've not seen the entity or anything of that nature, but there has been a big outpouring of alleged sightings in northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin, and some of the surrounding states as well. But
The Chicago Mothman is something that's it's almost become legendary in the last decade.
It's back. Mothman is back. So, what were some of these secrets that you talking about?
One that I mentioned earlier was September 6th. September 6th is a very prominent day in my life with Cherokee. But to back up to Keel Mothman prophecies, Keel had what you call her, like I want to say, considered one. She's not that long. She was like back in the 1960s. Her name was Jane P. And she was a radio personality. She was in her 20s. And she interviewed people. I wish I was in her 20s. That was a long time ago. But she interviewed people like John Neville back in the day. And she crossed paths with John Keel. And so for probably the last third of the Mothman prophecies book, rather than focusing on what was happening in Point Pleasant, Keel talked about the strangeness that was going on Long Island. And a lot of prophecies were being given, and Jane Barrow she would call John Keel and talk to him, and then like another entity would take over her voice and speak through her, another intelligence that went by the name of Admiral APOL. And he is going to be responsible for the word prophecies in the Mothman prophecies book. He gave Keel all kinds of information, and some of the messages that he received were about this one being a disaster, something's going to happen in Ohio River Valley. Also, Bobby Kennedy needs to avoid airports and responsible that Martin Luther King is going to be assassinated. He will try to kill these people. They would listen to him, and unfortunately, what happened there. And then the Pope was going to be assassinated also in the Middle East. Now, there was an assassination attempt on the Pope's life during this time frame, but thankfully it was stopped. So that didn't happen. But the synchronicities, Jane Curl's birthday is September 6th. John Keel also allegedly assisted giving birth over the phone with these ladies who were all impregnated with alien babies, and they were all born on September 6th. He coached them over the phone, so that's a thing as well too. Just a lot of experience that was happening. He had a list of people he called silent contactees, who were people who had paranormal experiences, but they didn't advertise them. They didn't want to be out there, but they would talk to him. When they got it, said, "Look, I need to keep my anonymity. I need to this thing right to be given me." So the dates of the birthdays on a lot of these silent contactees was September 6th. So if we fast forward to September 6th, 2004, Jackie and I go back, which is so cool also because my stepson, Jackie's son's birthday is September 6th. So that was his birthday. We met on September the 6th. My stepson unfortunately got involved with a female arsonist, which is really unusual. She burned his house down on September the 6th.
Oh my.
Craziness happens on September the 6th. I started a job on September the 6th. I was walking about here on September the 6th. It just keeps coming back to us.
Well, did your stepson break up with her on September 6th?
Yeah,
she burned the house down.
She had one of our 5 minutes at Shirley's relationship, but she's out now and she's still kind of stalks him, which is really spooky.
Oh, scary. That's going to be hard. We don't want to go 2020 for that. No daylight shelter. My goodness, that's horrible. I know, that's not good. So, Keel is just cool. What do you think, Keel?
What I find really fascinating about John Keel is that dude didn't even have a high school diploma. Yet people thought that he had a PhD because of his research methods. Keel, his first book was called Jen, that came out, I think, in the 50s, and that was about his adventures in India and the
far east in the Himalayas, trying to find the source of what he called at least black magic, or Indian black magic hobbies. 5 years to all these different spells or these things, all this kind of stuff. So he was like the first Indiana Jones type guy. He was in his 20s at the time, traveling the world, investigating weirdness, and then he really, he was like a joke writer for some of the comedians back in television personalities. He went into a funk mentally, and he saw a therapist like for one session, and that therapy session changed his life. And at that point, he decided to switch his writing career and become a full-time ufologist. So he went out and he was looking for UFOs, aliens, etc., etc. And his research into that type of thing ended up in his 1970 book, which was Operation Trojan Horse, in which he really applies some pretty thorough qualitative analysis for experiential conversations, but also quantitative materials that he was doing, implements the methods and studies that without having any formal training. So when he tripped across this whole thing, because he was actually coming back from a UFO conference in, I think, Atlanta, and he heard that there was a young boy who had cats that had wings. So he wanted to go find this boy and this cat that had wings. So this kid was in West Virginia, so he travels to West Virginia. He hears about these sightings that are taking place in Point Plaza, and he makes a beeline to Point Plaza, and spent a good chunk of the next 13 months traveling back and forth between his apartment in New York City. Point Plaza is all awareness was developing in 66 and 67.
Cool stuff. I want to ask you more about that. Before we go, take a break. Tell people where they can find you at your work.
You can find us at ViralRabbi.com. Don't be afraid of the first window that pops up, which asks you to register. You don't do that. You can just select it and drop downs and then use the categories. And then it'll take you to more fun places. But you can also find us on Facebook at Phenomenology Research Professionals, and my name, Bill Useless, on Facebook, as well as my wife, Jackie Myers Useless, on Facebook. Those are the best ways to contact us.
And the book you can pick up on your site, but you can, of course, you can go to Amazon as well. I'm betting. You can
pick it up on our website. You can pick it up on Amazon. You can pick it up over Messenger, and we can put together a site autograph copy for anybody who's interested as well.
Okay, excellent. ViralRabbi.org. Yeah, I like your site a lot. There's a lot of information there, so definitely go to that. Facebook is really got a lot of things. ViralRabbi.org. Really enjoy it. Nice on the eyes, that's what it is. So, Valentine's Day, more to come with my man, Patty Willis, Cedar Park on Coast to Coast AM.
So if you're running for office, this right here, right place to reach them. And it's not like social media where people are just swiping through ads. radio, they're engaged. Plus, it's 1/10 the time and cost of video. Don't just campaign. Connect with millions all over the country, even thousands in the smallest communities with radio. Be on the air in just 48 hours. Visit winwithiheart.com. That's winwithiheart.com.
This season of the Guys 5 Rings podcast. We have on for the team 2026 Literal Games, joined by friends. Free iHeartRadio app. Search you guys by Rings. And the winner of the iHeart Podcast Award. You can decide who takes home the 2026 iHeart Podcast Awards Podcast of the Year by voting at iHeartPodcastAwards.com now through February 22nd. To see all the nominees and place your vote at iHeartPodcastAwards.com. Audible is a proud sponsor of the Audible Audio Pioneer Award. Explore the best selection of audiobooks, podcasts, and originals all in one easy app. Audible. There's more to imagine when you listen. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com. Yeah, I think I'm not going to do laundry today. Just to do my part for the state of California and the power system. I think I'm just going to leave it for another few days.
As long as I can push it off for another day, I feel great.
Why do you have so much laundry all the time? Because I'm lazy. I'm also lazy.
Gary and Shannon Tuesday from Energy Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Brad is in, Eileen United. We know everyone has a ritual. What do you do to keep your head in the game? Find mental health resources at georgia.yourmindtoday.org. Brought to you by the Huntsman Mental Health Institute, Rutherford and Glenn Family Foundation, and the Ad Council.
How one man's ambition.
Listen to this Zero from Bloomberg Podcast. America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
All of this stuff here, we start listening to free iHeartRadio app.
Okay, so we're going to get started here. Today's stop is up to date for Airman, and we are going to pick up at the second bottom line, the second bottom line of the album page. That's tomorrow, you buy the group, that you other let the guy in the Karakama or something let the guy in the low Karakama. The question is, in the Mishnah, Rabbi Eliezer was quoting and saying, we talked about the fact that the Shammai said you say lefty and a Torah, they killed that you lefty or Torah, and then Rabbi Eliezer said you need two lefties. So on the face of it, this looks like a strange question. Two lefties, why would Gemara ask if two lefties plus a Torah or the two lefties alone? And I think the reason is because Rabbi Eliezer was the time of the Beit Shammai. So Beit Shammai held to be the lefty and a Torah. So I think the question is that Rabbi Eliezer comes, just coming to build on the halacha of Rabbi Beit Shammai saying that this is the lefty and Torah, you also need a second lefty, or was he just saying two lefties is enough, that he had a different opinion? That's tomorrow. Let's try and figure out if the two lefties, or one, or the two lefties alone, or the two lefties with the Torah. Tashma might be Rabbi Eliezer. The story happened to Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer, even the time of the whole hate of Rabbi Yossi ben Freida Talmido that he went to visit his Talmud, Rabbi Yossi ben Freida, the Ovalim, because for nothing I was in the city where he was. But so when Rabbi Eliezer got there, he found Rabbi Yossi ben Freida, the Yosef from Mabuk, and he saw that he lived or sitting in a Mabuk that only had one lefty. So Rabbi says, to me, my son, also lefty out there to make the second lefty. Which Rabbi Yosef ben Freida responded, Amar cut the Rabbi Eliezer to the Sultan in Dark, do I need to close up this whole Mabui? It's something in another package. Yeah, close it up and big deal. Who cares? Like why would there's nothing to be here? Yes, you close it up with the additional left. Continues the Bryce, although this beginning of the Bryce so far is what's relevant part. What the Bryce continues and says, I'm going to build. And that's what Beit Shammai, Beit Hillel, Amavi, Shemutafos, Me'arba Amos, the Torah before, that when Beit Hillel and Beit Shammai argue, Beit Hillel saying you need lefty or Torah, and Beit Shammai saying you need a lefty and a Torah, that is only, that is not talking about hopefully that opening is less than 4 hours, because that would not need anything. In the Torah doesn't need anything. So where do they argue? I'm not nothing to what case they come I argue. A Rafu Me'arba Amos got after from 4 hours to 10. In that case, they argue to become Amos left the Torah. They come and say you need both the lefty and the Torah. They still don't or lefty. You need one or the other. So obviously that's different than our Mishnah. Because our Mishnah says that Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel don't, that if it's less than 4 amos, everyone agrees. Beit Shammai agrees with Beit Hillel that you only need a lefty or Torah but not both. Whereas the real version says up to 4 amos, Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel is saying everyone agrees that he needs nothing. So we're going to pick up on this later in the Gemara. But we brought this right up for the purpose of trying to figure out did Rabbi Eliezer require 2 lefties and a Torah or just 2 lefties. So it says the Gemara. So let's learn from the beginning of this story that Rabbi Eliezer went to Hamburg, Yosef and Pega, was hunting me up. We learned at least that he was self-money Torah. So Yosef and Pega said back to Rabbi, do I need to like steal up this mother? But yeah, I'm going to say I am a Torah. If you say that when Rabbi Eliezer required 2 lefties and a Torah, Haki Amr, that he was self-money Torah. So then it makes sense why you're looking to say, well, the same thing, Rabbi, do I need to close up the whole bubble? Do I need to put 2 lefties and a Torah, which is essentially true. So Eli Amred was the eye below Torah, but if you're going to tell me, so that makes sense. If you say that Rabbi Eliezer required the Torah and 2 lefties, so that's stealing up your bubble. But if you say that he just requires 2 lefties and he doesn't require Torah, I was so slow. So what does that mean? To steal it up 2 lefties doesn't seem to be a steal. So then my answer is no. There's no proof of that. Right? So this is what he meant when he said, he was so slow. But the eye and I start. He was saying, do I need to steal it up a lefty? Some show them the rock, but others say that we're talking about a very thin bubble. So that 2 lefties will close it up, or maybe it's an expression. He's saying, do I need to close it up? Meaning, do I actually need 2 lefties? And he said, yeah, we need 2 lefties, and what's the deal? But we are not having to prove from here as to whether Rabbi Eliezer is saying 2 lefties in the Torah or just 2 lefties alone. Okay, so once we referenced this right, so we had the second part of the right, Gamliel, it says in the Gemara, Amar, it said in the right, Amar Gamliel said, well, that everyone agrees, Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel, that you don't need anything if your probably is less than 4 amos wide. So ask the Gemara, wait a second, it's right? So from the Mishnah, we learned in our Mishnah as follows. There was one Talmud sitting in front of Rabbi Akiva, who taught in the name of Rabbi Yisrael. Well, the way that's taught is that Beit Shammai and Beit Hillel don't argue about less than 4 amos, meaning Beit Shammai is not in agreement to Beit Hillel that you only need a lefty or you don't need a lefty and a Torah. So in our Mishnah's version, and from 0 to 4 amos needs a lefty or a Torah, whereas in the Gamliel's version, it seems from 0 to 4 amos doesn't need anything, and it's our proof, it doesn't need anything. Where it says, I'm going to wrap you, here's how you have to read it, this is what it's saying. It doesn't require any of the added derivatives that are in the Makotas when greater than 4 amos, meaning you don't require both the lefty and the Torah like Beit Shammai. You don't require a second lefty like Rabbi Eliezer, Ella, O lefty, O Torah Beit Hillel. But rather, all you need is either a lefty or a Torah like Beit Hillel. So I'm saying that in Rabbi Gamliel, when we're answering Rabbi Gamliel, in the Bride says exactly like I'm different language. The way he says it, if everyone agrees, less than 4 amos, you don't need anything. What does it mean? You don't need anything extra on top of Beit Hillel's base halacha of either a lefty or a Torah, i.e. you do not need a lefty and a Torah, or you don't need 2 lefties. But really, there's no difference between the Bride and our Mishnah. They're both saying the same thing, that from 0 to 4, everyone agrees that a lefty or a Torah is sufficient. Okay. Says the Gemara, the Talmud. We're talking about the fact that So the question is, Rashi said, how much less we're introduced this concept that less than 4 hours, you need a less Torah code. Gemara assumes that at a certain point, there's some amount of a mugly that doesn't need anything. So the karma, meaning how much less, Rashi said, how much less than 4 hours wide can it be? If they start ticking, then it still needs to ticken. In other words, is it really, like I said before, 0 to 4, or does it start somewhere north of 0, and there is actually an amount of width that would not require anything at all? Some are about Floyd, we can feel that Rabbi Rothschild and others say that we still say at our boss, until for the bucket. So therefore, we're going to say that we now have the following level: is from 0 to 4 bucket we require nothing. From 4 bucket to 4 amos, everyone agrees that they tell them they require just a less or Torah. From 4 amos to 10 amos, you're going to have a machoket. They don't say lucky or Torah. They come to lucky and Torah. And Rabbi Rothschild says what they are. Now, the Rishonim explain, and this is called the halacha, that when it talks about our ball until 4 bucket that doesn't need any left your Torah, it's actually talking a little bit more complicated case, because if it was just talking about a mother, the whole length of the mother was 4 buckets, or less than 4 buckets, that would be a bucket before, and no one would have any havamina that you would require a left your Torah. So the Rothschild explained that the case we're dealing with is you had a less than 4 bucket opening with the Torah, but then as it went back, it widened, so that the mother actually had greater than Dalet al Dalet, taking it out of the category of a lucky mature and making it into Yuckin, and it's simply saying if the entryway to this mugler that ultimately expanded or widened a little bit to become greater than Dalet al Dalet, if that opening is less than 4 buckets, then everyone would agree that it does not require any stick at the front end, it does not require even a lefty or a Torah. Okay, it says in Gemara, okay, so we have a machlokas between the Chachamim and Rabbi Eliezer, which we'll see in a minute. We're going to see what that is. But the question is, by a mavoi, we have a machlokas as to whether you require 1 lefty or 2 lefties. What we're going to Rabbi Eliezer is the one who says you need 2 lefties in our mitzvah. So what we're going to say is that even those who argue on Rabbi Eliezer, in the case of a mother, who say you don't need 2 lefties, or with 1 lefty is sufficient, they don't disagree. They agree with him that you need 2 lefties in the case of a chadshah. So what are we talking about? So we know that you don't necessarily have a lefty and a third. In the classic case of a chadshah we've been talking about, it opens from the Sitram to Mavoi. From the Mavoi to the chadshah, you can carry as long as you have 2 things involved. You don't have 2 lefties there. So what case are we talking about? We're talking about a case where the cluster opens into a place that it otherwise couldn't carry. For example, if the cluster opens directly onto a drop, or if the cluster opens onto a Carmelite, or if the cluster opens onto another cluster, so then remember we talked about that before, the cluster can go and cluster China. So it's a place that cluster to it. So then if you're going to fix the cluster, you require 2 lefties, and in the case of a cluster, we call it a top, the board, but in order the idea, we can see that you need 2 of those in a case where the cluster is not opening into a place that's cluster. So just the code that I said before, in the regular case we've been talking about, where you have Hacheros that open onto a lovely, the cluster does keep the walls, and therefore the mabul becomes a muslim on Mutter law. It's a place that you can carry from the cluster to the mabul, so then the cluster does not require passing, does not require 2 boards at the end. Okay, so what we're saying is that when you in fact have to rectify, when you have to fix a cluster, then you have to fix it with 2 passim, not with just 1 left. Okay, so that's it. We're knocking over. So we're knocking said, Allah is Rabbi Eliezer and Pasei Cluster. The halacha follows Rabbi Eliezer and Pasei Cluster. So we have two statements here. The Chases, in the name of Rabbi, in the name of Rab, says that the Chachamim agreed to Rabbi Eliezer, and Rav Nachman says that the halacha is like Rabbi Eliezer. So therefore, the implication is that according to Rabbi Nachman, there's the coming argue on Rabbi Eliezer, the follow Rabbi Eliezer, whereas according to basically we're giving Rav and Name Rav, that the coming actually moda that you require to, so there's no machlokas. So it says in Gemara, Rabbi Nachman by Yitzhak man modem, Nachman says, who's modem? The Rebbe. So that when we say that Chachamim are moda, that so whom are they moda? Meaning, what position are they adopting? They're adopting the position of Rebbe. We learned before when we were explaining, and we're going to get back there. It's very hard to get away from the case of the subject of Golas, the talk about the side. In that context, we describe that Rebbe is of the opinion that you require two passes. The Lord asked, why isn't one lefty with love enough? We said it's Rebbe requires two. So when we say that the Chachamim are moda, what position are they moda? The moda is the position that was later adopted by Rebbe. And according to the version, halacha masagat tzizi, man palagalah. And according to the second version, which is Rav Nachman, where it says not that the Chachamim are moda to Rabbi Eliezer, but that the halacha follows Rabbi Eliezer, implying that the Chachamim actually argue and say that only one pass is required by Chachamim. That's Rabbanan. Where do we have the Rabbanan in Rebbe? Tanya gives the report for that myself is rather than Rabbanan. At the time we went to the right of Chachamim, he started to pass that law. Of course, at the time when we proposed Rabbanan, when it got there, when it needs to be rectified with one board, one Rabbi. Rabbi Yomer, the same person with two boards, two Rabbi. Okay, so that's so we have a either in Masloket and the halacha that we do, or everyone agrees we need to. Okay, Amr Abasi, Amr Yochanan. Butter, three or snake pound. So Rabbi Yossi said to Rabbi Yochanan that a butter needs two pounds for this wood. Needs to be the halacha ready. That if you have to cook the butter, you need two glasses or two books. Amr Rabbi there said to Rabbi, you just said that his name was Rabbi Yochanan. Amr Yochanan, did Rabbi Yochanan actually say that? Well, after the argument with Rabbi Yochanan, you yourself, you have actually said in the name of Rabbi Yochanan the following halacha: after butter, treatment say ben daled, that the boards of a butter is treated to be for butter. So you have conflicting statements. Now you might ask, why are those conflicting? In other words, on the one hand, he's saying you need two boards, and then he's saying that you need four buckets. The Gemara says, so that's a zero. Now the Gemara says, well, wait a second. If he's saying that, if you're going to say maybe it's not a zero, maybe it means, yes, you need two boards, you need two lapis, and each one needs two more buckets. What's the zero about this? Where it says that doesn't work. Tanya, we learned in the Brayso, this is the price that you get referencing, but here it's kind of better. It's all about concentrate. In the Mishnah, that Talibay that we've been discussing many days, so you have the small cluster that opens up to the large cluster. We grapple with this. Why did the price need to say it was 10 for the small cluster and 11 for the large? This is the source for that. So therefore, now we know what the problem is. Because if we have a case of a cluster, a small cluster opening up a large cluster, and the large cluster was only one amma in the aggregate wider than the small cluster, so then and you need two pockets, so how much does that leave you? That leaves you three pockets on either side. So how much six pockets? So three pockets on either side. So if you're gonna, this is a problem now, because if you're gonna say that a pot you need two pockets, and you're gonna say that each pocket is four pockets, then how do you explain the Mishnah, which we understand to be a case of only being one amma wider, the large one being only one amma wider than the small one? It doesn't work. You can't put two pockets or four pockets on either side, and all you have is six pockets in the aggregate. So that's why it's a question, how could Rabbi Yochanan say both of these twice? Okay, first one it says, Salak Rabbi Zera, Yame, when Rabbi Zera, Rashi came up from the sea, he was traveling on the sea. Perishay, he explained as follows. Ruach Achad Be'arba, they Ruach Masu L'Kan and Masu L'Kan. As follows. I'll explain to you, you're right, it is a zero based on what we said, that the case was only 11 and 10, so there's only one arm to grapple with. So here's my explanation. When Rabbi Yochanan said that you need two, that was saying as long as you have two that are maku, you're fine. But what Rabbi Yochanan was also saying, really, you don't need two, you only need one. it just needs to be at least 4 tokens, so there's no longer a zero. Because if you're choosing to put on both sides, or circumstances created on both sides, which would be the case of the fucking economic difficult with the Gola, where it has 3 tokens on either side, but then you're fine, because once you're putting up 2 lefties, they could be even a macho for Gola. But in a different case, where you had a cluster that needs to be fixed, it's enough to do it with 4 tokens. Now, by the way, I just want to explain, maybe it wasn't clear in previous days, because I didn't want to get into it, but in other words, the question we were dealing with of why it was smoother for the larger cluster, for the larger cluster to carry vis-a-vis the smaller cluster, it required those side walls, because anytime, because we have one cluster open to another, it's a mathematical law, if they haven't made a Castero. So the way you get past that is by putting up 2 passes. So that's why that case was always established. We talked about them at the left, but maybe it wasn't clear. The reason you have 2 lefties because we're dealing with a cluster, and as we just learned, the cluster requires 2 lefties, or maybe according to the Yochanan, that requires 1 that is 4 tokens. Okay, so we resolved the conflict between the Yochanan. Either have a 4 token 1 or 2 that are a little bit. So now what about this thing that Adabaravimi said that the case was 11 amma to 10 amma, or is 1 amma higher? So now the question becomes, wait a second, why do I need that? Why do I need a full amma? Because if it's on one side, 4 tokens should be enough. And if it's on both sides, even a macho is enough. So why do I need a full amma extra? So we actually dealt with this the other day. We said, Rebbe, he's a couple of Yosi. When it requires that's the 1 amma more. Because if you remember, that's what we were grappling with. Why does the right have to say it was 11 and 10? Maybe it's some other number, or maybe it's more than an amma. It's because this is the view of Rebbe, who, as we just learned, requires 2 lefties, which is passes per cluster, and the Hota Gordilti says that each pass needs to be 3 clusters. So that's why in that particular case, it was like Rebbe that you need to have half on either side, and it was like Gordilti that you need 3 clusters on either side. So that is not how Rabbi Yochanan was talking. Rabbi Yochanan would say 1 with 4 clusters enough, or 2 with a macho, and our Bryce, the Bryce that explains the difference of the case, going with Rebbe in this view of Rabbi Yochanan. Okay, I'm Rabbi Yochanan, I'm Rabbi Yehuda, I'm Rabbi Shmuel. So now we're going to quote the name before. Rabbi Yochanan says in Rabbi Yehuda, Shmuel, nothing he starts to talk. That but a cluster can be rectified with a single talk. I'm going to buy a Rabbi Yochanan. So buy it for Rabbi Yochanan. Wait a second. See, I'm Rabbi Shmuel, I'm Rabbi Shmuel. So I'm Rabbi Shmuel, or Kananya Bar Kilo, where the Shmuel said for Kananya Bar Kilo, ask what David Bukta, when you're doing something like that, when you're fixing a cluster, open they pass it. You need either the majority of the opening, you need to seal so that you get a majority that's presumably the only raw part, or they pass it, or you need 2 boards. So here we have a problem. Because on the one hand, we quoted people as saying you only need 1 pass, and then we quoted an entire majority words for passes. Why require 2 passes if we just said you only need 1? So we have a 0. So to which Rabbi Yosef answered back, Amalei, Manola Yadana, I don't know what, but I'm just going to tell you, the Ugo having to do the Rabbi. So some here to say that all I know is that there was a story in the Rabbi, the village of shepherds. So there was an actual story, and that's what I was relying on, or that's my point, says Rabbi Yosef, that what was the story? He was showing down on necklace of Butter, how there was the tongue of the sea came into the Butter, basically saying that you had a Butter, and the wall came down from the Butter. There was the wall of the Butter up against the sea, and basically the wall broke down, and now the wall of the Butter is basically fronting directly onto the sea. Well, coming to Yehuda, and came in front of Yehuda. Well, after they El Patachas, he only required one pass. So So the Gemara is trying to deal with the fact that, wait a second, you're saying that Shmuel said you need either rope dope or the same pattern, and Rabbi Yosef said you only need one, and in fact brought a proof from the story to Amalei. So he said that story is no proof. But so the I'm actually telling me a case of where the wall broke down and the sea was there. How would they do it become in Maya? That there's no proof from that case because in general, now we're lenient when it came to filling water. We saw this with Pastor Road, even here in the Pastor, Chazal wanted to allow people to draw water. That was very important, and so they introduced leniencies in the halachic relating to drawing water. Where do we see that? When we Pablo Rab, like where Pablo has Rab, he says, what's the halacha about a hanging pizza in the floor? Before the ruin. Rashi explains, we're not actually talking about a ruin here, because since we're talking about a pizza tluya, which means a pizza that's hanging down but doesn't reach the ground. Where do you typically have something like that, where you have like the pizzas that don't actually rest on the floor? You're typically going to be in a ruin because walls get knocked out and you could end up in this scenario. So the question was, what happens if you have in the pizza studio, which would be where you have valid pizzas, but they don't actually come within 3 blocks of the floor? Which on relay, so Rav says back to a problem, ain't with pizza studio, my third album Maya. That the only time you can rely on is the tluya. The pizza that comes down is by water because how do they kill the mine? Because the chachamim were made by water, and trying to change the case that that was the mind because the mile in Ayam, so this is later on in the narrative of Italian, we're going to have the case where a Gazukra is like a port hanging over, and it hangs over water, and you want to be able to go from your sister down into the water to draw water. And we say that in that case, if you have mafitas coming down that don't reach the floor, we're going to treat those mafitas because they go to the floor, and it's all Rishita Yakin, and therefore you can put your tail through a hole in the port, draw water, and pull it up. So what do you see? You see that when it comes to drawing water, because now we're lenient. That's what they said. The mosquito that's removed from the floor, I'm going to give you the one case you can rely on it, is the case of where you're drawing water. So what do you see? You see that Chazal tried to be lenient when it comes to drawing water. Okay, so once we see that, so we're going to say that the story that Rabbi Rothschild reported from the village of the shepherd, where he said all you need to do is put up one pot to be able to draw water, maybe that's no clue to what you need in a butter regularly. Maybe in a butter you normally need 2 pots. And the reason that in that particular case, the Yehuda, who by the way was a Talmud of school, because we're trying to figure out school, that's why Rabbi Yehuda passed maybe that you only need 1 pot, because there was a case where the water of the sea came into the butter, or formed the wall of the sea came into the butter, and therefore, as long as you put up a pot, the Yehuda can allow you to throw water and carry in the butter. So we're going to say that's no proof. The story is no proof. Okay, but that's the Gemara. Become a kasha, or we're left with a kasha, because on the one hand, we have this statement of the Yehuda's name of Shmuel that says a butter only needs 1 pot, and on the other hand, we have a statement that Shmuel, where we have the fact that Shmuel said to Kanani Rabbila, either do roll open or do snake passes, the 1 or the 2. The other Papa, Rabbuna Great Yeshua, ViralRabbi, when the Papa, Rabbuna the son of Yeshua, came from the Beit Medrash of Rav, they're sure they explained it. Veruach Achas Ba'arba, so this is the same answer we gave earlier when we had a zero between the Jews, and we said when we were talking about the zero between the Yochanan, we said the answer was when it said you need 1 pot. That's if you're going to make the pot 4 buckets. If you want to have less than 4 buckets, you could also make 2 pots. So if you put a lefty on the other side, then it's enough with lefty masa. You don't need a 4 tepat, okay, so that's how we're going to answer. We're going to answer the zero in the school. That's what we did with the Yochanan. say either two, and it can be a matter or one and actually four o'clock. So it says, so continue your papa. I do have a problem, so now I've resolved this zero, before, and I have a problem with one of the things you quoted here. I'm going to papa, he's actually hakatsu. I'm still left with the kasha. So I'm going to school the Kamina Barshiva, because we quoted the school says in Kamina Barshiva, Atlo Savik Gupta, Ella Obro Dolphin Open Passion. So it said either I need roast open or I need two boards. So luckily roast open is past Arvasaki. He said as follows. Once you told me that you of the opinion that it's enough to have a one board that's four pockets, so why would I ever need roast open? If I have a 10 amma opening, why would I need a 5 and a little bit amma board to close it? It should be enough. If it's four pockets, because that four pockets is enough. So why would I need roast open? So he said, if you're going to tell me my rope open, when is it that you said, close it up with the rope open? Maybe that case was talking about the open shiva, that it was where the opening was only 7 fucking wide, and therefore he was saying, so he's saying the bar heavily roped open. So the Gemara is saying, now what did it mean when he said 4? It meant either that he said either you could put up rope dotson, which would be the rope open, which would be how much? It would be a little more than 3.5, which school is calling 4. They said either put up rope open or put up 2 cottons, but it was not an option, or it would not make sense to put up an actual 4 tepak cord. This is confusing because he said 4, what he means is 3.5 and 10. He's saying there's no reason in this scenario to put up a 4 tepak cord because that would be more than you need. Because in this scenario, you only need 3 and a little bit because once you close it up less than 4 buckets, we learned before that you don't need it. So we say, luckily our ball, so the Gemara says, well, luckily our sorry. What he was saying is that in the case of rope open, if it's a 7 tepak opening, we can either do 2 things, or you can do a 4 tepak board. And I start to have a little bit. So the Gemara says, luckily our ball, because of my Saki, he's saying, but okay, I'm sorry. Here's what he was saying. The story was as follows. So we're saying it's less than, it was 7 fucking wide. So we said you have a choice. You can either make one a 3.5 and change, or you can make 2 boards. Now the Gemara is saying, well, and this is where the fun part. The Gemara is now saying, well, okay, why do I even need 3.5 plus a little bit, which would be rolled open? He says, you're supposed to have been talking. It should be enough to screen a little bit. Why? Because if it's a 7 tepak opening, once you put 3 a little bit, I don't need majority, because again, majority would be 3.5 plus. He's saying, I don't need 3.5 plus. Even with 3 and a little bit, it'll be enough. Why will 3 and a little bit be enough if it's not rolled open? Because we just finished saying before that if the opening to a cluster is less than 4 buttons, it doesn't need anything. So why would I say ropes open that you need to put up 3.5 and change? Forget ropes open. I can just put up 3 and a little bit, which will take the opening to less than 4 buttons. If the opening is less than 4 buttons, I don't need anything. So how can you explain the case to be 7 and you say put up 3.5 and change? If it's 7, I have a better solution. Put up 3 and a little bit and take it less than 4 buttons. The Homer of Akloi became Rabbi Rothschild, but this is the halacha we said before that Rabbi Akloi or other things Rabbi Rothschild on our block that you only need up until 4 buttons. But if it's less than 4 buttons, you don't need a left ear Torah. So we have a kasha, which is why did Shmuel say either road open or 2 pockets? And we were saying if it's 4 buttons, that's fine. And if it's 2 pockets, it can be even a little bit. And I think we're dealing with this road open. We're saying we're talking about a 7 fucking thing. But then why do you need roped open? Why do you need 3.5 and change? Which just needs 3 and a little bit. It doesn't work. Anybody's saying a kama fucker kama bubbly. Because maybe the difference is as follows. That when did Rabbi Akloi or Rabbi Rothschild say their halacha, we learned that only by a bubbly. And we know that a bubbly is less bubbler than a chutzner. From the fact, if nothing else, the fact that a bubbly only requires 1 lefty matu, and a chutzner requires either a lefty of 4 or 2. So you know that a chutzner is more covered. So maybe when Rabbi Akloi or Rabbi Rothschild said their halacha that less than 4 buckets we don't need anything, was only talking about a bubbly. And we are now dealing with the case of a chutzner. So therefore, it's insufficient to do 3 and a little bit. We're going to say the halacha that less than 4 you need nothing is not a halacha by Chater. So now that once that option is gone, so you're dealing with a 7 tefach opening. So we're going to say that rule says either do low dolphin, which would be 3.5 plus a little bit. You don't need 4, or do 2 passes. So now we've explained what he meant when he said low dolphin or 2 passes. You might say, well, alternatively, there was so in other words, we assume that was an option for maybe and Rabbi Rothschild holds the halacha even by a cluster, and he would say by a cluster it's enough to do 3 in a tiny bit because that takes it less than 4. But now says the Gemara that itself, that halacha of Rabbi Rothschild that he applies to both a bubble and a cluster might be machloket tanayim, and therefore Shmuel did not want to rely on that option of 3 in a tiny bit. So he said either do low dosen, which is 3.5 plus a little bit, or do snake passes. Okay, so we now not only explained the zero of Shmuel, which is to say that he holds you can either have 1 pass of Balak or 2 smaller ones, but we've also explained the story where he said low dosen or 2 passes, and we're talking about a case where fourth closer was not even an option. It was only a question of is it they pass on the one end, or you can do the debate was 3.5 plus a little bit, or 3 plus a little bit. We're saying that 3 plus a little bit you would not do because Shmuel was saying that itself is machloket tanayim. Okay, that's the word 3 lines at the bottom. Clustering on my necklace of butler. So now this is a little bit different case than before. Before we learned that the wall fell down and the entire cluster was open to the sea. Now we're saying a different case where there was a break in the wall of the cluster, which was greater than 10 amos, but you still had wall on either side. So if people are looking at the picture, I'm sorry, I have to look at the picture here. This would be picture 97. You have the water open, the cluster opens up to the water, but there are still remnants of the wall on either side. Okay, so looking at this, the cluster, you don't fill water while you're in the cluster from this water. You can't fill from the water on Shabbos. Ellen can get from the very good bucket. Unless you put in a pizza of some sort that is that bucket, and you see that picture. You see that picture in number 97. So where it says, so that's where I'm going. What's the case about? That's the case. That's the open after. Where the kirta is more than 10 amos, that's when you require the pizza. Although I'm sorry, it's our book. But if it was less than 10, you wouldn't need it. You didn't need it. Why? Because then it's just a peta. And it's as if the wall is fully closed, even when there's an opening with that space to go up in the pizza. So now the Gemara says, that's the Gemara. The Malay who the one in Malay one. Well, I'll do it. You tell me. So the Gemara says, wait a second. It says that if you have this scenario, you cannot spill water unless you put up that pizza that's 10 bucks tall. But the Gemara says, why are you talking about filling up water? What about the fact that it should be usher to carry in this cluster? Why? Because we know that there's part of the rule of the law that if you have a cluster that opens in its entirety, and Rashi explains that greater, he says it doesn't be everything goes to the outside, calling it part of the law, that anything that's more than 10 hours, we're going to call it as part of the law. So we learned before when we were talking about the cluster we talked about the fact, the concept that comes up multiple times in the Arabic, that if you have a cluster or an area that's part of that's fully open, an area that's not split, you're not allowed to carry in that cluster that opens up in the area you can't carry into. So when you have the yam and it's more than 10 amos wide and it opens the yam, so it's basically saying the yam is a carmelit and you cannot carry from the cluster into a carmelit, so therefore you should not be able to carry into the cluster at all. So why did the Brisa say you can't fill with water unless you put in the pizza? Why did the Brisa say you can't carry in the cluster unless you put up in the pizza? Because this is part of the law for the sea. It should be, and the sea is a much of upper because carmelit it should be upper to carry in the cluster altogether. So just drawing water. So it says the Gemara, so we say, what are we talking about here? Just like the reason you're allowed to carry in the Chaser is because we had this concept of today when we talked about whether how wide an opening should be up here in the mother. That today was as distinct from opening up to a place that the mother was put up, you wouldn't want to carry. Today is where there was actual physical impediment, that the wall had collapsed, but there was still remnants of the wall at the bottom. That's the concept we had before. So here we're going to explain it. If you look at 98, it's the concept that when the buzzer came open when the hut came open to the sea and the heat came in, there was still there were small walls that were still underneath the water, and those pieces were enough to allow you to still carry, because it's not considered part of the rule or one of our law, because it's not part of the rule, because there's still a small wall there, and that's why you're able to carry. So then you might ask, well, wait a second, if there's small walls there, so then why do I need to put up a piece in order to draw water? So I told you that the more complicated explanation, but many of you come to learn that because we're going to see this concept later, in Abraham, the earful with Maya. The idea is that if you have water that's connected to other water, it assumes the status of the connected water. The water that's in the Yam is not closer because it's in the Kamala, so therefore even the water that makes its way into the Qatar, despite the fact that there was small walls beneath the level of the water which enables you to carry in the Qatar, that's not enough to enable you to draw water, because the water is connected to the water that's outside, and therefore you cannot draw it unless you put up a tree. Okay, so that's why you said you in that particular year. That's the part top line in the state. All right, you know, I'm going to talk about here the lesson says that if you have a mobile that there has been no keeping the road done in it, and keeping the road that we know is the multiple butters are mishnacted. They buy food together and they put it in one of the chateros, and that enables you to carry in the mobile. Now the question asks, why are we talking about keeping the road? We'll see that. Mobile is only stop the road. If you have a mobile that did not have the chateros that open to it, having done keeping the road, and zero left, and then you put up a left, so then a direct with purple tile. That someone who's going to throw from the resistor Rabbi into that mobile. It's diet for throwing the Raisa from the resistor Rabbi through a resistor Yachid. But if you only fix that mother with the Torah, a dirt with helpful putter, that someone is also going to be putter. So what's going on here? So you have, in the way we're understanding the case initially, you have a regular mother with three walls that opens on the Rabbi. And what it's telling you is you have to put up a lefty, and then you throw from the resistor Rabbi into it, it's the resistor Yachid, and you're tired. But if you put up a Torah, you're not tired. So clearly what's going on here is we must hold that in order to be tired for throwing from the resistor Rabbi, it has to have four walls. And a lefty constitutes a fourth wall, and a Korah doesn't. So we're going to have to say that a lefty is equal to the pizza, that a lefty functions as a pizza, and a Korah does not. So that's why, if you put up a lefty and now it's four walls, and it's the right, then you throw it to your higher. But if you put up a Korah, that's not considered a fourth wall, that's just a hectare, and therefore if you throw it, you're going to be putter. Okay, interesting, I love it. Lots of learning cases. The station asked on this, wait a second, you're saying that the point here was that it's a problem that they didn't have to do the most. I went the most unstoppable. And they reason is Allah themselves because they weren't unstoppable. Still left here before not but if they would have done two things the most, then somehow even if you had a Torah, it would be considered a valid versus the Yachid right, so you'd be tired for throwing in. What's the theory that two things the most? It's clearly a rabbinic institution that should somehow make this into a Yachid now that you'd be tired for throwing into it. Well, and first of all, logically doesn't make sense. The price of Tanya, you learned the price. It's a fair show that if you have a cluster that belongs to multiple people, where you have a regular bubble that's not for school. Main earful, main low earful, whether you did an area versus in both, this is a term called Kayam, that if you throw in the Kayam, so what does it imply? It is that you don't. That it surely makes no difference whether you get two things or more. So the question is, what are you talking about? What is going to stop the ball? Why would you bring the ball make a difference? They say, okay, let's revive it. thing. Here's something with that, this one with that. I'm going to use a mother that ain't a Roy and if you have a mother that's not Roy, what would be a case of a mother that's not Roy, unless you turn it into something else, would be a mother in a bullet. And if you have so we're not talking about a three-walled mother, we're talking about a two-walled mother. So he says, mother generally she's a exterior lefty, a nurse of those guys. That if you put up a lefty, so now there's a third wall, so then you're kaya because three walls makes it under something else in your right. Here's the total, but if you're not sure with the total, I serve the local putter, then if someone throws it, so it's going to be putter because the total does not make a pizza. Also, as I just said, I'm going to start with the lefty machine pizza. Or you should hacker, the lefty is a pizza, therefore you get two walls of a bubble of a bullet. If you put up a lefty, that's enough to make a third wall, and now you're kind of versus the right wall. But if you put up a photo, that's not a pizza, and therefore you're coming up with two walls. You know, Rabbi says Rabbi lefty is from hacker, lefty is from a pizza, and far as the hacker. Rabbi that everybody has from hacker. That both lefty work are a hacker, and it does not make it into the yachid to the right. So if you have two walls, and you put up a left. So after Gemara, say Rabbi Rabbi and Rabbi. Rabbi Rabbi asked Rabbi, a third of Mabli, someone throws into a Mabli, there's no lefty Kaya, no lefty putter. If it has a lefty, your Kaya is throwing it. If it doesn't have a lefty, your putter. So that seems to be saying that a lefty is a pizza. Say, Bucky cover, this is what it's saying. They don't start of hello lefty. If it's a lefty, if it's a Mabli that only requires a lefty, meaning with a three walls closed in Mabli, then I started to tell Kaya that someone throws into this Kaya, lefty cover Asher. And if it's a Mabli with bullet, it's two walls Mabli, then he's either appears to have that on the lefty or a delicate on the lefty. So then if it's then I started to tell Butler that someone who throws into two walls Mabli is not Kaya because there's a rising in three walls. So all it's saying is the difference about a lefty was not telling you Allah that I need a lefty, he was telling you that if the case was one where lefty is sufficient, i.e. a close Mabli, then it's a Yapin or right. And if it's a case where you need more than just a lefty, i.e. it's a Mabli with bullets and only has two walls, then that's not a Yapin or right. I didn't say they asked the Rabbi scholars, this is the case which we had before we dealt with. Yes, I was thinking about Yehuda. We talked about this the other day that Yehuda, on top of saying if you have an overpass where Pitek or Yorav is social and you carry the overpass that passes over a system around that has two walls, we talked about it before. So in addition to that, Yehuda said, if someone has house on either side of a system around, there are essentially walls on either side of a system around. Also, left in the time, or time, we go to the note of the and you can carry in it. So what do we see? We see that a lefty or a Torah makes something into a resistor that you could carry. So therefore, the question is on Rabba. So why is it that the lefty works by Rabbi Yehuda to take it into a resistor, and now you're able to carry even all 3 years of Rabba? This was part of the price. That you can't just put up those two lefties and two totals. But the basic point is, as Rashi points out, even according to the Talmud that Kevi Marvus and the Rabbis, they don't seem to argue with the idea that the lefty can close it. It's only because it's in Rosh Hashanah. But if we're doing something with politics, we agree that two lefties would be enough, and therefore lefties would be a Machisa. And Rambam said lefty is not a Machisa. Where it says lefty is still not a Machisa. When Rabbi Yehuda said that, I explained it the other day. How come Rabbi Yehuda? That when you have a house on either side, those are two houses. That's two walls. According to Rabbi Yehuda, two walls is the resistor Rabin, is the resistor Yachid Daraisa. Just so you can put up the lefties, that's only to make the actor, to make a distinction. The Rabbi would tell you, why is it that in that case, it's resistor Yachid that's only like Rabbi Yehuda, who said that two walls is enough, but the Chachamim would say two walls is not enough, so that's not a resistor Rabin Daraisa. It has nothing to do with a lefty. A lefty is not making a piece in that case. Okay, I apologize. We'll stop here. I'll go forward to the last little bit. Okay. That conversation because we stay connected in the sense that we've had multiple conversations and such. He loves what we're doing as well. We really focused on the victims of the Silver Bridge disaster, and I just want to mention. Good morning. Our controversial this month Jimmy Wedge. I had no idea who Jimmy was. Husband, father, grandfather, great grandfather, I lost my mom there. So much disaster. And I usually wanted to play some friends. I don't know my goodness. This guy really talked to us. Started me a heartbreaking conversation. So 21, we went to 21. Thank you for the whole and Jimmy was 34. And we talked about today. That's an effects of the documentaries. We talked tomorrow. Today, Dr. Olive, 11 a.m. to jump on you on stage. This was said, we talked about the fact that if you had a public color that was higher than 20 ounces, you had to lower it. And we said that if it was wider than 10 ounces, you have to minus, you have to less than the width of the lovely. But this was said in case of Sirta Pesa, that if there was a Sirta Pesa that consists of two side posts and a top post, a photo, that would that apple piece around the after and from the money that's wider than 10 ounces. You don't need to minimize the width of the lovely if you have a Sirta Pesa. That's tomorrow. After the Sirta Pesa is behind the Morocco, so it's very clear from our Mishnah that a Sirta Pesa helps if your memory is too wide. The Malter of Mahani Bubble, and as well, we mentioned that given the Malter was talking about was maybe either something human, like exactly this thing on the lintel, like the tension, or maybe it was the cedar wood that had a hole that people knew about it. But whatever the point was, draw your attention to that. This could happen even higher than 20 ounces. So the question is, so what can a Sirta Pesa help? So we found that Sirta Pesa helps with lift, and a Maltra helps with height, and not to get off on knowledge. So if the mic, what about the opposite of that? Could a Sirta Pesa help it for a height issue, and could a Maltra help for a width issue? The first we're going to answer the first question first. Can a Sirta Pesa help for a height? That's where it's not going to be right. Mother should divide that to Mama. My age, that if you have a mother that's smaller than 20 ounces, you have to lower it. You give the Sirta Pesa. If it has a Sirta Pesa, any type of mic, you don't need to lower it. You don't need to lessen it. You don't need to make it lower. Clearly, from this right though, that a Sirta Pesa helps for a height issue. Does it, Gemara? A Malter of the Rothschild, what about and a Malter of something that draws attention to it? And that helps with a width issue. Your mother is wide from 10 ounces opening. So it's not coming here and saying that you're going to right up. This mother is going after my age. If you have a mother that's taller than 20 ounces, you have to lower it. But roughly after in my age, if it's wider than 10, you have to narrow it. You need to Sirta Pesa in for my age. If you have a Sirta Pesa, you don't need to narrow it. Or lower it. In Gates Law, Maltra, ain't a terrible mic. And things are right there. And the hand of Maltra, you don't need to lessen it. It says it, right? My level of isn't this going on the second case, which is the case where your muffler is too wide, or more than 10 ounces wide, and it's telling you that if you have a muffler that you don't need to lessen the width. And that would answer our question. Says, no, already so. That's going on the ratio. Talking about when the height is too high, 20 ounces, and your muffler helps, that we already do. So this price does not necessarily any proof to the court, and therefore we leave off whether a Malta would help with this. I think Alison White said that that's tomorrow. Lastly, so we're going to turn our world a little bit upside down now from what we were first. We'll see if our Yehuda was teaching our Mishnah, Sophia, the son of Rab, in front of Rab. Ain't a terrible Meyer. We said that if you have a Sirta Pesa and it's wider than 10, you don't need, you want to get the Sirta Pesa. It's okay if it's wider than 10. So Rab said, Yehuda, Adonai, terrible Meyer. No, but the proper gear said is to say that even with a Sirta Pesa, you need to lessen it. So he's saying, you never have more than 10 ounces in a muffler. You with a Sirta Pesa doesn't help. Okay, I'm the Joseph says, ViralRabbi, one class told us that a Sirta Pesa doesn't help for a challenge of 10. You'll learn from there a different halacha, which is one is that if you were to have a cluster that is filled with doorways and windows, we're talking about windows here that are open at the 10th walking point, they're open. So it means, so here's the issue: that if the buffer is majority filled with doors and windows, and so the halacha is that what we'll do with halacha is, well, that's the case where you have majority doors and windows, and obviously that creates an environment of parts where you have more openness, and if the majority of the area is doorways, those are open. And if you think about it, a window and a doorway is like this. It has the shape of a circle. So we're gonna so the Yosef says from the words of Rav, we could learn that if you have a chutzner that's part of the Omed, because it's primarily comprised of doorways and windows, the Pesach, you can learn that it's not helped by the Pesach. My time. So, how do you work one together? What does one have to do with the other? Why? Because he said that the Pesach doesn't help for a whisk challenge, that's going to tell you something about part of the Omed. Where it says, whatever doesn't answer, also the Babui. Part of the Omed, also the Chutzner, it says, you see that. Basically, the idea is as follows. We're talking about this many times. That if you have an area, that has a setback in it, then that's acceptable. The question is, when you have certain breaches, that takes away from the being of Pesach. What would be two of the breaches that we have are, one is that it's part of the you have openings, and there's so many openings that there are more openings than there's walls, and that looks like a breach, even if it's less than 10 hours. So that we know is part of the right? And we also know that what's another problem that can create a breach is if you have more than 10 openings. So then we don't consider the Pesach, even if you have more walls than openings, but any given opening is more than 10 that's a problem. So basically what we're saying is as follows. Those are the problems of breaches that take something out of being in the category of being a Pesach, being a doorway, which is acceptable. So what Rabbi Rothschild is trying to say, once you tell me that a spirit that Pesach doesn't help with opening that's greater than 10, so it's not going to help with the other kind of breach either, which is going to be a case where you have parts of the even if it's less than 10 hours, right? But since there's more openings than closed, I might have thought that if the Pesach doesn't help with that, but no, once you see it doesn't help by widening the doorway, it's not going to help with the other kind of breach, which is part of the Omed, where you have more things. So I have a chutzner that's filled primarily or majority with windows or doorways, which are open, they're not closed, and therefore you have to take the part of the Omed. I'll tell you that a truth of Pesach will not help. Just like you now see from Rav, greater than 10, a width is considered a breach in the moment, not a Pesach, and it's not helpful to serve the Pesach, and not part of the Omed, up there, and in this is the Pesach, and so too, part of the Omed does not allow, you cannot allow carrying the culture if it's part of the Omed. So that too is not going to be solved by church Pesach. He's saying, once we see for one kind of breach, church Pesach doesn't help, it doesn't help with the other kind of breach. Mark says not so fast. You cannot assume that just because there's a halacha by wider than 10, that's not necessarily going to be the halacha by part why? But that's the word. Mali also may have to also be probably became more part of the body, but possibly also the mayor. So, okay, one second, let's give a little bit of background here. So, we talked yesterday about Patrick Road, where the leniency that Rabbanan made for the Oleg Golan that they would put those little L-shaped brackets around the bars so that they'd be able to draw water out of the bar up to the ground level, that the bar is up to the ground level, right? We talked about this yesterday, that we were trying to figure out what's the upper limit of wider than 10, but in any event, we talked yesterday about the view of the Yehuda, you have 13 and a third outreach, which is basically 4 animals going in and 4 animals coming out. The mayor has the opinion, we're going to see this in science, that the mayor has the opinion that it's 3 animals in, 3 animals out, and 2 animals, 1 and 2/3 amma, so that's 10 ammas wide. So the mayor is of the opinion that by not taking roads, we don't allow you for than 10 ammas. And now what the Gemara is saying as follows: you cannot learn from just to get a local there's a Pesach by opening of 10 ammas, you cannot learn to part through all of it. So we can't follow. Now we also may have to open the mother. That when we talk about a problem so wider than 10, the king was talked about 8 plus the mayor. According to the mayor, you never, even by Tati Road, where Azal tried to be as lenient as possible to help the Ole or Nolan. According to our mayor, they never allowed a gap of more than 10 hours, because that, according to the mayor, is the maximum. Omar, when they therefore learned the part of the Ruba Ome to open the butter, they say they can't take the Tati Road. It's very cool. So he said, but how can you compare that to the part of the Ruba Ome where everyone, from the mayor and the agree that you allow for that special leniency of parts of the Ruba Ome, because that's the stuff. Tati Road just has that little 1 hour thing on each side. And so clearly, if you have 10 hour gap from your wall and 10 hours of gap and 2 hours of wall, clearly everyone agrees that we allow parts of the Ruba Ome that even though there's more opening than physical structure, nonetheless is considered a valid procedure by the people of the road. So therefore, we're saying what you see is a leniency that we will allow parts of the Ruba Ome according to everyone, whereas we will never allow, if you go in the person of the mayor, greater than 10 hours, because it doesn't help for the Hezbollah, and it doesn't help if it's by Tati Road. So what do you see? You see that the concern of 10 hours is more common because you don't listen it by Tati Road, the person of the mayor, more common than parts of the Ruba Ome. The mayor agrees that we lose this restriction of parts of the Ruba Ome in the case of Tati Road. So therefore, says the Gemara, I cannot do what Rabbi Rothschild wanted to do. Rabbi Rothschild said, Rav has to do something by greater than 10 hours. And we're going to say, we're going to apply it in the case of group parts of the Ruba Ome to say that here's the test doesn't work. That's the first, doesn't work that way. Because you see that everyone is NATO by parts of the Ruba Ome, and according to the mayor, no one is NATO by 10. So therefore, you see parts of the Ruba Ome is less rigorous or less strict. So that's the word. You cannot do what Rabbi Rothschild can say, which is just one now, just because Rav says the halacha by 10, to assume that that's also going to be the halacha by parts of the Ruba Ome. That's the Gemara. Then you would say, hey, let's say that the view that here's a kata does not help. In order for Joseph tries to prove that here's a kata doesn't help by parts of the Ruba Ome, right? So and we said there's no proof for that. But that's his view, Rabbi Rothschild's view. So we said, let me say, maybe there's a support for this idea that the kata does not help by parts of the Ruba Ome. Why? Because we say, these walls, you put on trumpets of halalos, that the majority of them are doorways and windows, because we said before, are obviously open space, they're paros, that trumpets of halalos is mutter, they're mutter, even though it's open space, and that's the right now, so long as they open part, as long as the physical part is greater than the open part. So that's the Gemara. You put something like that. After that meeting, you can't possibly be very inherently contradictory. What you're saying is, if it's comprised both rear windows and doors, which means it's more paras than ome, then it's mutter as long as there's more ome than paras. That doesn't make any sense, right? So that's the Gemara. Ella, Eva, so rather the word you read in the beginning, it should be but that if there are a lot of windows and doors, as long as the omen is more than the parts. What they're saying, windows and doors have the qualification that they have. We're assuming now that they have a clear shut top, not because they have sides and they have a top. And yet you see that the mission says you can have a lot of them, but not more, that it's not enough that it gets you the parts of the omen. You see that even in the instance where you're restoring the device in Shur HaPesach, you still need omen for Ruba parts. You need more physical than open. So it doesn't work. That can be approved to the halacha that Rabbi Yosef was trying to learn from Rav, but we're not learning from Rav, but the idea that Shur HaPesach does not help by parts of Ruba omen. It says, Rav Kana would answer, they no proof of that. That's something that when you have Rashi said something either trouble in like there's devil like there's war that's not properly constructed, or Rashi said nothing is flowing, that's something that's fluid, like you say something that's smudgy, someone who's not covered is thorough. But the idea is these are the different doorways. So what does that mean? My opinion is smudgy. Please go to me, that there's argument. What it means, what it says. Adam is the left leg, Adam is the left leg, one says that it has no side post, and one says it has no top. jagged edge, you had that brickwork. You pulled out certain bricks. So it's gonna look like this as you look at the wall. So therefore, it has no side posts. Alternatively, we're talking about a case where it has no picture, it has no roof, which would be picture 85. So the idea is you have nothing in Halonos, you have windows and doors that are open, but they have no roof above them. But if they would have one, if there would be a third that then maybe in fact you would be able to have part of the Yubal open. So no proof from that for the Halacha. Okay, so now we're going back to Rav. Rav said that in our Mishnah we should learn that greater than 10 hours wide, obscures the Pesach does not help. That's the Rav is the ultimate of the Rav. But the ultimate agrees with that halacha of Rav that obscures the Pesach doesn't help for wider than 10. Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi Yisrael, brother than the son of Rabbi, the Yisrael. My father because you had a story with a certain person who came from this valley or this small not develop predations for our that becomes 4 poles in the 4 corners of the field. It's not that land with great a vine on them, so that the picture is number 86. Well, Michael will think about it. The story came from the Chacham said it's just a valid thing. The Kirulo, the Indian voice. And they said, for purposes of quiet, which as we know, you cannot plant in a vineyard, you cannot plant other things. So we said as follows, that we know that if there is a physical wall, then you can plant up to the wall. So they said, even if what you have is a halakhic wall, this is the nature of halakha. Halakha looks at it as if halakha is if there's a physical wall. So therefore, as long as you have these vines going around these poles, which create halakha, so then you can within the pole you can plant a vineyard, and right outside the pole you can plant the grain. It's not a problem. So other buckets. So that was the basic halakha that the Chacham said you can apply it. And buckets that there's a kilo leaning by it. Not a kilo leaning not it. So look, the piece of the Mashiach, if you're allowed to use this spirit of Pesach, because obviously the pole, the vine above it, so the Pesach, where bucket says it's good for it, it's for Sabbath. Yochanan says the volume is too low. That the volume they said is okay. When the Sabbath flow is too low. But for Sabbath, they should not allow it. So that's all right. So now we're gonna take the Maya. What are we talking about? If you're gonna tell me that this is a case where this is where the vine is going around, it was not on the top of the pole, it was around the sides of the pole. Well, that can't be. But if you created the Pesach from the side, meaning that the words are not going up the pole, that's nothing. The Ella Agava, so you must be talking about a case where in fact the string or the vine in this case went on the top of the pole. And we're going to say Uberma. Okay, so that's we know what's going on top of the pole. Uberma. And what's the scenario about the size of this close to that would be? The answer, if you're going to tell me that we're talking about 10 hours or less, well, how when you're a governor of the Shabbos law, would your governor say that for Shabbos purposes, it's a Pesach of less than 10 is not a valid Pesach? Of course you would agree with that. Because can't be talking about because your government said that it doesn't Shabbos. Elulav, yesterday after. So it must be talking about now Shabbos. It must be talking about a scenario where the space between the poles is more than 10 hours. And the wire, in this case the vine, went on top of the pole. So what do you have? You have a valid case of 4 thirds of Pesach. So you have 4 poles, and you have the 4 sides. You have 4 thirds of Pesach. You have greater than 10 hours between them. And what is your governor posture? Your governor posture does not work for Shabbos, it only works for Koyim. So you see, like Rav, who said that a Kiruv Pesach does not help for greater than 10, but Yochanan is saying the same thing. Because he's saying this is not a valid Shabbos because it's presumably because it's wider than 10, even though it has a Kiruv Pesach. So that's what he's saying. For Yochanan holds like Rav, the Kiruv Pesach does not help on Shabbos for wider than 10. Like that, well, the scenario, a lot of things so, but no. The Olam, the Esther. really, we're talking about 10 hours or less. Then I stopped. So before we said, well, if I'm top, you can't possibly be talking at 10 because why would Rabbi Yochanan not allow that to stop? So now we're saying it is talking at less than 10, and the reason it's going to be my focus, and Rabbi Yochanan is saying not for Shabbos, is because we're dealing with a case where the vine goes around the sides of the pole, not on the top of the pole. Now we asked before, wait a second, how can you say that? This is the most book, it's no good. How can Rabbi Yochanan asking that, I'm sorry, how can Rabbi Yochanan asking was the book for Shabbos? So it must be that it was not on the side. So now the Gemara is going to say, no, that's the very point. This thing that Mitzvah says, all the book, is exactly what they're arguing about. So we are dealing with the side. We assume, I'm sure everyone would agree that on the side doesn't help. We're saying, no, that's what my focus is. The whole of that, we're talking about 10 or less hours, even at side, and the vine went around the side of the pole. And they're arguing about Rav Fisco. So Rick Lucas, who said that you can carry both for Shabbos and Koyim, told that even from the side, it works. And Rav Yochanan, who says that it works for Koyim and not for Shabbos, would be talking about from the side. He was not saying that on top. So therefore, what's coming out that according to the way they're establishing it, the buckets are arguing about an issue of when you have the branch of the wire is on the side. That's the case they're arguing about. But we don't see that's not a valid source of precedent in this sense. So therefore, we don't see any place that he holds like Rob that is clear that on Sabbath if properly constructed with two poles on the side and with something going across the top, we have no proof of that. It's actually an interesting thing. It comes out that there's different levels of first of Pesach. So for Goyim, you could have these from the side. For Shabbos, above it. And so these are different things. So it's interesting thing. People talk a lot about Bukva and the Pesach. So how you construct a Bukva. They talk about this, but a very interesting question comes up. If you have a first of Pesach that's a valid door, that's a valid piece of one of the things they talk about, let's say of a minion, sort of Pesach, it's not, but the interesting question would be the following. If it's a third of Pesach, then you should use a sizzle. And yet, we don't have to do this for third of Pesach. Most Jews rely on third of Pesach. So they say, okay, you have different levels. Why is the size for Erev and Shabbos, it's enough that third of Pesach to have on the doorway, you need the mezuzah, that's an even higher level, so we don't have it by this kind of third of Pesach. It's not like that. He says, no, third of Pesach is a third of Pesach. So he says, so what about the fact that people bring a proof that all these cities will be third of Pesach who rely on for Erev, no one puts up a mezuzah. Okay, that could be because, if you're going to stick it out, it's not safe to stick it down, or if it's a year that's majority, that is mixed, so the non-Jews together. For those who but according to him, from a halachic perspective, so people say that if let's say you had a Jewish neighborhood that is and it would be a safe area, then when we say that you would make your ear anyway, okay, what we said is that there's no proof that Rabbi Yochanan is actually talking about the regular case of the when he said he didn't work for Shabbos, he was talking about one that was on that side. We're not going to add a zero between the Yochanan and the bucket and switch it to try to establish that Rabbi Yochanan actually is saying that halacha is talking about on the top, not on the side. So what the we're going to have a question. So you just brought up that before we were talking that this that he made with the vine for Hawaiian, but not for Shabbos. I'm sorry, they thought that it helped for both. The government said that helped us fight, but not for Shabbos. Now we're going to bring another right. We're going to bring another statement. That if you have Rashi says this is a different term because it's a foreign brand or vine. Same kind of cake. He had four poles and he put it on. So we say, hey, we're covering Mayim Halal Shabbos. That is, so now you have a bucket. Before that it works for both Shabbos and Mayim is saying now it only works for Mayim and not for Shabbos. For Yochanan or Yochanan says for the Shabbos, the low has to keep the Mayim below. And Yochanan says in this case, just like by Shabbos it doesn't work, it also doesn't work by Mayim. So what do you have? You have a second, right? So you have a second member of the Yochanan bucket where they each need to take it up a notch and reduce the allowance. So the bucket needs to allow both Shabbos and Mayim, and now says really Mayim. And Yochanan says it's Mayim but not Shabbos, now says neither. So we have a zero. So the Gemara says, this one, the very talking about Kasha, I can answer off the part of the bucket. So today, ViralRabbi, because the first thing we said, Rabbi said in his own name, he said it's good for both Shabbos and Mayim, not his own name. And the second statement, he said in the name of his Rabbi Rothschild, we're going to say, okay, so that's how you explain the zero and Rothschild's opinion, because that's his own opinion, wants to take the opinion of his Rebbe. Hello, there's Yochanan, Kasha. But the Yochanan is the Kasha, and the Yochanan in both instances said in his own name. And in the first instance, he said when you have this branch swung over the pole, that in one case he said it works for Mayim and not for Shabbos, and in one case he said it works for neither. So we'll have to answer this. Where it said, so I could come up with something that would explain the distinction. Maybe that what Rabbi Yochanan was saying was, why in a stad, if it doesn't stad, so then it only works. It doesn't work for anything. It doesn't work for Shabbos, it doesn't work for Mayim. If it's on for Mayim, but not for Shabbos, then that would explain, right? But then what we have is that's the fact if it was dealing with the first writer, where he says it works for Mayim and not for Shabbos, dealing with where the vine goes on the top of the pole, so then that would be a validly constructed and that would restore the proof that Rabbi Yochanan holds like Rab, that Surah Pesach does not help for wider than 10 amas. So that's what the Gemara is saying. We should still be able to, or you tried to answer that it was not sad, and that's why they're not talking about a validly constructed Surah Pesach, but we're trying to prove that because there's a zero in Rabbi Yochanan, the only way we know how to answer right now is to say that the one where he permits us to play and not to Sabbath, it must be talking when it's on top, and it's where it's in a side, it does nothing work, so that would be to restore the image or Yochanan holds like Rab. So I said, continues in the question. Now, if you're going to take the eating on a side, you're going to say that the first article was also talking out from the side, which was the answer we gave why it wasn't a food for Yochanan holds like Rab. My equal name was, then how are you going to explain the zero in Rabbi Yochanan's halacha? Restore the food that he holds like Rab. So hold on, really, I'll tell you in fact, that there is, again, I'm going to say that there's no proof that Yochanan holds like Rab as relates to Shabbos, because they're both talking about something in that stuff. So that's the question would be, okay, well, why in one case does he say it doesn't work for Shabbos for Mayim, and in the other case he says it works for Mayim and not for Shabbos? What's the difference? He says, he said, when Rabbi Yochanan said that it works for Mayim and not for Shabbos, we're talking about where it was 10 amas or less. But where it's greater than 10 amas, then you would say it doesn't work for Shabbos or Mayim. Again, back to the point that Rabbi Yochanan is not discussing a properly constructed Surah Pesach at all. We have no proof what Rabbi Yochanan holds to be Rab halacha that Surah Pesach on Shabbos does not help for wider than 10. But rather, what are we seeing in the second of Rabbi Yochanan? That in either case it doesn't work for Shabbos, but for Mayim it will depend on whether it's 10 amas or less, or more than 10 amas. 10 amas or less, then even a 4 of Surah Pesach, where the wire on the side will still work for Mayim, but if it's greater than 10 amas, then even Mayim is allowed for a suspicious or less than ideal. Surah Pesach will not allow that, and it's not going to work either for Shabbos or for Mayim. That's how we resolve the zero in our government. Now, where do we get this idea that it should make a difference whether it's more or less than 10 as it relates to clients. So you're not saying to send one the natural the yoke and the answer. So where do I have this idea that my client is a distinction between whether it's 10 on the left or more than 10? Normally, the yoke and the bucket, the yoke and the bucket. Low contact and micro, so low contact and micro wasn't the story. The whole of the before ain't the yoke and the story no more. Like the before, right? So the yoke and the story is the word. Opposite the bucket and the story. That's a beautiful thing. That the before went to yoke and the story, even though he was a bucket and the yoke and the story, but nonetheless, in the soul, now the yoke and the story, the yoke and the one of the continues to increase. What's that? So what happened? So the before found it between the trees, and he said, you know, very convenient that we're because I want to ask you a question and I'll demonstrate what I'm talking about. So there's two of us before the Elon was one. So he directed a vine going from tree to tree, so essentially created a tree that well, and he said, Rabbi, said to Rabbi, he said, Simon's time, now was right. He put up this wire between the trees. And he said that, Rabbi, I've been on the side if I were to plant a vineyard here, could I make a grain field right next door on the other side of this branch that I put up? So he asked me this question. Hello, and the young entrepreneur connection to ask them that if it's 10 or less, or if it's less than, if it's more than 10, it doesn't work. So it says in the my asking him, what are we talking about? He's like, Gabon, if it's on top, goes to the after author, would you say that and if you're saying the price of the company is on top, and it's telling you, and I'm sorry, that the government is talking over it's on top, and it's telling you that more than 10 width, it's also to carry, I'm sorry, also for clients, if you have a critical, that's what I was right now, I have some tournament is running. Well, also when pay on if you had poles that are stuck in, there's just a different shaped pole that comes to not for actually the ground, actually. But in any event, it's a pole. Stuck it in, and you made a pay up normal, which is fine. I feel the yoke may have to look even more than 10 is with it. So the Brighton tells you that my fly is more than 10 as long as it's out one work. So when the yoke of the Missouri says more than 10 doesn't work, cannot be talking about Al-Gaba. Elallah, Minatzad. So it must be that when the Yeshua strung up the line and showed the yoke of the Missouri, it was where it was Minatzad, where the branch did not go over the tree or over the branch, but rather went on the side. The overlay and the yoke of the Missouri answered it back, and what the yoke of the other, that if it's 10 or less, well, there is more than 10 or other. So we were looking for a source. Where do we get this idea by client from the distinction between 10 and over 10? That we see it from the story with the Yeshua and the story. It's backward from there. So again, we're dealing with the fact that if you have by client, if you have the wire from the side, so then it depends. If it's 10 or less, it's okay. If it's more than 10, it's not okay. By client, if it's a properly constructed circumference, as long as the wire goes on top, the branch goes on the wire goes on top of the branch, then we're going to say even more than 10 works by client, but not necessarily is that the same by Shabbos. We don't know by Shabbos, and as we said, we have no proof that they were arguing by Shabbos. If it would be a properly constructed circumference, what would be the halacha? Presumably, Rob will say it doesn't work, just like he said in the Mishnah, but we don't know whether we're going to say like Rob. Okay, doesn't work. Who's farmer picks up? Mishnah says, here's a tata, the sun in a side, multiple schools. We learned that before. Mishnah says, by Shabbos, if you put up a certain tata on the side, it doesn't help. So this, by the way, is very, again, all over like because what happens is in our Eruvin, we by and large rely on telephone poles. Now, in a telephone pole, in the case where the pole goes up and the wires are strung along the side of it, if you could rely on a certain method, we would have to really do very little to create Eruvin because the telephone wires are good. But the problem is you're not allowed to have that side. So what do we do? what we do is you see on the side of the utility pole, they get permission to put a strip, and that strip serves as a lefty. And you're going to see in a minute, the lefty doesn't have to be connected. You have good optics. It goes up, and therefore they place that lefty, line it up so that it's beneath the wire that's going on the side. You have the wire on the side. You have the pole. You have the wire on the side. So they put the lefty right here where it meets the wire. And that's because it's not good if it's not stopped. If it was even not stopped, we wouldn't have to put that lefty and pull it over because we rely on the wires as they're constructed. In any event, doesn't matter. So basically what we're saying here is that the concept of is as if it's a doorway. So we say you don't need an actual door, but it has to be a reasonable doorway. So therefore, it needs to be strong enough that you could theoretically put a doorway up. The first has even a door made out of like sap or straw. That would be fine, but in order to be halachically, we want it to be something that's capable of having a door. I remember something with Yanai, a hectare steer. It needs to, you have to have like some kind of like a hinge there. So my hectare steer, what kind of hinge would you need on the obvious option that we have this conveyor, we talk about this a little bit. It's the door that's on like a pivot hinge. You have a little thing that comes down to the bottom and comes down on the top, and the door swings on that kind of thing. Now, consider Rabbi Rothschild and Adriel and Hamid and Rabbi. So the Rabbi is done with Adriel. Adriel is the one who said you need this pivot hinge. That's what Hamid and Rabbi. I'm going to say that I'm not going to say that. The Rabbi stands in my circle. That's a very long and long standing. So the way the word that he was really responding to him saying Rabbi did not like how much your father because he didn't say that halacha. So in fact halacha might we don't require any Hannah said the Rabbi it's one stick on this side, one stick on that side, and we're coming on top. Basically, two lefties in a photo. So after the work, the poles on the bottom need to touch the Torah that goes across on the top. Now, I already gave you the answer to this because I mentioned that if it's a telephone pole, you just put up a lefty, as long as you kept talking, it doesn't have to go all the way up to the side of the telephone pole. But anyway, they're not going to that increasingly, they don't need to touch. They shouldn't need to touch. But other of not, all the rest of the right thing, they don't need to touch. He was setting up the arrows for the racing so with the head politician, and so therefore he set it up where he had poles that went up to certain points, but then the wires that were going across them were not touching. Some of the stations were sounding, so the stations were telling that they need to touch, that they served as Java. He said to the Gaza, feel slopes the signals, go take them off and throw them down. I think that's an invalid arrow that is not set up for the race to knock it down. Other sellers did it. So he went, he listened to Rabbi, he took it down, and he threw it, and he took them off and threw them down. After dinner, there is food to come through. So the race people said, what are you doing? And they arrested him. And they said, they arrested his Gaza. All the mistakes come up, the mistakes when he said, I'm going to Gaza, come out, nothing for us, but it came out because once the race those people saw that he was acting on the direction of the stations, they let him out of jail. I can say the stations are out of the stations is the one who said that he had touched. Matt Robert, no other way. Funny my reading first, I'm not something you learn, but you just see about first. I'm like him. He said, yes, Benino, we learned in the original Kipra, then there's a closer. So we say as follows, that if you have a Kipra is a rounded thing, but here we're talking about in parts. And the question is as follows, that we'll see exactly what they're arguing about. As Mayor said, the Kipra needs to do the conversation, you don't. Government, everyone agrees that there's, let's make it easier. Let's just say that 10 spots of a great doorway before you start the arch, then everyone agrees, by a hot level, that if it's 10 tall, I'm sorry, that they agree that if there's 10 spots of side posts that go straight up, even though it then goes to an archway, that's going to be a doorway. Now the question is, where though that the Torah is the top of the wall. So what do you have? You have an arch, and it has 10 columns going up, and then above the arch is a flat thing. So what do you see that the 10 columns going up are not the side walls before they curve like this, are not connected to the top, and yet we're saying that it's a valid doorway that requires that everyone agrees that it requires a mezuzah. So you see, not like in cases. Okay, keep that in mind because that's what let's say you have an opening that's 10 tall, but it does not have 3 buttons before the curve starts. So, right? So then we say that's nothing because Rashi explains something that's within 3 buttons of the floor is considered like the floor. So it means once you knock out the bottom 3 buttons, there is no straight portion of this doorway. So it's for sure not a doorway that means there's a alternatively, there is 3 more than 3 straight buttons on the sides of the door. The Engavoa Asara, but it's a very short doorway, and with the arch, it's not even as high as 10 buttons. That's nothing. So, in other words, if it does not have 10 buttons of height, even, or it does not have 4 buttons wide for at least 3 buttons or more, it's for sure not a valid door. Equally, he went to the mayor to argue. He gave Gimel, the Gavoya Asara, they recover our ball. So what happens is when you have at least 3 buttons where it is 4 buttons wide, meaning 3 buttons coming up to the floor, at least 4 buttons wide, you do have the doorway is at least 10 buttons, but the issue is once you get above 3 buttons on the side, the arch starts and it's no longer a straight side of the door. So we say as follows. But there's enough to get this arch doorway is in a broader doorway that you could theoretically have a standalone arch. It's in a broader doorway that you could cut out part of the doorway. So the idea would be the mayor that the mayor says we imagine you could cut out a rectangular doorway properly. So we're going to say, therefore, we're going to treat it as a proper doorway that's capacity with us. You don't do that. At the end of the day, to have a mezuzah, you have a doorway that does not have 10 buttons going up straight, or 10 buttons before the curve starts, so it's no good. Overlay. So the station heard this from him, that basically approves that the sides don't need to connect to the top. It says, the shaka guru, it's the base, it's the base, the sign group, what's in the little the base, but they refuse to go immediately. Don't tell them this business about the people because it shows that I was wrong. And that I should have taken out of jail. Okay, translation. After mother, that time I haven't left the Torah. That if you have a mother with 3 closed sides and you have no meaning to up, what you need a lucky and a Torah. There's no one who's all left the Torah. Either one. This is how we look at it. The mother, there's the 11 on there, that's the that you need 2 lessons on either side of a mother. You need to protect it. Children small on the level, the name of the Kiva, and the name of the small, there's 1 Talmud, and some of the Kiva. That everyone agrees. That the Latin word Torah is consistent if the opening is less than 4 amas. That between 4 and 10, because even Mikil agrees that once you get past 10, a leftier Torah doesn't work. So from 4 to 10 is where Mikil argues. If we come here with left of the Torah, we come to 3 but left hand of Torah. The killer says, "Oh, left the Torah, you mean either or." Okay, they keep out that they come, they shall argue even from 0 to 4 as well as 4 to 10, meaning in all cases of probably they come and say, "Left the Torah," because you need one or the other. That's the Gemara. The look at tonight, well, it's on the comment. Because if you remember, we learned how Allah that talks about putting up lefty and Torah, and on the comment said you need a Surah and a lefty or Torah, and they tell Kanani in the name of the Hill that you need. I'm sorry. They said Kanani in the name of the Hill that you need a Stella and a lefty or Torah on the other end. They said, "What I'm missing talking about that you need either a lefty or Torah, both lefty and Torah. What happens to the need for Surah that has for a Stella? I'm going to do the hot cover. After Mother Suffer takes that. What's the Mother Suffer? Because that halacha that said that you need a Surah that has a lefty and Torah, or you need a Stella and a lefty and Torah was talking about a Mother with full of tails and a 2 after the Rabbit. So here we're talking about a Mother Suffer. We have 3 walls, the 4th open for Rabbi Rothschild, both the lefty and the Torah was no longer so that all lefty or Torah they each honor God. The time they were left in the Torah says the word the name was the Katavi the Shama Rabbi the right up. The word said, wait a second. If they Shama, it's one thing to say you just need a lefty or a Torah. So all you need a hacker, you need something that people don't mix it up. But once they Shama is saying it's not enough to have a lefty or a Torah, you have to have both. It means that he's trying to craft the pizza. Maybe they Shama it wouldn't be a full wall, but it's kind of like something. You have two walls and have a little wall. Maybe he holds you need to build something for the fourth wall because with the right in order to receive the up, you need four sides that have a pizza because otherwise why say Shama makes you build something? Maybe both the left and the first. Where it says although Zimmer can show it to the guy with how about their car book. Because even they Shama agree that three walls in the right is enough. Why does he make you build something? Because they hold the Rabban on the one that you have a fourth wall. Not just a hectare of either a lefty or Torah. Why do you build a little bit of the because you have a lefty and a Torah? The Torah of lefty or Torah, either or. It doesn't matter. Later, they don't compete the right. So they tell that you can put a lefty or a Torah only for the fourth wall. So maybe should we establish from there that since they hold you need three full walls, otherwise that he does not hold the two walls is enough. If you remember, we had the with the overpass, and he said yes, now paying, and if you put a lefty, that even if the two walls on the side of the dropping from there, review them opinion that that's simply up to the right. So should we say that they kill off? Because you can only stick the fourth wall with the left hand, but not the third wall. Hold them with the right, these walls. Well, this sign in the guys will come out. They can tell us that to throw something in that sitting up, right? So it really only needs two walls. So if you throw into something with two walls, you can kind of help the Shabbos, but in order to carry the abundance that three walls and then the fourth wall just through the left ear Torah as a hecker, but that would be they would not necessarily disagree that two walls is enough for just the right.
And then there's just figuring out how to survive being 30-something parents without losing their mind.
So follow, rate, and review Kate and Ty Break It Down wherever you listen to podcasts. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Good morning. Thank God. Okay, so we are today's topic is not good, and we're going to pick up on Dr. Ellis on the second one, but just to review where we were. So we were talking about this. The question was, we were dealing with the what does the law say that if you have the outside of a muzzle as something that's clear, that functions as a weapon, that makes it clear that it's a separate area and it's a hecker. So then even if it can be seen from inside, and then we'll say that that's still sufficient to be able to carry inside of that muzzle or cluster. So the question that we want to ask, well, wait a second, we have to grapple with a little bit before which is the idea that if you have a larger cluster and a smaller cluster, say the larger cluster is carried because the damage is the placenta, but the smaller cluster is fully open and it doesn't have a lefty or anything like that, so therefore you cannot carry in the smaller cluster. So I asked the Gemara that wait a second. If it's okay that you could have a lefty, a distinction from the outside, so you don't see it from the inside, so then this smaller cluster, when you're looking at it from the outside, actually wall on the side, it shows you that it's distinct from your larger cluster, and therefore why not say that the fact that you see those side parts function as a lefty, as two lefties, according to the way we learn. So why not say that therefore we should rather carry in the smaller cluster because of those lefties are the walls that are visible from the outside. So the Gemara basically has to contort itself in a certain way to say that we're talking about a very specific case. We're talking about because we're saying why don't those walls function? The Gemara started by saying because the walls, and by the way, I'd like to thank you very much for sending out pictures that went out to the chat. I'm trying to refer to them. Make life a little bit easier. So we said that we're talking about, take a look at picture 70, where the walls of the smaller cluster actually come out into the bigger cluster. You don't have the side walls that could appear at the left because the smaller cluster actually comes into the larger cluster, and those walls are now a further step back. So therefore it doesn't work. So then the Gemara was grappling with the question, well, wait a second. Why not say that even if those walls come in, those walls are just recrossing of the edge, and in fact that makes sense because we learned in a Brisa that the Mishnah has to talk about a case where the larger cluster is larger than the smaller cluster by only 1 alma. So if so, assuming that it's centered, you have only 3 clusters on each side, and the walls come in and take up some of that area. So why not say, look at those walls that shut out from the smaller cluster as if they're connected to the larger cluster walls to right and left via the mechanism of lava, and then we'll still have lefties on the outside that are near that are that you can see from the outside. So we learned that okay, so not only do you have to cover the walls that come in, but those walls that are coming in have to be off center. And you have one that's 4 squawking, one that's 2 squawking. Once you have one that's 4 squawking, so you can no longer say lava. It doesn't matter, but who cares? You have one that's 2 squawking, and so we only need a lefty for one side. So where it says, no, so we're talking about where it has lefties on 2 sides, and according to Rebbe, is of the opinion that you need 2 constants in a cluster. So we have to take ourselves in order to establish that, in order, according to the one says that it's okay for lefties to see from the outside and not the inside to understand this on Tati Base. You have to control yourself a little bit. It has to be talking about the walls come in, off center, and it has to be according to Rebbe that you need 2 constants to not hear a cluster. And now the Gemara says we're still not happy with this. We're just suggesting that we come up with a way. Ask the Gemara, hi, man, what's going on here? He Amrit this woman here about the fucking if you're going to tell me that it doesn't work this way, that you cannot look at the outside, if you can only see from the outside, that doesn't constitute a valid lefty, it has to be from the inside. So then, what the Gemara is going to basically walk through here is, why did the Brisa have to tell you that it's a case of the smaller cluster being 10 ounces and the larger cluster being 11 ounces? So what we're going to try and say is that if you're of the opinion that Yerim is Rafut is something Raftin, where you only see the lefty from the outside, if that is not valid, I have a good explanation of why the Mishnah was telling us, the Brisa tells us that the Mishnah is discussing a case of only 1 alma extra from the larger cluster to the smaller cluster. But if you hold that Yerim is Rafut is something Raftin, but only see from the outside, is a valid lefty, so then I have no good explanation about why the Brisa specifically established the case that the smaller cluster 10 on the larger cluster 11. That's what we're going to do right now. It says tomorrow, if I say that Yerim is not a valid lefty, so the Rebbe several of the Rebbe Yossi, and Rebbe, what we're going to say is that Rebbe holds like Rebbe Yossi. Rebbe Yossi of the opinion that Rabbi Rothschild actually says this by a couple, but he said that we're going to see this opinion shortly, that the lefty needs to be at least 3 buckets. So now, if you have Rabbi who holds to be the lefty from each side, right? And the lefty, and so I'm sorry, so he said that Allah by Mavli actually explains that we know a putter is more firmer than a Mavli, so if he requires it by a Mavli, it's required by putter, and I think it's the details of that. But you have Rabbi Yossi, who's of the opinion that each lefty needs to be 3 buckets. You have Rabbi who requires 2 lefties on either side, right? So we're going to say, Rabbi holds like Rabbi Yossi, they can need 3 buckets. Rabbi himself holds 2. The Ravina Leto. We don't need to come on to this whole distorted thing that the walls of the small cluster come in, which was David's halacha. We don't need Ravina that they were off kilter, but rather Shekmati, Ketanya Rabbi, it's kind of ethic. No, I have to say, the Rabbi trouble with Rabbi Yosi. He said, this is going to make perfect sense according to this view. We don't need to get into the wall coming, we don't need to get into the off-kilter because we understand as well. The reason it has to be where it's at least 1 amma greater than the small cluster is because even for the large cluster to be able to carry, it has to be where the large cluster where it's seen as a pesach for the smaller cluster. The way it's being seen as a pesach for the smaller cluster, according to Rebbe, is to be the lefty on both sides. And since Rebbe holds a Rabbi Yosi that a lefty needs to be 6 clusters, so in order for the larger cluster to carry, which is the basic halacha that is speaking of days, in order for the people in the larger cluster to carry, there needs to be lefties on the side of the smaller cluster that enables it to be seen as just a pesach. So therefore, if each lefty is 3 clusters, and you need 2 lefties according to Rebbe, so then you need 3 clusters on either side of 6 clusters, and that adds up to an amma. So that's the finish of the Brisa is that when we're dealing with large clusters being larger than the smaller cluster, it needs to be larger by at least an amma so that you have enough room to have 2 lefties, each of them being 3 clusters. That explains what the Brisa is telling us. It cannot be less than 1 amma wider. The larger one cannot be less than 1 amma wider than the smaller one because you need these 2 lefties and you need these 3 clusters, which adds up to an amma. So according to that view, everything makes sense. But if you're going to say, like they were trying to say yesterday, that you can explain this Mishnah even according to the view, neither is from lefty, that in fact it counts if you can only see it from the outside, you don't see it from the inside. But now to say to Gemara, if that's true, I have no explanation of why the Brisa says specifically this is the case where the bigger cluster is 11 and the smaller one is 10. So we're going to say, so now we're going to say, if we say it's because something from lefty, we have to go back to our contorted case, Uber Zera, which is the Zera's case where the walls of the small cluster come into the larger cluster. And we're going to have to say the halacha of Ravina, which is the one that the small cluster is off kilter, where you have 4 on one side and 2 on the other, 4 clusters, because if you don't say that, you're going to end up with lovered, and then it still works. It has to be with off kilter. So we're going to say there's Ravina Kita, the Rabbi Lo Summer Like Rabbi, and clearly if we're establishing the case where it's off kilter and the 2 sides are 4 and 2, right? So and we have to hold like Rabbi that he needs 2. Clearly he cannot hold like Rabbi Yosi because if it's 4 and 2, the one that has 2 clusters doesn't qualify as a lefty according to Rabbi Yosi. And you need 2 because we're going to Rabbi. So this is taking us back to our distorted, case in the case of yesterday where you need all of those elements. Have to be like Rebbe, have to be like Ravina, have to be like Zera, it's off kilter, the walls come in, and it happens to be not like the building. So then, after Gemara, so if you're going back to the case with the distorted answer from yesterday, go about that, so explain to me why does the Brisa have to tell us that the larger cluster is 11 and the smaller cluster is 10? The monoshop, regardless. So there's 2 halachas that we're talking about, and the 2 halachas are that the larger cluster can carry and the smaller cluster cannot carry. So the Gemara said, okay, let's analyze both those halachas and see if there's a reason why it needs to be 11 and 10. Even if you're coming to demonstrate to me why there are lefties that enable, as I just explained before, for the larger cluster to carry, they need to have a setup for the smaller cluster, and that requires lefties. Okay, so if you're coming to just demonstrate to me that there needs to be excess walls in the larger cluster, and therefore, so that's what it's coming to tell me. So in order that the people in the larger cluster should be able to carry all together, because this way they can look at the smaller cluster as just being separated by a pesach. So that's what it's doing. The estimate makes all the cycle. Because we already established we're not going with Rabbi Yosi. We can't make Rabbi Yosi who requires a lefty of 3 clusters because already we established the case as being 4 and 2. And we know it's going with Rebbe. you have to go to Rabbi. That was like yesterday. It's not going with their clothes. You cannot say that you require each side to be free. So if so, all the Mishnah would need to be telling us is you have 10 amas that open to the small cluster, and you have one tefach on either side, right? And that's enough, because now you have 2 lefties according to Rabbi. We don't hold like Rabbi Yossi that it needs to be bucket, and that would be enough to permit the large cluster to carry the small cluster. So therefore, clearly, it's not coming to tell you that you need an extra amma in order to explain why the people on the large cluster can carry, because they don't need an extra amma. You just need a little bit on either side, an extra step up on either side. It doesn't, well, okay, maybe it's coming because I needed to learn my halacha that the smaller cluster cannot carry. The Elam Neidil and Katanakasi, the baby says to Gemara, it's coming to tell me the 11 and 10 was coming so that I would say in this case, it's cluster to carry in the cluster, but if it would be less than this, then we would end up with lawful and it would be butcher to carry in the cluster. So maybe that's why they need to tell us the extra one in order that we know that if not for this, then it would be butcher because you would have lawful. Because in Gemara, the middle eat tuba. But if that's true, if that's all the writer was coming to do, was to say, you want to make sure that you recognize that the larger cluster has to be reasonably larger than the smaller one, in order that you don't end up in the case of Lovewood, that would then say that there are actually lefties on either side, and then it can be much to carry. In order to make sure you don't have that, that's why it's telling you it needs to be 11, but it needs to be larger than 10, so that you don't run into a problem of Lovewood, which would then be matter the smaller cluster. According to this group, but this is the view that if you keep them outside, not inside, it's okay. But that's the Gemara, that doesn't make any sense either, because why, if that's the point you're trying to prove, to say that the smaller cluster is 10 and the larger cluster is 20 ounces. And we would know that the reason you're saying it's so much larger, even if you think it's 12 ounces, whatever it is, because that way you would be saying you need distance so that you don't end up in the scenario of love. Right? So again, why does it right to be to say 11 and 10? Why not say it's 12 and 10? And then you prove your point even better. Rashi raises the question. Wait a second. Maybe the reason it says 11 is saying as soon as you dip below 11, you have love. And that's what it's coming to tell you. But says Rashi, that's not true. Because I don't need an entire extra amma in order I don't need an entire extra amma in order to set up a case where it would still be other to carry in the smaller cluster. Why? Because if, let's say, I had only 4 clusters extra, so the smaller cluster was 10 amas and the larger cluster was 10 amas and 4 clusters, I could set up a case that doesn't work. What would that be? I would have a half a step up on one side, I'd have 3.5 clusters on the other side. So then, the 3.5 clusters would not work because love doesn't work at 3.5 and not 3. And I would be back having only 1 lefty, and that wouldn't work. So I could make a case where it's upward to carry in the small cluster, even if it was less than 11 hours. So says the Gemara, if you hold that nearly Rafut, the something where you see them out that are not inside, is an acceptable form of lefty, I have no explanation for even once you report yourself. The walls come in, it's off center, it's Rebbe. I still have no explanation for why it needs to be down to 11 hours. Versus, if you're saying, of course, that is not a valid lefty, and all we're worried about is not a large cluster, so then I have a good explanation for 11 because it's going like Rebbe, you need 2, and it's going like Yoshi, who requires 3 clusters each. So you need an extra armor, so that makes sense. So rather, because I cannot find any good explanation for those who hold hearing someone is a valid lefty, and I cannot find a valid reason for why it would need to say then that it's 11 almost and 10 almost were larger than smaller. I learned from that hearing for someone else. I have a good raya that in fact, if it's not visible from inside, it does not count as a lefty. In fact, this is a good truth. We'll get back to see whether it's in fact it is a good truth or whether the customer that was treating them. Okay, continue to tomorrow. Joseph was nearly a husband. Joseph said, I never heard this from my Rabbi. Because what are we talking about? Yesterday, Rabbi Rothschild, the son of Rabbi Rothschild, was the Rebbe of Joseph, that he said Rabbi Rothschild said that Yermi Ratzos and Tazim Ratzmin is Nidon Mishum Lachi. That's a valid Lachi. So Rabbi Yosef says Rabbi Ravuna must be saying this in his own name, not in the name of his father, because I never heard it from my Rebbe Ravuna, and so therefore I don't know the halacha that he said. I'm going to Abaya. So Abaya said to Yosef. So this is something we encountered a number of times as a talk to Shach, that more I think is sorry, the story where Yosef got a lot of his work, and so his Talmid and Abaya particularly used to often remind him. You said this stuff, Rabbi. Here's the context in which you said it, and then also the context. Remember, in any event, says Abaya, I'm in Nilon, you told us off, I'm in Nilon. The time you told us that here in Yibachut, for something about him, where you only keep him outside in the valid lefty, was as follows. The Amar Rami Barabba Amar Refuda. Rami Barabba said Refuda. Lefty and Moshe, don't know so well, but talking to valid Amar, easily some lefty. So it says as follows, that if you have a lefty that sticks out, that you have a lefty that sticks out, this will be number 73 in the picture those sent out. You have a lefty that sticks out in a way that is evident from outside that you have a lefty, but from inside it just looks like a continuation of the wall. Now, I'm not sure I fully agree with this picture because I think many of you don't understand that the opposing wall has to be long because we're going to talk about carrying. The way this picture shows it, it would be carrying a little bit throughout. Whatever the point is, the idea is that the wall extends from the inside. You cannot tell that there's a lefty, but from the outside you see that it's a lefty. So that's the case. That lefty, and most of them go from above the lefty continues the wall. So from the inside, you cannot see that it's a lefty. Plus it's a Daladama, less than Daladama. And neither become lefty is considered a lefty. We already established previously that if you have a lefty that's more than Daladama, it doesn't constitute a lefty because that's its own robbery. So that's not a valid lefty. So we say if it's less than 4 amas, then it is a valid lefty. And the standard is meaning. And you can carry up to the inner edge of the lefty. So in this picture, you carry up to the end of the mabui. But Dalet Amos, but if it would be a full, if the lefty would be a full Dalet Amos, either the mabui would be considered an own mabui. The Husser, the Stamit, the Kulo, you couldn't carry anywhere in the mabui because it would no longer be a valid lefty. So saying, if you have this lefty that's basically near your elbow, there's something you left in. From inside, you cannot tell. But from outside, you can't tell. If the lefty is Dalet Amos, it's not a valid lefty, and therefore the mabui has no lefty, you can't carry in the mabui. If it is less than Dalet Amos, so then it's a valid lefty, and as long as you don't carry opposite the lefty, meaning you carry only in the mabui, but not beyond the inner lip of, or the inner edge of this lefty. So that was the memra. And Abaya reminder of Joseph, but I'm law. Said to us on this. I learned from this. Remember, I learned from this statement. I learned that you cannot carry across from the lefty itself. Why? Because it said that if it's less than Dalet Amos, it's a valid lefty. And therefore, you can carry up to the left, but not beyond, not opposite the left. So you can see that this was a topic we discussed previously. According to him, he's saying you cannot carry across from the left. I also learned out method Moli Barabba that a mother, the minimum size of a mother is Dalet Amos, because that's why it's saying if the lefty is Dalet Amos, then it's its own mother and it's not a valid lefty. If it's less than Dalet Amos, it's okay. So what you see that Dalet Amos is the sphere that makes something into its own mother, so that's the sphere of mother. That's the second thing we learn. The third thing we're going to learn is the Yermi Rathchild is something that is a lefty. And as we mentioned, this lefty is flush with the wall when you're looking at it from the inside. You only realize it's the lefty from the outside, and yet we're saying it's a valid lefty as long as it's less than Dalet Amos. So you see that Yermi Rathchild is something is a lefty. And the halacha therefore is Yermi Rathchild is something that will even is a lefty. So in fact, if you can only see it from the outside and from the inside you can't tell, nonetheless it's a valid lefty. That's the Gemara. Wait a second. Right now we just brought something that says that it is a valid lefty. So just a couple minutes ago, we established that we had no valid explanation for it. Limited the Mishnah Tati base being 11 amas and 10 amas, we understood that here we are looking at something that is not a valid lefty. So why we brought it to halacha is it is valid. Where it says yes, even though we have a shluchta, nonetheless, the halacha is that it's a valid blessing. Why? Because the country of Kiyah about this. We had it yesterday that was Kiyah asking in his in the right there. We had this in the context. We were talking about Rabbi Yochanan didn't learn it, or he did learn it, and we proved because we have Rebbe and the Kiyah, which said which one holds like which. We brought that right over Kiyah, and as we know, like Rises, that the Rises of Kiyah and Rothschild were considered the authoritative Rises, so therefore we are going to ask him like the Kiyah, that even though from the Mishnah on such days with the Rises that explains it, you have a Tanahitic opinion that not about blessing, nonetheless, because of his right that we're going to talk to him. Okay, so now on to back to our Mishnah. Our Mishnah on Beis Amalek said as follows: that if you have a lower that's higher than 20 amas, you lower it, and you would that you don't need a lower. Then the Mishnah says, "By roughly half the amas you might, if it's wider than 10 amas, you narrow it to have less than 10 amas." And it doesn't say anything about a Yehuda, right? It doesn't say whether the Yehuda holds that you do not need to be light. Now, in fact, on Beis Amalek, we brought a price that we're about to bring again that does argue. Okay, it says in the Gemara, no, we learned in a price by roughly half the time. The price is more clear, says if it's more than 10, you should narrow it to less than 10, but if you don't repeat the name of terrible mind, that you do not need to narrow it. Okay, so it's clear that in the Brisa, even if it's not clear in the Mishnah, you argue not only do you not need a lower 20 amma of Torah, but you also don't need to narrow the opening of the moment to less than 10. So the Gemara is trying to figure out, okay, so if you need a fairly hole, you can have wider than 10. You have to come up, what's the limit, what's the outer limit that is legal to say, beyond it, you can't have the width of a model even for that Rabbi that one to say that the limit that Rabbi probably employed is 13 and a third hour. Where did you get that from? The Kabbalah is possibly wrong. But the learner Kabbalah from possibly wrong. So possibly wrong, what did that mean? Which was the idea that when the Ole Regalim were coming up to Yerushalayim, it was a long trip, and sometimes they would have to rest on the Shabbos. So what would they do? They would take the tents and they would put it out where they were, and they used to have these wells that had water, or cisterns, whatever it was, that had water, that so that people could drink and their animals could drink. So what did these sister wells look like? They were 10 fucking deep. They were kept there, and they were watered down on hours. So what's the issue? The issue is that where the water was held is because it's a pit that's deep. But where you need the water is up on the sea level, which is a Rabbi. So if I reach into the well and take out water and then put it on for my animals or for myself on the side of the pit, which is the Rabbi, then I'm carrying them with the opposite Rabbi. I can't do that. So therefore, the valve set up that we're going to make a special tool by the Ole Regalim that we're going to put up these little L-shaped brackets, 4 of them around the Patek road, the 4 around a bar, and basically that's going to be enough. So if you want to take a look, there's a picture of it on number 74, which and the way we learn is that each animal is an almond 2/3 thick, and you need 4 to be able to go in and 4 coming out, so put them together and back to the 4. So that's how they came up with 13 and the third almond. So what's the big difference of this? The big difference of this is that normally we require for an area to be considered enclosed that only Maluma apart. So there's 4 physical structure around this space, then there is opening. And so for most things, you can talk about above again, 2 walls and 1 open, no problem because you have. But here you have a case where there's much less structure than there is open space, but it's a special tool for the Ole Regalim so that they would have an option when they're going up. It says the Gemara, I'm going to take a couple for them. That if I choose by Rothschild, obviously we're trying to be lenient in order to help out the people who are being holoregel, that there I allow more open space and physical structure. So that's a big kula. Though it's hard to then go to the closest family split. Nonetheless, despite my desire to give as much latitude as possible to holoregel, I nonetheless do not allow them more than 13 minutes first. Lovely, the lower part of a question we are all of it. In the case of a mother where I see it's less lenient because in fact we require over we require more physical structure than opening. So you see that we are less makel by a mother than we are by Pasiki Road. Nonetheless, ain't no din, so Pasiki Road doesn't come to say I'm on the slip. So therefore, if a mother is more cover than Pasiki Road, and even Pasiki Road, you only allow 13 and a third amos, so presumably by a mother, we're never going to allow more than 13 and a third amos, and therefore, when the Yehuda says some shear that's greater than 10 amos, probably in shear 13 and a third. So the Gemara says, wait a second, that doesn't make sense, that Kabbalah. You don't send it. The very Kabbalah you're using, I could use to establish the opposite halacha. I'll say as follows. Pasiki Road is not the part of the Bible says, well, Pasiki yes, because the family split. Because the Pasiki Road, I already give them a major kula in the sense that I let them have more open space and physical structure, and therefore I don't give them more than 13 amos in a third. Lovely, the lower part of the part of the Bible, but a lovely where we do have more physical structure than we have open space, I have more latitude, has a wider opening. So therefore, I'll say talk about opening so I would say that I can make an argument that it's only by Pasiki Road where we're already allowing them to have a mechita that's mostly open air and more open air than structure. So in that case, I can only do 13 and a third. But above where I have plenty of physical structure, more than open space, maybe it's more than 13 and a third. That's not a good Kabbalah. Moreover, says the Gemara, I could make an argument which is just going to show you that Pasiki Road should not be the measure or the way you learn out about Mavli. Why? Because continue the Gemara, I'll tell you the opposite direction, that if I look at Pasiki Road, I can make an argument that you should never allow more than 10 amos. Obviously, Rabbi Rothschild doesn't agree with because we said he allowed more than 10 amos. What would that argument be? I would say Pasiki Road is either possible I could say as follows, that maybe that Pasiki Road that I already did one kula, I've shown that I'm really trying to make kulas, that one, I'll say another kula which will allow a 13 and a third. Not only allowing more open space and physical structure, I'll also give it wider opening than I would allow in a mother. But mother, I'll say mother, which we don't allow more open space than wall, so we're also not going to allow an expanded opening. So therefore, what Pasiki Road tells me about mother, I can never have more than 10. And yet, we know there are more than 10. Because the Pasiki Road is not a good example. It's different, and therefore, this way or that way, we're not going to learn it from there. So we don't exactly know how wide the truth is. It tells us on Beit Halevi talked about this because we kind of established that Rabbi Yehuda was learning from the Ula. Although eventually we said maybe he was just learning from the Alpha of Malachim. So the Tosfos says that you see that it should be like a Ula that it's 20 amos. The Tosfos himself says that it's a Kasha because our Gemara here seems to not prove anything about 20 amos. So however we want to learn that. Okay, that's the Gemara.
In just 5 hours.
Honey Levi learned a right as follows. Mother to Rachav Eshamama, that if you have a mother that's 20 amos wide, know it's coming down. So the dial. So the right says as follows. So I have a mother. We're not talking about this anymore. We're talking about regular. I have a mother with 20 amos. It's opening with 20 amos wide. So the issue is you can't have more than 10 amos. So says lady, and right says follows. All you need to do is stick a pole in the picture number 75. In the picture. Stick a pole in the middle, so then you have the pole on either side. After you have 10 amos on either side, and so you have no opening that's greater than 10 amos. You have two openings, and then lovely, each of which is a touch less than 10 amos because you stuck this hole in the middle. So that's the price of that lady cross. So that's tomorrow.
But they also have some unfinished
Honey love who Omer law rain halacha. Laban's the one that taught us that right there, yet he himself said, I love him not like him. Ikadami, the Rosh said that it wasn't Laban who directly said it wasn't what other schools anyway. It was Shmuel who said in the name of Laban. And I love the position. I love the other follow that mentioned that Laban told him, Eloheki of it. Well, okay, fine. So that mitzvah is no good. It's not enough to just stick up a pole. What should one do if you have an opening 20 hours wide and you want to basically do the minimum you need to do in order to close it? Now, obviously, you can stick up a wall that's 10 hours wide, and then you only have 10 hours left. That's the easy one, but we're going to tomorrow, so we're trying to figure out other ways to do it. Okay, so if you haven't had to do it on the floor, someone doesn't say the lady, a college is on the page that most of the past the law, Sarah, Metric, Abraham, so the architect of it. So this is in picture 76, but the idea basically is you have your 20 ounces wide, and instead of sticking with one little thing that would be in the pizza that you try and break it into two openings, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a pillar that's 10 fucking tall and 400 feet, which, as we said before, is enough to create its own bubble, and I'm going to put it lengthwise in the bubble, and now what's going to happen is now I have. By the way, I should explain. We're going to learn more about this in a minute, but the reason the pole doesn't work, I want to know that next time. Okay, up there, here is the high piece of the bottom. But then you have the 10 arm of the open air on this side, 10 arm of the open air on that side, you get rid of that little pole. So what we're doing now is by putting something that is 10 fucking tall and 400 feet lengthwise in the bubble, instead of having a pizza that can just be knocked out by the air on either side, we're actually creating two bubbles here, right? So by putting a full 4-arm thing in the middle, which is enough of a size for two bubbles, I now have two bubbles side by side, but each one is less than 10 arms wide. So that's why this is a good solution according to Inami, so that's one good solution for what I can do. Inami can do that. Or I can extrapolate from something that Rabbi Yehuda said to solve this problem also. Now Rabbi Yehuda said, Rabbi Rothschild, something for example, so Rabbi Yehuda was dealing with a different case of 15 arms wide, so we're going to apply it to the American to 20. So what did he do? American stay on the those are past solo down. So he separated, if you take a look at picture number 77, he left from the side of the bubble with the 15 arms wide. He left the fucking space, and then he put a 3 fucking Matissa there. So now what happened? So you look at the 3 Tefach Matissa as the 3 Amma Matissa as being Omen Maruba ala Paret. There's 3 Ammas and more than 2 Ammas, obviously. So 3 Ammas and more than 2 Ammas, and therefore there's more physical structure than open, and we're going to treat that as an explode, right? We're dealing with Ammas here, so there's no levels, but there is Omen Maruba ala Paret. There's more physical structure that's there. So that was Rabbi Yehuda's solution. So now,
that's the bottom line.
And therefore, so if you take a look at the picture number 78, if you extrapolate Rabbi Yehuda's concept, Rabbi Yehuda was using it to get rid of 5 Ammas, to take it from 15 to 10. So we have a 20 Amma opening, so all you do is use Rabbi Yehuda's solution on both sides. On each side of the bubble, you have 2 Ammas of free space, and then you have 3 Ammas. Or alternatively, you can take a look at picture number 79, you could put 4 Ammas of open space, and then a pillar that's 6 Ammas, and you're still going to have Omen Maruba Aparat, that there's 4 physical structures open, and you'll block it off, and now you're left with only a 10 Amma opening for your mother, which is okay. Let's touch it tomorrow. Now, let's figure this out. So, pretty much the Gemara is trying to say, why was this specifically the structure there that you have to, what can you learn from the fact that this was the solution and not other things? It seems that the Gemara is operating under a presumption. Rashi applies it later on, when Rashi says, well, okay, I mean, that would say, well, they appear to stay on the top. That evidently they wanted as little they would like as they would do not like large blockages and openings of the mother. They'd rather have multiple small ones. So therefore, the Gemara is going to try and figure out, aren't there scenarios you could have done smaller machitos, which is evidently preferable in some fashion, and from the fact that Rabbi Yehuda did not do that, and taking the space of 2 and then standing of 3, that what we can learn from that. That's the structure of what's happening. Doesn't matter. Damn high. Why do we need to do 2 amas of space, 3 amas of board? Why not do the following? Yasas has amo maxra. So why not put next to the wall of the mugly a 1.5 amma of board, the Yarshik stay amos, and then expand the lead open space of 2 amas, the Yasas has amo maxra. And then you'll do another 1.5 amas. So if you look, that's section number 80. So it's saying rather than have a 3 amma wide board, I would rather cut it to 1.5 and 1.5. So why not do that? For 1.5 next to the wall, 2 amas of open space, and 1.5 amma of wall. So from the back, there would be not do that, which would have been preferable for people to have smaller blockages at the opening of the mugly. But the fact that he did not do that, open Merua part we stay with the low So we can learn from that to follow. So the question is as follows. I just said to you that we have this concept that if Omid is Merua part, if the physical structure is larger than the opening, so therefore we look at it as a close. So the question is as follows. Can it be where in order to figure out the Omid Merua part, we can add up the Omid on either side, or does the Omid that's next to the opening have to be at least as wide or wider than the opening, right? So if we say Omid Merua part, we say we're looking at to say we can add together the Omid on either side to conceive the putter, right? So if you look at this scenario, picture 80, that's what you would have. You would have 1.5 plus 1.5 would equal 3, which is obviously greater than 2. But in order to get greater than 2, I need to add those two together. 1.5 itself is obviously less than 2. So it would seem that if the parut is larger than the omid, than one of the omid, it seems that doesn't work. And that would explain why Rabbi Yehuda has to say a case of a gap of 2 followed by a mechitza of 3, because then the mechitza itself of 3 is larger than the gap of 2, right? So we're saying from the fact that Rabbi Yehuda did it, 3 standing together knocks out or closes up 2 open, but from the fact that he did not do a 1.5 close, 2 open, 1.5 close, must be because he's telling us that you cannot combine 2 sides to override the part. So it says in Gemara, no, don't do that. Maybe in fact we could count things from 2 sides, of 1.5 plus 1.5 exceeds 3. But why here did Rabbi Yehuda not give that scenario? Because he would have a different problem. So the problem would be that if we were closing up the space, and that space was, let's say, 5 amas wide, so I could put 1.5 and 1.5 on either side, and or add together the 3 to knock out the 2. That actually works. So you could have a scenario where you add the 2 sides together. But in this particular case, we're trying to craft our 5 alongside an opening of the mugly that's 10 amas. So now what do you have? You have a scenario where if you look at your second beam, the one that's furthest removed the wall of the mugly, you have 2 amas on one side, which is larger than the 1.5, and you have 10 amas on the other side, which is larger than 1.5. So if both sides of the open exceed the close, the standing, it's going to be Mavato. Up here, the Hagisa, Mavato. So therefore, that's the reason Rabbi Yehuda couldn't say that. But maybe Rabbi Yehuda would agree that you could combine, if I was dealing with just a plain opening of 5, I could add 1.5 and 1.5 on either side in order to knock out or to consider close the 2 that's in between. So says the Gemara. Okay, so let me give you a different suggestion where we're going to address this, where you do not have both sides having more open space than the open. So what was that case? The Yasa has Amma, so why not put 1 Amma wall next to the mugly wall, the Yashik Amma, and then put an Amma space, the Yasa has Amma, then put another board of 1 Amma, the Yashik Amma, and then leave another Amma space, the Yasa has Amma. So you would have a 5 Ammas of you have wall of an Amma, open space, wall of an Amma, open space, wall of an Amma. Again, that's 3 and 2. And you have 3 standing and 2. You have part Merubal Omen. I'm sorry, you have Omen Merubal part. And we've taken care scared, we think, of the fact that it's not going to, the two sides of the farthest beam aren't going to override it, because now the space of one amma between the second and third beams is not larger than the beam itself. So the beam is one amma, and the space is one amma, so we won't have us out here to
Okay, so you ready?
So that's like, no. So therefore, well, we know how much components other. So it must be that if one of the beams, meaning in this case each one is one amma, is equal to the space that it's trying to cover over, that doesn't work. They see that the omed has to be larger. Each omed has to be larger than the space that it's trying to knock out. I said, no, I'm telling you that really it's okay to do what's outlined here. And again, if I was dealing with an opening of just 5, I could do solid, open, solid, open, solid. That would be fine, even though each of the solids is not larger than the open, because everything is one amma wide. That could work if we were dealing with a 5. I still have the same problem that I have 10 ammas open on the other side of the third beam, and you thought that as long as the two sides of air were not greater than the beam, that it wouldn't be Mabatel the beam. That the Gemara, no, it is Mabatel the beam, and that's why the Gemara did not say this scenario of 3 amma boards separated by 2 amma spaces because of that. But generally speaking, you could have the Omud match the Parut and still do it as long as you have overall Omud move well apart. We have 3 groups. Says the Gemara. All right. So then I'll give you a different suggestion. So the Yarchik Amma, why not do the following? Separate an Amma. This is going to be picture 82. Yarchik Amma, separate. Until now we were adding where the beam started. The last 2 pieces, the beam started against the wall. So why not do the following? Let's separate from the wall. We're going to leave an amma space next to the wall of the bubble. The yasha has amma nefsha, and then I'm going to have a wall of 1.5. The yashik amma, then I'm going to leave a space of 1 amma. The yasha has amma nefsha, and then I'm going to make a beam of 1.5. So now you have 1 of space, 1.5 of omen, 1 of space, 1.5 of omen. Again, the last 2 things we said, the Gemara knocked out. Because it said, I'll here the Haggis and the Haggis of Mabatole. So as long as you had equal or more openness on both sides of that third pillar, it's going to knock it out. But now, says the Gemara, I've created a scenario where the space on the other side of the 10 ammas is only 1 amma versus the omed is 1.5 ammas. So now I have a case where you for sure cannot say, I'll here the Haggis and the Haggis of Mabatole, because you only say that where both sides are equal to or larger than the omed that you're trying to be Mabatel by saying, I'll here the Haggis and the Haggis of Mabatole. And in fact, you have it here because 1.5 is the larger presence of omed than the 1 amma of Parat. So says the Gemara, why didn't, now it's not trying to prove a halacha from here, it's just asking, why didn't Rabbi Yehuda say that? So the Gemara, he could have done that. That would be a valid way to block off the extra 5 ammas, but the Kuli Halacha after Kuda Rabbanan. Rabbanan didn't want to make people make a different stand, so they said, look, you can do whichever one you want. You could do what Rabbi Yehuda initially suggested, which is leave 2 ammas of space and then 3 ammas of standing, or you could do space of an amma, 1.5 of standing, space of an amma, 1.5 of standing. And if you think about it, in both those cases, the main thing that we were trying to address was that we do not have a scenario where both sides of the most center beam are equal or larger than the case of the Mabatel. In this scenario, in Rabbi Yehuda's initial scenario, the larger, the thing closest to the 10 ammas is 3 ammas versus the other side is 2 ammas, but the space is obviously more. And even in the alternative scenario we suggested, the 1.5 of omed is more than the 1 of parts, and therefore we can do it. Okay, that's the Gemara. So fine. We've established that in this case that you could have space of 2 and then 3 or this other case. So ask the Gemara, wait a second. If you're allowing, so so if you think about this mavoi that let's say was 15 amas, they have 10 amas of space, they have 3 amas of board, and they have 2 amas of opening. Why aren't we worried that people are going to start to go through the 2 amma opening, and then that's going to detract from the status of the 10 amas of being the entrance? If the 10 amas is not considered the entrance, then the courage polo or lefty that's there doesn't fit the mavoi you can't carry. So the Gemara, I'm about to buy myself. The ones I hear up in the Rockies, because the 2 amma opening is 2 amas, the other 10 people are talking about it. They don't like walking through small openings. If they have a big opening, they're going to go through the 10 amma opening. So says the Gemara, wait a second, am I talking about Ravasi? Says after Gemara, why is this any different than Ravami and Ravasi? If you remember, Ravami and Ravasi said the halacha that if you have, as long as you have the side is at least 4 tefachim long, so then you can have a pesach open. But if it would be within the first 4 tefachim, it would detract, because basically you would create a door from the side, and it would detract from the front door. And the front door would no longer be matir the mavoi because the left ear koro would be invalid. The line in Ravami or Ravashi's case, where we had a door of even 3 tefachim, we said would destroy the mavoi because it takes traffic away from the main gate. So why are we saying now 2 amas is okay and Hazaka people don't go through it? I said, Halton compromise the Lupa, also low compromise the Lupa. The case of Ravami and Ravasi, if you remember, was basically where there was an opening on the side. So if you're coming from the side, that's a shortcut. People are going to go in it. But the scenario we're describing here is you have a 15 amma opening, it's 10 amas, 3 of standing and 2, that it's not really, it doesn't save you any time to walk through 2, so people will go through those paths. That's the Gemara. Tanan Hatan, we learned there.
That's right.
Maybe I'll record and send out this to end, but I should start a little bit of time. I'm not getting all the way through, but I'll
you know, they have their own personality. You don't know if one's going to wake up, groggy or something like that. I just feel like they have their own personality, and I think you're the same way.
I think the males are a little more protective, a little more aggressive.
Okay, good morning. So just announce our sponsorships. So the Talmud Torah sponsor for the month, Avram Shandy Kelman, with the hope and prayer that this past Tisha B'Av, or future Tisha B'Av, will be a chag filled with joy in the eternal Beis HaMikdash. The Week of Learning is sponsored by Akiva Andrews in honor of his wife, Dr. Karen Andrews' academic appointment as a lecturer at Hebrew University, and by Ira Miriam Grossman in the merit of her Refuah Shlema for all those in need. The Day of Learning is sponsored by David and Susan Clyde in memory of David's father, Chaim Ben Shalom Zalman Zal. Our learning should be an aliyah for his neshama. And the Daf Yomi Parak sponsors Jeffrey and Sherry Bennick and Stephen and Holly Bennick in memory of their father, Herman Bennick, Funny Yisrael Ben Ruben Zal. Herman was a beloved husband, father, grandfather, great-grandfather, and longtime pillar of our Kehillah. May our collective learning serve as an aliyah for his neshama. Okay, so today's talk is about that. And we are going to be picking up 7 lines down over Rabbah. So what we were discussing yesterday was the concept where you have a mavoi that opens up to an area that's either a rechava or a buffer that's wider than it. So we described yesterday as the T. And then at the top of the T, there's a pirta that wall came down and opened onto a different Rishon Torah. So initially we thought it was Machlokas Rav Shmuel, and we said that Rav was concerned about Machlokas, the fact that he could stand there and see straight through. And ultimately we decided that it was not a Machlokas between Rav and Shmuel, and that they're actually both in agreement. Or we actually don't know that Shmuel was involved at all. There was a concern when Rabbi Yehuda said something, is that we assumed it must have been the name of Shmuel instead of his Rabbi Rav, because
always let your vehicle be as dirty as possible, and you'll get the handprints all over. Or these two, it's like, hey, Connie, here you go. It's totally like that. And what do you think about the fact that they have thermal breaches?
So I'll just tell you that very briefly. So we were dealing with yesterday with a mavoi. The mavoi opens up into either a cluster or a rechava. A cluster is an occupied area. A rechava is something that is not used really, so it's not considered to be inhabited. And then there was further a break from there into another Rishon Torah. So we had the thought that Rav was concerned foolish. The fact that you're standing at the bottom here, you can look straight through the mabui, and you can walk straight through the mabui, through the Chatzar or Rechava, and then get out in another Rishus Harabim. And whether that would make it like foolish, ultimately we decided that that was not the primary concern here, and that what was going on here was as follows: that Rav, that this could go even like Rav, it didn't have to be Machlokas, and the fact that Rav Haskin that you could not carry in the mavoi was because there was no eruv between the mavoi and the chater, and therefore because there was no eruv between the mavoi and the chater, that this was something that was fully open to a makom that's chater, and we talked about the fact that therefore you can't carry it in the mavoi. But Rav would agree that if there was an eruv between the two, if there had been an eruv between the mavoi and the chater, then in fact you would be able to carry. So this is an eruv issue, not a mekulish issue. Now, what about the fact that Rabbi Yehuda Paskin that you don't need to do anything? That was because the case that Yehuda was addressing was a Rechava. And a Rechava, as an uninhabited area, is something that did not require an eruv. So again, it's the primary issue that we were dealing with. The case of Rechava and Chater looked the same in terms of physical structure. The difference was is it a used Chater or a non-used Rechava? So since a non-used Rechava doesn't require an eruv, and the entire issue here was one of eruv and not one of Mekulah. So therefore, that's why Rabbi Yehuda said they did not need to make any adjustments. But there does not have to be any disagreement between Rabbi Yehuda's halacha, which he said on Zayin Amud Aleph, and the halacha of Rav, which we said on Zayin Amud Beis. Okay, so now we're gonna slightly change that. So we had said that this was an eruv issue, was not a Mekulah issue. But let's pick up the Gemara 7 lines down. Amar Rabba, what the Amr la'amsa Rechava Mutter. And we're picking up on, we said yesterday that Rav Yosef explained that the reason we're not worried about Mekulah is why, because you have your mavui, and then you hit that T part that goes wider to the right and left. But as you're looking at the mavui, you see the mavui ends, and then there's a broader area which is the Chater or Rechava. That's clearly a different area. And then there's the opening to Rishus Harabim. So we're not worried about Mekulah. But Rabbah says, not so bad. Other Amrit Slam, the Rechava Mutter, this that we said that as long as you have this T shape and you see that it's off to the side, so that's true. It's important to see that space, but that's not enough. Lo Amran Elazeh Lo Keneged Zeh. That's nonetheless, we do have some concern about Mekulah. That if you're standing at the bottom here and you can see straight through from one Rishus Harabim to another, even though it goes through a Rechava, even though that T area that goes to the right and left shows you that there's a interruption, at the end of the day, you have something that's open at bottom and top to a Rishus Harabim. So Rabbi says that's going to be a problem. So it only works if you have your mavui leads into the Rechava or Chater, and then slightly off to the side, right or left, you're going to have the opening to the second Rishus Harabim. So you do not have a straight line from one Rishus Harabim to the other. If you were to have a straight line from one Rishus Harabim to the other, says Rabbah, that would be a problem, and you would not be able to carry. So basically, we're reintroducing this concept of Mekulah. We talked about it being an eruv issue. Now we're adding back in the concept of it being Mekulah. So it continues there. It says, but if it would be straight, it would be usher. So now, what does it mean? So when Rav said it's halacha, he said mavi and nifrit to Melua, that if you have a mavi that's fully open with chater, so chater and nifrit of chater can echo, and it says opposite that the chater has a broken wall to Rishus Harabim. That seems to be saying you have a straight line. So Rashi explains that when it says though, this is the wall that's opposite, but nonetheless, you have to go like so. Okay. Now, the third Gemara, Amar Rav Masharshia. So now we have two limitations on this halacha. One is that you have to have this C shape so that you see that there's an opening to right and left. That we learned yesterday. But now we're adding on top of that, you cannot have a straight line from one Rishus Harabim to the other. It has to be that there's some switch. Now we're going to add another one, which is when we said that as long as you have the T and you have the non-direct openings between Rishus Harabim, it's mutter, but we have another qualification. That only works. The case of Rabbi Yehuda, where we're dealing with a Rakaba, who said we don't need an Eruv, right? Is only talking about a Rakaba that belongs to multiple people. Of a Rakaba in Yaakov, but if that Rakaba in the back, you have your Mavli, and your Rakaba is on top. If that Rakaba belongs to a single individual, then the Nimla Talo, the Bani Labatin, I'll read that again in a second when I explain the case. So we talked about this yesterday, that Rabbi Yosef introduced the idea that you need this key. You need to know that when you go to your Mavli, you see a space to the right and left. But let's say there was only space to the right. So what would happen is you have your wall of your Mavli, followed by the wall of the Rakaba, and the Rakaba goes off to the right. So that Rabbi Yosef said is a problem because then you're seeing one straight wall, the left wall, and the example I'm saying is the Mavli wall followed by the Rakaba wall, and then that leads to where the Rishus Harabim is. So that's going to be a problem. Because that's what Rabbi Yosef said yesterday, because you have one straight line, and so you need a full T. It can't be an L like that. Okay, so now what Rabbi Rothschild is introducing is, he's saying, even if you have a T in this Rakaba, so it goes to open to the right and left, I'm concerned. What is he concerned? He's concerned that maybe if the Rakaba belongs to an individual, that individual is going to decide, you know what? I want to take advantage of real estate here. I'm going to take the left part of the T and I'm going to build houses. Now what's going to happen? You're going to have your wall of your Mavli, then you're going to have the wall of those houses, and that's going to put you back into the situation that Rabbi Yosef said is a problem. So if you have a linear wall that goes all the way to your Mavli and your Rakaba, that's problematic. So Rabbi Rothschild is saying, we're concerned that maybe the guy is going to build a house there and we're going to end up with this line. So therefore, even before he built it, even though we have a key, we're going to say you cannot carry unless it's a Rakaba of the Rabbin. How does that help? Because I guess even in times of Gemara, when you have a lot of people, you can't agree on things, and you have bureaucracy. It's not going to be so easy that you're going to build houses. If one guy's there, he can choose to build a house. The Mishai is telling us that it has to be owned by Yaakov. Now, when you read it without explanation, this time we say you can carry when you have the key. And you have the non-direct line between the Rishus Harabim. We only said that when the Rakaba belongs to multiple individuals. The Rakaba is Yaakov, but if the Rakaba, if this back area belongs to one person, we're worried this is the middle of the lake, that it might happen that they'll change his mind. The Bani Labatim, the build houses, the Habib is the moment to call and see the Rakaba. You're going to have that straight line that Rabbi Yosef was worried about. It's a Mavli that then ends in the side of the Rakaba in one straight line. And therefore it's going to be under. So we're going to end up here as follows: that if you have your Mavli followed by if it's a Rakaba, you don't need an Eruv. If it's a Chutz, you do need an Eruv. But you need three other qualifications. You need this key. You need to make sure that that key cannot be changed by one individual, and you need to make sure that the openings between the Rishus Harabim have a turn so that it's not a direct straight line between us, but one Rishus Harabim to the other. Okay, so now I have to learn nothing of the sunny one in Rakaba the Rabbin will cover the Yaakov. Where do we have this halakhic concept that we're worried that an individual can change something, but the Rabbin wants to change something? Because we're saying an individual might choose to build houses, Rabbin wants to build a house. So we're going to say as follows: the Amar, because we have later in the second that's how we say Rabbi Rothschild, Amar, Rabbi Rabbi Barababa, coming in with Yitzchak, Mike is probably after. So here's the case. You have the Rishus Harabim, like any other mother, like any other case, and you have a mother. Your mother needs three walls, the regular mother. But this mother is interesting. It's three walls are crafted in three different ways. So let's call it your left wall when you're standing in Rishus Harabim. Your left wall with a garbage dump, and that garbage dump was more than 10 fucking high. Okay, so that's one wall. On your right side was an embankment of a river or yam. That's actually the closest question whether rivers apply with each other, but you have a body of water. Now, some understand that the water itself isn't a piece of, but we're going to go with the fact that as long as there is a sufficient incline, so the rule is after the Tok Arba. As long as the incline, the block is after the Tok Arba, which is the fact that as long as
you can gather 10 in 4. So what does it mean? As long as you're walking 4 hours to slow the cut, so you're climbing 10 blocks, that's going to be okay because that's a steep enough wall that is considered a machine. Okay, so you have your Rabbi, the left side is the garbage dump that we have 10 blocks tall. Your right side has the embankment of a river or a sea that is 10 blocks tall. And in front of you are the clusters that open up. You have houses in front of you, garbage to your left, water to your right. Okay, that seems like a fine movie. That was the case they had. So what happened? But Michael was made Rabbi, and they came to Rabbi and said, was this an acceptable? Was it an acceptable mother? They could just put up a left here for and carry it. Rabbi didn't want to say it's author, he didn't want to say it's mother. Why? He didn't want to say it's author because at the end of the day, you have valid for here. Water is in the pizza, the embankment of water, garbage is in the pizza, houses are in the pizza. He said at the end of the day, you have 3 valid walls open for that looks and smells like a bubble. But he also didn't want to say that they could carry you. Why? Because because they're worried that those walls on the right and left might not stick around. Why? Because the garbage dumps, maybe they're going to clear out the garbage. And then people were used to carrying because there wasn't a piece of garbage, and now it's not there anymore, but they're still going to carry. Maybe because they don't realize it was the garbage that was in the pizza. And similarly, on the right side, you have the yam. Well, what happens is the nature, this is why they argue about yam or rivers. Two rivers bring sediment the same way, but we won't get into it here. So the question is, the issue is, the nature of a yam is that the sediment or rain dirt, it accumulates, and you might end up with a much more gradual surface. So when you started, you had mislocking as a which you had a decent enough incline. But now, as the dirt has come, it's become a much more gradual incline. And maybe that gradual incline doesn't make a wall. So again, people aren't going to realize that originally the reason you were able to carry it is because there was garbage on your left, there was a steep wall on your right. Maybe it's going to happen, garbage gets taken, maybe the wall can become less steep. So therefore, he didn't want to say Muslim. So we're looking for the source that we distinguish between Yaakov and Rabbi. But so far, all we've seen is that we're worried about changes. So where do we see this Yaakov and Rabbi thing? Continues in Gemara. Is that a reasonable concern that we have to make halachically that we're concerned that your left wall is going to go away because someone's going to remove the garbage and it's no longer going to have to go pizza there? But wait, we had a Mishnah that is again there in that context. If you have a garbage dump that is at least 10 fucking tall, that if someone has their window that's right next to that garbage dump, they can throw it out. Why? Because the garbage dump is a Rishiyakid. It has to be the garbage dump is Rishiyakid because it's 10 fucking tall. It's essentially the dollar fucking like dollar by dollar fucking. Even if it wasn't dollar by dollar fucking, it would be fine because it's a much store. That's because it's higher than 10 fucking, less than dollar by dollar. Either way, you could throw from your Rishiyakid to another Rishiyakid or to a muffin store. So therefore, if someone is lucky enough to have a garbage dump right out their window, they just toss their garbage out. They don't have to worry about it. It's another Shabbos. So therefore, so the question is, why is it in one case Rebbe was concerned maybe the garbage is going to have taken away and then the wall's not going to be there? On the other hand, someone can always throw their garbage out. Why not say, wait, don't let them throw the garbage out the window because maybe someone's going to remove the garbage and then it's no longer a Rishiyakid because it's only a Rishiyakid because the garbage piled up more than 10 fucking. But if someone's going to move the garbage, he's going to use the throwing his trash up and he's going to throw it out the window and it's the land of Rishiyakid and he'll throw the Rishiyakid. So why aren't we worried about that? So the answer is, that it must be the reason that we're worried in Rebbe's case that the garbage can get taken away is it must be that garbage dump was owned by an individual, and that individual might decide, you know what, I'm sick of having garbage in my place, and it's just cleared out, and now the wall of the building is gone. On the other hand, when you have a garbage dump in Rosh Hashanah, presumably it belongs to the rabbin. Things that belong to the rabbin don't change that often, and therefore we're not concerned. So there, so says the Gemara, Hakinami, coming every cover the rabbin, so this is where we get this idea of Rabbi Rothschild, and Rabbi Rothschild says even the sea is going to be a problem with its own by an individual because maybe he's going to put houses up on one side of the sea and it's left with hell, and that would be a problem from a problem because you no longer see the distinction. It looks like one straight line from the above and to the middle. Okay, so now we have the case of Rebbe, where Rebbe said we're worried maybe the garbage gets taken away, or maybe the jam brings up sediment. So what about the Zoran Rabbanon mind? If that was Rebbe's concern, what did the Rabbi say? What did the Rabbanon say? So I'm Rabbi Yosef by our opinion. Rabbi Yosef by our opinion says, I'm out to learn from Chachamim Moshe. Chachamim, even though Rebbe was not prepared to say that it's upper and mutter, it's mutter because technically they're mechitlas, but upper because he might have said upper because he's worried people are gonna they're gonna get taken away. People will still carry that. Chachamim weren't so worried. They said upper. Amr Nachman, I love this thing that Chachamim. Nachman says that's in fact how lawful. We're worried that it's gonna get taken away, and therefore you cannot rely on a mother that for one of its walls relies on either the sea or on a pile of garbage. Look at the others who say, I'm Rabbi Yosef Bar Abini, that Rabbi Yosef Bar Abini says, kind of we learned from Chachamim hearing that Chachamim said at the end of the day, the Rebbe was doubtful, and they said, no, it's okay, because you have all three walls. This, so not consistent regardless of which version. He's saying, at the end of the day, Rebbe was uncertain, but I am certain that, in fact, you cannot rely on a garbage pile that you can take away, or a food that could bring up sediment and change the slope. Okay. The Reimar Pasuk so they're unrelated, but it just has to do with this idea of the flow of the water changing. So what happened? And in Surah, they had one or more mavui where you had your sister rabbit, and then the mavui turned off, and the back of the mavui was the sea. So now, it's going to be like a Venice or something like that. But what was the concern? The concern was, if you're relying on the sea to be your back machine, your third machine, what's going to happen if the slope of the water changes, and as we said before, it's not steep enough to be considered a machine? So that's